Section 1. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS. A manual of ready reference, covering especially such information of everyday use as is often hardest to find when most needed. Inquire within about everything. For alphabetical index, see page 277. Chicago, Albert J. Du Bois, 1911. Copyright 1911 by Joseph TRIENENS. To our patrons. This little book is presented to you to evidence our appreciation of your patronage. We trust you will examine its contents closely, for you will find within its covers many things that will prove entertaining, instructive, and useful. It is new and up to date, and has been expressly compiled for our patrons. Only matter of real interest and value has been included in its pages. It is a general experience that answers to those questions which arise most often in everyday life are hardest to find. Information on practical subjects is usually just beyond your reach when it is most desired. You will use this little book every day when you want to know. It is equally valuable to all classes, men as well as women, to workers generally as well as people of leisure. It is the book for the busy housekeeper as well as the woman of fashion. We shall feel amply repaid for the painstaking labor, care, and expense which we have bestowed upon this little volume, if its constant utility to you more firmly cements your good will to our establishment. Just a few words about the advertisements. They are from concerns of established reputation, whose products we freely recommend with full confidence that they are the best of their respective kinds. The index to the advertising section is on pages 5 and 6. Sincerely yours, the Central Drug Company. Index to advertisements. Abilena Mineral Water, Albany Chemical Company, Alita Hair Tonic, Alexander's Asthma Remedy, Allen's Cough Balsam, Ankle Supports, Arch Cushions, Astiptidine, Athlophorus, Australian Eucalyptus Globulus Oil, Bath Cabinets, Blair's Pills, Bloodberry Gum, Bloom of Youth, Blue Ribbon Gum, Blush of Roses, Bonheim's Shaving Cream, Borax Pacific Coast, Borden's Malted Milk, Brown's Asthma Remedy, Brown's Liquid Dressing, Brown's Wonder Face Cream, Brown's Wonder Salve, Bryan's Asthma Remedy, Buffalo Lithia Springs Water, Buffer's Nail, Burnishine, Byron's Corn Cure, Byrod's Instant Relief, Cabler's WP Root Juice, Calder's Dentine, Carmichael's Gray Hair Restorer, Carmichael's Hair Tonic, Celery Vess, Chavit Diphtheria Preventative, Chavit Solace, Chocolates and Bonbons, Coe's Cough Balsam, Consumers' Company, Corsets, Coupons, Crane's Lotion, Crown Headache Powders, Daisy Fly Killer, Dead Stuck for Bugs, Delatone, Denos Food, Digesto, Dissolvine Rubber Garments, Downs Obesity Reducer, Drosis, DuPont's Hair Restorative, Dyspepsia Remedy, grams, Elastic Stockings, El Perfecto Vida Rose Rouge, Empress Hair Color Restorer, Empress Shampoo Soap, Yucca Centol, Fimiform Cones, Golden Remedy for Epilepsy, Golden Rule Hair Restorative, Goodwin's Corn Salve, Goodwin's Foot Powder, Gowen's Pneumonia Preparation, Graves, Doctor, Tooth Powder, Gray's Ointment, Great Western Champagne, Grube's Corn Remover, Guild's Asthma Cure, Harvard athletic supports. Heel cushions. Hegeman's camphor ice. Hill's chloride of gold tablets. Hoig's Doctor cell tissue tonic. Hollister's Rocky Mountain tea. Hot water bottles. Hydrox Chemical Company. Hygia nursing bottles. ID Light. Irondequoit port wine. Jetum. Jucket's Doctor salve. Careth. Kellogg's asthma remedy. Knickerbocker spray brushes. Condon's catarrhal jelly. Kumis arendadamic. Lemke's Doctor golden electric liniment. Lemke's Doctor laxative herb tea. Lemke's Doctor St. Johannes drops. Leslie safety razors. Louisenbad reduction salt. Lune de miel perfume. Lusterite toilet specialties. Luxtone toilet preparations. Mando depilatory. Manicure goods. Mare's cough balsam. Martell's Doctor female pills. Marvel syringes. Mare's stomach remedy. Meehan's razor stropper. May's poultice. Mixer Medicine Company. Mount Clemens bitter water. Musterol. Nardine. New Bachelor cigars. Noblesse toilet preparations. Obesity Gavic tablets. Obesity reducer Downs. Olive oil. Orange blossom. Orangine. Ordway Dr. D.P. plasters. Oriental cream. Orthopedic apparatus. Palmer's perfumes. Paracamph. Peckham's croup remedy. Perry Davis painkiller. Physiological tonicum. Pinus Medicine Company. Piso's remedy. Plantain's capsules. Plexo toilet cream. Poland water. Pozzoni's complexion powder. Queen Bess perfume. Rat Knox. Razor stropper Meehan's. Razors. Rex bitters. Riker's tooth powder. Roachine. Rossman's pile cure. Saliodin. Salted peanuts. Salubrin. Samurai perfumes. Sandholm's skin lotion. Sandford's inks. Sanita's disinfectant. Scheffler's hair chlorine. Seguin et Cie. Sharp and Smith. Shoes for the lame. Shoulder braces. Simplex vaporizers. Skidoo soap. Soaps Stifles medicinal. Solo rye. Sorority girl toilet requisites. Sponges. Stifles medicinal soaps. St. Jacob's oil. Strong's arnica jelly. Strong's arnica tooth soap. Sweet Baby nursing bottle. Tailoring for men. Tanglefoot fly paper. Toilet paper. Toilet brushes. Typewriters. Tyrrell's Hygienic Institute. Via Cabras mineral water. Virgin oil of pine. Whittemore's polishes. Wright's catarrhal balm. Wright's rheumatic remedy. Young's Victoria cream. End of section 1.
Section 2 of The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Kara Schallenberg. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS, published in 1911. Section 2. Social forms. Manners and customs of good society. Etiquette of courtship and marriage. It is a growing custom in America not to announce an engagement until the date of the marriage is approximately settled. Long engagements are irksome to both man and woman, and a man is generally not supposed to ask a girl to marry him until he is able to provide a home for her. This, however, does not prevent long friendships between young couples, or a sentimental understanding growing up between them, and it is during this period that they learn to know each other, and find out if they are suited for a life's partnership. When a young man goes a-courting, it generally means that he has some particular girl in mind whom he has singled out as the object of his devotion. A man a-courting is generally on his best behavior, and many a happily married wife looks back on her courting days as the most delightful of her life. At that time the woman is the object of a devotion to which she has as yet conceded nothing. She is still at liberty to weigh and choose, to compare her lover to other men, while the knowledge that she is the ultimate girl that some man is trying to win gives her a pretty sense of self-importance and a feeling that she has come into the heritage of womanhood. Whether it is one of the fictions about courtship or not, it is generally assumed that a young woman is longer in making up her mind than is the young man. When a man finds the right girl, he is pretty apt to know it, and it is his business then to start out and persuade her to his point of view. Neither willing nor reluctant is the attitude of the young girl. Gifts and attention. Just what attention a man is privileged to show a young woman to whom he is not engaged, and yet to whom he wishes to express his devotion, is a point a little difficult to define. If she is a bookish girl, she will be pleased with gifts of books, or the suggestion that they may read the same books, so they may talk them over together. She will probably feel complimented if a man discusses with her his business affairs, and the problems that are interesting men in their life work. When a man begins to call often and regularly on a girl, it is best to have some topic of conversation, aside from personalities. When a man is led to spend more money than he can afford in entertaining a girl, it is a bad preparation for matrimony. Courtship is a time when a man desires to bring gifts, and it is quite right and fitting that he should do so within reasonable limits. A girl of refined feelings does not like to accept valuable presents from a man at this period of their acquaintance. Flowers, books, music, if the girl plays or sings, and boxes of candy are always permissible offerings which neither engage the man who offers them nor the girl who receives them. This is the time when a man invites a girl to the theatre, to concerts and lectures, and may offer to escort her to church. The pleasure of her society is supposed to be a full return for the trouble and expense incurred in showing these small attentions. The claims of companionship. A man cannot justly complain if a girl accepts similar favors from other men, for until he has proposed and been accepted, he has no claim on her undivided companionship. An attitude of proprietorship on his part, particularly if it is exercised in public, is as bad manners as it is unwise, and a high-spirited girl, although she may find her feelings becoming engaged, is prone to resent it. It should be remembered that a man is free to cease his attentions, and until he has finally surrendered his liberty, he should not expect her to devote all her time to him. At this period it is a wise man who makes a friend of a girl's mother, and if he does this he will generally be repaid in a twofold manner. No matter how willful a girl may be, her mother's opinion of her friends always has weight with her. Moreover, what the mother is, the girl will in all probability become, and a man has no better opportunity of learning a girl's mental and moral qualities than by knowing the woman who bore and reared her. Engagement and wedding rings. The form and material of the mystic ring of marriage change but little, and innovations on the plain gold band are rarely successful. The very broad flat band is now out of date, and replaced by a much narrower ring, sufficiently thick, however, to stand the usage of a lifetime. It is generally engraved on the concealed side with the initials of the giver and the date of the marriage. The gold in the ring should be as pure as possible, and the color, which depends on the alloy used, should be unobtrusive, the pale gold being better liked now than the red gold. Many women never remove their wedding ring after it has been put on, and believe it is bad luck to do so. There is but one choice for an engagement ring, a solitaire diamond, and clusters or colored stones are not considered in this connection. As after the wedding the engagement ring is used as a guard to the wedding ring, it should be as handsome as possible, and a small pure stone is a far better choice than a more showy one that may be a little off in color or possess a flaw. Correct form in jewelry. On the wedding day the groom often makes the bride a wedding present of some piece of jewelry, and if this is to be worn during the ceremony, it should consist of white stones in a thin gold or platinum setting, such as a pendant, bracelet, or pin of pearls and diamonds. If a colored stone is preferred, and a turquoise, for instance, adds the touch of blue which is supposed to bring a bride good luck, it should be concealed inside the dress during the services. As a memento of the event, a groom often presents his ushers with a scarf pin or watch or cigarette case ornamented with the initials of the bride and groom, and the bride generally makes a similar present to her bridesmaids of some dainty piece of jewelry. Whether this takes the form of a pin, bracelet, or one of the novelties that up-to-date jewelers are always showing, it should be the best of its kind. Imitation stones or silver gilt have no place as wedding gifts. Wedding customs. There is no time in a woman's life when ceremonies seem so important as when a wedding in the family is imminent. Whether the wedding is to be a simple home ceremony or an elaborate church affair followed by a reception, the formalities which etiquette prescribes for these functions should be carefully studied and followed. Only by doing so can there be the proper dignity, and above all the absence of confusion that should mark the most important episode in the life of a man or woman. Wedding customs have undergone some changes of late years, mostly in the direction of simplicity. Meaningless display and ostentation should be avoided, and if a girl is marrying into a family much better endowed in worldly goods than her own, she should have no false pride in insisting on simple festivities, and in preventing her family from incurring expense that they cannot afford. The entire expenses of a wedding, with the exception of the clergyman's fee and the carriage which takes the bride and groom away for their honeymoon, are met by the bride's family, and there is no worse impropriety than in allowing the groom to meet or share any of these obligations. Rather than allow this, a girl would show more self-respect in choosing to do away with the social side of the function, and be content with the marriage ceremony read by her clergyman under his own roof. Invitations and announcements. In the case of a private wedding, announcement cards should be mailed the following day to all relatives and acquaintances of both the contracting parties. Evening weddings are no longer the custom, and the fashionable hour is now high noon, although in many cases 3 o'clock in the afternoon is the hour chosen. Whether the wedding is to be followed by a reception or not, the invitations to it should be sent out not less than 2 weeks before the event, and these should be promptly accepted or declined by those receiving them. The acceptance of a wedding invitation by no means implies that the recipient is obliged to give a present. These are only expected of relatives and near friends of the bride and groom, and in all cases the presents should be addressed and sent to the bride, who should acknowledge them by a prettily worded note of thanks as soon as the gifts are received, or, at the latest, a few days after the marriage ceremony. Silver and linen. The usual rule followed in the engraving of silver or the marking of linen is to use the initials of the bride's maiden name. The question of duplicate gifts is as annoying to the sender as it is to the young couple who are ultimately to enjoy the gifts. Theoretically, it is bad form to exchange a gift after it has been received, but in truth this is often done when a great deal of silver is given by close friends or members of the family. It is a comparatively easy matter to find out what has already been sent, and to learn the bride's wishes in this matter. Prenuptial functions. After the wedding invitations are out, it is not customary for a girl to attend any social functions or to be much seen in public. This gives her the necessary time to devote to the finishing of her trousseau, and for making any necessary arrangements for the new life she is to take up after the honeymoon is over. Family dinners are quite proper at this time, and it is expected of her to give a lunch to her bridesmaids. The wedding presents may be shown at this occasion, but any more public and general display of them is now rarely indulged in, and is, in fact, not considered in good taste. The groom, as a prenuptial celebration, is supposed to give a supper to his intimate bachelor friends, and the men who are to act as ushers at the marriage ceremony. The ushers are generally recruited from the friends of the groom, rather than those of the bride, but if she has a grown brother, he is always asked to act in this capacity. Ushers, like bridesmaids, are chosen among the unmarried friends of the young couple, although a matron of honor is often included in the bridal party. The bride's trousseau. The bride's trousseau should be finished well before the fortnight preceding the wedding. Fashions change so quickly now that it is rarely advisable for a bride to provide gowns for more than a season ahead. If the check her father furnishes her for her trousseau is a generous one, it is a wise provision to put a part of it aside for later use, and in so doing she has the equivalent of a wardrobe that will last her for a year or more. Custom has decreed that the bride's wedding dress shall be of pure white, and as the marriage ceremony is a religious one, whether it takes place in a church or in a private house, that it shall be made high in the neck and with long sleeves. Orange blossoms, the natural flowers, form the trimming to the corsage and a coronet to fasten the veil. A bride's ornaments include only one gift of white jewelry, pearls or diamonds, from her future husband, and the bouquet he presents her. So many awkward moments have been occasioned in wedding ceremonies by removing the glove that brides are dispensing with wearing gloves at this time. The bride's appearance is by no means affected by this custom, and the slipping of the ring on the third finger of the left hand is made simpler and thereby more graceful. The engagement ring, which up to the time of the wedding ceremony has been worn on this finger, afterwards serves as a guard for the wedding ring. The bridesmaids. Millinery is a most important question in discussing a wedding, and we cannot dismiss the question with the gown worn by the bride. A most serious consideration is what the bridesmaids are to wear, and this is generally only settled after long and serious consultation with the bride. It is generally agreed that all of these gowns shall be made by the same dressmaker, so that they may conform to the colors and styles decided on, the gown of the maid or matron of honor differing slightly from the general scheme. At a church wedding, bridesmaids wear hats and carry baskets or bouquets of flowers, but if bouquets are carried, they should be quite unlike the one borne by the bride. It is customary for the bride to give her bridesmaids some souvenir of the occasion, and it is expected that the groom provide the gloves and ties for the ushers. Duties of the best man. The duties of the best man are arduous, and it is indeed wise, as it is general, for a man to ask his best and most devoted friend to serve in this capacity. The best man is supposed to relieve the groom of all the details of the ceremony, and to take on his shoulders all the worry incident to its success as a social function. It is he who purchases the gloves and ties for the other ushers, and sees that they are coached in their duties. He procures the marriage license, if that is necessary, and has the ring ready for the groom at the critical moment. After the ceremony he is supposed to hand the clergyman his fee, and at the same time be in readiness to conduct the line of bridesmaids and ushers to their carriages. He must be at the bride's home, in case there is a wedding reception, before the principal actors in the ceremony are there. It is he who sends the notices of the event to the newspapers, and, if there is a formal breakfast with speech-making, it is the best man who proposes the health of the newly married pair, and replies to the toast in behalf of the bridesmaids. He is the one member of the wedding party who sees the happy couple off at the station, and bids them the last farewell as they depart on their honeymoon. This is perhaps the time and moment when his good sense and social tact is the most needed. The foolish custom of decorating bridal baggage with white ribbon, and of throwing a superabundance of old shoes and a rain of rice after the departing pair, may be mitigated by a little care on his part. End of section 2. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, on January 5th, 2007, in Oceanside, California.
Section 3 of The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS, published in 1911. Section 3. Mourning customs. There has been of late years a healthy revolt against the excessive use of crape or the wearing of mourning for an undue period. Mourning is first of all a protection, for in these busy days and in a large city, a death affecting our acquaintances is not always known to us. If we meet a friend wearing black, we are instantly apprised that she has suffered the loss of a near member of her family. It is easy to say under such circumstances, "I am very sorry to see you in black," or "I am afraid I have not heard of your loss." For a father or mother, full mourning, that is, black unrelieved by any touch of white, is worn for a year, and at the end of that period, half mourning, consisting first of white with black, and then violet and grey, is worn for the second year. For a brother or sister or grandparent, black is worn for 6 months, and then half mourning for the 6 months preceding the wearing of ordinary colours. What is called complementary mourning, put on at the death of a relative by marriage, consists of the wearing of black for a period of from 6 weeks to a year, depending on the closeness of the personal relationship. For instance, in the case of the death of a mother-in-law residing in a distant city, it would only be necessary for a woman to wear black for a few weeks following the funeral. If, on the other hand, she resides in the same place, and is a great deal in the company of her husband's family, it would show more tact and affection on her part to refrain from wearing colours for a longer period. Crape is no longer obligatory in even first mourning. Many widows only wear the crape-bordered veil hanging from the conventional bonnet for the funeral services and for a few weeks afterward, when it is replaced by an ordinary hat and veil of plain black net, bordered with thin black silk. Widows wear neck and cuff bands of unstarched white book muslin, this being the only sort of white permitted during the first period of mourning. Young widows, especially those who must lead an active life, often lighten their mourning during the second year and discard it at the end of the second year. Of course, the conventional period of mourning for a widow is 3 years, but if there should be any indication that a second marriage is contemplated, black should gradually be put aside. However, the discarding of mourning is no indication that a woman is about to change her name, and the wearing of black is so much a matter of personal feeling that a woman should not be criticised for curtailing the conventional period. In this country it is not the custom for young children to wear mourning, and with men the wearing of a black band about the hat or on the left arm is all that is deemed necessary. A woman wearing full mourning refrains from attending the theatre or any large functions. She may properly be seen at concerts, club meetings or lectures, and she may receive and visit her friends informally. Etiquette of the visiting card. The prevailing shape for a woman's card is nearly square, about 2 1/2 by 3 inches, while the correct form for a man's card is slightly smaller. The colour should be pure white with a dull finish, while the engraving, plain script or more elaborate text, is a matter of choice and fashion varying from time to time. It is safe to trust the opinion of a first-class stationer in this matter, for styles fluctuate, and he should be constantly informed of what polite usage demands. A woman's card should always bear the prefix Miss or Mrs. There is no exception to this rule save in the case of women who have regularly graduated in medicine or theology, and who are allowed therefore the use of Doctor or Reverend before the name. Miss or Mrs. should not be used in addition to either of these titles. The card of a married woman is engraved with her husband's full name, such as Mrs. William Eaton Brown, but she has no right to any titles he may bear. If he is a judge or colonel, she is still Mrs. James Eaton Brown, and not Mrs. Judge or Mrs. Colonel Brown. A widow may, with propriety, retain the same visiting card that she used during the lifetime of her husband, especially if she has no grown son who bears his father's name. In that case she generally has her cards engraved with a part of her full maiden name before her husband's name, such as Mrs. Mary Baker Brown. In this country a divorced woman, if she has children, does not discard her husband's family name, neither does she retain his given name. For social purposes she becomes Mrs. Mary Baker Brown, or, if she wishes, Mrs. Baker Brown. The address is engraved in the lower right corner of the visiting card, and, if a woman has any particular day for receiving her friends, that fact is announced in the lower left corner. As a rule, even informal notes should not be written on a visiting card, although when a card accompanies a gift it is quite proper to write best wishes or greetings on it. This is even done when a card does not accompany a gift, but it should be borne in mind that a card message should not take the place of a note of thanks or be used when a more formal letter is necessary. A man's visiting card should bear his full name with the prefix Mr., unless he has a military title above the grade of lieutenant or is a doctor or clergyman. In these cases the proper title should be used in place of Mr. Courtesy titles, although they may be common usage in conversation and a man may be known by them, are best abandoned on the visiting card. During the first year of marriage, cards are engraved thus: Mr. and Mrs. William Eaton Brown, and this card may be used in sending presents, returning wedding civilities, or making calls, even when the bride is not accompanied by her husband. After the first year these cards are discarded, and husband and wife have separate visiting cards. In some communities it is not the custom for a young girl to make formal calls without her mother. To meet this requirement, the girl's name with the prefix Miss is engraved on her mother's card below her mother's name. It is no longer considered necessary to leave a number of cards at the same house when calling in person or sending cards. If there are several women members of the family, one card suffices. If a woman wishes to leave her husband's card, she should leave two, one for the mistress and one for the man of the house. A woman never leaves a card for a man unless she has called on him on a matter of business and wishes him to be reminded of the fact. At a tea or large afternoon reception, a card should be left in the hall as a guest departs, so as to enable the hostess to preserve a record of those who have called on her. If she is not able to attend, she should send her visiting card so that it may arrive on the day of the function. After a dinner or any formal function, she should make a personal call or leave her card in person. When making an ordinary call, it is not necessary to send one's visiting card to the hostess by the servant who opens the door. Pronouncing the name distinctly is sufficient, but if it is a first call, and there is danger that the hostess may not be familiar with the caller's address, it is best to leave a card on the hall table when leaving, no matter if the hostess herself conducts her visitor to the door. When one is invited but unable to attend a church wedding, it is necessary to send, on the day of the ceremony, cards to those who issue the invitations. An invitation to a wedding reception or breakfast demands a more formal acceptance, sent immediately on receipt of the invitation, and couched in the same manner in which the invitation reads. A newcomer in town, or a young married woman, may receive a card from an older woman, indicating her receiving days and hours. This is a polite invitation to call, and if she is unable to make a call at the time indicated, she should send a card on that day. Cards of condolence are left as soon as possible after learning of the affliction. It is not necessary to write anything on the card. In fact, it is better not to do so, for if the acquaintance warrants a personal message, it should take the form of a letter. On the other hand, it is quite proper in felicitating a friend on a happy event, such as the announcement of an engagement in the family or the arrival of a new baby, to send a visiting card with "Congratulations" written on it. There are times when it seems necessary to send cards to practically all one's acquaintances. This is wise after a long absence or a change of residence, and when one is leaving town for a long period, it is proper to send cards with the French expression pour prendre congé. Formalities in dress and etiquette. "Costly thy habit as thy purse can buy," was old Polonius's address to his son, and he counselled suitability as well. It is this question of suitability that is the hallmark of correct dressing. A safe rule to follow, especially in the case of a young woman, is not to be conspicuous in attire, and to conform to the standards of dress as set down by older women of recognized standing in the town in which she lives and the community in which her social or business life is spent. A young girl needs little adorning. Her school or college dresses should be characterized by their neatness, freshness, correctness of cut, and utility, rather than by elaborate trimmings or costly materials. Her party gowns are simpler than those of a girl who has left school, and she wears less jewellery. The end of school life, if her parents are able and willing to give her a coming-out party, she begins her social career under the pleasantest auspices, and this is the opportunity for her first elaborate gown. The débutante. The character of this gown depends largely on the nature of the entertainment given her. It most commonly takes the form of an afternoon tea or reception to which her mother invites all of her friends as well as the younger set. The débutante receives with her mother and wears an elaborate frock of light material and colour, made high in the neck and with elbow sleeves. Long white gloves are worn, and her hair is more elaborately arranged than it was during her schoolgirl period. In fact, she is now a full-fledged young lady and is dressed accordingly. Such a gown may serve later as an informal evening gown, or, if it is made with a detachable yoke, it may be worn as a dancing frock, or for any evening occasion for which a full evening gown is expected. The receiving party at an afternoon function generally includes near relatives of the débutante, and a number of her intimate girlfriends are asked to assist in various ways. These receive with her and her mother in the early part of the afternoon, and later assist at the tea table or mingle among the guests. The ladies assisting do not wear hats, and the young girls in the party are gowned much like the debutante, except that their gowns may be less elaborate if they choose, and they do not carry flowers. A popular girl, or one with many family connections, may count on a good many floral offerings on the occasion of her coming-out party. These are scattered about the room, either left in bunches or arranged in vases. One large bunch she generally carries in her left hand, and it is a wise girl who avoids singling out any one of her men friends by carrying his flowers. A gift from her father or brother, or the flowers sent by some friend of the family, is the better choice. The success a girl makes during her first year in society depends more on her general popularity than on the devotion of any one man. Afternoon reception. For an afternoon reception, light refreshments consisting of tea, coffee, chocolate, perhaps a light claret cup, with cakes and delicate sandwiches, are sufficient, and these are set out on a long table in a room adjoining the reception parlours. If a large number of guests are expected, it is necessary to have a maid or two in attendance to remove cups and saucers, keep the tea urn replenished with hot water, and bring additional cakes and sandwiches if the supply on the table is in danger of running short. 2 women friends are generally asked to preside at the refreshment table, one at each end to pour tea and chocolate, and, as this task is an arduous one, and much of the success of the entertainment depends on its being well done, it is advisable to relieve the ladies in charge during the afternoon. This, however, like every other feature of the entertainment, should be arranged beforehand. The charm of an afternoon reception lies in its apparent informality, but every detail should be considered in advance, and all contingencies provided for. The debutante, and especially her mother, should be relieved from all such responsibilities before the guests begin to come. The mother's duties consist in welcoming her guests and presenting her daughter to them. If many people are arriving, the guests are quickly passed on to some one of the ladies assisting, whose duty it is to see that they meet some of those who are already in the room and are eventually asked to the tea table. A part of the receiving party, and certainly the hostess and her daughter, should remain together in a place where they may be easily found as the guests enter the room. No more sympathetic act of friendship can be shown a debutante than to contribute toward the success of her party. Girls who are asked to assist should remember that their first duty is not to entertain their own friends, who may happen to be present, but to see that everyone is welcome, and that especially those who are not acquainted with many in the room have an opportunity to become so. Anyone asked to assist at a function of this sort is, in a sense, a hostess, and it is quite within her province to enter into conversation with any unoccupied guest, whether she has been introduced or not. The usual hours for an afternoon tea are from 4 to 6, but in the case of a coming-out reception, the hour is often prolonged to 7, so as to allow more men to be present than would be the case if the time were restricted to the early afternoon. In these busy days, few men are at liberty to make afternoon calls, and it is always a compliment to a girl if her tea includes a sprinkling of black coats. Whatever hours are decided on, they should be engraved on the cards sent out 2 weeks before the tea. These are of the form and size of an ordinary visiting card, and include the daughter's name below that of her mother's. If she is the eldest unmarried daughter, or the only girl in the family, the card reads as follows: Mrs. George Baker Blank, Miss Blank, December 9th, 1911, 4 to 7 o'clock. The daughter's given name is only used in case she has an older unmarried sister. Ball and evening reception. A more elaborate form of coming-out party consists of a ball or of an evening reception followed by dancing, and in this case the card contains the word dancing below the date of the entertainment and the hours at which it is given. Few homes are large enough to provide for even a small dance, and so a party of this sort is generally given at a hotel. The guests, as well as the receiving party, wear evening gowns without hats, and men are expected to come in full evening clothes, which means the long-tailed coats and not the popular tuxedo, white gloves, and, although this is not obligatory, white waistcoats. After a girl has been introduced into society, she has her individual visiting cards, makes her own calls, and is allowed to receive her own friends. Social customs differ with locality, and the chaperon is less customary in the West than in the East. In many cities, girls are allowed to go to the theatre and to evening parties with a man friend without a married woman being included in the party. A wise girl, however, is careful that any man she meets shall be introduced as soon as possible to some older member of her family, and to introduce a young man calling for the first time to either her mother or her father. Also, when she accepts an invitation to an evening's entertainment, she insists that her escort shall call for her at her own home and bring her directly home at the close of it. Dining or supping at a restaurant alone with a young man is sure to expose a girl to criticism. A woman's lunch. There are many pleasant forms of entertainment offered to a young girl entering society in which men are not included, and the most popular of these is a woman's lunch. This is a favourite form of entertainment for a young married woman to give in honour of some girl-friend who has just come out in society or whose engagement has just been announced. 1 o'clock or half after is the usual hour, and the meal is served in courses and is as elaborate as the household resources may allow. The decorations of the table are important, and 3 courses are sufficient if they are carefully arranged. Handsome street costumes are worn for a function of this sort, and the guest of honour, if there is one, dresses as the others do. Outer wraps are left in the hall or in a room put aside for this purpose, and, as a rule, hats are retained and gloves removed when the guests sit down at table. The custom of wearing a hat during lunch is not an arbitrary one, and is not universal. In France, for example, where social customs are most carefully observed, it is the custom to wear handsome afternoon gowns if invited for the noon meal, and to remove hats. The noon meal there is a social function, and certain formalities are observed. In London, on the contrary, no matter if a number of guests are expected, lunch is an informal occasion, and women dress for lunch as they would for an afternoon tea. Hats are worn, and women are prepared to rush off afterwards to meet other engagements. The English custom prevails now in the large cities in America, and, moreover, women seem disinclined to remove their hats after they are once dressed for the round of the day's social obligations. It is simpler and really quite conventional to leave the wearing of hats to the individual. The hostess should ask her guest if she wishes to take her hat off or to retain it, and she can at the same time intimate to her guest, if she is a stranger in the town, what the others will probably do in this connection. True hospitality on the part of the hostess is to make her guests at ease, and true politeness on the part of the visitor is to conform to the rules governing the community that she is visiting. Proper apparel for men. American gentlemen are no longer dependent on English tailors or on English fashions as they were some years ago. The American type of physique is a distinct one, and London tailors have never been able to fit American men as well as they do their own clients. Moreover, social life is so different in the United States from what it is in England that men really need different clothes. Practically all American men are businessmen for the working hours of the day, and few of them have any time or inclination for anything save business clothes while daylight lasts. For dinner or for the evening, what are generally called evening clothes are permissible and in fact obligatory in large cities for anything beyond the most informal home functions. For the evening there is the informal and formal dress suit. The former consists of the long-tailed coat worn with either a white or black waistcoat. For a dancing party or formal dinner, the white waistcoat is generally preferred, and, if it is worn, it must be accompanied by a white lawn tie. A made-up bow is considered incorrect. The accompaniments to a suit of this sort are patent leather shoes and white kid gloves if dancing is a part of the evening programme. The informal evening suit includes the shorter dinner jacket, or tuxedo, as it was formerly called, and, strictly speaking, this is only considered proper for the club or for parties where ladies are not expected to be present. However, men who commonly dress for dinner in the home circle generally prefer the dinner jacket to the long coat, and well-dressed men are often seen wearing it at small dinner parties, at the theatre, or at any informal evening event. This coat is always worn with a black tie and waistcoat, and it is not a suitable apparel for a dance or any large formal evening affair. The correct dress for a daytime wedding is a black frock coat with light trousers, light fancy waistcoat, and grey gloves and grey ascot or four-in-hand tie, and the frock coat with black waistcoat is proper for church or when making afternoon calls. Many young men are adopting for afternoon wear the English morning suit, which consists of a cutaway coat with trousers and waistcoat to match, and made of some other colour save black. Wedding anniversaries. First anniversary, cotton wedding. Second anniversary, paper wedding. Third anniversary, leather wedding. Fifth anniversary, wooden wedding. Seventh anniversary, woolen wedding. 10th anniversary, tin wedding. 12th anniversary, silk and fine linen wedding. 15th anniversary, crystal wedding. 20th anniversary, china wedding. 25th anniversary, silver wedding. 30th anniversary, pearl wedding. 40th anniversary, ruby wedding. 50th anniversary, golden wedding. 75th anniversary, diamond wedding. End of section 3.
Of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS. How to select colors. The natural laws of tints, tones, shades, and hues. Some combinations of color are pleasing to the eye, and some are discordant. The reasons for this are based on natural laws and are explained in a very simple manner in a learned article by Dr. W. K. Carr, which originally appeared in Shop Notes Quarterly. Impressions continue upon the retina of the eye, says Dr. Carr, about 1/6 of a second after the object has been moved. For this reason a point of light or flame whirled swiftly around appears as a continuous ring. Or take a piece of red ribbon, place it on white paper, look intently at it for 30 seconds, and suddenly remove the ribbon. The portion of the paper which was covered by the ribbon will then appear green. The explanation is that the color sensation in the eye is caused by the almost unthinkably rapid whirling of electrons around their atoms, and that the retina, becoming fatigued by the vibration of the red, is therefore less sensitive to them. When the ribbon is suddenly removed, the eye sees, not the blue, yellow, and red, which produce the white surface of the paper, but, because of the fatigue of the eye to the red, it sees only the blue and yellow constituents of the white light. But blue and yellow produce green, hence the tendency at the eye to see the complementary of a color. This may be referred to as the successive contrast of colors. Colors for blondes and brunettes. Now, for a practical application of this knowledge. The hair of the blonde is a mixture of red, yellow, and brown. As a rule, the skin is lighter, that is, it contains not so much orange, and the tinges of red are lighter. Nature, therefore, very properly made the blonde's eyes blue, since the blue is complementary to the orange of her hair. The brunette's skin, on the other hand, has more orange in it, and hence a color favorable to one would not be becoming to the other. What would be the effect of green upon a complexion deficient in red? It would certainly heighten the rose tints in the cheeks, but the greatest care should be exercised in the selection of the proper shade of green, because the brunette's complexion contains a great deal of orange, and the green, acting upon the red of the orange, could readily produce a brick-dust appearance. Green, therefore, is a risky color for a brunette, and so is violet, which would neutralize the yellow of the orange and heighten the red. But if the orange complexion had more yellow than red, then the association of violet would produce pallor. Yellow, of course, is her color, since its complementary violet neutralizes the yellow of the orange complexion and leaves the red. But with the yellow-haired blonde the conditions are very different. The complementary of blue is orange, which improves the hair and freshens the light fresh tints. A blonde, therefore, can wear blue, just as a brunette can wear yellow. In arranging flowers the same law holds. Complementary colors should be placed side by side, blue with orange, yellow with violet, red and rose with green leaves. And anyone who successfully selects his wall-paper and house furnishings is drawing unconsciously, perhaps, on an intuitive knowledge of these fundamental facts. Dark papers are bad, especially in rooms with a northern exposure, because they absorb too much light. The complementaries of red and violet are exceedingly trying to most complexions, and orange yellow are fatiguing to the eye. The most pleasing effects are to be had with yellow, light blue, and light green, for the latter freshens the red in pale skins, and the blue heightens blonde complexions, and goes well with gilding and with mahogany and cherry furniture. Color contrast and harmony. The following tables will be found useful in selecting colors for dress, decoration, or any other purpose in which the proper application of the true laws of contrast and harmony in color is desirable. Contrasts in color. Yellow contrasts with purple, russet, and auburn. Red contrasts with green, olive, and drab. Blue contrasts with orange, citrine, and buff. Harmonies in color. Yellow harmonizes with orange, green, citrine, russet, buff, and drab. Red harmonizes with orange, purple, russet, citrine, auburn, and buff. Blue harmonizes with purple, green, olive, citrine, drab, and auburn. The care of the teeth. Decay of the teeth, or caries, commences externally, appearing upon the enamel or bony structure of the teeth. Usually it is the result of chemical action produced by decomposition of food. Acids found in some fruits will cause decay if allowed to remain in contact with the teeth. Then there are the natural mouth acids, which, although not strong, are none the less effective if allowed to remain long enough around the teeth. Microscopical examinations have shown that the secretions of almost every person's mouth contain more or less vegetable and animal life that will withstand the application of acids and astringents and will only succumb to alkalis. A dentifrice or mouthwash should be alkaline. Toothache. Toothache is not always due to an exposed nerve, for in the majority of teeth extracted because they are painful, the nerve is dead. Inflammation is often the cause of the trouble. A toothache due to inflammation is a steady, aggravating pain, overspreading the affected side of the face, sometimes even the neck and shoulder. As there is no nerve to kill in a case of this kind, the tooth should be treated until cured, or removed upon the first symptom of trouble. Its extraction would be unattended by any danger, and would afford welcome relief. Tartar, a creamy, calcareous deposit, supposed to be from saliva, will sometimes cause toothache. It accumulates around the necks of the teeth, and eventually becomes hard and dark-colored. It also causes foul breath, and loosens the gums from the teeth, causing them to present an unsightly appearance. The teeth of children. Children have about 20 temporary teeth, which begin making their appearance about the 6th or 7th month. The time varies in different children. This is the most dangerous and troublesome period of the child's existence, and every parent will do well to consult a reputable dentist. About the 2nd or 3rd year the temporary teeth are fully developed. They require the same care to preserve them as is exercised toward the permanent set. About the 6th year, or soon after, 4 permanent molars, or double teeth, make their appearance. Some parents mistakenly suppose these belong to the first set. It is a serious error. They are permanent teeth, and if lost, will be lost forever. No teeth that come after the 6th year are ever shed. Let every parent remember this. At 12 years the second set is usually complete, with the exception of the wisdom teeth, which appear anywhere from the 18th to the 24th year. When the second set is coming in, the beauty and character of the child's countenance is completed or forever spoiled. Everything depends upon proper care at this time to see that the teeth come with regularity and are not crowded together. The teeth cannot have too much room. When a little separated, they are less liable to decay. Dentifrices, useful and injurious. The habit of caring for the teeth daily, and if possible after each meal, should be established early in life. Those who have neglected to do so should lose no time in consulting a reputable dentist, and then persistently caring for their teeth day by day. Children especially should be taught to use the toothbrush and some reliable dentifrice. The more pleasant the preparation, the easier it will be to teach them its daily use. A fragrant, refreshing liquid is recommended, as it is a mouthwash as well as a tooth cleanser. The habit thus formed, neglected for even a single day, will make the mouth feel decidedly uncomfortable. Cleansing the teeth. Preparations for cleansing the teeth and purifying the mouth should be free from all acids, and should be saponaceous or soapy, containing as one of the principal ingredients an alkali to neutralize the acids, and destroy the animal and vegetable parasites which, as the microscope would show us, are in the secretions of almost every person's mouth. A finely triturated powder having slight abrasive properties, but free from dangerous grit, should be used as the complement of a liquid. One way to use both is to pour on the wet brush or into the palm of the hand a sufficient quantity of powder and moisten it with the liquid. Occasionally the powder or the liquid alone could be employed. Be careful to use a liquid and powder of established reputation. Beware of thy teeth, take good care of thy teeth, and they will take good care of thee. The perfect female figure. According to the Chicago Tribune, Miss Helen Lowe, a student at the Chicago Art Institute, is credited by art critics with closely approaching the standard of physical perfection set by statues of the goddess Venus. Miss Lowe was posed as a model for a series of photographs issued for the benefit of the Playground Fund of Oak Park. Aside from the artistic nature of Miss Lowe, a comparison of measurements with those of the typically perfect figure explains part of the success of these photographic studies. Height: Miss Lowe, 5 feet 7 inches. Perfect figure, 5 feet 8 inches. Weight: Miss Lowe, 138. Perfect figure, 140. Neck: Miss Lowe, 13 1/2. Perfect figure, 13. Chest: Miss Lowe, 32. Perfect figure, 33. Bust: Miss Lowe, 36. Perfect figure, 37. Waist, Miss Lowe, 22. Perfect figure, 23. Hips, Miss Lowe, 36. Perfect figure, 39. Thigh, Miss Lowe, 22. Perfect figure, 24. Upper arm, Miss Lowe, 10. Perfect figure, 11. Forearm, Miss Lowe, 8 1/2. Perfect figure, 9. Calf, Miss Lowe, 14. Perfect figure, 15. Men and complexions. Dr. Catherine Blackford of Boston, speaking of men's complexions, arrives at the following conclusions. There are, of course, exceptions to all rules. As a general rule, the blondes are inconstant. They change their minds too often. They get angry one moment and forgive the next. They are impulsive, and when they do commit crimes, they are done on the impulse of the moment. A blonde radiates his personality about him. The brunette, on the other hand, as a rule, likes to concentrate on one subject. He is a specialist. He prefers his home and family, and his pleasures are more often lectures and kindred entertainments than those of a lighter order. He learns slowly, but he retains what he knows far better than does the blonde. End of section 4.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Root. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS. Published in 1911, Section 5. How the Baby's Mind Develops. In his book on The Development of the Intellect, Mr. H. W. Brown presents a conspectus of the observations of Professor Pryor on the mind of the child, which shows, chronologically, the gradual development of the senses, intellect, and will of the growing child, and presents in condensed form the results of a great number of careful observations. It is recorded that sensibility to light, touch, temperature, smell, and taste are present on the first day of infant life. Hearing, therefore, is the only special sense which is not active at this time. The child hears by the third or fourth day. Taste and smell are senses at the first most active, but they are differentiated. General organic sensations of well-being or discomfiture are felt from the first, but pain and pleasure as mental states are not noted till at or near the second month. The first sign of speech in the shape of utterance of consonant sounds is heard about the end of the second month, these consonants being generally M, R, G, or T. All the movements of the eyes become coordinate by the fourth month, and by this time the child begins to have the feeling of self. That is, he looks at his own hands and looks at himself in the mirror. The study of the child's mind during the first year shows conclusively that ideas develop and reasoning processes occur before there is any knowledge of words or of language, though it may be assumed that the child thinks in symbols, visual or auditory, which are clumsy equivalents for words. By the end of the year, the child begins to express itself by sound. That is, speech begins. The development of this speech capacity is, according to Pryor, in accordance with the development of the intellectual powers. By the end of the second year, the child's power of speech is practically acquired. The wonderful human brain. According to the novel computations of a renowned histologist who has been calculating the aggregate cell forces of the human brain, the cerebral mass is composed of at least 300 million of nerve cells, each an independent body, organism, and microscopic brain so far as concerns its vital functions, but subordinate to a higher purpose in relation to the functions of the organ, each living a separate life individually, though socially subject to a higher law of function. The lifetime of a nerve cell he estimates to be about 60 days, so 5 million die every day, about 200,000 every hour, and nearly 3,500 every minute, to be succeeded by an equal number of their progeny, while once in every 60 days a man has a new brain. Mourning colors the world over. Black is by no means the only color used by men to express grief or mourning for the dead. In the South Sea Islands, the native express sorrow and hope by stripes of black and white. Grayish-brown, the color of earth to which the dead return, is used in Ethiopia. Pale brown, the color of withered leaves, is the mourning of Persia. Sky blue, to express the assured hope that the deceased has gone to heaven, is the mourning of Syria, Cappadocia, and Armenia. Deep blue and baccarat, purple and violet, to express kings and queens to God, was the color of mourning for cardinals and kings of France. The color of mourning in Turkey is violet. White, emblem of hope, is color of mourning in China. Henry VIII wore white for Anne Boleyn. The ladies of ancient Rome and Sparta wore white. It was the color of mourning in Spain till 1948. Yellow is the color of mourning in Egypt and in Burma. Anne Boleyn wore yellow mourning for Catherine of Aragon. Curious facts about hair. The hair of men is finer than that of women. The average weight of a head of hair is from 5 to 12 ounces. On an average head there are about 1,000 hairs to the square inch. Hair will stretch about 1/4 of its length and retract nearly to its original length. 4 hairs of good strength will hold suspended a 1-pound weight. A single head of hair of average growth would therefore hold suspended an entire audience of 200 people. Things that are misnamed. Catgut is gut of sheep. Baffin's Bay is no bay at all. Arabic figures were invented by the Indians. Turkish baths are not of Turkish origin. Black lead is a compound of carbon and iron. Slave, by derivation, should mean noble, illustrious. Turkeys do not come from Turkey, but from North America. Titmouse is not a mouse, but a little hedge sparrow. Dutch clocks are of German, Deutsch, not Dutch, manufacture. Salt, that is table salt, is not a salt at all, but chloride of sodium. Galvanized iron is not galvanized, simply iron coated with zinc. Ventriloquism is not voice from the stomach, but from the mouth. Kid gloves are not kid at all, but are made of lambskin or sheepskin. Pompey's pillar in Alexandria was erected neither by nor to Pompey. Tonquin beans come from Tonka in Guinea, not Tonquin in Asia. Fire, air, earth, and water, called the 4 elements, are not elements at all. Rice paper is not made from rice, but from the pith of tungstau, or hollow plant. Japan lacquer contains no lac at all, but is made from the resin of a kind of a nut tree. Pen means a feather, Latin penna, a wing. A steel pen is therefore an anomaly. Jerusalem artichoke has no connection with Jerusalem, but with the sunflower girasol. Humble pie for umble pie. The umbles of venison were served to inferiors and servants. Lunar caustic is simply nitrate of silver, and silver is the astrological symbol of the moon. Bridegroom has nothing to do with groom. It is the old English guma, a man, brid guma. Mother of pearl is the inner layer of several sorts of shell, and in some cases the matrix of the pearl. Sealing wax is not wax at all, nor does it contain wax. It is made of shellac, Venice turpentine, and cinnabar. Cleopatra's needles were not erected by Cleopatra, nor in honor of that queen, but by Thothmes III. German silver is not silver at all, but a metallic mixture which has been in use in China since time out of mind. Cuttlebone is not bone, but a structure of pure chalk embedded loosely in the substance of a species of cuttlefish. America was named after Amerigo Vespucci, a naval astronomer of Florence, but he did not discover the New World. Prussian blue does not come from Prussia. It is the precipitate of the salt of protoxide of iron with red prussiate of potass. Wormwood has nothing to do with worms or wood. It is the Anglo-Saxon wermod, man inspiriting, being a strong tonic. Honeydew is neither honey nor dew, but an animal substance given off by certain insects, especially when hunted by ants. Gothic architecture is not that of the Goths, but the ecclesiastical style employed in England and France before the Renaissance. Sperm oil properly means seed oil, from the notion that it was spawn or milt of a whale. It is chiefly taken, however, from the head, not the spawn of the spermaceti whale. Whalebone is not bone, nor does it possess any properties of bone. It is a substance attached to the upper jaw of the whale, and serves to strain the water which the creature takes up. The language of the flag. To strike a flag is to lower the national colors in token of submission. Flags are used as the symbol of rank and command, the officers using them being called flag officers. Such flags are square to distinguish them from other banners. A flag of truce is a white flag displayed to an enemy to indicate a desire to parley or for consultation. The white flag is a sign of peace. After a battle, parties from both sides often go out to the field to rescue the wounded or bury the dead under the protection of a white flag. The red flag is a sign of defiance and is often used by revolutionists. In the naval service it is a mark of danger and shows a vessel to be receiving or discharging her powder. The black flag is a sign of piracy. The yellow flag shows a vessel to be at quarantine or is the sign of a contagious disease. A flag at half-mast means mourning. Fishing and other vessels return with a flag at half-mast to announce the loss or death of some of the men. Dipping the flag is lowering it slightly and then hoisting it again to salute a vessel or fort. If the President of the United States goes afloat, the American flag is carried in the bows of his barge or hoisted at the main of the vessel on board of which he is. Death sentence of the Savior. The following is said to be the sentence of death, word for word, pronounced against Jesus Christ. Sentence pronounced by Pontius Pilate, intendant of the lower province of Galilee, that Jesus of Nazareth shall suffer death by the cross, in the 17th year of the reign of Emperor Tiberius, and on the 24th day of the month, in the most holy city of Jerusalem, during the pontificate of Annas and Caiaphas. Pontius Pilate, intendant of the province of Lower Galilee, sitting to judgment in the presidential seat of the praetors, sentences Jesus of Nazareth to death on a cross between robbers, as the numerous and notorious testimonies of the people prove. 1. Jesus is a misleader. 2. He has excited the people to sedition. 3. He is an enemy to the laws. 4. He calls himself the Son of God. 5. He calls himself falsely the King of Israel. 6. He went to the temple, followed by a multitude carrying palms in their hands, orders from the first centurion, Quirinius Cornelius, to bring him to the place of execution, forbids all persons, rich or poor, to prevent the execution of Jesus. The witnesses who have signed the execution of Jesus are 1. Daniel Robani, Pharisee, 2. John Sorobabek, 3. Raphael Robani, 4. Capet. Jesus is to be taken out of Jerusalem through the gate of Torns. The Horse's Prayer. To thee, my master, I offer my prayer. Feed, water, and care for me. And when the day's work is done, provide me with shelter and a clean, dry bed. Always be kind to me. Pet me sometimes, that I may serve you the more gladly and learn to love you. Do not jerk the reins, and do not whip me when going uphill. Never strike, beat, or kick me when I do not understand what you want, but give me a chance to understand you. Watch me, and if I fail to do your bidding, see if something is not wrong with my harness or feet. Do not overload me or hitch me where water will drip on me. Keep me well shod. Examine my teeth when I do not eat. I may have an ulcerated tooth, and that, you know, is painful. Do not tie or check my head in an unnatural position, or take away my best defense against flies and mosquitoes by cutting off my mane or tail. I cannot tell you when I am thirsty, so give me clean, cool water often. I cannot tell you in words when I am sick, so watch me, and by signs you may know my condition. Give me all possible shelter from the hot sun, and put a blanket on me, not when I am working, but when I am standing in the cold. Never put a frosty bit in my mouth. First warm it by holding it in your hands. I try to carry you and your burdens without a murmur, and wait patiently for you long hours of the day or night. Without the power to choose my shoes or path, I sometimes fall on the hard pavements, and must be ready at any moment to lose my life in your service. And finally, O my master, when my useful strength is gone, do not turn me out to starve or freeze, nor sell me to some human brute to be slowly tortured and starved to death. But do thou, my master, take my life in the kindest way, and your God will reward you here and hereafter. Amen. A lady's chance of marrying. Every woman has some chance to marry. It may be 1 to 50, or it may be 10 to 1 that she will. Representing her entire chance at 100 and certain points of her progress in time, it is found to be in the following ratio. Between the ages of 15 and 20 years, 14.5%. Between the ages of 20 and 25 years, 52%. Between the ages of 25 and 30 years, 18%. Between the ages of 30 and 35 years, 15.5%. Between the ages of 35 and 40 years, 3.75%. Between the ages of 40 and 45, 2.5%. Between the ages of 45 and 50 years, 0.75%. Between the ages of 50 and 56 years, 1/8%. After 60, it is 1/10%, or 1 chance in 1,000. Some ha meat and cannot eat, and some wad eat who want it. But we ha meat and we can eat, so let the Lord be thanked. End of section 5.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS, published in 1911. Section 6. Hints on Shaving. Learn to shave right. Don't shave in a hurry. Have the water hot enough so that it won't cool too quickly. Wash the face with soap and hot water before lathering, especially if the beard is hard. Have the lather very soapy, thin enough to spread easily, yet thick enough so it won't drop. Rub well into the face with a brush, then with the fingers. The longer you lather and the more you rub, the easier the shave. The hair usually grows downward. Shave with the grain, not against it. Use a sliding motion as well as downward. If you get a nick, wash with cold water. Rubbing the cut with a piece of lump alum will stop the bleeding at once and help to heal. Hold the razor properly. Lay it as flat as possible, the back of the razor nearly touching the skin. Have it under easy control. Don't grab it. An easy position means an easy shave. A poor strop will spoil the best razor ever made. To buy a good razor and a cheap strop is poor economy. If you prefer a swing strop, pull it as tightly as you can. Better use a stiff strop, cushion or solid, if in doubt. A serious mistake made by a number of self-shavers is to hold the strop loose. This bends the invisible teeth and rounds the edge. Strop your razor before and after shaving. This keeps the edge free from rust. Dip your razor in hot water before stropping and shaving. This dissolves the accumulation in the invisible teeth. Press as hard as you like on the back of the blade. but very lightly on the edge. As you reach the end of the strop, turn the razor on the back of the blade to strop the other side, pulling toward you. Keep rust away from your strop, and remember that a cut in the strop will ruin your razor. Don't use a strop that is cut. Facts to settle arguments. Telephone invented, 1861. There are 2,750 languages. Sound moves 743 miles per hour. Hawks can fly 150 miles per hour. Chinese invented paper, 170 BC. A hand, horse measure, is 4 inches. German Empire re-established, 1871. Storm clouds move 36 miles an hour. The first steel pen was made in 1830. Phonographs invented by Edison, 1877. Light moves 187,000 miles per second. Watches were first constructed in 1476. First steamer crossed the Atlantic, 1819. Rome was founded by Romulus, 752 BC. First musical notes used, 1338. Printed, 1502. The first Atlantic cable was operated in 1858. The first balloon ascended from Lyon, France, 1783. Slow rivers flow at the rate of 7/10 of a mile per hour. Napoleon I crowned Emperor, 1804. Died at St. Helena, 1820. Harvard, the oldest college in the United States, was founded 1638. The first steam engine on this continent was brought from England, 1753. The most extensive park is Deer Park in Denmark. It contains 4,200 acres. Measure 209 feet on each side and you will have a square acre to an inch. Albert Dürer gave the world a prophecy of future wood engraving in 1527. The first iron ore discovered in this country was found in Virginia in 1715. Bravest of the Brave was the title given to Marshal Ney at Friedland, 1807. The highest bridge in the world, 360 feet from the surface of the water, is over a gorge at Constantine in Algiers. The first volunteer fire company in the United States was at Philadelphia, 1736. St. Augustine, oldest city in the United States, founded by the Spaniards, 1565. Jamestown, Virginia, founded 1607. First permanent English settlement in America. Books, in their present form, were invented by Attalus, king of Pergamos, 198 BC. Robert Raikes established the first Sunday school at Gloucester, England, 1781. Oberlin College, Ohio, was the first in the United States that admitted female students. The first knives were used in England, and the first wheeled carriages in France in 1559. The largest park in the United States is Fairmont at Philadelphia and contains 2.740 acres. The highest natural bridge in the world is at Rockbridge, Virginia, being 200 feet high to the bottom of the arch. The largest empire in the world is that of Great Britain, being 8,557,658 square miles, and more than a sixth part of the globe. The first electrical signal ever transmitted between Europe and America passed over the field submarine cable on August 5, 1858. Paris was known as Lutetia until 1184, when the name of the great French capital was changed to that which it has borne ever since. The longest tunnel in the world is St. Gothard, on the line of the railroad between Lucerne and Milan, being 9½ miles in length. Burnt brick were known to have been used in building the Tower of Babel. They were introduced into England by the Romans. The loftiest active volcano is Popocatépetl. It is 17,784 feet high, and has a crater 3 miles in circumference and 1,000 feet deep. The largest insurance company in the world is the Mutual Life of New York City, having cash and real estate assets of over $350 million. The Latin tongue became obsolete about 580. The value of a ton of pure gold is $602,799.21. First authentic use of organs, 755. In England, 951. Ether was first used for surgical purposes in 1844. Ignatius Loyola founded the Order of Jesuits, 1541. The first newspaper advertisement appeared in 1652. Benjamin Franklin used the first lightning rods, 1752. Glass windows, colored, were used in the 8th century. The largest desert is Sahara in northern Africa. Its length is 3,000 miles and breadth 900 miles, having an area of 2 million square miles. The most remarkable echo known is that in the castle of Simonetta, 2 miles from Milan. It repeats the echo of a pistol shot 60 times. The first deaf and dumb asylum was founded in England by Thomas Braidwood, 1760, and the first in the United States was at Hartford, 1817. The largest diamond in the world is the Braganza, being part of the Portuguese jewels. It weighs 1,880 carats. It was found in Brazil in 1741. The Valley of Death, in the island of Java, is simply the crater of an extinct volcano, filled with carbonic acid gas. It is 1/2 mile in circumference. The grade of titles in Great Britain stands in the following order from the highest: a prince, duke, marquis, earl, viscount, baron, baronet, knight. The city of Amsterdam, Holland, is built upon piles driven into the ground. It is intersected by numerous canals, crossed by nearly 300 bridges. Coal was used as fuel in England as early as 852, and in 1234 the first charter to dig it was granted by Henry III to the inhabitants of Newcastle-on-Tyne. The present national colors of the United States were not adopted by Congress until 1777. The flag was first used by Washington at Cambridge, January 1, 1776. Tobacco was discovered in San Domingo in 1496, afterwards by the Spaniards in Yucatan in 1520. It was introduced into France in 1560 and into England in 1583. Kerosene was first used for illuminating in 1826. Cork is the bark taken from a species of the oak tree. National banks first established in the United States, 1816. Introduction of homeopathy into the United States, 1825. Egyptian pottery is the oldest known. Dates from 2000 BC. Authentic history of China commenced 3,000 years BC. The largest free territorial government is the United States. The Chaldeans were the first people who worked in metals. Spectacles were invented by an Italian in the 13th century. Soap was first manufactured in England in the 16th century. Julius Caesar invaded Britain 55 BC, assassinated 44 BC. Medicine was introduced into Rome from Greece 200 BC. The first electric telegraph, Paddington to Brayton, England, 1835. First photographs produced in England, 1802. Perfected, 1841. First life insurance, in London, 1772. In America, Philadelphia, 1812. Slavery in the United States was begun at Jamestown, Virginia, in 1619. The highest denomination of legal tender notes in the United States is $10,000. Postage stamps first came into use in England in the year 1840, and the United States in 1847. The highest range of mountains are the Himalayas, the mean elevation being from 16,000 to 18,000 feet. The term "almighty dollar" originated with Washington Irving as a satire on the American love for gain. The largest inland sea is the Caspian, between Europe and Asia, being 700 miles long and 270 miles wide. A span is 10 7/8 inches. First watches made in Nuremberg, 1476. Pianoforte invented in Italy about 1710. The value of a ton of silver is $37,704.84. French and Indian War in America, 1754. A hurricane moves 80 miles per hour. Coaches were first used in England in 1569. The first horse railroad was built in 1826-1827. Electricity moves 288,000 miles per second. Modern needles first came into use in 1545. The average human life is 33 years. French Revolution, 1789. Reign of Terror, 1793. $1 million gold coin weighs 3,685.8 pounds of avoirdupois. Mormons arrived at Salt Lake Valley, Utah, July 24, 1847. The largest cavern in the world is the Mammoth Cave, Kentucky. Experiments in electric lighting by Thomas A. Edison, 1878–80. Daguerre and Nieper invented the process of daguerreotype, 1839. First American library founded at Harvard College, Cambridge, 1638. First cotton raised in the United States was in Virginia in 1621. First exported, 1747. First sugar cane cultivated in the United States near New Orleans, 1751. First sugar mill, 1758. First telegraph in operation in America was between Washington and Baltimore, May 27, 1844. The largest university is Oxford in England. It consists of 21 colleges and 5 halls. The first illumination with gas was in Cornwall, England, 1792. In the United States, at Boston, 1822. Printing was known in China in the 6th century, introduced into England about 1474, America 1516. The Great Wall of China, built 200 BC, is 1,250 miles in length, 20 feet high, and 25 feet thick at the base. Glass mirrors first made by Venetians in the 13th century. Polished metal was used before that time. Meerschaum means froth of the sea. It is white and soft when dug from the earth, but soon hardens. In round numbers, the weight of $1,000,000 in standard gold coin is 1 3/4 tons. Standard silver coin, 26 3/4 tons. Subsidiary silver coin, 25 tons. Minor coin, 5-cent nickel, 100 tons. The highest monument in the world is the Washington Monument, being 555 feet. The highest structure of any kind is the Eiffel Tower, Paris, finished in 1889 and 989 feet high. There has been no irregularity in the recurrence of leap year every 4 years since 1800, except in 1900, which was a common year, although it came forth after the preceding leap year. It is claimed that crows, eagles, ravens, and swans live to be 100 years old, herons 59, parrots 60, pelicans and geese 50, skylarks 30, sparrowhawks 40, peacocks, canaries, and cranes 24. The greatest cataract in the world is Niagara, the height of the American Falls being 165 feet. The highest fall of water in the world is that of the Yosemite in California, being 2,550 feet. The most ancient catacombs are those of the Theban kings, begun 4,000 years ago. The catacombs of Rome contain the remains of about 6 million human beings, those of Paris 3 million. The first English newspaper was the English Mercury, issued in the reign of Queen Elizabeth, and was issued in the shape of a pamphlet. The Gazette of Venice was the original model of the modern newspaper. The Great Eastern, at one time the greatest steamer afloat, and twice as long as any other vessel at the time of her launching in 1858, was 692 feet in length and 118 feet in breadth. She was too large to be handled profitably with the motive power then available, but proved indispensable in the laying of the Atlantic cable. She was broken up and sold as junk, although the Isherwood system, on which she was built, has since been revived, and is now successfully employed in shipbuilding. The 7 sages flourished in Greece in the 6th century B.C. They were renowned for their maxims of life, and as the authors of the mottos described in the Delphian temple. Their names are Solon, Chilo, Pittacus, Bias, Periander, Cleobulus, and Thales. A monkey wrench is not so named because it is a handy thing to monkey with, or for any kindred reason. Monkey is not its name at all, but monkey. Charles Monkey, the inventor of it, sold his patent for $2,000, and invested the money in a house in Williamsburg, Kings County, New York. The 7 wonders of the world are 7 most remarkable objects of the ancient world. They are the pyramids of Egypt, pharaohs of Alexandria, walls and hanging gardens of Babylon, temple of Diana at Ephesus, the statue of the Olympian Jupiter, mausoleum of Artemisia, and Colossus of Rhodes. In 1775 there were only 27 newspapers published in the United States. 10 years later, in 1785, there were 7 published in the English language in Philadelphia alone, of which 1 was a daily. The oldest newspaper published in Philadelphia at the time of the Federal Convention was the Pennsylvania Gazette, established by Samuel Keimer in 1728. The second newspaper in point of age was the Pennsylvania Journal, established in 1742 by William Bradford, whose uncle, Andrew Bradford, established the first newspaper in Pennsylvania, the American Weekly Mercury, in 1719. Next in age, but the first in importance, was the Pennsylvania Packet, established by John Dunlap in 1771. In 1784 it became a daily, being the first daily newspaper printed on this continent. Liberty, Bartholdi's statue, presented to the United States by the French people in 1885, is the largest statue ever built. Its conception is due to the great French sculptor whose name it bears. It is said to be a likeness of his mother. 8 years of time were consumed in the construction of this gigantic brazen image. Its weight is 440,000 pounds, of which 146,000 pounds are copper, the remainder iron and steel. The major part of the iron and steel was used in constructing the skeleton framework for the inside. The mammoth electric light held in the hands of the giantess is 305 feet above tide water. The height of the figure is 152.5 feet, the pedestal 91 feet, and the foundation 52 feet and 10 inches. 40 persons can find standing room within the mighty head, which is 14.5 feet in diameter. A 6-foot man standing on the lower lip could hardly reach the eyes. The index finger is 8 feet in length, and the nose 3 3/4 feet. The Colossus of Rhodes was a pygmy compared with this latter-day wonder. The largest and grandest temple of worship in the world is St. Peter's Cathedral at Rome. It stands on the site of Nero's Circus in the northwest part of the city, and is built in form of a Latin cross. The total length of the interior is 612.5 English feet, transept 446.5 feet, height of nave 152.5 feet, diameter of cupola 193 feet, height of dome from pavement to top of cross 448 feet. The great bell alone, without the hammer or clapper, weighs 18,600 pounds, or over 9¼ tons. The foundation was laid in 1450 A.D. 43 popes lived and died during the time the work was in progress. It was dedicated in the year 1826, but not entirely finished until the year 1880. The cost, in round numbers, is set down at $70 million. The Great Pyramid of Cheops is the largest structure of any kind ever erected by the hand of man. Its original dimensions at the base were 764 feet square, and its perpendicular height in the highest point 488 feet. It covers 4 acres, 1 rood and 22 perches of ground, and has been estimated by an eminent English architect to have cost not less than 30 million pounds, which in United States currency would be about $145,200,000. Internal evidence proves that the Great Pyramid was begun around the year 2170 B.C., about the time of the birth of Abraham. It is estimated that about 5 million tons of hewn stone were used in its construction, and the evidence points to the fact that these stones were brought a distance of about 700 miles from quarries in Arabia. The largest body of fresh water in the world is Lake Superior. It is 400 miles long and 180 miles wide. Its circumference, including the winding of its various bays, has been estimated at 1,800 miles. Its area in square miles is 32,000, which is greater than the whole of New England, leaving out Maine. The greatest depth of this inland sea is 200 fathoms, or 1,200 feet. Its average depth is about 160 fathoms. It is 636 feet above the sea level. The cornerstone of the Washington Monument, the highest in the United States, and until 1889 the highest structure in the world, was laid July 4, 1848. Robert E. Winthrop, then Speaker of the House, delivered the oration. Work progressed steadily for about 6 years, until the funds of the Monumental Society became exhausted. At that time the monument was about 175 feet high. From 1854 until 1879, nothing to speak of was done on the building. In the year last above named, Congress voted an appropriation of $200,000 to complete the work. From that time forward, work progressed at a rapid rate until December 6, 1884, when the aluminum apex was set at 555 feet 5½ inches from the foundation, and the work declared finished. The foundation is 146½ feet square. Number of stones used above the 130-foot level, 19,163. Total weight stone used in work, 81,120 tons. The largest state in our Grand Republic is Texas, which contains 274,350 square miles, capable of sustaining 20 million people, and then it would not be more crowded than Scotland is at present. It has been estimated that the entire population of the globe could be seated upon chairs within the boundary of Texas, and each have 4 feet of elbow room. The Mississippi River, from the source of the Missouri to the Ead's jetties, is the longest river in the world. It is 4,300 miles in length, and drains an area of 1,726,000 square miles. The Amazon, which is without doubt the widest river in the world, including the Beni, is 4,000 miles in length, and drains 2,330,000 square miles of territory. End of Section 6. Recorded by Andrew LeBrun, Boston, Massachusetts.
The handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Dunabeer. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS, published in 1911, Section 7. The Single Tax. This idea was first formulated by Mr. Henry George in 1879 and has grown steadily in favor. Single tax men assert as a fundamental principle that all men are equally entitled to the use of the earth, therefore no one should be allowed to hold valuable land without paying to the community the value of the privilege. They hold that this is the only rightful source of public revenue, and they would therefore abolish all taxation, local, state, and national, except a tax upon the rental value of land exclusive of its improvements. The revenue thus raised to be divided among local, state, and general governments, as the revenue from certain direct taxes is now divided between local and state governments. The single tax would not fall on all land, but only on valuable land, and on that in proportion to its value. It would thus be a tax not on use or improvements, but on ownership of land, taking what would otherwise go to the landlord as owner. In accordance with the principle that all men are equally entitled to the use of the earth, they would solve the transportation problem by public ownership and control of all highways, including the roadbeds of railroads, leaving their use equally free to all. The single tax system would, they claim, dispense with a horde of tax gatherers, simplify government, and greatly reduce its cost. Give us with all the world that absolute free trade which now exists between the states of the Union. Abolish all taxes on private issues of money, take the weight of taxation from agricultural districts where land has little or no value apart from improvements, and put it upon valuable land such as city lots and mineral deposits. It would call upon men to contribute for public expenses in proportion to the natural opportunities they monopolize, and make it unprofitable for speculators to hold land unused or only partly used, thus opening to labor unlimited fields of employment, solving the labor problem and abolishing involuntary poverty. The Mysteries of Hypnotism. A compend of the general claims made by professional hypnotists. Animal magnetism is the nerve force of all human and animal bodies, and is common to every person in a greater or less degree. It may be transmitted from one person to another. The transmitting force is the concentrated effort of willpower, which sends the magnetic current through the nerves of the operator to the different parts of the body of his subject. It may be transmitted by and through the eyes, as well as the fingertips, and the application of the whole open hands to different regions of the bodies of the subject, as well as to the mind. The effect of this force upon the subject will depend very much upon the health, mental capacity, and general character of the operator. Its action, in general, should be soothing and quieting upon the nervous system, stimulating to the circulation of the blood, the brain, and other vital organs of the body of the subject. It is the use and application of this power or force that constitutes hypnotism. Magnetism is a quality that inheres in every human being, and it may be cultivated like any other physical or mental force of which men and women are constituted. From the intelligent operator using it to overcome disease, a patient experiences a soothing influence that causes a relaxation of the muscles, followed by a pleasant drowsy feeling which soon terminates in refreshing sleep. On waking, the patient feels rested, all his troubles have vanished from consciousness, and he is as if he had a new lease on life. In the true hypnotic condition, when a patient voluntarily submits to the operator, any attempt to make suggestions against the interests of the patient can invariably be frustrated by the patient. Self-preservation is the first law of nature, and some of the best-known operators who have recorded their experiments assert that suggestions not in accord with the best interest of the patient could not be carried out. No one was ever induced to commit any crime under hypnosis that could not have been induced to do the same thing much easier without hypnosis. The hypnotic state is a condition of mind that extends from a comparatively wakeful state with slight drowsiness to complete somnambulism, no two subjects as a rule ever presenting the same characteristics. The operator, to be successful, must have control of his own mind, be in perfect health, and have the ability to keep his mind concentrated upon the object he desires to accomplish with his subject. How to Care for a Piano by William H. Damon. The most important thing in the preservation of a piano is to avoid atmospheric changes and extremes and sudden changes of temperature. Where the summer condition of the atmosphere is damp, all precautions possible should be taken to avoid an entirely dry condition in winter, such as that given by steam or furnace heat. In all cases should the air in the home contain moisture enough to permit a heavy frost on the windows in zero weather. The absence of frost under such conditions is positive proof of an entirely dry atmosphere, and this is the piano's most dangerous enemy, causing the sounding board to crack, shrinking up the bridges, and consequently putting the piano seriously out of tune, also causing an undue dryness in all the action parts and often a loosening of the glue joints, thus producing clicks and rattles. To obviate this difficulty is by no means an easy task and will require considerable attention. Permit all the fresh air possible during the winter, being careful to keep the piano out of cold drafts, as this will cause sudden contraction of the varnish and cause it to check and crack. Plants in the room are desirable, and vessels of water of any kind will be of assistance. The most potent means of avoiding extreme dryness is to place a single loaf bread pan, half full of water, in the lower part of the piano, taking out the lower panel and placing it on either side of the pedals inside. This should be refilled about once a month during the artificial heat, care being taken to remove the vessel as soon as the heat is discontinued in the spring. In cases where a stove heat is used, these precautions are not necessary. The action of a piano, like any other delicate piece of machinery, should be carefully examined and, if necessary, adjusted each time it is tuned. The hammers need occasional and careful attention to preserve original tone quality and elasticity. Never allow the piano to be beaten or played hard upon. This is ruinous to both the action and tuning. When not in use, the music rack and top should be closed to exclude dust. The keyboard need never be closed, as the ivory needs both light and ventilation and will eventually turn yellow unless left open. The case demands careful treatment to preserve its beauty and polish. Never use anything other than a soft piece of cotton cloth or cheesecloth to dust it with. Never wipe it with a dry chamois skin or silk cloth. Silk is not as soft as cotton and will scratch. A dry chamois skin picks up the dust and grit and gradually scours off the fine finish. In dusting, never use a feather duster, nor rub the piano hard with anything. The dust should be whipped off and not rubbed into the varnish. If the piano is dingy, smoky, or dirty-looking, it should be washed carefully with lukewarm water, with a little ammonia in it to soften it. Never use soap. Use nothing but a small, soft sponge and a chamois skin. Wipe over a small part at a time with the sponge, following quickly with the wet chamois skin wrung out of the same water. This will dry it immediately and leave it as beautiful and clean as new. Never use patent polishes. If your piano needs polishing, employ a competent polisher to give it a hand-rubbing friction polish. The highest mountain on the globe is not, as is generally supposed, Mount Everest. That honor belongs to a lofty peak named Mount Hercules on the Isle of Papua New Guinea, discovered by Captain Lawson in 1881. According to Lawson, this monster is 32,763 feet in height, being 3,781 feet higher than Mount Everest, which is only 29,002 feet above the level of the Indian Ocean. Transcriber's note: the highest point in New Guinea is Puncak Jaya, Mount Carstens, or the Carstens Pyramid, at 16,023 feet. Salt rising bread. The real formula for making salt-rising bread, as set down by the daughter of Governor Stubbs of Kansas, and by him communicated to Theodore Roosevelt, is as follows, according to the Saturday Evening Post. On the night before you contemplate this masterpiece of baking, take a half a cupful of cornmeal and a pinch of salt and sugar. Scald this with new milk heated to the boiling point and mix to the thickness of mush. This can be made in a cup. Wrap in a clean cloth, and put in a warm place overnight. In the morning, when all is ready, take a 1-gallon stone jar, and into this put 1 scant cupful of new milk. Add a level teaspoonful of salt and 1 of sugar. Scald this with 3 cupfuls of water heated to the boiling point. Reduce to a temperature of 108 degrees with cold water, using a milk thermometer to enable you to get exactly the right temperature. Then add flour and mix to a good batter. After the batter is made, mix in with your starter that was made the night before. Cover the stone jar with a plate and put the jar into a large kettle of water and keep this water at a temperature of 108 degrees until the sponge rises. It should rise at least 1.5 inches. When it has raised, mix to a stiff dough, make into loaves, and put into pans. Do not let the heat get out of the dough while working. Grease the loaves well on top and set your bread where it will be warm and rise. After the loaves rise, bake in a medium oven for 1 hour and 10 minutes. When you take the loaves from the oven, wrap them in a bread cloth. A cure for love. Take 12 ounces of dislike, 1 pound of resolution, 2 grains of common sense, 2 ounces of experience, a large sprig of thyme, and 3 quarts of cooling water of consideration. Set them over a gentle fire of love, sweeten it with sugar of forgetfulness, skim it with the spoon of melancholy, put it in the bottom of your heart, cork it with the cork of clean conscience. Let it remain, and you will quickly find ease and be restored to your senses again. These things can be had of the apothecary at the House of Understanding, next door to Reason, on Prudence Street. End of section 7. Of the handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Dunabeer. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS, published in 1911. Section 8. Doing business with a bank. In opening your account with a bank, it is proper that you should first be introduced to the cashier or some other official. If you are engaged in business, that officer will inquire as to your particular business or calling, your address, etc. And unless he is already satisfied on this point, he may make inquiries as to your business standing. This being satisfactory, he will hand you a passbook and some deposit tickets, whereupon you make your first deposit, entering the amount on the ticket. You will then be asked to write your signature in a book provided for that purpose or upon a card to be filed away for reference. The signature. This signature should be just as you intend to use it on all your dealings with the bank. If, for instance, your name is John Henry Smith, you may write it as J. H. Smith, J. Henry Smith, John H. Smith, or John Henry Smith. But whatever form you adopt should be used all the time. Once having adopted the form, it should be maintained in exactly that way. The only excuse for variation from your usual signature is when presenting checks or other paper made payable to you. In that case, supposing you had adopted the form J. Henry Smith for your regular signature, and the check is made payable to John H. Smith, you should first write on the back of that check John H. Smith, and immediately under this you should place your regular signature. Depositing money. When making a deposit, always use the deposit ticket provided by the bank, filling it out yourself in ink. From this ticket, which is first checked up by the receiving teller, the amount of your deposit is placed to your credit. Do not ask the teller to fill out your deposit ticket. No doubt he would be glad to accommodate you, but to do so would violate a rule which protects both the bank and the depositor. Deposit tickets are preserved by the bank and often serve to correct mistakes. How to avoid mistakes. Consider for a moment the vast aggregate of bank transactions, and you will see that perfect system on the part of the bank and bank officials is required to ensure accuracy and avoid mistakes. Sometimes the requirements of the banks may seem arbitrary and troublesome, but reflection will show that they safeguard the depositor as well as the bank. The simple rules here laid down will enable anyone who has business with a bank to do so with the least trouble and with absolute safety. How to make out a check. Checks are the most satisfactory and the most convenient method of paying a debt or making any ordinary remittance. The stub of your checkbook will furnish a permanent memorandum, and when the check is canceled and returned to you by the bank, it is an indisputable evidence that the debt has been paid or that the remittance has been made. The making of a check is a simple matter, but even the best businessmen make mistakes sometimes which are as difficult to remedy as they are to avoid. The hints here given and the facsimiles of checks printed in illustration will repay careful study. Illustration. A check properly drawn. The name and amount are against the left side of their fields. The first facsimile shows a check properly made. It will be seen in the first place that this check is written very plainly, and that there is no room for the insertion of extra figures or words. The writing of the amount commences as nearly as possible to the extreme left of the check. The figures are written close together, and there is no space between the first figure and the dollar mark. All erasures in checks should be avoided. If you have made a mistake, tear a blank check from the back of your checkbook and use that in place of the one spoiled. Some businessmen allow their clerks to fill out checks on the typewriter. This is ill-advised for two reasons. First, it is much easier to alter a typewritten check than one filled in with a pen. In the second place, a teller, in passing on the genuineness of a check, takes into consideration the character of the handwriting in the body of the check as well as in the signature. The typewritten characters offer no clue to individuality. Never mail a check drawn to bearer. Remember that if your check is made payable to bearer or to John Smith or bearer, it may be cashed by anybody who happens to have it. Unless it is for a large amount, the paying teller of your bank will look only to see whether your signature is correct, and, that being right, the bank cannot be held responsible if this check should have come into the wrong hands. A check drawn to order can be cashed only when the person to whose order it has been drawn has endorsed it by writing his or her name on the back, and the bank will be responsible for the correctness of the endorsement. If you make your check payable, say, to William Armstrong or order, nobody but William Armstrong or someone to whom he endorses the check can collect the amount. And if, through fraud or otherwise, someone not entitled to it gets the money which the check calls for, the responsibility is not yours, but the bank's. It is for that reason that bankers and businessmen use such great care in accepting checks. Illustration. A check carelessly drawn. The text and numbers for the amount is in the center of their fields, leaving of space for extra text. Illustration. The same check raised. The amount has been changed from 100, 100.00, to 8100, 8100.00. For the same reason, you should never accept a check from anybody whom you do not know as responsible, and you should not be surprised or angered if someone else should hesitate to take a check from you. Checks or drafts received by you should be deposited as soon as possible. Should you receive a check for a considerable amount and have no convenient bank account, you should go to the bank on which the check is drawn and have the cashier certify it by stamping "accepted" or "certified" across the face over his signature. That formality makes the paper as good as money so long as the bank accepting it is solvent. It sometimes happens that a check drawn in good faith by a responsible party is withheld so long by the person receiving it that there is no money to the account when the check is finally presented. Paying notes and acceptances. Make your notes and accepted drafts payable to the bank where you do business. Whether it or other banks hold them for collection, they will be presented to your bank when due. Pay your notes, etc., on the day they fall due, and early in the day if convenient, or leave a check for the amount with your bank on the day before the paper matures. Banks will not pay notes or drafts without instructions. Keep a careful account of the days of maturity of all your paper. Banks usually notify all payers a few days beforehand when their paper matures, but this is only a courtesy on their part and not an obligation. Exchange. Exchange means funds in other cities made available by bankers' drafts on such places. These drafts afford the safest and cheapest means for remitting money. Drafts on New York are worth their face value practically all over the United States in settlement of accounts. Collections. A draft is sometimes the most convenient form for collecting an account. The prevalence of the custom is due to the fact that most men will wait to be asked to pay a debt. If a draft is a time draft, it is accepted by the person on whom it is drawn by writing his name and date across the face. This makes it practically a note to be paid at maturity. Notes or drafts that you desire to have collected for you by your bank should be left at the bank several days before they are due so as to give ample time to notify the payers. Borrowing. Banks are always willing to loan their funds to responsible persons within reasonable limits. That is what they exist for. There is, of course, a limit to the amount a bank may loan, even on the best-known security. But the customer of the bank is entitled to and will receive the first consideration. The customer should not hesitate, when occasion requires, to offer to the bank for discount such paper as may come into his hands in the course of business, if, in his opinion, the paper is good. At the same time, he should not be offended if his bank refuses to take it, even without giving reasons. Endorsing checks, etc. When depositing checks, drafts, etc., see that they are dated properly and that the written amounts and figures correspond. The proper way to endorse a check or draft, this also applies to notes and other negotiable paper, is to write your name upon the back about 1 inch from the top. The proper end may be determined in this way. As you read the check, hold one end in each hand, draw the right hand toward you, and turn the check over. The end which is then farthest from you is the top. If, however, the check, draft, or note has already been endorsed by another person, you should write your name directly under the other endorsement, even if that is on the wrong end. If your own name on the face of the check, draft, or note is misspelled or has the wrong initials, but if the paper is clearly intended for you, you should first write your name as it appears on the face, and under it, your regular signature. You should endorse every check you deposit, even though it be payable to bearer. Mistakes in banking. Mr. Samuel Woods, a member of the American Institute of Bank Clerks, recently contributed to Munsey's magazine an interesting article on the subject of mistakes in banking. From this, we are permitted by the courtesy of the publishers of Munsey's to reproduce 2 of the facsimiles shown. One wrong word or figure or letter, the right thing in the wrong way or the wrong place, the scratch of an eraser or the alteration of a word, or any one of these things in the making or cashing of a check is liable to become as expensive as a racing automobile. The paying teller of a bank, says Mr. Woods, must keep his eyes open for new dangers as well as old ones. The cleverest crooks in the country are pitting their brains against his. After he has learned the proper guard for all the well-known tricks and forgeries, it is still possible that an entirely new combination may leave him minus cash and plus experience. But it is not the unique and novel swindle that is most dangerous either to a bank or an individual. It is the simple, ordinary mistake or the time-worn trick that makes continuous trouble. Apparently, every new generation contains a number of dishonest people who lay the same traps and a number of careless people who fall into these traps in the same old way. Check raising made easy. One of the first lessons, for instance, that a depositor should learn before he is qualified to own a checkbook is to commence writing the amount as near as possible to the extreme left of the check. Those who forget this are often reminded of it in a costly way. Someone raises their checks by writing another figure in front of the proper amount. 500 might be raised to 2,500 in this way. even by an unskilled forger. The highest court has recently decided that a bank cannot be held responsible when it pays a raised check, if the maker of the check failed in the first place to write it out correctly. The treasurer of the Bath Electric Company of Bath, Maine, had written a check for $100, which was raised to $8,100 and cashed. The court held that the company, not the bank, should lose the $8,000 because of the gross carelessness in drawing up the check. Facsimiles showing the check as originally written and as it looked when paid are here reproduced. Altered words and figures. The altered check is the bane of the paying teller's profession, and it is the general practice in conservative banks to accept no checks or other paper which shows signs of erasure or alteration in either words or figures. End of section 8.
Section 9 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Roop. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS, published in 1911. Section 9. The names of the states. Alabama, Indian, meaning here we rest. Arkansas, Kansas, the Indian name for smoky water, with the French prefix arc, bow or bend in the principal river. California, Caliente Fornala, Spanish for hot furnace, in allusion to the climate. Colorado, Spanish, meaning colored, from the red color of the Colorado River. Connecticut, Indian, meaning long river. Delaware, named in honor of Lord Delaware. Florida, named by Ponce de Leon, who discovered it in 1512 on Easter Day, the Spanish Pascua de Flores, or Feast of Flowers. Georgia, in honor of George II of England. Illinois, from the Indian Illini, men, and the French suffix wa, together signifying tribe of men. Indiana, Indian land. Iowa, Indian, meaning beautiful land. Kansas, Indian, meaning smoky water. Kentucky, Indian for at the head of the river, or the dark and bloody ground. Louisiana, in honor of Louis XIV of France. Maine, from the province of Maine in France. Maryland, in honor of Henrietta Maria, Queen of Charles I of England. Massachusetts, the place of the great hills, the Blue Hills southwest of Boston. Michigan, the Indian name for a fish weir. The lake was so called from the fancied resemblance of the lake to a fish trap. Minnesota, Indian, meaning sky-tinted water. Mississippi, Indian, meaning great father of waters. Missouri, Indian, meaning muddy. Nebraska, Indian, meaning water valley. Nevada, Spanish, meaning snow-covered, alluding to the mountains. New Hampshire, from Hampshire County, England. New Jersey, in honor of Sir George Carteret, one of the original grantees, who had previously been governor of Jersey Island. New York, in honor of the Duke of York. North and South Carolina, originally called Carolina, in honor of Charles IX of France. Ohio, Indian, meaning beautiful river. Oregon, from the Spanish oregano, wild marjoram, which grows abundantly on the coast. Pennsylvania, Latin, meaning Penn's woody land. Rhode Island, from a fancied resemblance to the island of Rhodes in the Mediterranean. Tennessee, Indian, meaning river with a great bend. Texas, origin of this name is unknown. Vermont, French, meaning green mountain. Virginia, in honor of Elizabeth, the Virgin Queen. Wisconsin, Indian, meaning gathering of the waters or wild rushing channel. Mottos of the states: Arkansas, Regnant Populi, the people's rule. California, Eureka, I have found it. Colorado, Nil sine numine, nothing without the divinity. Connecticut, Qui trans tulit sustinet, he who has transferred sustains. Delaware, Liberty and Independence. Florida, in God is our trust. Georgia, Wisdom, Justice, Moderation. Illinois, State Sovereignty and National Union. Iowa, our liberties we prize and our rights we will maintain. Kansas, Ad astra per aspera, to the stars through rugged ways. Kentucky, united we stand, divided we fall. Louisiana, union and confidence. Maine, dirigo, I direct. Maryland, crescite et multiplicamini, increase and multiply. Massachusetts, ens petit placidiam sub libertate quietam, by her sword she seeks under liberty a calm repose. Michigan, si quaeris peninsulam a monanum circumspice, if thou seekest a beautiful peninsula, look around. Minnesota, l'étoile dinar, the star of the north. Missouri, salus populi suprema lex esto, let the welfare of the people be the supreme law. Nebraska, popular sovereignty. Nevada, volens et potens, willing and able. New Jersey, liberty and independence. New York, excelsior, higher. Ohio, imperium in imperio, an empire within an empire. Oregon, alice volat propriis, she flies with her own wings. Pennsylvania, virtue, liberty, independence. Rhode Island, hope. South Carolina, animis opibus que parati, ready with our lives and property. Tennessee, agriculture, commerce. Vermont, freedom and unity. Virginia, sic semper tyrannis, so be it ever to tyrants. West Virginia, montani semper liberi, the mountaineers are always free. Wisconsin, forward. United States, e pluribus unum, from many, one. Annuit coeptis, God has favored the undertaking. Vous ordo seclorum, a new order of the ages. The first named on one side of the Great Seal, the other two on the reverse. Geographical nicknames, states and territories. Alabama, Cotton State. Arkansas, Toothpick and Bear State. California, Eureka and Golden State. Colorado, Centennial State. Connecticut, Land of Steady Habits, Freestone State, and Nutmeg State. Dakota, Sioux State. Delaware, Uncle Sam's Pocket Handkerchief, and Blue Hen State. Florida, Everglade and Flowery State. Georgia, Empire State of the South. Idaho, Gem of the Mountains. Illinois, Prairie and Sucker State. Indiana, Hoosier State. Iowa, Hawkeye State. Kansas, Jayhawker State. Kentucky, Corncracker State. Louisiana, Creole State. Maine, Timber and Pine Tree State. Maryland, Monumental State. Massachusetts, Old Bay State. Michigan, Wolverine and Peninsular State. Minnesota, Gopher and North Star State. Mississippi, Eagle State. Missouri, Puke State. Nebraska, Antelope State. Nevada, Sage State. New Hampshire, Old Granite State. New Jersey, Blue State and New Spain. New Mexico, Vermin State. New York, Empire State. North Carolina, Rip Van Winkle, Old North, and Turpentine State. Ohio, Buckeye State. Oregon, Pacific State. Pennsylvania, Keystone Iron and Oil State. Rhode Island, Plantation State and Little Rhodey. South Carolina, Palmetto State. Tennessee, Lion's Den State. Texas, Lone Star State. Utah, Mormon State. Vermont, Green Mountain State. Virginia, Old Dominion. Wisconsin, Badger and Copper State. Natives of states and territories. Alabama, lizards. Arkansas, toothpicks. California, gold hunters. Colorado, rovers. Connecticut, wooden nutmegs. Dakota, squatters. Delaware, muskrats. Florida, fly up the creeks. Georgia, buzzards. Idaho, fortune seekers. Illinois, suckers. Indiana, hoosiers. Iowa, hawkeyes. Kansas, jayhawkers. Kentucky, corncrackers. Louisiana, creoles. Maine, foxes. Maryland, clam humpers. Massachusetts, yankees. Michigan, wolverines. Minnesota, gophers. Mississippi, tadpoles. Missouri, pukes. Nebraska, bug-eaters. Nevada, sage-hens. New Hampshire, granite boys. New Jersey, blues or clam catchers. New Mexico, Spanish Indians. New York, knickerbockers. North Carolina, Tar Heels. Ohio, Buckeyes. Oregon, hard cases. Pennsylvania, Pennamites or leatherheads. Rhode Island, gunflints. South Carolina, weasels. Tennessee, whelps. Texas, beefheads. Utah, polygamists. Vermont, Green Mountain boys. Virginia, beagles. Wisconsin, badgers. Nicknames of cities. Atlanta, Gate City of the South. Baltimore, Monumental City. Bangor, Lumber City. Boston, Modern Athens. Literary Emporium, City of Notions, and Hub of the Universe. Brooklyn, City of Churches. Buffalo, Queen of the Lakes. Burlington, Iowa, Orchard City. Charleston, Palmetto City. Chicago, Prairie or Garden City. Cincinnati, Queen of the West, and Porkopolis. Cleveland, Forest City. Denver, City of the Plains. Detroit, City of the Straits. Hartford, Insurance City. Indianapolis, Railroad City. Keokuk, Gate City. Lafayette, Star City. Leavenworth, Cottonwood City. Louisville, Falls City. Lowell, Spindle City. McGregor, Pocket City. Madison, Lake City. Milwaukee, Cream City. Nashville, Rock City. New Haven, Elm City. New Orleans, Crescent City. New York, Empire City, Commercial Emporium, Gotham, and Metropolis of America. Philadelphia, City of Brotherly Love, City of Penn, Quaker City, and Centennial City. Pittsburgh, Iron City and Smoky City. Portland, Maine, Hill City. Providence, Roger Williams City and Perry Davis Painkiller. Raleigh, Oak City. Richmond, Virginia, Cockade City. Richmond, Indiana, Quaker City of the West. Rochester, Aqueduct City. Salt Lake City, Mormon City. San Francisco, Golden Gate. Savannah, Forest City of the South. Sheboygan, Evergreen City. St. Louis, Mound City. St. Paul, North Star City. Vicksburg, Key City. Washington, City of Magnificent Distances and Federal City. End of Section 9.
Section 10 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caitlin Sticko. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS, published in 1911. Section 10. Theosophy. Much is said nowadays about theosophy, which is really but another name for mysticism. It is not a philosophy, for it will have nothing to do with philosophical methods. It might be called a religion, though it has never had a following large enough to make a very strong impression on the world's religious history. The name is from the Greek word theosophia, divine wisdom, and the object of theosophical study is professedly to understand the nature of divine things. It differs, however, from both philosophy and theology, even when these have the same object of investigation. For, in seeking to learn the divine nature and attributes, philosophy employs the methods and principles of natural reasoning. Theology uses these, adding to them certain principles derived from revelation. Theosophy, on the other hand, professes to exclude all reasoning processes as imperfect, and to derive its knowledge from direct communication with God himself. It does not, therefore, accept the truths of recorded revelation as immutable, but as subject to modification by later and personal revelations. The theosophical idea has had followers from its earliest times. Since the Christian era, we may class among theosophists such sects as Neoplatonists, the Hesychasts of the Greek Church, the mystics of medieval times, and, in later times, the disciples of Paracelsus, Thalhauser, Bohm, Swedenborg, and others. Recently, a small sect has arisen which has taken the name of Theosophists. Its leader was an English gentleman who became fascinated with the doctrine of Buddhism. Taking a few of his followers to India, they have been prosecuting their studies there, certain individuals attracting considerable attention by a claim to miraculous powers. It need hardly be said that the revelations they have claimed to receive have been, thus far, without element of benefit to the human race. The evolution theory. The evolution or development theory declares the universe as it now exists to be the result of a long series of changes which were so far related to each other as to form a series of growths analogous to the evolving of the parts of a growing organism. Herbert Spencer defines evolution as a progress from the homogeneous to the heterogeneous, from general to special, from the simple to the complex elements of life, and it is believed that this process can be traced in the formation of worlds in space, in the multiplication of types and species among animals and plants, in the origin and changes of languages and literature and the arts, and also in all the changes of human institutions and society. Asserting the general fact of progress in nature, the evolution theory shows that the method of this progress has been 1. By the multiplication of organs and functions, 2. According to a defined unity of plan, although with 3. Intervention of transitional forms, and 4. With modifications dependent upon surrounding conditions. Ancient writers occasionally seem to have a glimmering knowledge of the fact of progress in nature, but as a theory, evolution belongs to the Enlightenment of the 19th century. Leibniz, in the latter part of the 17th century, first uttered the opinion that the earth was once in a fluid condition, and Kant, about the middle of the 18th century, definitely propounded the nebular hypothesis, which was enlarged as a theory by the Herschels. The first writer to suggest the transmutation of species among animals was Buffon, about 1750, and other writers followed out the idea. The eccentric Lord Monboddo was the first to suggest the possible descent of man from the ape, about 1774. In 1813, Dr. W.C. Wells first proposed to apply the principle of natural selection to the natural history of man, and in 1822 Professor Herbert first asserted the probable transmutation of species of plants. In 1814 a book appeared called Vestiges of Creation, which, though evidently not written by a scientific student, yet attracted great attention by its bold and ingenious theories. The authorship of this book was never revealed until after the death of Robert Chambers. A few years since, it became known that this publisher, whom no one would ever have suspected of holding such heterodox theories, had actually written it. But the two great apostles of the evolution theory were Charles Darwin and Herbert Spencer. The latter began his great work, The First Principles of Philosophy, showing the application of evolution in facts of life, in 1852. In 1859 appeared Darwin's Origin of Species. The hypothesis of the latter was that different species originated in spontaneous variation and the survival of the fittest through natural selection and the struggle for existence. This theory was further elaborated and applied by Spencer, Darwin, Huxley, and other writers in Europe and in America, though today by no means all the ideas upheld by these early advocates of the theory are still accepted. Evolution, as a principle, is now acknowledged by nearly all scientists. It is taken to be an established fact in nature, a valid induction from man's knowledge of natural order. The English Sparrow. The first English sparrow was brought to the United States in 1850, but it was not until 1870 that the species can be said to have firmly established itself. Since then it has taken possession of the country. Its fecundity is amazing. In the latitude of New York and southward it hatches as a rule 5 or 6 broods in a season, with from 4 to 6 young in a brood. Assuming the average annual product of a pair to be 24 young, of which half are females and half males, and assuming further, for the sake of computation, that all live, together with their offspring, it will be seen that in 10 years progeny of a single pair would be 275,716,983,698. Feminine height and weight. It is often asked how stout a woman ought to be in proportion to her height. A very young girl may becomingly be thinner than a matron, but the following table gives a fair indication of proper proportions. Height to pounds about. 5 feet, 100. 5 feet 1 inch, 106. 5 feet 2 inches, 113. 5 feet 3 inches, 119. 5 feet 4 inches, 130. 5 feet 5 inches, 138. 5 feet 6 inches, 144. 5 feet 7 inches, 150. 5 feet 8 inches, 155. 5 feet 9 inches, 163. 5 feet 10 inches, 169. 5 feet 11 inches, 176. 6 feet, 180. 6 feet 1 inch, 186. When a man becomes of age. The question sometimes arises whether a man is entitled to vote at an election held on the day preceding the 21st anniversary of his birth. Blackstone, in his Commentaries, Book 1, page 463, says, quote, "Full age in male or female is 21 years, which age is completed on the day preceding the anniversary of a person's birth, who till that time is an infant and so styled in law." End quote. The late Chief Justice Sharswood, in his edition of Blackstone's Commentaries, quotes Christian's note on the above as follows, quote, "If he is born on the 16th day of February, 1608, he is of age to do any legal act on the morning of the 15th of February, 1629, though he may not have lived 21 years by nearly 48 hours. The reason assigned is that in law there is no fraction of a day, and if the birth were on the last second of one day, and the act on the first second of the preceding day 21 years after, then 21 years would be complete, and in the law it is the same whether a thing is done upon one moment of the day or another. End of section 10.
Section 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Cho. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS, published in 1911. Section 11. Dreams and their meaning. The Bible speaks of dreams as being sometimes prophetic or suggestive of future events. This belief has prevailed in all ages and countries, and there are numerous modern examples, apparently authenticated, which would appear to favor this hypothesis. The interpretation of dreams was a part of the business of the soothsayers at the royal courts of Egypt, Babylon, and other ancient nations. Dreams and visions have attracted the attention of mankind of every age and nation. It has been claimed by all nations, both enlightened and heathen, that dreams are spiritual revelations to men, so much so that their modes of worship have been founded upon the interpretation of dreams and visions. Why should we discard the interpretation of dreams while our mode of worship, faith, and knowledge of deity are founded upon the interpretation of the dreams and visions of the prophets and seers of old? Dreams vividly impressed upon the mind are sure to be followed by some event. We read in the Holy Scripture the revelation of the deity to his chosen people through the prophet Joel. And it shall come to pass, afterward, that I will pour out my Spirit on all flesh, and your sons and your daughters shall prophesy, your old men shall dream dreams, your young men shall see visions, and also upon the servants and the handmaids in those days will I pour out my Spirit. Joel chapter 2, verse 28. Hippocrates says that when the body is asleep, the soul is awake, and transports itself everywhere the body would be able to go, knows and sees all that the body could see or know were it awake, that it touches all that the body could touch. In a word, it performs all the actions that the body of a sleeping man could do were he awake. A dream, to have a significance, must occur to the sleeper while in healthy and tranquil sleep. Those dreams of which we have not a vivid conception or clear remembrance have no significance. Those of which we have a clear remembrance must have formed in the mind in the latter part of the night, for up to that time the faculties of the body have been employed in digesting the events of the day. Dictionary of Dreams. Note: if you do not find the word you want, look for a word of identical or closely similar meaning. A. Abundance, deceitful security. Accident, unexpected meeting. Acorn, irreparable fault. Account of possessions, bankruptcy. Adultery that you commit. Scandal, misfortune, and disgrace. Air, clear and serene. Reconciliation. Air, dark and gloomy. Sadness and sickness. Almonds, peace, happiness. Almond tree, success in business. Altar, prosperity, speedy marriage. Alms giving, mediocrity. Alms receiving, privations. Anchor, safe enterprise. Angry that you are, many powerful enemies. Ape, enemies, deceit. Apples, gain, profit. Apples to be eating, disappointment. Apricots, health, contentment. Apple tree, good news. Apple tree if dead, ill news. Artichokes, embarrassment, pain. Argument, justice done. Arm, right arm cut off, death of a female relative. Both arms cut off, captivity and sickness. Arm broken or withered, sorrows, losses, and widowhood. Arm swollen, sudden fortune coming to a dear friend. Ashes, misfortune. Asparagus, success, profit. Ass, quarrel between friends. Ass when sleeping, security. Ass when braying, dishonor. Ass, ears of one, scandal. Ass one laden, profit. Aunt, wealth and friends. Angel, good news. Ants, time spent to no purpose. Authority to have, easy times. B, babe, happy marriage. Baker, gain. Balloon, literary note. Barley, good fortune. Basket, increase. Baboon, affronts. Ball, for dancing. Jealousy, rage, then harmony. Bank, never to be rich except by saving. Barber, a long story, discontent. Barn, full. Wealthy marriage. Bath, marriage. Bath too cold, grief. Bath too hot, separation. Bath in running water, disappointment. Bath in stagnant water, misfortune. Beggar, help when not expected. Bells, alarm, misfortune. Bear, danger, misfortune. Beans, quarrels. Bed, botheration, unrest. Beer, fatigue to no purpose. Bees, profit. Bees, to catch, success. Bees, stung by, to be overworked. Blind person, false friends. Blows, to give, forgiveness. Blows, to receive, advantage. Boots, new. Success in love and business. Boots, old, quarreling and failure. Bonnet, new, flirtation. Bonnet, old or torn, rivalry. Boat on clear water, happiness. Boat in muddy water, disgrace. Bones, large acquisition by small degrees. Book, information. Bow and arrows, love affairs. Bottles, a feast. Bottles broken, sickness. Bottles empty, melancholy. Bouquet, to carry, marriage. Bouquet, to destroy, separation. Bouquet, to throw away, displeasure. Brandy, depravity. Brook, clear, lasting friendship. Brook, troubled, domestic quarrel. Briars, disputes. Betrothal, brief pleasures. Birds, new pleasures. Birds singing, love, good fortune. Bite, mistrust, ingratitude. Billiards, hazards, dissipation. Biscuit, rejoicings, jolly feasting. Blessing or benediction, a forced marriage. Blackbird, scandal, deceit. Bridge, to pass one, success through industry. Bridge, to fall from, loss of business and disappointment in love. Bread, profit. Bread white, lasting affection. Bread black, inconstancy. Bugs, enemies seeking to do injury. Bull, peaceful, gain. Bull, onset of, apprehension. Butcher, death of a friend. Butterfly, inconstancy. Butter, surprises. Butter, to make, a legacy. C. Cabbage, health and long life. Cage with bird, liberty. Cage without bird, imprisonment. Cakes, meeting with friends. Cakes, to make or eat, prosperity. Calf, assured success. Camel, riches. Candle, favors, praise. Candy, ardent love. Cane, correction. Cards, married life. Carpenter, arrangement of affairs. Cart, sickness and disgrace. Cave, quarrel, loss. Carving, business prosperity. Cat, to see, treason. Cat, to kill, family quarrels. Cellar, full, passing renown. Cellar, empty, health. Cemetery, to see, future prosperity. Cemetery, to be in, news of a death. Chain, union. Chain broken, rupture. Challenge, rupture, illusion. Cherries, health. Cherries to gather, deception by a woman. Cherries to eat, love. Chicken, cooking, good news. Cheese, vexation and after success. Chestnuts, home troubles. Child, pretty, pleasure. Child, ugly, danger. Child, running, business difficulty. Church, heritage. Church, to pray in, deceit. Church, to speak aloud in, domestic quarrels. Chess, affairs embarrassed. Cider, distant heritage, dispute. Clams, small possessions stingily kept. Clock, marriage. Clock striking, a competency. Coal, persecution. Cock, pride, power, success. Cock when crowing, sudden trouble. Cock to fighting, expensive follies. Colic, bickerings, estrangement. Corkscrew, vexatious inquiries. Corpse, long life, news of the living. Corpse one disinterred, infidelity. Cow, prosperity, abundance. Cobbler, long toil, ill paid. Coffee, misfortune. Coffin, speedy marriage. Cooking, a wedding. Corn, riches. Corn to grind, abundance. Crabs, ill results of endeavor. Cradle or crib, increase in the family. Cricket, hospitality, home comfort. Crocodile, a catastrophe. Cross, to see, disquiet. Cross, to bear, tranquility. Crow, disappointed expectations, humiliations. Crow, to hear, disgrace. Crowd, many matters, much to hear. Crutches, to use, gambling losses. Crutches to break or leave, recovery. Cucumber, serious illness. Currants red, friendship. Currants white, satisfaction. Currants black, infidelity. Cypress, despair, death of one cherished. D, dancing, to engage in. Successful endeavor. Dancing to see, weariness. Debts denied, business safety. Debts admitted, distress. Doctor, robustness. Doctor to be one, enjoyment. Dog, friendly services. Dog to play with, suffering through extravagance. Desertion, good news, permanence. Devil, temptations. Diamonds, brief, elusive happiness. Diamonds to find, loss. Diamonds to sell, peril. Dice, doubt, risks. Dirt, sickness, detraction. Dispute, friendly, see argument. Dispute not friendly, see quarrel. Dishes, possessions. Dishes breaking, family quarrels. Ditch, bankruptcy. Door open, opportunities. Door closed, unfruitful adventure. Door to force, reproof. Dove, home happiness, a lover. Drafts, to play at, disappointment. Drawing, a proposal for rejection. Drowning, happiness. Drum, small difficulties, trifling loss. Duck, profit and pleasure. Duck, to kill one, misfortune. Duel, rivalries, dissension. Dumb, oneself, quarrels. Dumb, another, peace. Dwarf, feeble foes. Dire, embarrassed affairs. E, eagle, worthy ambition. Eagle, kill one, gratified wishes. Eating, botheration. Eclipse, the sun, loss. Eclipse the moon, profit. Eels, alive, vexation. Eels dead, vengeance satisfied. Eggs, a few, riches. Eggs many, misadventure. Elephant, power. Elephant feed one, gain of a service. Embroidery, love, ambition. Epitaph, indiscretion. Eyes, bad luck. F, face, smiling, joy. Face pale, trouble. Fares, sudden loss. Falling, dangerous elevation. Falling in a hole, calumny, disappointment. Fan, pride, rivalry. Farmer, full, good living. Fatigue, successful enterprise. Father-in-law, unlucky. Feast, trouble ahead. Feathers white, great joy, friendship. Feathers black, hindrances. Fields, joy, good health, domestic happiness. Fingers scalded, envy. Fingers cut, grief. Fingers to see more than 5 on one hand, new relatives. Figs dried, festivity. Figs green, hope. Figs to eat, transient pleasures. Flowers, happiness. Flowers to gather, benefit. Flowers to cast away, quarrels. Flute, news of a birth. Fire, anger, danger. Firearms to see, anger. Firearms blaze of, spite. Firearms to hear, havoc. Fish, success, joy. Fish to catch, deceit of friends. Flag, contention. Flag to bear, fame, honor. Flame, luminous, good news. Fleas, unhappiness. Fleas to kill, triumph over enemies. Flies, that someone is jealous of us. Flood, misfortunes, calumny. Fog, deception. Forest, loss, shame. Fountain, abundance, health. Fox, to be duped. Fox to kill, to triumph over enemies. Frogs, distrust. Frogs hopping, vexation, annoyance. Fruits, joy, prosperity, gain. Fruits to eat, be deceived by a woman. Fruits throw away, trouble through others' envy. Funeral, inheritance, news of a birth or marriage. Fur on the body, health and long life. G. Gallows, dignities and honors proportionate to height. Gambling, deception. Game, live, adventure. Garden, bright future days. Garden well kept, increase of fortune. Garden disorderly, business losses and failure. Garlic, deceived by a woman. Garments, annoyance. Garments white, innocence, comfort. Garments black, death of a friend. Garments torn or soiled, sadness, misfortune. Garter, happy marriage. Gauze, affected modesty. Ghost white, consolation. Ghost black, temptation. Gift from a man, danger. Gift from a woman, spite. Gloves, friendly advances. Goat, white, prosperity. Goat, black, sickness. Gold, profit, fortune. Goose, same as duck. Goose, catch one, ensnarement. Grandparents, occasion for repentance. Grapes, enjoyment, rejoicing. Grapes, scant or poor, deprivations. Grass, green, long life. Grasshopper, lost harvest or savings. Grave open, loss of a friend. Grave filled up, good fortune. Guitar, deception, ill conduct. Gypsy, small troubles. H. Hail, trouble, sadness. Hair, orderly, comfort, complacency. Hair tangled, perplexities. Hair falling out, anxieties. Ham, happiness. Harp, a handsome partner. Harvest, wealth in the country. Hay, abundance. Heart, pain or troubles. Sickness, danger. Heaven, some joyful event will happen. Hell, You lead a bad life and should reform before it is too late. Hen, profit. Hen, here one, consolation. Hen, one laying, joy. Herbs, prosperity. Herbs to eat, grief. Hermit, treacherous friend. Hill, up one, success. Hill, down, misadventure. Hole, obstacles, see falling. Holly, annoyance. Honey, success in business. Horse, see white one, unexpected good fortune. Horse, see black one, partial success. Horse, mount or ride, success in enterprise. Horse, curry one, a speedy journey. Hotel, see one, wandering. Hotel, be in, discomfort. House, new or strange, consolation. House, many, bewilderment. Hunger, profitable employment. Hunt, snares, accusations. Husband, if a wife dreams that her husband is married to another, it betokens separation. Ice, treachery, misadventure. Imps, occasion for caution. Infants, connubial felicity. Ink, reconciliation. Ink upset, separation. Insanity, bright ideas, wise thought. Iron, cruel experience. Island, solitude, loneliness. Itch, small foes. Ivory, profitable enterprise. Intoxication, oneself, pleasures. Intoxication, another, scandal. Ivy, children many and handsome. J, jail, to enter, safety. Jail, leaving one, single blessedness. Jaw, riches in the family. Jew, trickery. Joy, bad news. Judge, punishment. Jug, loss through awkwardness or neglect. K, keys, explanations, progress in knowledge. Keys to lose, perplexity. Killing, to see, security. Killing oneself, love quarrels. Killing another, jealousy. Kids, consolation. King, satisfaction, progress in affairs. Kiss, in the light, true love. Kiss in the dark, risks. Kiss a stranger, a new lover. Kiss a rival, treason. Kiss, married woman kissed by a stranger, a new baby and a jealous husband. Kitchen, arrivals. Kite, vain glory. Knife, inconstancy, dissension. Knitting, mischievous talk, malice. Knots, embarrassments, difficulties. L, labor, conjugal happiness, increase of fortune. Ladder, to go up, brief glory. Ladder to go down, debasement. Lady, humiliation. Lady many, gossip. Lambs, to see, peace. Lambs to have, profit. Lambs to carry, success. Lambs to buy, great surprise. Lambs to kill, secret grief. Lame person, business misfortune. Lamps unlit, neglect. Lamps lighted, love troubles. Landscape, unexpected gain. Lantern lighted, safe adventure. Lantern unlit, blunder. Larks, riches, elevation. Laughter, troubled happiness, botheration. Leg, if sound and supple, successful enterprise, prosperous journey. Letter, to see, discovery. Letter to receive, good news from afar. Lice, wealth. Lightning, a love quarrel. Lily, faded, vain hopes. Lily, fine, innocence, happiness. Linen, fortune, abundance. Lion, future dignity. Liver, losses, discomforts. Lizard, snares of dubious origin. Laurel, honor, gain. Lawyer, marriage of a friend. Lead, accusations, ingratitude. Leaves, transient indisposition. Leech, aid in trouble. Leech, many of them, extortion, usury. Leaks, labor. Lettuce, poverty. Locksmith, robbery. Lottery tickets, number distinct, success in affairs. Lottery tickets, number indistinct, foolish expenditure. Love, an all-round good indication. Lovers, troubles and joys mixed. M, macaroni, distress. Man handsome, love. Man ugly, wrangles. Mantle, victimizing. Manure, depravity, shame. Maps, a journey. Marble, estrangements. Markets, a busy one, joyous events. Markets empty, deprivations. Marsh, unfruitful endeavors. Masks, hypocrisy. Measles, wealth coupled with disgrace. Meat, roast, kind reception. Meat, boiled, melancholy. Melon, hope, success. Mice, annoyances. Milestone, desires accomplished. Milk, love affairs. Mills, legacy from a relative. Mire, mistakes, privations. Mirror, to look in, misunderstanding. Mirror broken, misadventure. Money, losses in business. Money to find, tardy discoveries. Money, lender, persecution. Monkey, harmless mischief. Moon, love. Moon bright, continual pleasure. Moon clouded, sickness, danger to one beloved. Moon full, wealth. Moon new, awakening affection. Moon failing, deceit. Moon red, renown. Morning, impending happiness, invitation to a ball or wedding. Mouth closed so that cannot eat, sudden death. Mouth wider than usual, riches. Mud, riches. Mule, difficulty. Music, ease, pleasure. Mustard, troubles. Myrtle, love declaration. N, nails, broken, misadventure. Nails very long, emoluments. Nakedness, threatened danger. Navigating, approaching journey. Necklace, jealousy, annoyance. Needles, disappointment in love. Negro, vexation, annoyance. Nest, good luck, profit. Newspaper, botheration, gossip. Night, walking, uneasiness, melancholy. Nightingale, happy marriage. Knows that yours is large, prosperity and acquaintance with rich people. Nurse, long life. Nuts, peace and satisfaction after trouble and difficulty. O, oak, green, health, strength. Oak dead or fallen, heavy losses. Oars, safe enterprise. Oars to break or lose, dependence. Offer of marriage, new lovers. Office, turn out of, death or loss of property. Oil, good harvest. Old person, man, prudence, wisdom. Old person, woman, scandal. Olives, honors and dignities. Onions, aggravation, dispute with inferiors. Opera, pleasure followed by pain. Orange blossom, a marriage. Oranges, amusement, pleasure. Oranges sour, chagrin, injury. Orchard, much of nothing. Ostrich, misadventure through vanity. Oven, ease, riches. Oven hot, feasting. Owl, secrets revealed. Oysters, satiety. P, pain, trouble and recovery. Painter, that everything will be lovely. Palm tree, honor, power, victory. Paper, tidings. Paper colored, deceit. Paper painted, brief happiness. Parent, good news. Parrot, a bad neighbor, tale-bearing. Pastry to eat, annoyance. Pastry to make, good times. Paths, straight, happiness. Paths crooked, ill to the willful. Pawnbroker, little result of big endeavor. Peacock, peril through pride, ambition, or unwariness. Peaches, contentment, pleasure. Pearls, tears, distress. Pears, treachery. Pears to eat, tidings of death. Pears to gather, festivities. Peas, good fortune. Pens, tidings. Peddler, you are mistaken in your estimate of a friend. Pepper, affliction, vexation. Pheasant, good fortune. Pheasant to kill one, peril. Pheasant to carry one, honor. Piano, disputes. Pig, pork. Few, avarice. Pig, pork, many, profits. Pigeon, reconciliation. Pillow, disturbance. Pills, trouble. Pine tree, danger. Pins, contradiction. Pirates, fortunate adventure. Pitch, evil companions. Pitchfork, punishment. Playing, entertainment. Plums, pleasure, happiness. Policeman, trouble. Pomegranate, power. Postman, news from the absent. Poverty, thrift, advantage. Preserves, loss of time and money. Priest, reconciliation. Procession, happy love. Pump, if water, marriage and fortune. Pump, if dry, flirtation. purchase on credit, deprivations, purchase for cash, possessions, purse, empty, something to get, purse full, pride, disquiet, puzzle, favors, pleasure, cue, quail, family responsibilities, quarrel, constancy, friendship, queen, prosperity, questions, wisdom, quill, particular information, quoits, rivalries, R, rabbit, white, friendship, rabbit black, trouble, rabbit many, extensive pleasures, racing, success in life, radishes, that you will discover secrets, raft, new views, rain, legacy or gift, rainbow, separation, rat, secret enemies, rat white, triumph over enemies, raven, misfortune, raven hear one, grief, reading, venturesomeness, reaper, a picnic party, revenge, repentance, ribbons, prodigality, rice, talking, ride with men, it is a good sign, ride with women, a bad sign, ring, approaching marriage, riot, scarcity through mischief, rival, quarrels, river, success in enterprise, river to fall in, attempts of enemies, river to throw oneself in, confusion in affairs, robber, fear, rock, annoyance, rock to surmount, difficulties overcome, roof, adventure abroad, roses, always of happy omen, roses full blown, health, joy, abundance, roses faded, success with some drawbacks, roses white, innocence, roses red, satisfaction, roses yellow, jealousy, ruffles, honors, profitable occupation, ruins, pleasant surprises, rust, idle times, decay, failure. S, sailor, tidings from abroad, salad, embarrassments, salt, wisdom, satin or silk, gain, sausage, affliction, sickness, saw, satisfactory conclusion in affairs, scissors, enemies, hatred, scratches, inconveniences, annoyances, screech owl, death of near relative, sculptor, prophet, sea, long journey, large affairs, sea beach, tranquilly, secretary, fortune, serenade, news of a marriage, sermon, weariness, sleeplessness, servant, man, abuse of confidence, servant maid, suspicion, sewing, plots, shawl, a fine one, honors, shawl thin or old, shame, shawl torn, detraction, sheep, great gain, shell filled, success, shell empty, ill omen, shepherd, malice, ship, wishes fulfilled, ship in danger, unexpected good fortune, shoes, advantageous speculation, shoes much worn, a speedy journey, shop, to be in, pleasure denied, shop to conduct, dues withheld. Shroud, death. Singing, vexation. Skating, to see, hindrances, crosses. Skating to do, success. Skeleton, disgust. Sky, clear. Happiness, peace. Sky clouded, misfortune. Sleep, elusive security. Slippers, comfort, satisfaction. Smoke, extravagant expectations. Snail, infidelity, dishonor. Snakes, treason, betrayal. Sneezing, long life. Snow, in season, good harvest. Snow unseasonable, discouragement. Soap, revelations, assistance. Soldier, quarrels. Soup, return of health or fortune. Spectacles, melancholy, obstacles. Spider in the dark, gain. Spider in the light, contention. Spider kill one, pleasure. Sponge, greed, avarice. Sports, pleasure and after regrets. Spot on clothes, sadness. Spot on the sun, baseless fears. Spy, to be one, reprehension. Spy to see, rumors. Stable, hospitality, welcome. Stag, gain. Stag chase one, business failure. Stammer, decision, resolution. Stars, happiness. Stars pale, affliction. Stars shooting, death of a relative. Stocking, to pull off, comfort. Stocking to pull on, discomfort. Stocking new, a visit. Stocking a hole in, deceitful fortune. Stones underfoot, trouble, suffering. Stones thrown or falling, malice. Storks, loss, robbery. Storm, contest, vexation. Stove, riches. Stranger, return of a lost friend. Strange bed, contentment. Strange room, a mystery solved. Strawberries, unexpected good fortune. Straws, poverty. Street, to walk in, a favorable reception. Sugar, privation and want. Sun, bright, discovery of secrets. Sun clouded, bad news. Sun rising, success. Sun setting, losses. Supper, news of a birth. Swallow, successful enterprise. Swans, private riches. Swearing, disagreeables. Sweeping, confidence well placed. Swimming, enjoyment. Swords, misfortune. Tea, table, joy. Table to set, abundance. Tailor, unfaithfulness. Tea, confusion, encumbrance. Tears, joy, comfort. Teeth, handsome. Health, goodness. Teeth mean or drawn, vexation, loss. Tenpins, undesirable adventures. Tent, quarrels. Theater, sadness, loss. Thicket, evasions, apprehensions. Thief, to be one, loss. Thief, to lose by one, good speculations. Thimble, work hard to find. Thirst, affliction. Thistle, disputes, folly. Thorns, disappointment, pain. Thorns to be pricked by, loss of money. Thread, intrigue. Thread tangled, confusion of affairs. Thread to break, failure. Thread to split, a secret betrayed. Thunder, danger. Thunder to see thunderbolt fall, death of a friend. Tiger, fierce enmity. Toads, something to disgust. Tomb, family matters, nuptials, births. Torches, invitation to a wedding. Trapdoor, open, a secret divulged. Trapdoor shut, mystery. Travel on foot, work. Travel on wheels, fortune. Treasure that you find one, disappointment. Trees, in general, green, hope, withered, grief, leafless, deceit, cut down, robbery, to climb, change of employment. Trousers, honors and responsibilities. Turkey, if you dream of a turkey, you will shortly see a fool. Turnips, disappointment, annoyance. Twins, honors, riches. You, umbrella to a lady, a new lover. Umbrella to a gentleman, a breach of promise suit. Uncle, advantageous marriage. Undress oneself, rebuke. Undress another, scandal. Uniform to see, humbling. Uniform to wear, flattery. V. Vegetables, in general, weary toil. Vegetables to gather, quarrels. Vegetables to eat, business losses. Veil, marriage. Veil black, death or separation. Veins, grief. Vermin, enough and to spare. Villain, danger of losing property. Vine, fruitfulness, abundance. Vinegar, to drink, wrangles. Vinegar spoiled, sickness. Violets, success of undertakings. Violin in concert, sympathy, consolation. Violin alone, bereavement. Visitors, loneliness. Virgin, joy without regret. Virgin pretended one, sorrow, evil. Vulture, bitter enmity. Vulture kill one, triumph over foes. Vulture one feeding, returning fortune. W. Wagon loaded, emolument. Wagon empty, ease, pleasure. Wake, poverty and misery. Wall, obstacles. Wall to be on, prosperity. War, misunderstandings and contention. Wardrobe, advantage. Wash day, new friends, good resolutions. Wasps, annoyance. Wasps to be stung, affronts. Watch, time well employed. Watchman, trifling loss. Water, sea bath, drink. Water to drink, a marriage or birth. Water to fall into, reconciliation. Water carrier, gain. Wax, desirable marriage. Weasel, to be outwitted. Wedding, unexpected danger, troubled happiness. Well, draw water from, good fortune. Well, fall into, peril. Wheat, money. Wheelbarrow, wheel. Disability, infirmity. Whirlwind, danger, scandal. Widowhood, satisfaction, new belongings. Wife, if a man dreams he sees his wife married to another, it betokens a separation. Wolf, enmity. Wolf to kill one, gain success. Woman, deceit. Woman fair, love. Woman ugly, scandal. Woodcutter, labor without profit. Woods, to rich, loss. Woods, to poor, profit. Work of right hand, prosperity. Work of left hand, impecuniosity. Worms, secret enemies, ill health. Wreck, catastrophes, peril. Writing, pleasant and profitable discovery. Why? Yeast, increase, abundance. Yoke, responsibilities, particularly of marriage. Youth, good time, light responsibilities. End of section 11.
Section 12 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caitlin Sticko. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS, published in 1911. Section 12. The Language of Flowers. Flowers may be combined and arranged so as to express even the nicest shades of sentiment. If a flower is offered reversed, its direct significance is likewise reversed, so that the flower now means its opposite. A rosebud, divested of its thorns, but retaining its leaves, conveys the sentiment, I fear no longer, I hope. Stripped of leaves and thorns, it signifies, there is nothing to hope or fear. A full-blown rose placed over two buds signifies secrecy. Yes is implied by touching the flower given to the lips. No, by pinching off a petal and casting it away. I am is expressed by a laurel leaf twined around the bouquet. I have by an ivy leaf folded together. I offer you by a leaf of Virginia creeper. Combinations and their meaning. Moss, rosebud, and myrtle, a confession of love. Mignonette and colored daisy, your qualities surpass your charms of beauty. Lily of the valley and ferns, your unconscious sweetness has fascinated me. Yellow rose, broken straw, and ivy, your jealousy has broken our friendship. Scarlet geranium, passion flower, purple hyacinth, and arbor vitae, I trust you will find consolation through faith in your sorrow. Be assured of my unchanging friendship. Columbine, daylily, broken straw, witch hazel, and colored daisy, your folly and coquetry have broken the spell of your beauty. White pink, canary grass, and laurel, your talent and perseverance will win you glory. Goldenrod and monk's head, sweet pea and forget-me-not. Be cautious, danger is near. I depart soon, forget-me-not. Significance of single flowers. Arbor vitae, unchanging friendship. Camellia, white, loveliness. Candy tuft, indifference. Carnation, deep red, alas for my poor heart. Carnation, white, disdain. China aster, variety. Clover, four-leaf, be mine. Clover, white, think of me. Clover, red, industry. Columbine, folly. Columbine, purple, resolved to win. Daisy, innocence. Dead leaves, sadness. Deadly nightshade, falsehood. Fern, fascination. Forget-me-not, true love, and forget-me-not. Fuchsia, scarlet, taste. Geranium, rose, preference. Geranium, scarlet, consolation. Goldenrod, be cautious. Heliotrope, devotion. Honeyflower, love, sweet and secret. Hyacinth, white, unobtrusive loveliness. Ivy, fidelity. Lady's slipper, win me and wear me. Lily, day, coquetry. Lily, white, sweetness. Lily, yellow, gaiety. Lily of the valley, return of happiness. Mignonette, your qualities surpass your charm. Monk's head, danger is near. Myrtle, love. Oats, the witching soul of music. Orange blossom, chastity. Pansy, thoughts. Passion flower, faith. Peach blossom, I am your captive. Pear, affection. Primrose, inconstancy. Quaking grass, agitation. Rose, love. Rose, deep red, bashful shame. Rose, yellow, jealousy. Rose, white, I am worthy of you. Rosebud, moss, confession of love. Shamrock, light-heartedness. Straw, agreement. Straw, broken, broken agreement. Sweet pea, depart. Tuberose, dangerous pleasures. Verbena, pray for me. Witch hazel, a spell. Alphabet of advice to writers. A word out of place spoils the most beautiful thought. Voltaire. B. Begin humbly, labor faithfully, be patient. Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. C. Cultivate accuracy in words and things. Amass sound knowledge. Avoid all affectation. Write all topics which interest you. F. W. Newman. D. Don't be afraid. Fight right along. Hope right along. S. L. Clemens. E. Every good writer has much idiom. It is the life and spirit of language. W. S. Landor. F. Follow this. If you write from the heart, you will write to the heart. Beaconsfield. G. Genius may begin great works, but only continued labor completes them. Joubert. H. Half the writer's art consists in learning what to leave in the inkpot. Stevenson. I. It is by suggestion, not cumulation, that profound impressions are made on the imagination. Lowell. J. Joy in one's work is an asset beyond the valuing in mere dollars. C. D. Warner. K. Keep writing, and profit by criticism. Use for a motto Michelangelo's wise words, genius is infinite patience. L. M. Alcott. L. Let me never tag a moral to a story, nor tell a story without a meaning. Van Dyck. M. More failures come from vanity than carelessness. Joseph Jefferson. N. Never do a pot boiler. Let one of your best things go to boil the pot. O. Henry. O. Originality does not mean oddity, but freshness. It means vitality, not novelty. Norman Hapgood. P. Pluck feathers from the wings of your imagination and stick them in the tail of your judgment. Horace Greeley. Q. Quintessence approximates genius. Gather much thought into few words. Schopenhauer. R. Revise, revise, revise. E. E. Hale. S. Simplicity has been held a mark of truth. It is also a mark of genius. Carlyle. T. The first principle of composition of whatever sort is that it should be natural and appear to have happened so. Frederick Macmonnies. U. Utilize your enthusiasm. Get the habit of happiness in your work. Beveridge. V. Very few voices but sound repellent under violent exertion. Lessing. W. Whatever in this world one has to say, there is a word, and just one word to express it. Seek that out and use it. De Maupassant. Y. Yes, yes. Believe me, you must draw your pen, not once, not twice, but o'er and o'er again, through what you've written, if you would entice the man who reads you once to read you twice. Horace Conington, T.R. Z. Zeal with scanty capacity often accomplishes more than capacity with no zeal at all. George Eliot. What different eyes indicate. The long, almond-shaped eye, with thick eyelids covering nearly half of the pupil, when taken in connection with the full brow, is indicative of genius, and is often found in artists, literary and scientific men. It is the eye of talent, or impressibility. The large, open, transparent eye, of whatever color, is indicative of elegance, of taste, of refinement, of wit, of intelligence. Weakly marked eyebrows indicate a feeble constitution and a tendency to melancholia. Deep sunken eyes are selfish, while eyes in which the whole iris shows indicate erraticism, if not lunacy. Round eyes are indicative of innocence, strongly protuberant eyes of weakness of both mind and body. Eyes small and close together typify cunning, while those far apart and open indicate frankness. The normal distance between the eyes is the width of one eye. A distance greater or less than this intensifies the character supposed to be symbolized. Sharp angles, turning down at the corners of the eyes, are seen in persons of acute judgment and penetration. Well-opened, steady eyes belong to the sincere, wide, staring eyes to the impertinent. The mysteries of palmistry. The following points, upon which the science of palmistry is based, explain its mysteries, and will be found very interesting, amusing, and instructive. Form of the hand. Hands are classed into 7 types, each of which is illustrated by the cuts on the preceding page, and described as follows. Plate 1. The elementary or bilious hand, indicating brutal instinct instead of reason as the governing power of the character. The plate that this text refers to is of a hand showing heavy, short fingers, small, short nails, and a short thumb. The palm is small and square. Return to text. Plate 2. The square or Jupiter hand, indicating a practical, stubborn, methodical, and conventional character, one apt to be suspicious of strangers and radical in views. The plate that this text refers to is of a hand showing a wide, square palm, a thick, square wrist, squared-off fingertips, and a very fat, short thumb. Return to text. Plate 3. The spatulate or nervous hand, so named because of its imagined resemblance to a spatula. It is broad at the base of the fingers and indicates great energy and push to discover, Also, courage and fearlessness. The plate that this text refers to is of a hand showing fingers and nails flattened like a spatula. The thumb is long and tapered. Return to text. Plate 4. The philosophic or Venus hand has a long, thin, muscular palm with long, knotty fingers, indicates a student of nature and a searcher after truth. The plate that this text refers to is of a long, irregular-looking hand with very knotty joints, long, bony fingers, and nails shaped like squat cones. Return to text. Plate 5. The Mercury or artistic hand indicates quick temper, impulsiveness, a character that is light-hearted, gay, and charitable today, and tomorrow sad, tearful, and uncharitable. The plate that this text refers to is of a hand with smooth fingers, a long palm, and unusually long, large thumb. Return to text. Plate 6. The lunar or idealistic hand indicates an extremely sensitive nature. The plate that this text refers to is of a small, slender hand with tapering fingers and a sharply tapered thumb. Return to text. Plate 7. The harmonic or solar hand indicates a character of great versatility, brilliant in conversation, and an adept in diplomacy. The plate that this text refers to is a hand of ordinary proportions, somewhat squared but not thick, with a well-proportioned thumb. Return to text. The fingers. For fortune-telling, the fingers from 1st to 4th are designated as Jupiter, Saturn, Apollo, and Mercury. Note the cut on the preceding page, representing the different types of fingers, numbered from 1 to 11. 1. Large fingers indicate a person of vulgar tastes and a cruel, selfish disposition. 2. Small, thin fingers indicate a keen, quick-acting mind and a person not very particular about personal appearance. 3. Long, lean fingers indicate an inquiring disposition, love of details and narrative. Short fingers imply simple tastes and selfishness. 4. Fat fingers, largely developed at base, indicate sensualness. If small at the base, the reverse. 5. Smooth fingers indicate artistic ability. 6. Knotty fingers indicate truthfulness and good order in business affairs. 7. Pointed fingers indicate a very magnetic and enthusiastic personality. 8. Square fingers indicate a strong mind, regularity, and love of good order. 9. Spatulate fingers indicate a character of positiveness in opinions and lacking in gentleness. 10. Fingers of mixed shape indicate a harmonious disposition with the ability to easily adapt oneself to all conditions. 11. Obtuse fingers indicate coarse and cruel sensibilities. The phalanges of the fingers. See Plate 8, 1, 2, 3, the phalanges of the thumb. 4, 5, 6, repeated on each finger, indicate the phalanges of the 4 fingers. The plate that this text refers to numbers the phalanges of the fingers and thumb from the tip to the base. Return to text. The mounts of the hands. See Plate 9. A. Mount Venus. B. Mount Jupiter. C. Mount Saturn. D. Mount Apollo. E. Mount Mercury. F. Mount Luna. G. Mount Mars. The plate that this text refers to marks the fleshy bases of each digit as follows: the thumb as Mount Venus, the first or pointer finger as Mount Jupiter, the middle finger as Mount Saturn, the ring finger as Mount Apollo, and the pinky finger as Mount Mercury. The fleshy base opposite the thumb is marked as Mount Luna, and Mount Mars is marked as both the space between this and the pinky finger, and also the thumb mount and the pointer mount. In other words, Mount Mars is marked as the middle of both sides of the palm. Return to text. The shape and length of the phalanges represent certain qualities and features of the character as presented in the following. Jupiter, the first finger. If the phalange is no longer than the second, it indicates ability to control others, direct and maintain order. If the second phalange is long and well developed, it indicates leadership. If short and thin, intellectual weakness. If the third phalange is long, it indicates love of power in material things. Saturn, second finger. If the first phalange is longer than the second, it indicates ability for mastering scientific subjects. If the second phalange is long, it indicates great interest in subjects requiring deep study. If the third phalange is long, it indicates a love of metaphysics and money. Apollo, third finger. If the first phalange is longer than the second, it indicates love of arts. If the second phalange is longer, it indicates success and love of riches. If the third phalange is thick, it indicates an inherent talent of the arts. Mercury, fourth finger. If the first phalange is longer than the second, it indicates a taste for and love of research. If the second phalange is long and well developed, it indicates industrious habits. If the third phalange is long and fat, it indicates a desire for the comforts of life. The mountains. These are points or elevations on the palm. Mount Venus, if prominent, indicates a person of strong passions, great energy in business, and admiration of physical beauty in the opposite sex. It also indicates love of children, home and wife or husband. When not well developed, there is a lack of love for home, children, wife, or husband, and in a man it indicates egotism and laziness, in a woman, hysteria. Mount Jupiter, if prominent, indicates a person who is generous, loves power, and is brilliant in conversation. If a woman, she desires to shine and be a social leader. When not well developed, it indicates lack of self-esteem, slovenliness, and indifference to personal appearance. Mount Saturn, if prominent, indicates a serious-minded person, religiously inclined, slow to reach a conclusion, very prudent, free in the expression of opinions, but inclined to be pessimistic. Mount Apollo, if prominent, indicates ability as an artist, generosity, courageousness, and a poetical nature, apt to be a spendthrift. When not well developed, it indicates cautiousness and prudence. Mount Mercury, if prominent, indicates keen perceptions, cleverness in conversation, a talent for the sciences, industry, and deceitfulness. If not well developed, it indicates a phlegmatic, stupid disposition. Mount Luna, if prominent, indicates a dreamy, changeable, capricious, enthusiastic, and inventive nature. When not well developed, it indicates constancy, love of home, and ability to imitate others. Mount Mars, if prominent, indicates self-respect, coolness, and control of self under trying circumstances, courage, venturesomeness, and confidence in one's ability for anything undertaken. When not well developed, it indicates the opposite of these characteristics. Lines on the hand. If the lines on the hand are not well defined, this fact indicates poor health. Deep red lines indicate good, robust health. Yellow lines indicate excessive biliousness. Dark-colored lines indicate a melancholy and reserved disposition. The lifeline extends from the outer base of Mount Jupiter entirely around the base of Mount Venus. The lifeline extends from the outer base of Mount Jupiter entirely around the base of Mount Venus. If chained under Jupiter, it indicates bad health in early life. Hairlines extending from it imply weakness, and if cut by small lines from Mount Venus, misplaced affections and domestic broils. If arising from Mount Jupiter, an ambition is to be wealthy and learned. If it is joined by the line of the head at its beginning, prudence and wisdom are indicated. If it joins heart and head lines at its commencement, a great catastrophe will be experienced by the person so marked. A square on it denotes success. All lines that follow give it strength. Lines that cut the lifeline extending through the heart line denote interference in a love affair. If it is crossed by small lines, illness is indicated. Short and badly drawn lines, unequal in size, imply bad blood and a tendency to fevers. The heart line, if it extends across the hand at the base of the finger mounts, and is deep and well defined, indicates purity and devotion. If well defined from the Mount of Jupiter only, a jealous and tyrannical disposition is indicated. If it begins at Mount Saturn and is without branches, it is a fatal sign. If short and well defined in the harmonic type of hand, it indicates intense affection when it is reciprocated. If short on the Mercury type of hand, it implies deep interest in intellectual pursuits. If short and deep in the elementary type hand, it implies the disposition to satisfy desire by brutal force, instead of by love. The head line is parallel to the heart line and forms the second branch of the letter M, generally very plain in most hands. If long and deep, it indicates ability to care for oneself. If hairlines are attached to it, mental worry. If it divides toward Mount Mercury, love affairs will be first and business secondary. If well defined its whole length, it implies a well-balanced brain. A line from it extending into a star on Mount Jupiter, great versatility, pride, and love for knowledge are indicated. If it extends to Mount Luna, great interest in occult studies is implied. Separated from the lifeline indicates aggressiveness. If it is broken, death is indicated from an injury in the head. The Racets are lines across the wrist, where the palm joins it. It is claimed they indicate length of life. If straight, it is a good sign. One rasclet indicates 30 years of life, 2 lines 60, 3 lines 90. The fate line commences at Racets, and if it extends straight to Mount Saturn, uninterrupted and alike in both hands, good luck and success are realized without personal exertion. If not in one hand and interrupted in the other, success will be experienced only by great effort. If well defined at the wrist, the early life is bright and promising. If broken in the center, misery from middle life is indicated. If this line touches Mounts Luna and Venus, it indicates a good disposition and wealth. If inclined toward any mount, it implies success in that line for which the mount stands. If it is made up of disconnected links, it indicates serious physical and moral struggles. Should it end at heart line, the life has been ruined by unrequited love. If it runs through a square, the life has been in danger and saved. Should it merge into the heart line and continue to Mount Jupiter, it denotes distinction and power secured through love. The girdle of Venus is a curved line extending from Mount Jupiter to Mercury, encircling Saturn and Apollo. It appears on few hands, but it indicates superior intellect, a sensitive and capricious nature. If it extends to base of Jupiter, it denotes divorce. Ending in Mercury implies great energy. Should it be cut by parallel lines in a man, it indicates a hard drinker and gambler. Lines of reputation, commencing in the middle of the hand, at the headline, Mount Luna or Mount Mars, indicate financial success from intellectual pursuits after years of struggling with adversity. If from heartline, real love of occupation and success. If from headline, success from selfishness. An island on this line denotes loss of character. A start on it near Apollo implies that success will be permanent, and a square, brilliant success. The absence of this line implies a struggle for recognition of one's abilities. Line of intuition, beginning at the base of Mount Mercury, extends around Mars and Luna. It is frequently found in the Venus, Mercury, and lunar types of hands. When deeply dented with a triangle on Mount Saturn, it denotes clairvoyant power. If it forms a triangle with fate line or lifeline, a voyage will be taken. Health line commences at the center of the rascets, takes an oblique course from the fate line, ending towards Mount Mercury. If straight and well defined, there is little liability to constitutional diseases. When it does not extend to headline, steady mental labor cannot be performed. When it is broad and deep on Mount Mercury, diminishing as it enters the lifeline, death from heart disease is indicated. Small lines cutting it denote sickness from biliousness. When joined to the heart line, health and business are neglected for love. If made up of short, fine lines, there is a suffering from stomach catarrh. If it is checked by islands, there is a constitutional tendency to lung disease. Marriage lines extend straight across Mount Mercury. If short, affairs of the heart without marriage are denoted. When near heartline, early marriage is indicated. If it turns directly to heartline, marriage will occur between the ages of 16 and 21. If close to the top of the mount, marriage will not take place before the 35th year. If it curves upward, it indicates a single life. When pronged and running toward the center or to Mount Mars, divorce will occur. If at the end this line droops, the subject will outlive wife or husband. If broken, divorce is implied. If it ends in a cross, the wife or husband will die from an accident. A branch from this line upward implies a high position attained by marriage. A black spot on this line means widowhood. Children's lines are small and upright, extending from the end of marriage lines. If broad and well defined, males. If fine and narrow, females are indicated. A line of this order that is deep and well defined denotes prominence for that child. Small lines have a signification depending upon their position and number. A single line on Jupiter signifies success, on Saturn happiness, on Apollo fame and talent. Ascending small lines are favorable, while descending lines are unfavorable signs. Several small lines on Mars indicate warfare constantly. Cross lines, failure. End of section 12.
Section 13 of 43, The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Sue Ann Dozier. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS, published 1911, Section 13. Riddles old and new. They have feet, but they walk not. Stoves. Eyes they have, but they see not. Potatoes. Noses have they, but they smell not. Teapots. Mouths have they, but they taste not. Rivers. Hands have they, but they handle not. Clocks. Ears have they, but they hear not. Cornstalks. Tongues have they, but they talk not. Wagons. What thing is that which is lengthened by being cut at both ends? A ditch. Why do we all go to bed? Because the bed will not come to us. Why is Paris like the letter F? Because it is the capital of France. In which month do ladies talk least? In February. Why is a room full of married people like an empty room? There is not a single person in it. Why is a peach stone like a regiment? It has a kernel. Why is an island like the letter T? Because it is in the midst of water. Why is a beehive like a spectator? Because it is a beholder. What is that which a train cannot move without, and yet is not the least use to it? A noise. When is a man over head and ears in debt? When the hat he has on is not paid for. Why is a man led astray like one governed by a girl? He is misled. Why is a Jew in a fever like a diamond? He is a jewel. Why are fixed stars like pen, ink, and paper? They are stationary. What is that which is always invisible and never out of sight? The letter I. Why is a cook like a barber? He dresses hair. Why is a waiter like a racehorse? He often runs for a plate or a cup. Why is a madman like two men? He is one beside himself. Why is a good story like a church bell? It is often told. What is the weight of the moon? 4/4. What sea would make the best bedroom? Adriatic or Adriatic? Why is Ireland likely to become rich? Because the capital is always Dublin. What two letters make a county in Massachusetts? Essex or Essex. Why is a good saloon like a bad one? Both inconvenient. Why do dentists make good politicians? Because they have a great pull. Why is the Hudson like a shoe? Because it is a great place for toes. Why is a race at a circus like a big conflagration? Because the heat is intense. Which is the left side of a plum pudding? The part that is not eaten. Why is a man who runs in debt like a clock? He goes on tick. Why is the wick of a candle like Athens? It is in the midst of Greece. Why are deep sighs like long stockings? Hi hos. What occupation is the sun? A tanner. Why are your eyes like stage horses? They are always under lashes. Why are your teeth like verbs? Regular, irregular, and defective. What word makes you sick if you leave out one of its letters? Music. What word of 10 letters can be spelled with 5? Expediency. X, P, D, N, C. Why should red-headed men be chosen for soldiers? They carry firelocks. Why is the letter D like a sailor? It follows the sea. Why is a theological student like a merchant? Both study the prophets. If the alphabet were invited out to dine, what time would U, V, W, X, Y, and Z go? After T. How can you take 1 from 19 and leave 21? Roman numeral XIX becomes XX. Last words of famous men and women. 'Tis well, George Washington. Tete d'armée, Napoleon. I thank God that I have done my duty, Admiral Nelson. I pray thee, see me safe up, but for my coming down I can shift for myself, were the last words of Sir Thomas More when ascending the scaffold. God bless you, Dr. Johnson. I have finished, Hogarth. Dying, dying, Thomas Hood. Drop the curtain, the farce is played out. Rabelais. I am what I am, I am what I am. Swift. I still live. Daniel Webster. How grand these rays, they seem to beckon earth to heaven. Humboldt. It is now time that we depart, I to die, you to live, but which is the better destination is unknown. Socrates. Adieu, my dear Morin, I am dying. Voltaire. My beautiful flowers, my beautiful flowers. Richter. James, take good care of the horse. Winfield Scott. Many things are becoming clearer to me. Schiller. I feel the daisies growing over me. John Keats. What? Is there no bribing death? Cardinal Beaufort. Taking a leap in the dark. Oh, mystery. Thomas Paine. There is not a drop of blood on my hands. Frederick V. I am taking a fearful leap in the dark. Thomas Hobbes. Don't let that awkward squad fire over my grave. Burns. Here, veteran, if you think it right, strike. Cicero. My days are past as a shadow that returns not. R. Hooker. I thought that dying would be more difficult. Louis XIV. O Lord, forgive me specially my sins of omission. Usher. Let me die to the sounds of delicious music. Mirabeau. It is small, very small, alluding to her neck. Anne Boleyn. Let me hear those notes so long my solace and delight. Mozart. We are as near heaven by sea as by land. Sir Humphrey Gilbert. I do not sleep, I wish to meet death awake. Maria Theresa. I resign my soul to God, my daughter to my country. Jefferson. Toasts and sentiments. Merit to gain a heart and sense to keep it. Money to him that has spirit to use it. More friends and less need of them. May those who deceive us always be deceived. May the sword of justice be swayed by the hand of mercy. May the brow of the brave never want a wreath of laurel. May we be slaves to nothing but our duty, and friends to nothing but real merit. May he that turns his back on his friends fall into the hands of his enemy. May honor be the commander when love takes the field. May reason guide the helm when passion blows the gale. May those who enslave become slaves themselves. May genius and merit never want a friend. May the road of happiness be lighted by virtue. May life last as long as it is worth wearing. May we never murmur without a cause, and never have a cause to murmur. May the eye that drops for the misfortunes of others never shed a tear for its own. May the lovers of the fair sex never want means to support and spirit to defend them. May the tear of misery be dried by the hand of commiseration. May the voyage of life end in the haven of happiness. Provision to the unprovided. Peace and honest friendship with all nations, entangling alliances with none. Riches to the generous, and power to the merciful. Short shoes and long corns to the enemies of freedom. Success to the lover and joy to the beloved. The life we love and with whom we love. The friend we love and the women we dare trust. The union of two fond hearts. The lovers of honor and honorable lovers. The unity of hearts in the union of hands. The liberty of the press without licentiousness. The virtuous fair and the fair virtuous. The road to honor through the plains of virtue. The hero of Saratoga, may his memory animate the breast of every American. The Americans' triumvirate, love, honor, and liberty. The memory of Washington. May the example of the New World regenerate the Old. Wit without virulence, wine without excess, and wisdom without affectation. What charms, arms and disarms. Home pleasant and our friends at home. Woman, she needs no eulogy, she speaks for herself. Friendship, may its lamp ever be supplied by the oil of truth and fidelity. The American Navy, may it ever sail on the sea of glory. May those who are discontented with their own country leave their country for their country's good. Discretion in speech is more than eloquence. May we always remember these three things: the manner, the place, and the time. Here's a sigh to those who love me, and a smile to those who hate me, and whatever skies above me, here's a heart for every fate. Wert the last drop in the well as I gasped upon the brink, ere my fainting spirit fell, 'tis to thee that I would drink. Byron. Caddy's toast to Hermione. Here's to the health of your Royal Highness, and may the skin of a gooseberry be big enough for an umbrella to cover all your enemies. Here's to the girl I love, and here's to the girl who loves me, and here's to all that love her whom I love, and all those that love her who love me. I will drink to the woman who wrought my woe in the diamond morning of long ago, to the splendor caught from orient skies that thrilled in the dark of her hazel eyes, her large eyes filled with the fire of the south, and the dewy wine of her warm red mouth. Winter. May those that are single get wives to their mind, and those that are married true happiness find. Here's a health to me and mine, not forgetting thee and thine, and when thou and thine come to see me and mine, may we and mine make thee and thine as welcome as thou and thine have ever made me and mine. Industry. The right hand of fortune, the grave of care, and the cradle of content. Here's to the prettiest, here's to the wittiest, here's to the truest of all who are true, here's to the sweetest, here's to them all in one, here's to you. Our country. May she always be in the right, but right or wrong, our country. Stephen Decatur. Here's to our sweethearts and wives. May our sweethearts soon become our wives, and our wives ever remain our sweethearts. Here's to the girls of the American shore. I love but one, I love no more. Since she's not here to drink her part, I drink her share with all my heart. Here's to the one and only one, and may that one be she, who loves but one and only one, and may that one be me. A glass is good, and a lass is good, and a pipe to smoke in cold weather. The world is good, and the people are good, and we're all good fellows together. Yesterday's yesterday, while today's here. Today is today, till tomorrow appear. Tomorrow's tomorrow, until today's past, and kisses are kisses as long as they last. Our country. To her we drink, for her we pray, our voices silent never. For her we'll fight, come what may, and stars and stripes forever. Woman. The fairest work of the great author. The edition is large, and no man should be without a copy. Drink to me only with thine eyes, and I will pledge thee mine, or leave a kiss within the cup, and I'll not look for wine. The thirst that from the soul doth rise doth ask a drink divine, but might I of Jove's nectar sip, I would not change from thine. Ben Jonson. Drink today and drown all sorrow, you shall perhaps not do't tomorrow. Best while ye have it, use your breath, there is no drinking after death. Beaumont and Fletcher. Home. The Father's kingdom, the child's paradise, the mother's world. Here's to those I love. Here's to those who love me. Here's to those who love those I love. And here's to those who love those who love those who love me. Ouida's favorite toast. A little health, a little wealth, a little house and freedom, with some friends for certain ends, but little cause to need 'em. Here's to the lasses we've loved, my lad. Here's to the lips we've pressed. For of kisses and lasses, like liquor in glasses, the last is always the best. Come in the evening, come in the morning. Come when you're looked for, come without warning. Here's to a long life and a merry one, a quick death and an easy one, a pretty girl and a true one, a cold bottle and another one. The man we love, he who thinks the most and speaks the least ill of his neighbor. False friends, may we never have friends who, like shadows, keep close to us in the sunshine only to desert us on a cloudy day or in the night. Here's to those who'd love us if only we cared. Here's to those we'd love if only we dared. Here's to one another and one other, whoever he or she may be. The world is filled with flowers, and flowers are filled with dew, and dew is filled with love, and you, and you, and you. Here's to you as good as you are, and to me as bad as I am. And as good as you are, and as bad as I am, I'm as good as you are, as bad as I am. The law. The only thing certain about litigation is its uncertainty. The lawyer. Learned gentleman who rescues your estate from your enemies and keeps it for himself. A spread eagle toast. The boundaries of our country. East by the rising sun, north by the North Pole, west by all creation, south by the day of judgment. When going up the bill of prosperity, may you never meet a friend coming down. May the hinges of friendship never grow rusty. Come, come, good wine is a familiar creature, if it be well used. Shakespeare. Shall I ask the brave soldier who fights by my side in the cause of mankind whether our creeds agree? May all single men be married and all married men be happy. Our country's emblem. The lily of France may fade, the thistle and shamrock wither, the oak of England may decay, but the stars shine on forever. The good things of the world. Parsons are preaching for them, lawyers are pleading for them, physicians are prescribing for them, authors are writing for them, soldiers are fighting for them, but true philosophers alone are enjoying them. My life has been like sunny skies when they are fair to view, but there never yet were lives or skies clouds might not wander through. The three great American generals. General Peace, General Prosperity, and General Satisfaction. America, our hearts, our hopes, are all with thee. Our hearts, our hopes, our prayers, our tears, our faith triumphant o'er our fears, are all with thee, are all with thee. Our national birds. The American eagle, the Thanksgiving turkey. May one give us peace in all our states, and the other a piece for all our plates. Opportunity. Master of human destinies am I. Fame, love, and fortune on my footsteps wait. Cities and fields I walk. I penetrate deserts and seas remote, and passing by hovel and mart and palace, soon or late I knock unbidden at once at every gate. If sleeping, wake. If feasting, rise before I turn away. It is the hour of fate, and they who follow me reach every state mortals desire, and conquer every foe condemned to failure, penury, and woe, save death. But those who doubt or hesitate, Seek me in vain and uselessly implore. I answer not, and I return no more. John J. Ingalls. A health to our dearest. May their purses always be heavy and their hearts always light. An Irishman's Toast. Here's to the land of the shamrock so green. Here's to the lad and his calling so green. Here's to the ones we love dearest and most. And may God save old Ireland. That's an Irishman's toast. Here's a health to the future, a sigh to the past. We can love and remember and hope to the last. And for all the base lies that the almanacs hold, while there's love in the heart, we can never grow old. Some hae meat and cannot eat, and some what eat who want it. But we hae meat and we can eat, so let the Lord be thanked. Burns. A little health, a little wealth, a little house and freedom, with some few friends for certain ends, but little cause to need 'em. If I were a raindrop and you a leaf, I would burst from the cloud above you, and lie on your breast in a rapture of rest, and love you, love you, love you. If I were a brown bee and you were a rose, I would fly to you, love, nor miss you. I would sip and sip from your nectared lip, and kiss you, kiss you, kiss you. Ella Wheeler Wilcox in Three Women. Strange, is it not, that the myriads who before us passed the door of darkness through, not one returns to tell us of the road, which to discover we must travel too. Omar. Away with the flimsy idea that life with a past is attended. There is now, only now, and no past. There's never a past, it is ended. Away with the obsolete story and all of its yesterday sorrow. There's only today, almost gone, and in front of today stands tomorrow. Eugene Ware. God made man, frail as a bubble. God made love, love made trouble. God made the vine. Was it a sin that man made wine to drown trouble in? My character may be my own, but my reputation belongs to any old body that enjoys gossiping more than telling the truth. May your joy be as deep as the ocean, your trouble as light as its foam. The man that has no music in himself, nor is not moved with concord of sweet sounds, is fit for treasons, stratagems, and spoils. The motions of his spirit are dull as night, and his affections dark as Erebus. Let no man be trusted. Mark the music. Shakespeare. See the mountains kiss the high heaven, and the waves clasp one another. No sister flower would be forgiven if it disdained its brother. And the sunlight clasps the earth, and the moonbeams kiss the sea. What are all these kissings worth, if thou kiss not me? Percy Bysshe Shelley. Just a worryin' for you, all the time a feelin' blue, wishin' for you, wonderin' when you'll be comin' home again. Restless, don't know what to do, just a wearyin' for you. Frank Stanton. Here's to love, the worker of miracles. He strengthens the weak and weakens the strong. He turns wise men into fools and fools into wise men. He feeds the passions and destroys reason and plays havoc among young and old. Marguerite de Valois. Goodbye, God bless you. I like the Anglo-Saxon speech with its direct revealings. It takes a hold and seems to reach way down into our feelings. That some rude deem it rude, I know, and therefore they abuse it. But I have never found it so. Before all else I choose it. I don't object that man should air the Gallic that they paid for, the au revoir, adieu ma chère, for that's what French was made for. But when a crony takes your hand at parting to address you, he drops all foreign lingo and he says, "Goodbye, God bless you." Eugene Field. Language of precious stones. The ancients attributed marvelous properties to many of the precious stones. We give in tabular form the different months and the stones sacred to them, as generally accepted, with their respective meanings. It has been customary among lovers and friends to notice the significance attached to the various stones in making birthday, engagement, and wedding presents. January. Garnet. Constancy and fidelity in every engagement. February. Amethyst. Preventive against violent passions. March. Bloodstone. Courage, wisdom, and firmness in affection. April. Sapphire. Free from enchantment, denotes repentance. May. Emerald. Discovers false friends and ensures true love. June. Agate. Ensures long life, health, and prosperity. July. Ruby. Discovers poison, corrects evils resulting from mistaken friendship. August. Sardonyx. Ensures conjugal felicity. September. Chrysolite. Free from all evil passions and sadness of the mind. October. Opal. Denotes hope, and sharpens the sight and faith of the possessor. November. Topaz. Fidelity and friendship, prevents bad dreams. December. Turquoise. Prosperity and love. Tiffany's list of birthstones is somewhat different from the above and is given below. Birthstones as given by Tiffany & Company. January. Garnet. February. Amethyst, hyacinth, and pearl. March. Jasper, bloodstone. April. Diamond, sapphire. May. Emerald, agate. June. Cat's eye, turquoise, agate. July. Turquoise and onyx. August. Sardonyx, carnelian, moonstone, topaz. September. Chrysolite. October. Beryl, opal. November. Topaz, pearl. December. Ruby, bloodstone. End of section 13. Recording by Sue Ann Dozier, Kansas City, Kansas, April 12th, 2007.
Of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS. Published in 1911. Section 14. Grammar, Spelling, and Pronunciation. 500 Common Errors corrected. Concise rules for the proper use of words in writing or speaking. The most objectionable errors in speaking or writing are those in which words are employed that are unsuitable to convey the meaning intended. Thus, a person wishing to express his intention of going to a given place says, "I propose going," when in fact he purposes going. The following affords an amusing illustration of this class of error. A venerable matron was speaking of her son, who, she said, was quite stage-struck. "In fact," remarked the old lady, "he is going to a premature performance this evening." Considering that most amateur performances are premature, it cannot be said that this word was altogether misapplied, though evidently the maternal intention was to convey quite another meaning. Other errors arise from the substitution of sounds similar to the words which should be employed, that is, spurious words instead of genuous ones. Thus, some people say remunerative when they mean remunerative. A nurse, recommending her mistress to have a perambulator for her child, advised her to purchase a preamputator. Other errors are occasioned by imperfect knowledge of English grammar. Thus, many people say, "between you and I," instead of "between you and me." And there are numerous other departures from the rules of grammar, which will be pointed out hereafter. Misuse of the adjective. "What beautiful butter!" "What a nice landscape!" They should say, "What a beautiful landscape!" "What nice butter!" Again, errors are frequently occasioned by the following causes. Mispronunciation of words. Many persons say pronunciation instead of pronunciation. Others say pronunciation instead of pronunciation. Misdivision of words and syllables. This defect makes the words an ambassador sound like a nambassador, or an adder like a nadder. Imperfect enunciation, as when a person says hebben for heaven, eber for ever, chocolate for chocolate. To correct these errors by a systematic course of study would involve a closer application than most persons could afford, but the simple and concise rules and hints here given, founded upon usage and the authority of scholars, will be of great assistance to inquirers. English grammar in a nutshell. Who and whom are used in relation to persons, and which in relation to things. But it was once common to say, the man which. This should now be avoided. It is now usual to say, Our Father who art in heaven, instead of which art in heaven. Whose is, however, sometimes applied to things as well as to persons. We may therefore say, the country whose inhabitants are free. Thou is employed in solemn discourse, and you in common language. Ye, plural, is also used in serious addresses, and you in familiar language. The uses of the word it are various, and very perplexing to the uneducated. It is not only used to imply persons, but things, and even ideas, and therefore, in speaking or writing, its assistance is constantly required. The perplexity respecting this word arises from the fact that in using it in the construction of a long sentence, sufficient care is not taken to ensure that when it is employed, it really points out or refers to the objects intended. For instance, it was raining when John set out in his car to go to market, and he was delayed so long that it was over before he arrived. Now, what is to be understood by this sentence? Was the rain over, or the market? Either or both might be inferred from the construction of the sentence, which, therefore, should be written thus. It was raining when John set out in his cart to go to market, and he was delayed so long that the market was over before he arrived. Rule. After writing a sentence, always look through it, and see that wherever the word it is employed, it refers to or carries the mind back to the object which it is intended to point out. The general distinction between this and that may be thus defined. This denotes an object present or near, in time or place. That, something which is absent. These refers in the same manner to present objects, while those refers to things that are remote. Who changes, under certain conditions, into whose and whom, but that and which always remain the same, with the exception of the possessive case, as noted above. That may be applied to nouns or subjects of all sorts, as the girl that went to school, the dog that bit me, the opinion that he entertains. The misuse of these pronouns gives rise to more errors in speaking and writing than any other cause. When you wish to distinguish between two or more persons, say, which is the happy man, not who. Which of these ladies do you admire? Instead of whom do you think him to be? Say, who do you think him to be? Whom should I see? To whom do you speak? Who said so? Who gave it to you? Of whom did you procure them? Who was he? Who do men say that I am? Self should never be added to his, their, mine, or thine. Each is used to denote every individual of a number. Every denotes all the individuals of a number. Either and or denote an alternative. I will take either road, at your pleasure. I will take this or that. Neither means not either, and nor means not the other. Either is sometimes used for each. 2 thieves were crucified, on either side one. Let each esteem others as good as themselves should be, let each esteem others as good as himself. There are bodies, each of which are so small, should be, each of which is so small. Do not use double superlatives, such as most straightest, most highest, most finest. The term worser has gone out of use, but lesser is still retained. The use of such word as chiefest, extremist, etc., has become obsolete, because they do not give any superior force to the meanings of the primary words, chief, extreme, etc. Such expressions as more impossible, more indispensable, more universal, more uncontrollable, more unlimited, etc., are objectionable, as they really enfeeble the meaning which it is the object of the speaker or writer to strengthen. For instance, impossible gains no strength by rendering it more impossible. This class of error is common with persons who say, a great large house, a great big animal, a little small foot, a tiny little hand. Here, there, and where, originally denoting place, may now, by common consent, be used to denote other meanings, such as, there I agree with you, where we differ. We find pain where we expected pleasure. Here you mistake me. Hence, whence, and thence, denoting departure, etc., may be used without the word from. The idea of from is included in the word whence. Therefore it is unnecessary to say, from whence. Hither, thither, and whither, denoting to a place, have generally been superseded by here, there, and where. But there is no good reason why they should not be employed. If, however, they are used, it is unnecessary to add the word to, because that is implied. Whither are you going? Where are you going? Each of these sentences is complete. To say, where are you going to, is redundant. Two negatives destroy each other and produce an affirmative. Nor did he not observe them conveys the idea that he did observe them. But negative assertions are allowable. His manners are not impolite, which implies that his manners are in some degree marked by politeness. Instead of let you and I, say let you and me. Instead of I am not so tall as him, say I am not so tall as he. When asked, who is there? Do not answer me, but I. Instead of for you and I, say for you and me. Instead of says I, say I said. Instead of you are taller than me, say you are taller than I. Instead of I ain't or I amn't, say I am not. Instead of whether I be present or no, say whether I be present or not. For not that I know on, say not that I know. Instead of was I to do so, say were I to do so. Instead of I would do the same if I was him, say I would do the same if I were he. Instead of I had as lief go myself, say I would as soon go myself, or I would rather. It is better to say 6 weeks ago than 6 weeks back. It is better to say since which time than since when. It is better to say I repeated it than I said so over again. Instead of he was too young to have suffered much, say he was too young to suffer much. Instead of less friends, say fewer friends. Less refers to quantity. Instead of a quantity of people, say a number of people. Instead of he and they we know, say him and them. Instead of as far as I can see, say so far as I can see. Instead of a new pair of gloves, say a pair of new gloves. Instead of I hope you'll think nothing on it, say I hope you'll think nothing of it. Instead of restore it back to me, say restore it to me. Instead of I suspect the veracity of his story, say I doubt the truth of his story. Instead of I seldom or ever see him, say I seldom see him. Instead of I expected to have found him, say I expected to find him. Instead of who learns you music, say who teaches you music. Instead of I never sing whenever I can help it, say I never sing when I can help it. Instead of before I do that I must first ask leave, say before I do that I must ask leave. Instead of saying the observation of the rule, say the observance of the rule. Instead of a man of 80 years of age, say a man 80 years old. Instead of here lays his honored head, say here lies his honored head. Instead of he died from negligence, say he died through neglect or in consequence of neglect. Instead of apples are plenty, say apples are plentiful. Instead of the latter end of the year, say the end or the close of the year. Instead of the then government, say the government of that age, or century, or year, or time. Instead of a couple of chairs, say 2 chairs. Instead of they are united together in the bonds of matrimony, say they are united in matrimony, or they are married. Instead of we travel slow, say we travel slowly. Instead of he plunged down into the river, say he plunged into the river. Instead of he jumped from off the scaffolding, say he jumped off the scaffolding. Instead of he came the last of all, say he came the last. Instead of universal, with reference to things that have any limit, say general, generally approved, instead of universally approved, generally beloved, instead of universally beloved. Instead of they ruined one another, say they ruined each other. Instead of if in case I succeed, say if I succeed. Instead of a large enough room, say a room large enough. Instead of I am slight in comparison to you, say I am slight in comparison with you. Instead of I went for to see him, say I went to see him. Instead of the cake is all eat up, say the cake is all eaten. Instead of handsome is as handsome does, say handsome is who handsome does. Instead of the book fell on the floor, say the book fell to the floor. Instead of his opinions are approved of by all, say his opinions are approved by all. Instead of I will add one more argument, say I will add one argument more, or another argument. Instead of a sad curse is war, say war is a sad curse. Instead of he stands 6 foot high, say he measures 6 feet, or his height is 6 feet. Instead of I go every now and then, say I go sometimes, or often. Instead of who finds him in clothes, say who provides him with clothes. Say the first 2, and the last 2, instead of the 2 first, the 2 last. Instead of his health was drank with enthusiasm, say his health was drunk enthusiastically. Instead of except I am prevented, say unless I am prevented. Instead of in its primary sense, say in its primitive sense. Instead of it grieves me to see you, say I am grieved to see you. Instead of give me them papers, say give me those papers. Instead of those papers I hold in my hand, say these papers I hold in my hand. Instead of I could scarcely imagine but what, say I could scarcely imagine that. Instead of he was a man notorious for his benevolence, say he was noted for his benevolence. Instead of she was a woman celebrated for her crimes, say she was notorious on account of her crimes. Instead of what may your name be, say what is your name. Instead of I lifted it up, say I lifted it. Instead of it is equally of the same value, say it is of the same value, or equal value. Instead of I knew it previous to your telling me, say I knew it previously to your telling me. Instead of you was out when I called, say you were out when I called. Instead of I thought I should have won this game, say, I thought I should win this game. Instead of this much is certain, say, thus much is certain, or so much is certain. Instead of he went away as it may be yesterday week, say, he went away yesterday week. Instead of he came the Saturday as it may be before the Monday, specify the Saturday on which he came. Instead of put your watch in your pocket, say, put your watch into your pocket. Instead of he has got riches, say, he has riches. Instead of will you set down, say, will you sit down. Instead of no thanky, say, no thank you. Instead of I cannot do it without farther means, say, I cannot do it without further means. Instead of no sooner but, or no other but, say than. Instead of nobody else but her, say nobody but her. Instead of he fell down from the balloon, say he fell from the balloon. Instead of he rose up from the ground, say he rose from the ground. Instead of these kind of oranges are not good, say this kind of oranges is not good. Instead of somehow or another, say somehow or other. Instead of will I give you some more tea, say shall I give you some more tea. Instead of oh dear, what will I do, say oh dear, what shall I do. Instead of I think indifferent of it, say I think indifferently of it. Instead of I will send it conformable to your orders, say I will send it conformably to your orders. Instead of to be given away gratis, say to be given away. Instead of will you enter in, say will you enter. Instead of this 3 days or more, say these 3 days or more. Instead of he is a bad grammarian, say he is not a grammarian. Instead of we accuse him for, say we accuse him of. Instead of we acquit him from, say we acquit him of. Instead of I am averse from that, say I am averse to that. Instead of I confide on you, say I confide in you. Instead of as soon as ever, say as soon as. Instead of the very best or the very worst, say the best or the worst. Avoid such phrases as no great shakes, nothing to boast of, down in my boots, suffering from the blues. All such sentences indicate vulgarity. Instead of no one hasn't called, say no one has called. Instead of you have a right to pay me, say it is right that you should pay me. Instead of I'm going over the bridge, say I'm going across the bridge. Instead of I should just think I could, say I think I can. Instead of there has been a good deal, say there has been much. Instead of the effort you are making for meeting the bill, say the effort you are making to meet the bill. To say do not give him no more of your money is equivalent to saying give him some of your money. Say do not give him any of your money. Instead of saying they are not what nature designed them, say they are not what nature designed them to be. Instead of saying I had not the pleasure of hearing his sentiments when I wrote that letter, say I had not the pleasure of having heard, etc. Instead of the quality of the apples were good, say the quality of the apples was good. Instead of the want of learning, courage, and energy are more visible, say is more visible. Instead of we die for want, say we die of want. Instead of he died by fever, say he died of fever. Instead of I enjoy bad health, say my health is not good. Instead of either of the three, say any one of the three. Instead of better nor that, say better than that. Instead of we often think on you, say we often think of you. Instead of mine is so good as yours, say mine is as good as yours. Instead of this town is not as large as we thought, say this town is not so large as we thought. Instead of because why, say why. Instead of that there boy, say that boy. Instead of the subject matter of debate, say the subject of debate. Instead of saying when he was come back, say when he had come back. Instead of saying his health has been shook, say his health has been shaken. Instead of saying it was spoke in my presence, say it was spoken in my presence. Instead of very right or very wrong, say right or wrong. Instead of the mortgager paid him the money, say the mortgagee paid him the money. The mortgagee lends, the mortgagor borrows. Instead of I took you to be another person, say I mistook you for another person. Instead of on either side of the river, say on each side of the river. Instead of there's 50, say there are 50. Instead of the best of the two, say the better of the two. Instead of my clothes have become too small for me, say I have grown too stout for my clothes. Instead of 2 spoonsful of physic, say 2 spoonfuls of physic. Instead of she said, says she, say she said. Avoid such phrases as I said, says I, thinks I to myself, etc. Instead of I don't think so, say I think not. Instead of he was in eminent danger, say he was in imminent danger. Instead of the weather is hot, say the weather is very warm. Instead of I sweat, say I perspire. Instead of I only want $2, say I want only $2. Instead of whatsomever, say whatever, or whatsoever. Avoid such exclamations as God bless me, God deliver me, by God, by gosh, holy Lord, upon my soul, etc., which are vulgar on the one hand, and savour of impiety on the other, for thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. End of section 14.
Section 15 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Robin Cotter, Toronto, Ontario, January 2007. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS, published in 1911. Section 15. Accent and Pronunciation. Accent is a particular stress or force of the voice upon certain syllables or words. This mark in printing denotes the syllable upon which the stress or force of the voice should be placed. A word may have more than one accent. Take as an instance, aspiration. In uttering the word, we give a marked emphasis of the voice upon the first and third syllables, and therefore those syllables are said to be accented. The first of these accents is less distinguishable than the second, upon which we dwell longer. Therefore the second accent in point of order is called the primary or chief accent of the word. When the full accent falls on a vowel, that vowel should have a long sound, as in vocal. But when it falls on or after a consonant, the preceding vowel has a short sound, as in habit. To obtain a good knowledge of pronunciation, it is advisable for the reader to listen to the examples given by good speakers and by educated persons. We learn the pronunciation of words to a great extent by imitation, just as birds acquire the notes of other birds which may be near them. But it will be very important to bear in mind that there are many words having a double meaning or application, and that the difference of meaning is indicated by the difference of the accent. Among these words, nouns are distinguished from verbs by this means. Nouns are mostly accented on the first syllabic, and verbs on the last. Noun signifies name. Nouns are the names of persons and things, as well as of things not material and palpable, but of which we have a conception and knowledge, such as courage, firmness, goodness, strength; and verbs express actions, movements, etc. If the word used signifies has been done, or is being done, or is to be done, then that word is a verb. Thus, when we say that anything is an insult, that word is a noun, and is accented all the first syllable. But when we say he did it to insult another person, that word insult implies acting, and becomes a verb, and should be accented on the last syllable. Simple rules of pronunciation. C before A, O, and U, and in some other situations, is a close articulation, like K. Before E, I, and Y, C is precisely equivalent to S in same, this, as in cedar, civil, cypress, capacity. E final indicates that the preceding vowel is long, as in hate, meet, sire, robe, lyre, abate, recede, invite, remote, intrude. E final indicates that C preceding has the sound of S, as in lace, lance, and that G preceding has the sound of J, as in charge, page, challenge. E final in proper English words never forms a syllable, and in the most used words, in the terminating unaccented syllables, it is silent. Thus, motive, genuine, examine, granite are pronounced motive, genuine, examine, granite. E final in a few words of foreign origin forms a syllable, as syncope, simile. E final is silent after L in the following terminations: ble, cle, dle, fle, gle, kle, ple, tle, zle, as in able, manacle, cradle, ruffle, mangle, wrinkle, supple, rattle, puzzle, which are pronounced able, manacle, cradle, ruffle, mangle, wrinkle, supple, rattle, puzzle. E is usually silent in the termination en, as in taken, broken, pronounced taken, broken. Ous is the termination of adjectives and their derivatives, is pronounced us, as in gracious, pious, pompously. Ce, ci, ti before a vowel have the sound of sh, as in cetaceous, gracious, motion, partial, ingratiate, pronounced cetaceous, gracious, motion, partial, ingratiate. Si after an accented vowel is pronounced like zh, as in Ephesian, confusion, pronounced Ephesian, confusion. Gh both in the middle and at the end of words is silent, as in caught, bought, fright, nigh, sigh, pronounced caught, bought, fright, nigh, sigh. In the following exceptions, however, gh is pronounced as f: cough, choff, cloth, enough, laugh, rough, slough, tough, trough. When wh begins a word, the aspirate h precedes w in pronunciation, as in what, whiff, whale, pronounced what, whiff, whale, w having precisely the sound of oo, French ou. In the following words w is silent: who, whom, whose, hoop, whole. H after r has no sound or use, as in room, rhyme, pronounced room, rhyme. H should be sounded in the middle of words, as in forehead, abhor, behold, exhaust, inhabit, unhorse. H should always be sounded except in the following words: air, herb, honest, honor, hour, humor, and humble, and all their derivatives, such as humorously, derived from humor. K and G are silent before N, as no, naw, pronounced no, naw. W before R is silent, as in ring, wreath, pronounced ring, wreath. B after M is silent, as in dumb, numb, pronounced dumb, numb. L before K is silent, as in balk, walk, talk, pronounced balk, walk, talk. PH has the sound of F, as in philosophy, pronounced philosophy. NG has two sounds, one as in singer, the other as in finger. N after M and closing a syllable is silent, as in hymn, condemn. P before S and T is mute, as in psalm, pseudo, ptarmigan, pronounced psalm, pseudo, ptarmigan. R has two sounds, one strong and vibrating, as at the beginning of words and syllables, such as robber, reckon, error. The other is at the termination of the words, or when succeeded by a consonant, as farmer, mourn. Common errors in pronunciation. ACE is not is, as furnace, not furnace. AGE, not idge, as cabbage, courage, postage, village. AIN, ANE, not in, as certain, certain, not certain. ATE, not it, as moderate, not moderate. ECT, not EC, as aspect, not aspect. Subject, not subject. ED, not ID or UD, as wicked, not wicked or wicked. EL, not L. Model, not model. Novel, not novel. EN, not N, as sudden, not sudden. Burden, burthen, garden, lengthen, seven, strengthen, often, and a few others have the E silent. ENCE, not UNCE, as influence, not influence. ES, not IS, as pleases, not pleases. ILE should be pronounced IL, as fertile, not fertile, in all words except chamomile, exile, gentile, infantile, reconcile, and senile, which should be pronounced ILE. IN, not N, as Latin, not Latin. ND, not N, as husband, not husband. Thousand, not thousand. NESS, not NISS, as carefulness, not carefulness. NG, not N, as singing, not singin', speaking, not speakin'. NGTH, not NTH, as strength, not strength. SON, the O should be silent, as in treason, not treason. TAL, not TLE, as capital, not capital. Metal, not metal. Mortal, not mortal. Periodical, not periodical. XT, not X, as next, not next. Short rules for spelling. Words ending in E drop that letter on taking a suffix beginning with a vowel. Exceptions: words ending in GE, CE, or OE. Final E of a primitive word is retained on taking a suffix beginning with a consonant. Exceptions: words ending in dge and truly, duly, etc. Final Y of a primitive word, when preceded by a consonant, is generally changed into I on the addition of a suffix. Exceptions: retained before ing and ish, as pitying. Words ending in ie and dropping the e by Rule 1 change the I to y, as lying. Final Y is sometimes changed to e, as duteous. Nouns ending in y, preceded by a vowel, form their plural by adding s. O, as money, monies. Y preceded by a consonant is changed to ies in the plural, as bounty, bounties. Final Y of a primitive vowel, preceded by a vowel, should not be changed into I before a suffix, as joyless. In words containing ei or ie, ei is used after the sound s, as sealing, seize, except in siege, and in a few words ending in seer. Inveigle, neither, leisure, and weird also have ei. In other cases ie is used, as in believe, achieve. Words ending in ceous or cious, when relating to matter, end in ceous. All others in cious. Words of one syllable ending in a consonant with a single vowel before it double the consonant in derivatives, as ship, shipping, etc. But if ending in a consonant with a double vowel before it, they do not double the consonant in derivatives, as troop, trooper, etc. Words of more than one syllable, ending in a consonant preceded by a single vowel, and accented on the last syllable, double that consonant in derivatives, as commit, committed, but except chagrin, chagrined, kidnap, kidnapped. All words of one syllable ending in l, with a single vowel before it, have ll at the close, as mill, sell. All words of one syllable ending in l, with a double vowel before it, have only one l at the close, as mail, sail. The words foretell, distill, instill, and fulfill retain the double l of their primitives. Derivatives of dull, skill, will, and full also retain the double l when the accent falls on these words, as dullness, skillful, willful, fullness. Punctuation. A period after every declarative and every imperative sentence, as it is true, do right. A period is also used after every abbreviation, as Dr. Dr. Mr. Mr. Captain, Capt. An interrogation point, question mark, after every question. The exclamation point after exclamations, as alas! Oh, how lovely! Quotation marks enclose quoted expressions, as Socrates said, I believe the soul is immortal. A colon is used between parts of a sentence that are subdivided by semicolons. A colon is used before a quotation, enumeration, or observation that is introduced by as follows, the following, or any similar expression, as send me the following, 10 dozen, Armstrong's Treasury, 25 Schultz Manual, etc. A semicolon between parts that are subdivided by commas. The semicolon is used also between clauses or members that are disconnected in sense, as man grows old, he passes away, all is uncertain. When as namely, that is used to introduce an example or enumeration, a semicolon is put before it and a comma after it, as The night was cold, that is, comma, for the time of year. A comma is used to set off interposed words, phrases, and subordinate clauses, not restrictive; as, comma, good deeds are never lost, comma, though sometimes forgotten. A comma is used to set off transposed phrases and clauses, as, quote, when the wicked entice thee, comma, consent thou not, unquote. A comma is used to set off interposed words, phrases, and clauses, as, let us, comma, if we can, comma, make others happy. A comma is used between similar or repeated words or phrases, as, the sky, comma, the water, comma, the trees, comma, were illumined with sunlight. A comma is used to mark an ellipsis or the omission of a verb or other important word. A comma is used to set off a short quotation informally introduced, as, who said, comma, quote, the good die young, unquote, question mark. A comma is used whenever necessary to prevent ambiguity. The marks of parentheses are used to enclose an interpolation, where such interpolation is by the writer or speaker of the sentence in which it occurs. Interpolations by an editor or by anyone other than the author of the sentence should be enclosed in brackets. Dashes may be used to set off a parenthetical expression, also to denote an interruption or a sudden change of thought or a significant pause. The use of capitals. 1. Every entire sentence should begin with a capital. 2. Proper names and adjectives derived from these should begin with a capital. 3. All appellations of the deity should begin with a capital. 4. Official and honorary titles begin with a capital. 5. Every line of poetry should begin with a capital. 6. Titles of books and the heads of their chapters and divisions are printed in capitals. 7. The pronoun I and the exclamation O are always capitals. 8. The days of the week and the months of the year begin with capitals. 9. Every quotation should begin with a capital letter. 10. Names of religious denominations begin with capitals. 11. In preparing accounts, each item should begin with a capital. 12. Any word of special importance may begin with a capital. End of section 15.
Section 16 of the handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Corey Samuel. The handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS, published in 1911. Section 16. The name of God in 50 languages. Hebrew, Eleah, Jehovah. Chaldaic, Eliah. Assyrian, Eleah. Syrian and Turkish, Allah. Malay, Allah. Arabic, Allah. Languages of the Magi, Orsi. Old Egyptian, Tut. Modern Egyptian, Tune. Armenian, Tuti. Greek, Theos. Cretan, Theos. Idaean and Dorian, Ilos. Latin, Deus. Low Latin, Dieu. Celtic Gaelic, Dieu. French, Dieu. Spanish, Dios. Portuguese, Deus. Old German, Diet. Provençal, Dio. Low Breton, Don. Italian, Dio. Irish, Dia. Olutu, Deu. German and Swiss, Gott. Flemish, God. Dutch, God. English, God. Teutonic, Goth. Danish and Swedish, good. Norwegian, good. Slav, Buch. Polish, Bog. Polacca, Bung. Lap, Juvenal. Finnish, Jumala. Runic, As. Zembilian, Ass. Pananlian, Istu. Tartar, Magatai. Coromandel, Brahma. Persian, Sire. Chinese, Prusa. Japanese, Gurza. Madagascar, Zana. Peruvian, Pukikamai. Facts about Sponges by Albert Hart. Sponges belong to the animal kingdom, and the principal varieties used commercially are obtained off the coasts of Florida and the West Indies. The higher grades are from the Mediterranean Sea, and are numerous in variety. A sponge in its natural state is a different-looking object from what we see in commerce, resembling somewhat the appearance of the jellyfish, or a mass of liver, the entire surface being covered with a thin, slimy skin, usually of a dark colour, and perforated to correspond with the apertures of the canals commonly called holes of the sponge. The sponge of commerce is, in reality, only the skeleton of a sponge. The composition of this skeleton varies in the different kinds of sponges, but in the commercial grades it consists of interwoven horny fibres, among and supporting which are epiculae of siliceous matter in greater or less numbers, and having a variety of forms. The fibres consist of a network of fibrils, whose softness and elasticity determine the commercial quality of a given sponge. The horny framework is perforated externally by very minute pores, and by a less number of larger openings. These are parts of an interesting double canal system, an external and an internal, or a centripetal and a centrifugal. At the smaller openings on the sponge's surface, channels begin, which lead into dilated spaces. In these, in turn, channels arise, which eventually terminate in the large openings. Through these channels or canals, definite currents are constantly maintained, which are essential to the life of the sponge. The currents enter through the small apertures and emerge through the large ones. The active part of the sponge, that is, the part concerned in nutrition and growth, is a soft, fleshy mass, partly filling the meshes and lining the canals. It consists largely of cells having different functions, some utilized in the formation of the framework, some in digestion, and others in reproduction. Lining the dilated spaces into which different canals lead are cells surmounted by whip-like processes. The motion of these processes produces and maintains the water currents, which carry the minute food products to the digestive cells in the same cavities. Sponges multiply by the union of sexual product. Certain cells of the fleshy pulp assume the character of ova, and others that of spermatozoa. Fertilization takes place within the sponge. The fertilized eggs, which are called larvae, pass out into the currents of the water, and in the course of 24 to 48 hours they settle and become attached to rocks and other hard substances, and in time develop into mature sponges. The depth of the water in which sponges grow varies from 10 to 50 feet in Florida, but considerably more in the Mediterranean Sea, the finer grades being found in the deepest water, having a temperature of 50 to 57 degrees. Don't be buried alive. From time to time we are horrified by learning that some person has been buried alive after assurances have been given of death. Under these circumstances, the opinion of a rising French physician upon the subject becomes of worldwide interest, For since the tests which have been in use for years have been found unreliable, no means should be left untried to prove beyond a doubt that life is actually extinct before conveying our loved ones to the grave. Dr. Martineau, as reported in the New York Journal, asserts that an unfailing test may be made by producing a blister on the hand or foot of the body, by holding the flame of a candle to the same for a few seconds, or until the blister is formed, which will always occur. If the blister contains any fluid, it is evidence of life, and the blister only that produced by an ordinary burn. If, on the contrary, the blister contains only steam, it may be asserted that life is extinct. The explanation is as follows. A corpse, says Dr. Martineau, is nothing more than inert matter, under the immediate control of physical laws, which cause all liquid heating to a certain temperature to become steam. The epidermis is raised, the blister produced. It breaks with a little noise, and the steam escapes. But if, in spite of all appearances, there is any remnant of life, the organic mechanism continues to be governed by physiological laws, and the blister will contain serous matter, as in the case of any ordinary burns. The test is as simple as the proof is conclusive. Dry blister, death. Liquid blister, life. Any one may try it. There is no error possible. How to serve wine. A fine dinner may be spoiled by not serving the proper wine at the proper time and at the proper temperature. A white wine, Sauterne, Riesling, Moselle, etc., should be used from the beginning of the meal to the time the roast or game comes on. With the roast, serve red wine, either claret or burgundy. Use sparkling wines after the roast. With dessert, serve apricot cordial. Never serve red wine with soup or fish, and never a white wine with game. Storage, temperature, etc. Store your wines in the cellar at 50 to 60 degrees. All bottles should lie flat, so that the cork is continually moist. This rule should be specially observed with sparkling wines. Sparkling wine should be served ice cold. Put the wine on the ice, not ice in the wine. Serve red wine at only about 5 degrees cooler than a dining room. White wine should be about 15 degrees cooler than the temperature of the room. End of section 16.
Of The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS. Section 17. The Steps in the Growth of American Liberty. Magna Carta. About 700 years ago there was organized a movement which resulted in the Great Charter of English Liberty, a movement which foreshadowed the battle of our American forefathers for political independence. On the 25th of August, 1213, the prelates and barons, tiring of the tyranny and vacillation of King John, formed a council and passed measures to secure their rights. After 2 years of contest, with many vicissitudes, the barons entered London and the king fled into Hampshire. By agreement both parties met at Runnymede on the 9th of June, 1215, and after several days' debate, on June 15th, Magna Carta, the Great Charter, the glory of England, was signed and sealed by the sovereign. The Magna Carta is a comprehensive Bill of Rights, and, though crude in form, and with many clauses of merely local value, its spirit still lives and will live. Clear and prominent we find the motto, "No tax without representation." The original document is in Latin and contains 61 articles, of which the 39th and 40th, embodying the very marrow of our own state constitutions, are here given as translated in the English statutes. 39. No freeman shall be taken or imprisoned, or be disseised of his freehold, or liberties or free customs, or be otherwise distroped, damaged, nor will be press upon him, nor seize upon him, condemn him, but by lawful judgment of his peers, or by the law of the land. 40. We will sell to no man, we will not deny or defer to any man, either right or justice. The Great Charter recognizes a popular tribunal as a check on the official judges, and may be looked upon as the foundation of the writ of habeas corpus. It provides that no one is to be condemned on rumor or suspicion, but only on the evidence of witnesses. It affords protection against excessive immersements, illegal distresses, and various processes for debts and service due to the Crown. Fines are in all cases to be proportionate to the magnitude of the offence, and even the villain or rustic is not to be deprived of his necessary chattels. There are provisions regarding the forfeiture of land for felony. The testamentary power of the subject is recognized over part of his personal estate, and the rest to be divided between his widow and children. The independence of the Church is also provided for. These are the most important features of the Great Charter, which, exacted by men with arms in their hands from a resisting king, occupies so conspicuous a place in history, which establishes the supremacy of the law of England over the will of the monarch, and which still forms the basis of English liberties. The Mecklenburg Declaration. More than a year before the signing of the Declaration of Independence, a document was drawn up that was almost a model in phraseology and sentiment of the Great Charter of American freedom. There are various accounts of this matter, but the most trustworthy is this. At a public meeting of the residents of Mecklenburg County, North Carolina, held at Charlotte on the 20th of May, 1775, it was, quote, resolved, that whenever directly or indirectly abetted, or in any way, form, or manner countenanced, the unchartered and undangerous invasion of our rights, as claimed by Great Britain, is an enemy to our country, to America, and to the inherent and inalienable rights of man. Resolved, that we, the citizens of Mecklenburg County, do hereby dissolve the political bonds which have connected us to the mother country, and hereby absolve ourselves from all allegiance to the British Crown, and abjure all political connection, contract, or association with that nation, which has wantonly trampled on our rights and liberties, and inhumanly shed the blood of American patriots at Lexington. Resolved, that we do hereby declare ourselves a free and independent people, are and of right ought to be a sovereign and self-governing association, under the control of no power other than that of our God, and the general government of the Congress. To the maintenance of which independence we solemnly pledge to each other our mutual cooperation, our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. End quote. There are two other resolutions concerning the militia and the administration of the law, but these, having no present value, are here omitted. The Declaration of Independence, in Congress, July 4th, 1776. When, in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bonds which have connected them with another, and to assume, among the powers of the earth, the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute a new government, laying its foundation on such principles, and organizing its powers in such form, as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence, indeed, will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly all experience has shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer, while evils are sufferable, than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty, to throw off such government, and to provide new guards for their future security. Such has been the patient sufferance of these colonies, and such is now the necessity which constrains them to alter their former systems of government. The history of the present King of Great Britain is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations, all having in direct object the establishment of an absolute tyranny over these states. To prove this, let facts be submitted to a candid world. He has refused his assent to laws the most wholesome and necessary for the public good. He has forbidden his governors to pass laws of immediate and pressing importance, unless suspended in their operation till his assent should be obtained, and when so suspended, he has utterly neglected to attend to them. He has refused to pass other laws for the accommodation of large districts of people, unless those people would relinquish the right of representation in the legislature, a right inestimable to them, formidable to tyrants only. He has called together legislative bodies at places unusual, uncomfortable, and distant from the depository of their public records, for the sole purpose of fatiguing them into compliance with his measures. He has dissolved representative houses repeatedly, for opposing with manly firmness his invasions on the rights of the people. He has refused, for a long time after such dissolutions, to cause others to be elected, whereby the legislative powers, incapable of annihilation, have returned to the people at large, for their exercise, the state remaining, in the meantime, exposed to all the dangers of invasion from without, and convulsions within. He has endeavored to prevent the population of these states, for that purpose obstructing the laws for naturalization of foreigners, refusing to pass others to encourage their migration hither, and raising conditions of new appropriation of lands. He has obstructed the administration of justice by refusing his assent to laws establishing judiciary powers. He has made judges dependent on his will alone for the tenure of their offices, and the amount and payment of their salaries. He has erected a multitude of new offices, and sent hither swarms of officers, to harass our people, and to eat out their substance. He has kept among us, in times of peace, standing armies, without the consent of our legislatures. He has affected to render the military independent of, and superior to, the civil power. He has combined with others to subject us to a jurisdiction foreign to our Constitution, and unacknowledged by our laws, giving his assent to their acts of pretended legislation. For quartering large bodies of armed troops among us, for protecting them by mock trial from punishment for any murders which they should commit on the inhabitants of these states, for cutting off our trade with all parts of the world, for imposing taxes on us without our consent, for depriving us, in many cases, of the benefits of trial by jury, for transporting us beyond the seas to be tried for pretended offences, for abolishing the free system of English laws in a neighboring province, establishing therein an arbitrary government, and enlarging its boundaries, so as to render it at once an example and fit instrument for introducing the same absolute rule into these colonies, for taking away our charters, abolishing our most valuable laws, and altering, fundamentally, the forms of our governments, for suspending our own legislatures and declaring themselves invested with power to legislate for us in all cases whatsoever. He has abdicated government here, by declaring us out of his protection and waging war against us. He has plundered our seas, ravaged our coasts, burnt our towns, and destroyed the lives of our people. He is at this time transporting large armies of foreign mercenaries to complete the works of death, desolation, and tyranny, already begun with circumstances of cruelty and perfidy scarcely paralleled in the most barbarous ages, and totally unworthy the head of a civilized nation. He has constrained our fellow citizens, taken captive on the high seas, to bear arms against their country, to become the executioners of their friends and brethren, or to fall themselves by their hands. He has excited domestic insurrection among us, and has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers the merciless Indian savages, whose known rule of warfare is an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions. In every stage of these oppressions we have petitioned for redress in the most humble terms. Our repeated petitions have been answered only by repeated injury. A prince whose character is thus marked by every act which may define a tyrant, is unfit to be ruler of a free people. Nor have we been wanting in attention to our British brethren. We have warned them from time to time of attempts by their legislature to extend an unwarrantable jurisdiction over us. We have reminded them of the circumstances of our immigration and settlement here. We have appealed to their native justice and magnanimity, and have conjured them, by the ties of our common kindred, to disavow these usurpations, which would inevitably interrupt our connection and correspondence. They, too, have been deaf to the voice of justice and of consanguinity. We must, therefore, acquiesce in the necessity which denounces our separation, and hold them, as we hold the rest of mankind, enemies in war, in peace friends. We, therefore, the representatives of the United States of America, in General Congress assembled, appealing to the Supreme Judge of the world for the rectitude of our intentions, do, in the name and by the authority of the good people of these colonies, solemnly publish and declare that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is, and ought to be, totally dissolved, and that, as free and independent states, they have full power to levy war, conclude peace, contract alliances, establish commerce, and to do all other acts and things which independent states may of right do. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. The foregoing declaration was, by order of the Congress, engrossed and signed by the following members: John Hancock, New Hampshire, Josiah Bartlett, William Whipple, Matthew Thornton. Massachusetts Bay, Samuel Adams, John Adams, Robert Treat Paine, Elbridge Gerry. Rhode Island, Stephen Hopkins, William Ellery. Connecticut, Roger Sherman, Samuel Huntington, William Williams, Oliver Wolcott. New York, William Floyd, Philip Livingston, Francis Lewis, Lewis Morris. New Jersey, Richard Stockton, John Witherspoon, Francis Hopkinson, John Hart, Abraham Clark. Pennsylvania, Robert Morris, Benjamin Rush, Benjamin Franklin, John Morton, George Clymer, James Smith, George Taylor, James Wilson, George Ross. Delaware, Caesar Rodney, George Reed, Thomas McKean. Maryland, Samuel Chase, William Paco, Thomas Stone, Charles Carroll of Carrollton. Virginia, George Wythe, Richard Henry Lee, Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Harrison, Thomas Nelson, Jr., Francis Lightfoot Lee, Carter Braxton. North Carolina, William Hooper, Joseph Hughes, John Penn. South Carolina: Edward Rutledge, Thomas Hayward, Jr., Thomas Lynch, Jr., Arthur Middleton. Georgia: Button Gwinnett, Lyman Hall, George Walton. The following clause formed part of the original Declaration of Independence as signed, but was finally left out of the printed copies, out of respect to South Carolina. He, King George III, has waged cruel war against human nature itself, violating its most sacred rights of life and liberty in the persons of a distant people who never offended him, captivating and carrying them into slavery in another hemisphere or to incur miserable death in their transportation thither. End of section 17. Of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS. Published in 1911. Section 18. The United States Constitution. Articles 1 and 2. The Constitution of the United States. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquillity, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Article 1. Section 1. All legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and a House of Representatives. Section 2. 1. The House of Representatives shall be composed of members chosen every second year by the people of the several states, and the electors in each state shall have the qualifications requisite for electors of the most numerous branch of the state legislature. 2. No person shall be a representative who shall not have attained to the age of 25 years, and have been 7 years a citizen of the United States, and who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of that state in which he shall be chosen. 3. Representative and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states which may be included within this Union, according to their respective numbers, which shall be determined by adding to the whole number of free persons, including those bound to service for a term of years, and excluding Indians not taxed, 3/5 of all other persons. The actual enumeration shall be made within 3 years after the first meeting of the Congress of the United States, and within every subsequent term of 10 years, in such manner as they shall by law direct. The number of representatives shall not exceed 1 for every 30,000, but each state shall have at least 1 representative. And until such enumeration shall be made, the state of New Hampshire shall be entitled to choose 3, Massachusetts 8, Rhode Island and Providence Plantations 1, Connecticut 5, New York 6, New Jersey 4, Pennsylvania 8, Delaware 1, Maryland 6, Virginia 10, North Carolina 5, South Carolina 5, and Georgia 3. 4. When vacancies happen in the representation from any state, the executive authority thereof shall issue writs of election to fill such vacancies. 5. The House of Representatives shall choose their Speaker and other officers, and shall have the sole power of impeachment. Section 3. The Senate of the United States shall be composed of 2 senators from each state, chosen by the legislature thereof, for 6 years, and each senator shall have 1 vote. 2. Immediately after they shall be assembled in consequence of the first election, they shall be divided as equally as may be into 3 classes. The seats of the senators of the first class shall be vacated at the expiration of the 2nd year, of the 2nd class at the expiration of the 4th year, and of the 3rd class at the expiration of the 6th year, so that 1/3 may be chosen every 2nd year, and if vacancies happen by resignation, or otherwise, during the recess of the legislature of any state, the executive thereof may make temporary appointments until the next meeting of the legislature, which shall then fill such vacancies. 3. No person shall be a senator who shall not have attained to the age of 30 years, and been 9 years a citizen of the United States, and who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of that state for which he shall be chosen. 4. The Vice President of the United States shall be President of the Senate, but shall have no vote unless they be equally divided. 5. The Senate shall choose their other officers, and also a President pro tempore, in the absence of the Vice President, or when he shall exercise the office of the President of the United States. 6. The Senate shall have the sole power to try all impeachments. When sitting for that purpose, they shall be on oath or affirmation. When the President of the United States is tried, the Chief Justice shall preside, and no person shall be convicted without the concurrence of 2/3 of the members present. 7. Judgment, in cases of impeachment, shall not extend further than to removal from office, disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States, but the party convicted shall nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment, according to law. Section 4. The times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof, but the Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations, except as to the places of choosing senators. 2. The Congress shall assemble at least once in every year, and such meeting shall be on the first Monday in December, unless they shall by law appoint a different day. Section 5. 1. Each house shall be the judge of the election, returns, and qualifications of its own members, and a majority of each shall constitute a quorum to do business, but a smaller number may adjourn from day to day, and may be authorized to compel the attendance of absent members, in such manner and under such penalties as each house may provide. 2. Each house may determine the rules of its proceedings, punish its members for disorderly behavior, and, with the concurrence of 2/3, expel a member. 3. Each house shall keep a journal of its proceedings, and from time to time publish the same, excepting such parts as in their judgment require secrecy, and the yeas and nays of the members of either house on any question shall, at the desire of 1/5 of those present, be entered on the journal. 4. Neither house, during the session of Congress, shall, without the consent of the other, adjourn for more than 3 days, nor to any other place than that in which the 2 houses shall be sitting. Section 6. 1. The senators and representatives shall receive a compensation for their services, to be ascertained by law, and paid out of the Treasury of the United States. They shall, in all cases, except treason, felony, and breach of peace, be privileged from arrest during their attendance at the session of their respective houses, and in going to and returning from the same, and for any speech or debate in either house they shall not be questioned in any other place. 2. No senator or representative shall, during the time for which he was elected, be appointed to any civil office under the authority of the United States, which shall have been created, or the emoluments whereof shall have been increased, during such time, and no person holding any office under the United States shall be a member of either house during his continuance in office. Section 7. 1. All bills for raising revenue shall originate in the House of Representatives, but the Senate may propose or concur with amendments as on other bills. 2. Every bill which shall have passed the House of Representatives and the Senate shall, before it becomes a law, be presented to the President of the United States. If he approve, he shall sign it, but if not, he shall return it, with his objections, to that House in which it shall have originated, who shall enter the objections at large on their journal, and proceed to reconsider it. If, after such reconsideration, 2/3 of that House shall agree to pass the bill, it shall be sent, together with the objections, to the other House, by which it shall likewise be reconsidered, and if approved by 2/3 of that House, it shall become a law. But in all such cases the votes of both Houses shall be determined by yeas and nays, and the names of the persons voting for or against the bill be entered on the journal of each House respectively. If any bill shall not be returned by the President within 10 days, Sundays excepted, after it shall have been presented to him, the same shall be a law, in like manner as if he had signed it, unless the Congress, by their adjournment, prevent its return, in which case it shall not be a law. 3. Every order, resolution, or vote, to which the concurrence of the Senate and the House of Representatives may be necessary, except on a question of adjournment, shall be presented to the President of the United States, and before the same shall take effect, shall be approved by him, or, being disapproved by him, shall be repassed by 2/3 of the Senate and House of Representatives, according to the rules and limitations prescribed in the case of a bill. Section 8. The Congress shall have power 1. To lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises, to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States, but all duties, imposts, and excises shall be uniform throughout the United States. 2. To borrow money on the credit of the United States. 3. To regulate commerce with foreign nations, and among the several states, and with the Indian tribes. 4. To establish a uniform rule of naturalization, and uniform laws on the subject of bankruptcies throughout the United States. 5. To coin money, regulate the value thereof, and of foreign coin, and fix the standard of weights and measures. 6. To provide for the punishment of counterfeiting the securities and current coin of the United States. 7. To establish post offices and post roads. 8. To promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries. 9. To constitute tribunals inferior to the Supreme Court. 10. To define and punish piracies and felonies committed on the high seas, and offenses against the law of nations. 11. To declare war, grant letters of marque and reprisal, and make rules concerning captures on land and water. 12. To raise and support armies, but no appropriation of money to that use shall be for a longer term than 2 years. 13. To provide and maintain a navy. 14. To make rules for the government and regulation of the land and naval forces. 15. To provide for calling forth the militia to execute the laws of the Union, suppress insurrections, and repel invasions. 16. To provide for organizing, arming, and disciplining the militia, and for governing such part of them as may be employed in the service of the United States, reserving to the States, respectively, the appointment of the officers, and the authority of training the militia according to the discipline prescribed by Congress. 17. To exercise exclusive legislation, in all cases whatsoever, over such district, not exceeding 10 miles square, as may, by cession of particular states, and the acceptance of Congress, become the seat of the government of the United States, and to exercise like authority over all places purchased by the consent of the legislature of the state in which the same shall be, for the erection of forts, magazines, arsenals, dockyards, and other needful buildings. And to make all laws which shall be necessary and proper for carrying into execution the foregoing powers, and all other powers vested by the Constitution in the government of the United States, or in any department or officer thereof. Section 9. 1. The migration or importation of such persons as any of the states now existing shall think proper to admit shall not be prohibited by the Congress prior to the year 1808, but a tax or duty may be imposed on such importation, not exceeding $10 for each person. 2. The privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended, unless when, in cases of rebellion or invasion, the public safety may require it. 3. No bill of attainder or ex post facto law shall be passed. 4. No capitation or other direct tax shall be laid, unless in proportion to the census or enumeration hereinbefore directed to be taken. 5. No tax or duty shall be laid on articles exported from any state. 6. No preference shall be given by any regulation of commerce or revenue to the ports of one state over those of another, nor shall vessels bound to or from one state be obliged to enter, clear, or pay duties in another. 7. No money shall be drawn from the Treasury but in consequence of appropriations made by law, and a regular statement and account of the receipts and expenditures of all public moneys shall be published from time to time. 8. No title of nobility shall be granted by the United States, and no person holding any office of profit or trust under them shall, without the consent of the Congress, accept of any present, emolument, office, or title of any kind whatever, from any king, prince, or foreign state. Section 10. No state shall enter into any treaty, alliance, or confederation, grant letters of marque and reprisal, coin money, emit bills of credit, make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payment of debts, pass any bill of attainder, ex post facto law, or law impairing the obligation of contracts, or grant any title of nobility. 2. No state shall, without the consent of the Congress, lay any impost or duties on imports or exports, except what may be absolutely necessary for executing its inspection laws, and the net produce of any duties and imposts laid by any state on imports or exports shall be for the use of the Treasury of the United States, and all such laws shall be subject to the revision and control of the Congress. No state shall, without the consent of the Congress, lay any duty of tonnage, keep troops or ships of war in time of peace, enter into any agreement or compact with another state, or with a foreign power, or engage in war, unless actually invaded, or in such imminent danger as will not admit of delay. Article 2. Section 1. The executive power shall be vested in a President of the United States of America. He shall hold his office during the term of 4 years, and, together with the Vice President chosen for the same term, be elected as follows. 2. Each state shall appoint, in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct, a number of electors equal to the whole number of senators and representatives to which the state may be entitled in the Congress, but no senator or representative, or person holding an office of trust or profit under the United States, shall be appointed an elector. 3. The electors shall meet in their respective states, and vote by ballot for 2 persons, of whom one at least shall not be an inhabitant of the same state with themselves. And they shall make a list of all the persons voted for, and of the number of votes for each, which list they shall sign and certify, and transmit sealed to the seat of government of the United States, directed to the President of the Senate. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and House of Representatives, open all the certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes shall be the President, if such number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed. And if there be more than one who have such a majority, and have an equal number of votes, then the House of Representatives shall immediately choose, by ballot, one of them for President, and if no person have a majority, then, from the 5 highest on the list, the said House shall, in like manner, choose the President. But in choosing the President the votes shall be taken by states, the representation from each state having 1 vote. A quorum for this purpose shall consist of a member or members from 2/3 of all the states, and a majority of all the states shall be necessary to a choice. In every case, after the choice of the President, the person having the greatest number of votes of the electors shall be the Vice President. But if there should remain 2 or more who have equal votes, the Senate shall choose from them, by ballot, the Vice President. The Congress may determine the time of choosing the electors, and the day on which they shall give their votes, which day shall be the same throughout the United States. No person, except a natural-born citizen, or a citizen of the United States at the time of the adoption of this Constitution, shall be eligible to the office of President. Neither shall any person be eligible to that office who shall not have attained the age of 35 years, and been 14 years a resident within the United States. 6. In case of the removal of the President from office, or of his death, resignation, or inability to discharge the powers and duties of said office, the same shall devolve on the Vice President, and the Congress may, by law, provide for the case of removal, death, resignation, or inability, both of the President and the Vice President, declaring what officer shall then act as President, and such officer shall act accordingly, until the disability be removed, or a President shall be elected. 7. The President shall, at stated times, receive for his services a compensation, which shall neither be increased nor diminished during the period for which he shall have been elected, and he shall not receive within that period any other emoluments from the United States, or any of them. 8. Before he enter on the execution of his office, he shall take the following oath or affirmation. I do solemnly swear, or affirm, that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. Section 2. 1. The President shall be Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States, and of the militia of the several States, when called into the actual service of the United States. He may require the opinion, in writing, of the principal officer in each of the executive departments, upon any subject relating to the duties of their respective offices, and he shall have power to grant reprieves and pardons for offenses against the United States, except in cases of impeachment. 2. He shall have power, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, to make treaties, provided 2/3 of the senators present concur, and he shall nominate, and, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, shall appoint ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, judges of the Supreme Court, and all other officers of the United States whose appointments are not herein otherwise provided for, and which shall be established by law. But the Congress may, by law, vest the appointment of such inferior officers as they think proper, in the President alone, in the courts of law, or in the heads of departments. 3. The President shall have power to fill all vacancies that may happen during the recess of the Senate, by granting commissions which shall expire at the end of their next session. Section 3. He shall, from time to time, give to the Congress information of the state of the Union, and recommend to their consideration such measures as he shall judge necessary and expedient. He may, on extraordinary occasions, convene both houses, or either of them, and in case of disagreement between them, with respect to the time of adjournment, he may adjourn them to such time as he shall think proper. He shall receive ambassadors and other public ministers. He shall take care that the laws be faithfully executed, and shall commission all officers of the United States. Section 4. The President, Vice President, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for, and conviction of, treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. End of section 18. of The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS. Published in 1911. Section 19. The U.S. Constitution, Articles 3 through 7. Article 3, Section 1. 1. The judicial power of the United States shall be vested in one Supreme Court, and in such inferior courts as Congress may from time to time ordain and establish. The judges both of the Supreme and inferior courts shall hold their offices during good behavior, and shall, at stated times, receive for their services a compensation which shall not be diminished during their continuance of office. Section 2. 1. The judicial power shall extend to all cases in law and equity arising under this Constitution, the laws of the United States, and treaties made, or which shall be made, under their authority; to all cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls; to all cases of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction; to controversies to which the United States shall be a party; to controversies between two or more states, between a state and citizens of another state, between citizens of different states, between citizens of the same state claiming lands under grants of different states, and between a state, or the citizens thereof, and foreign states, citizens or subjects. 2. In all cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, and those in which a state shall be a party, the Supreme Court shall have original jurisdiction. In all the other cases mentioned, the Supreme Court shall have appellate jurisdiction, both as to law and fact, with such exceptions and under such regulations as the Congress shall make. 3. The trial of all crimes, except in cases of impeachment, shall be by jury, and such trial shall be held in the state where the said crime shall have been committed, but when not committed within any state, the trial shall be at such place or places as the Congress may by law have directed. Section 3. 1. Treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them, or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. No person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of 2 witnesses to the same overt act, or on confession in open court. 2. The Congress shall have power to declare the punishment of treason, but no attainder of treason shall work corruption of blood, or forfeiture, except during the life of the person attainted. Article 4. Section 1. 1. Full faith and credit shall be given in each state to the public acts, records, and judicial proceedings of every other state, and the Congress may, by general laws, prescribe the manner in which such acts, records, and proceedings shall be proved, and the effect thereof. Section 2. 1. The citizens of each state shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states. 2. A person charged in any state with treason, felony, or other crime, who shall flee from justice, and be found in another state, shall, on demand of the executive authority of the state from which he fled, be delivered up to be removed to the state having jurisdiction of the crime. 3. No person held to service or labor in one state under the laws thereof, escaping into another, shall, in consequence of any laws or regulations therein, be discharged from such service or labor, but shall be delivered up on claim of the party to whom such service or labor may be due. Section 3. 1. New states may be admitted by the Congress into this Union, but no new state shall be formed or erected within the jurisdiction of any other state, nor any state be formed by the junction of two or more states or parts of states, without the consent of the legislatures of the states concerned, as well as of Congress. 2. The Congress shall have the power to dispose of, and make all needful rules and regulations respecting the territory or other property belonging to the United States, and nothing in this Constitution shall be so construed as to prejudice any claim of the United States, or of any particular state. Section 4. 1. The United States shall guarantee to every state in this Union a republican form of government, and shall protect each of them against invasion, and, on application of the legislature, or of the executive, when the legislature cannot be convened, against domestic violence. Article 5. 1. The Congress, whenever 2/3 of both houses shall deem it necessary, shall propose amendments to this Constitution, or, on the application of the legislatures of 2/3 of the several states, shall call a convention for proposing amendments, which, in either case, shall be valid to all intents and purposes as part of this Constitution, when ratified by the legislatures of 3/4 of the several states, or by conventions in 3/4 thereof, as the one or the other mode of ratification may be proposed by the Congress, provided that no amendment which may be made prior to the year 1808 shall in any manner affect the 1st and 4th clauses in the 9th section of the 5th article, and that no state, without its consent, shall be deprived of its equal suffrage in the Senate. Article 6. All debts contracted and engagements entered into before the adoption of this Constitution shall be as valid against the United States under this Constitution as under the Confederation. 2. This Constitution, and the laws of the United States which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made, or which shall be made, under the authority of the United States, shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges of every state shall be bound thereby, anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding. 3. The senators and representatives before mentioned, and the members of the several state legislatures, and all executive and judicial officers, both of the United States and the several states, shall be bound by oath or affirmation to support this Constitution, but no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States. Article 7. The ratification of the convention of 9 states shall be sufficient for the establishment of this Constitution between the states so ratifying the same, done in convention by the unanimous consent of the states present, the 17th day of December, in the year of our Lord 1787, and of independence of the United States of America the 12th, in witness whereof we have hereunto subscribed our names. George Washington, President and Deputy from Virginia. Amendments. Article 1. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble, and to petition the government for a redress of grievance. Article 2. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Article 3. No soldier shall, in time of peace, be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in a manner to be prescribed by law. Article 4. The rights of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects, against unreasonable searches and seizures, shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched, and the persons or things to be seized. Article 5. No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime, unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces, or in the militia, when in actual service, in time of war or public danger. Nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb, nor shall be compelled, in any criminal case, to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. Article 6. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial, by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. Article 7. In suits at common law, where the value in controversy shall exceed $20, the right of trial by jury shall be preserved, and no fact tried by a jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court of the United States than according to the rules of the common law. Article 8. Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishment inflicted. Article 9. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. Article 10. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the States, are reserved to the States respectively, or to the people. The preceding 10 amendatory articles were proposed to the legislatures of the States by the First Congress, September 25, 1789, and notification of ratification received from all the States except Connecticut, Georgia, and Massachusetts. Article 11. The judicial power of the United States shall not be construed to extend to any suit in law or equity commenced or prosecuted against one of the United States by citizens or subjects of any foreign state. Proposed by the Third Congress, and Congress notified of its adoption January 8, 1798. Article 12. 1. The electors shall meet in their respective states, and vote by ballot for President and Vice President, one of whom, at least, shall not be an inhabitant of the same state with themselves. They shall name in their ballots the person voted for as President, and in distinct ballots the person voted for as Vice President, and they shall make distinct lists of all persons voted for as President, and of all persons voted for as Vice President, and of the number of votes for each, which lists they shall sign and certify, and transmit sealed to the seat of government of the United States, directed to the President of the Senate. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and House of Representatives, open the certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes for President shall be the President, if such number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed. And if no person have such majority, then from the persons having the highest numbers, not exceeding 3, on the list of those voted for as President, the House of Representatives shall choose immediately, by ballot, the President. But in choosing the President, the votes shall be taken by states, the representation from each state having 1 vote. A quorum for this purpose shall consist of a member or members from 2/3 of the states, and a majority of all states shall be necessary to a choice. And if the House of Representatives shall not choose a President, whenever the right of choice shall devolve upon them, before the 4th day of March next following, then the Vice President shall act as President, as in the case of the death or other constitutional disability of the President. 2. The person having the greatest number of votes as Vice President shall be the Vice President, if such number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed, and if no person have a majority, then from the 2 highest numbers on the list the Senate shall choose the Vice President. A quorum for this purpose shall consist of 2/3 of the whole number of senators, and a majority of the whole number shall be necessary to a choice. 3. But no person constitutionally ineligible to the office of President shall be eligible to that of Vice President of the United States. Proposed by the 8th Congress, and declared adopted September 23, 1804, by proclamation of the Secretary of State. Article 13. 1. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as punishment for crime, whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States, or any place subject to their jurisdiction. 2. Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. Proposed by the 38th Congress, and declared adopted December 18, 1865, by proclamation of the Secretary of State. Article 14. Section 1. All persons born or naturalized in the United States, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property, without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. Section 2. Representatives shall be apportioned among the several states according to their respective numbers, counting the whole number of persons in each state, excluding Indians not taxed. But when the right to vote at any election for the choice of electors for President and Vice President of the United States, representatives in Congress, the executive and judicial officers of a state, or the members of the legislature thereof, is denied to any of the male inhabitants of such state, being 21 years of age, and citizens of the United States, or in any way abridged, except for participation in rebellion or other crime, the basis of representation therein shall be reduced in the proportion which the number of such male citizens shall bear to the whole number of male citizens 21 years of age in such state. Section 3. No person shall be a senator or representative in Congress, or elector of President and Vice President, or hold any office, civil or military, under the United States, or under any state, who, having previously taken an oath as member of Congress, or as an officer of the United States, or as a member of any state legislature, or as an executive or judicial officer of any state, to support the Constitution of the United States, shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same, or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof, but Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of each House, remove such disability. Section 4. The validity of the public debt of the United States, authorized by law, including debts incurred for payment of pensions and bounties for services in suppressing insurrection and rebellion, shall not be questioned. But neither the United States nor any state shall assume or pay any debt or obligation incurred in aid of insurrection or rebellion against the United States, or any claim for the loss or emancipation of any slave, but all such debts, obligations, and claims shall be held illegal and void. Section 5. The Congress shall have power to enforce, by appropriate legislation, the provisions of this article. Proposed by the 39th Congress and declared adopted by concurrent resolution of Congress, July 21, 1868. Article 15. Section 1. The right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States, or any state, on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. Section 2. The Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. Proposed by the 40th Congress, and declared adopted by proclamation of the Secretary of State, March 30th, 1870. End of section 19.
Of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Julian Jameson. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS, published in 1911. Working men easily gulled. Who fought for King George in 1776? Working people. What interest did they have in being ruled by him? None. Why, then, did they risk their lives for him? Because he hired them. Where did the king get the money to pay them? By taxing them. Then they really paid themselves for fighting. Certainly. In every war ever fought, the working people paid the expenses. Quote, what constitutes a state? Men who their duties know, but know their rights, and, knowing, dare maintain. Unquote. Jones. Jefferson's political policy. 1. Legal equality of all human beings. 2. The people, the only source of power. 3. No hereditary offices, nor order of nobility, nor title. 4. No unnecessary taxation. 5. No national banks or bonds. 6. No costly splendor of administration. 7. Freedom of thought and discussion. 8. Civil authority superior to the military. 9. No favored classes, no special privileges, no monopolies. 10. Free and fair elections, universal suffrage. 11. No public money spent without warrant of law. 12. No mysteries in government hidden from the public eye. 13. Representatives bound by the instructions of their constituents. 14. The Constitution of the United States, a special grant of powers, limited and definite. 15. Freedom, sovereignty, and independence of the respective states. 16. Absolute severance of church and state. 17. The Union a compact, not a consolidation, nor a centralization. 18. Moderate salaries, economy, and strict accountability. 19. Gold and silver currency, supplemented by treasury notes bearing no interest and bottomed on taxes. 20. No state banks of issue. 21. No expensive navy or diplomatic establishment. 22. A progressive or graduated tax laid upon wealth. 23. No internal revenue system, a complete separation of public moneys from bank funds. Presidents of the United States. Declaration of Independence, July 4th, 1776. General Washington, first President, 1789 and 1793. John Adams, 1797. Thomas Jefferson, 1801 and 1805. James Madison, 1809 and 1813. James Monroe, 1817 and 1821. John Quincy Adams, 1825. General Andrew Jackson, 1829 and 1833. Martin Van Buren, 1837. General William Henry Harrison, died 4th April, 1841. John Tyler, elected as Vice President, 1841. James Knox Polk, 1845. General Zachary Taylor, died 9th July, 1850, 1849. Millard Fillmore, elected as Vice President, 1850. General Franklin Pierce, 1853. James Buchanan, 1857. Abraham Lincoln, assassinated 14th April, 1865, 1861 and 1865. Andrew Johnson, elected as Vice President, 1865. General Ulysses S. Grant, 1869 and 1873. Rutherford B. Hayes, 1877. General J. Abram Garfield, died 19th September 1881, 1881. General Chester A. Arthur, elected as V-Pres, 1881. Grover Cleveland, 1885. Benjamin H. Harrison, 1889. Grover Cleveland, 1893. William McKinley, elected, 1897. Re-elected, 1901. Assassinated September 14, 1901. Theodore Roosevelt, elected Vice President, 1901. Became President September 14, 1901. Theodore Roosevelt, elected, 1905. William H. Taft, 1909. Facts about the Liberty Bell. Cast by Thomas Lester, Whitechapel, London. Arrived in Philadelphia in August 1752. First used in State House, Philadelphia, August 27th, 1752. Twice recast by Pass and Snow, Philadelphia, to repair crack, September 1752. Muffled and told October 5th, 1765, on arrival of ship Royal Charlotte, with stamps. Muffled and told October 31st, 1765, when Stamp Act was put in operation. Summoned meeting to prevent landing of cargo of tea from the ship Polly, December 27th, 1774. Summoned meeting of patriots, April 25th, 1775, after Battle of Lexington. Proclaimed Declaration of Independence and the birth of a new nation at great ratification meeting, July 8th, 1776. First journey from Philadelphia made in September 1777 to Allentown, Pennsylvania, to escape capture by the British. Returned June 27th, 1778. Proclaimed Treaty of Peace, April 16th, 1783. Told for the death of Washington, December 26th, 1799. Rung on the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, July 4th, 1826. Last used in tolling for the death of John Marshall, July 8th, 1835. Principal tours: to New Orleans in 1885, Chicago, 1893, Atlanta, 1895, Boston, 1902, St. Louis, 1904. How the Presidents Died. George Washington's death was the result of a severe cold, contracted while riding around his farm in a rain and sleet storm on December 10, 1799. The cold increased and was followed by a chill, which brought on acute laryngitis. He died at the age of 68, on December 14, 1799. John Adams died from old age, having reached his 91st milestone. Though active mentally, he was nearly blind and unable to hold a pen steadily enough to write. He passed away without pain on July 4, 1826. Thomas Jefferson died at the age of 83, a few hours before Adams, on July 4, 1826. His disease was chronic diarrhea, superinduced by old age, and his physician said the too free use of the waters of the White Sulphur Springs. James Madison also died of old age, and peacefully, on June 28, 1836. His faculties were undimmed to the last. He was 85. James Monroe's demise, which occurred in the 73rd year of his age, on July 4, 1831, was assigned to enfeebled health. John Quincy Adams was stricken with paralysis on February 21, 1848, while addressing the Speaker of the House of Representatives, being at the time a member of Congress. He died in the rotunda of the Capitol. He was 81 years of age. Andrew Jackson died on June 8, 1845, 78 years old. He suffered from consumption and finally dropsy, which made its appearance about 6 months before his death. Martin Van Buren died on July 24, 1862, from a violent attack of asthma, followed by catarrhal affections of the throat and lungs. He was 80 years of age. William Henry Harrison's death was caused by pleurisy, the result of a cold, which he caught on the day of his inauguration. This was accompanied with severe diarrhea, which would not yield to medical treatment. He died on April 4, 1841, a month after his inauguration. He was 68 years of age. John Tyler died on January 17, 1862, at the age of 72. Cause of death, bilious colic. James K. Polk was stricken with a slight attack of cholera in the spring of 1849, while on a boat going up the Mississippi River. Though temporarily relieved, he had a relapse on his return home, and died on June 15, 1849, aged 54 years. Zachary Taylor was the second president to die in office. He is said to have partaken immoderately of ice water and iced milk, and then later of a large quantity of cherries. The result was an attack of cholera morbus. He was 66 years old. Millard Fillmore died from a stroke of paralysis on March 8, 1874, in his 74th year. Franklin Pierce's death was due to abdominal dropsy, and occurred on October 8, 1869, in the 65th year of his age. James Buchanan's death occurred on June 1, 1868, and was caused by rheumatic gout. He was 77 years of age. Abraham Lincoln was shot by J. Wilkes Booth at Ford's Theater, Washington, D.C., on April 14, 1865, and died the following day, aged 56. Andrew Johnson died from a stroke of paralysis, July 31, 1875, aged 67. U.S. Grant died of cancer of the tongue at Mount McGregor, New York, July 3, 1885. James A. Garfield was shot by Charles J. Guiteau on July 2, 1881. Died September 19, 1881. Chester A. Arthur, who succeeded Garfield, died suddenly of apoplexy in New York City, November 18, 1886. Rutherford B. Hayes died January 17, 1803, the result of a severe cold contracted in Cleveland, Ohio. Benjamin Harrison died March 13, 1901. Cause of death, pneumonia. William McKinley was assassinated September 14, 1901. Grover Cleveland died on June 24, 1908, of debility, aged 71. End of section 20.
One of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS, published in 1911. Who is the author? The following literary curiosity found its way recently into the query column of a Boston newspaper. Nobody seems to know who wrote it. Oh, I wish I was in Eden, where all the beasts is feedin', the pigs and cows and osses, and the long-tailed bull what tosses, the bulldog and the rabbit, a cause it is his habit, where lions, tigers, monkeys, and them long-eared things called donkeys, meet all together daily, with crocodiles all scaly, where sparrows on the bushes sing to their mates the thrushes, and hawks and little wrens walks about like cocks and hens, one looking at t'other, for all the world like a brother, where no quarrelin' is or fightin', it's true what I'm a-writin'. Oh, for a walk at even, somewhere about 6 or 7, when the sun be gone to bed, with his face all fiery red. Oh, for the grapes and raisins, what ripens at all seasons, the apples and the plums, as big as my 2 thumbs, the haypricocks and peaches, what all within our reaches, and we mought pick and eat, payin' nothin' for the treat. Oh, for the pooty flowers, a-bloomin' at all hours, so that a large bouquet you may gather any day, of every flower that blows, from cauliflower to rose. The Art of Not Forgetting. A brief but comprehensive treatise based on Loiset's famous system of memory culture. So much has been said about Loiset's memory system, the art has been so widely advertised and so carefully guarded from all the profane who do not send $5 or many dollars to the professor, that a few pages showing how man may be his own Loiset may be both interesting and valuable. In the first place, the system is a good one, and well worth the labor of mastering. And if the directions are implicitly followed, there can be no doubt that the memory will be greatly strengthened and improved, and that the mnemonic feats otherwise impossible may be easily performed. Loiset, however, is not an inventor, but an introducer. He stands in the same relation to Dr. Pick that the retail dealer holds to the manufacturer. The one produced the article, the other brings it to the public. Even this statement is not quite fair to Loiset, for he has brought much practical common sense to bear upon Pick's system, and in preparing the new art of mnemonics for the market, in many ways he has made it his own. If each man would reflect upon the method by which he himself remembers things, he would find his hand upon the key of the whole mystery. For instance, I was once trying to remember the word Blythe. There occurred to my mind the words bellman, bell, and the verse, the peasant upward climbing hears the bells of Bula's chiming. Bercarl, Barrack, and so on, until finally the word Blythe presented itself with a strange insistence long after I had ceased trying to recall it. On another occasion, when trying to recall the name Richardson, I got the words Hayrick, Robertson, Randallstown, and finally Wealthy, from which naturally I got Rich and Richardson almost in a breath. Still another example. Trying to recall the name of an old schoolmate, Grady, I got Brady, grave, gaseous, gastronome, gracious, and I finally abandoned the attempt, simply saying to myself that it began with a G and there was an A sound after it. The next morning, when thinking of something entirely different, this name Grady came up in my mind with as much distinctiveness as though someone had whispered it in my ear. This remembering was done without any conscious effort on my part, and was evidently the result of the exertion made the day before when the mnemonic processes were put to work. Every reader must have had a similar experience which he can recall, and which will fall in line with the examples given. It follows, then, that when we endeavor, without the aid of any system, to recall a forgotten fact or name, our memory presents to us words of similar sound or meaning in its journey toward the goal to which we have started it. This goes to show that our ideas are arranged in groups in whatever secret cavity or recess of the brain they occupy, and that the arrangement is not an alphabetical one exactly, and not entirely by meaning, but after some fashion partaking of both. If you are looking for the word meadow, you may reach middle before you come to it, or Mexico, or many words beginning with the M sound, or containing the Dow as window or dough, or you may get field or farm, but you are on the right track, and if you do not interfere with your intellectual processes, you will finally come to the idea which you are seeking. How often have you heard people say, I forgot his name, it is something like beetle or beagle, at any rate it begins with a B. Each and all of these were unconscious Loisetians, and they were practicing blindly and without proper method or direction the excellent system which he teaches. The thing then to do, and it is the final and simple truth which Loiset teaches, is to travel over this ground in the other direction, to cement the fact which you wish to remember to some other fact or word which you know will be brought out by the implied conditions, and thus you will always be able to travel from your given starting point to the thing which you wish to call to mind. It seems as though a channel were cut in our mind stuff along which the memory flows. How to construct an easy channel for any event or series of events or facts which one wishes to remember, along which the mind will ever afterward travel, is the secret of mnemonics. Loisette, in common with all the mnemonic teachers, uses the old device of representing numbers by letters, and as this is the first and easiest step in the art, this seems to be the most logical place to introduce the accepted equivalents of the Arabic numerals. 0 is always represented by S, Z, or a C soft. 1 is always represented by T, TH, or D. 2 is always represented by N. 3 is always represented by M. 4 is always represented by R. 5 is always represented by L. 6 is always represented by SH, J, CH soft, or G soft. 7 is always represented by G hard, K, C hard, Q, or final in G. 8 is always represented by F or V. 9 is always represented by P or B. All the other letters are used simply to fill up. Double letters in a word count only as 1. In fact, the system goes by sound, not by spelling. For instance, this or dizzy would stand for 10. Catch or gush would stand for 76. And the only difficulty is to make some word or phrase which will contain only the significant letters in the proper order filled out with the non-significants into some guise of meaning or intelligibility. You can remember the equivalents given above by noting that Z is the first letter of 0 and C of cipher. T has but one stroke, N has 2, M 3, the script F is very like 8, the script P like 9. R is the last letter of 4, L is the Roman numeral for 50, which suggests 5. The others may be retained by memorizing these nonsense lines. 6 shy Jewesses chased George. 7 great kings came quarreling. Suppose you wish to get some phrase or word that would express the number 3685. You arrange the letters this way: 3, 6, 8, 5. AM, ASH, AF, A1, E, E, J, E, V, E, I, CH, I, O, O, G, O, O, U, H, W, X, Y, Y. You can make out image of law, my shuffle, Matchville, etc., etc., as far as you like to work it out. Now suppose you wish to memorize the fact that $1 million in gold weighs 3,685 pounds. You could go about it in this way, and here is the kernel and crux of Loisette's system. How much does $1 million in gold weigh? Weigh scales, scales, statute of justice, image of law. The process is simplicity itself. The thing you wish to recall and that you fear to forget is the weight. Consequently, you submit your chain of suggestion to the idea which is most prominent in your mental question. What do you weigh with? Scales. What does the mental picture of scales suggest? The statue of justice, blindfolded and weighing out award and punishment to man. Finally, what is this statute of justice but the image of law? And the words image of law, translated back from the significant letters of M, G soft, F, and 1, give you 3685, the number of pounds in $1 billion in gold. You bind together in your mind each separate step in the journey, the one suggests the other, and you will find a year from now that the fact will be as fresh in your memory as it is today. You cannot lose it. It is chained to you by an unbreakable mnemonic tie. Mark that it is not claimed that weight will of itself suggest scales, and scales statue of justice, etc., but that having once passed your attention up and down the ladder of ideas, your mental tendency will be to take the same route, and get to the same goal again and again. Indeed, beginning with the weight of $1 million, image of law, will turn up in your mind without your consciousness of any intermediate station on the way, after some iteration and reiteration of the original chain. Again, so as to fasten the process in the reader's mind even more firmly, suppose that it were desired to fix the date of the Battle of Hastings, AD 1066, in the memory. 1066 may be represented by the words the wise judge, TH1, S0, J6, DG6. The others are non-significants. A chain might be made thus: Battle of Hastings, arbitrament of war, arbitration, arbitration judgment, judgment the wise judge. Make mental pictures, connect ideas, repeat words and sounds, go about it any way you please, so that you will form a mental habit of connecting the Battle of Hastings with the idea of arbitrament of war, and so on for the other links in the chain, and the work is done. Loisette makes the beginning of his system unnecessarily difficult, to say nothing of his illogical arrangement in the grammar of the art of memory, which he makes the first of his lessons. He analyzes suggestion into 1. Inclusion, 2. Exclusion, 3. Concurrence, all of which looks very scientific and orderly, but is really misleading and badly named. The truth is that one idea will suggest another. 1. By likeness or opposition of meaning, as house suggests room, or door, etc., or white suggests black, cruel, kind, etc. 2. By likeness of sound, as harrow and barrow, Henry and hennepin. 3. By mental juxtaposition, a peculiarity different in each person, and depending upon each one's own experiences. Thus, St. Charles suggests railway bridge to me, because I was vividly impressed by the breaking of the Wabash Bridge at that point. Stable and broken leg come near each other in my experience, as do cow and shotgun and licking. Out of these three sorts of suggestions, it is possible to get from any one fact to another in a chain certain and safe, along which the mind may be depended upon afterwards always to follow. The chain is, of course, by no means all. Its making and its binding must be accompanied by a vivid, methodically directed attention, which turns all the mental light gettable in a focus upon the subject passing across the mind's screen. Before Loisette was thought of, this was known. In the old times in England, in order to impress upon the mind of the rising generation the parish boundaries and the rural districts, the boys were taken to each of the landmarks in succession, the position and bearing of each pointed out carefully, and in order to deepen the impression, the young people were then and there vigorously thrashed, a mechanical method of attracting the attention which was said never to have failed. This system has had its supporters in many of the old-fashioned schools, and there are men who will read these lines who can recall, with an itching sense of vivid impression, the 144 lickings which were said to go with the multiplication table. In default of a thrashing, however, the student must cultivate as best he can an intense fixity of perception upon every fact or word or date that he wishes to make permanently his own. It is easy. It is a matter of habit. If you will, you can photograph an idea upon your cerebral gelatine so that neither years nor events will blot it out or overlay it. You must be clearly and distinctly aware of the thing you are putting into your mental treasure house, and drastically certain of the cord by which you have tied it to some other thing of which you are sure. Unless it is worth your while to do this, you might as well abandon any hope of mnemonic improvement, which will not come without the hardest kind of work, although it is work that will grow constantly easier with practice and reiteration. You need, then, 1. Methodic suggestion, 2. Methodic attention, 3. Methodic reiteration. And this is all there is to Loisette, and a great deal it is. 2 of them will not do without the third. You do not know how many steps there are from your hall door to your bedroom, though you have attended to and often reiterated the journey. But if there are 20 of them, and you have once bound the word nice or nose or news or hyenas to the fact of the stairway, you can never forget it. The professor makes a point, and very wisely, of the importance of working through some established chain, so that the whole may be carried away in the mind, not alone for the value of the facts so bound together, but for the mental discipline so afforded. Here, then, is the President's Series, which contains the name and date of inauguration of each President from Washington to Cleveland. The manner in which it is to be mastered is this. Beginning at the top, try to find in your mind some connection between each word and the one following it. See how you can at some future time make one suggest the next, either by suggestion of sound or sense, or by mental juxtaposition. When you have found this, dwell on it attentively for a moment or two. Pass it backward and forward before you, and then go on to the next step. The chain runs thus: the name of the President being in capitals, the date words or date phrases being enclosed in parentheses. President, chosen for the first word, is the one most apt to occur to the mind of anyone wishing to repeat the names of presidents. Dentist, president and dentist. Draw. What does a dentist do? When something is drawn from one, it is given up. This is a date phrase meaning 1789. Washington. Associate the quality of self-sacrifice with Washington character. Morning wash, Washington and wash. Dew, early wetness and dew. Flower beds, dew and flowers. Took a bouquet, flowers and bouquet. Date phrase 1797. Garden, bouquet and garden. Eden, the first garden. Atom, juxtaposition of thought. Atoms, suggestion by sound. Fall, juxtaposition in thought. Failure, fall and failure. Deficit, upon failure there is usually a deficit. Date word 1801. Debt, the consequence of a deficit. Confederate bonds, suggestion by meaning. Jefferson Davis, juxtaposition of thought. Jefferson. Now follow out the rest for yourself, taking about 10 at a time and binding those you do last to those you have done before, each time before attacking the next bunch. Jefferson. Judge Jeffreys. Bloody assize. Bereavement. Too heavy a sob. Parental grief. Mad son. Madison. Madeira. Frustrating. First-rate wine. Defeating. Feet. Toe the line. Row. Monroe. Row. Boat. Steamer. Side-splitting. Divert. Annoy. Harassing. Harrison. Old Harry. The tempter. The fraud. Painted clay. Baked clay. Tiles. Tyler. Wat Tyler. Poll tax. Compulsory. Free will. Free offering. Burnt offering. Poker. Poke. End of dance. Termination. ly. Adverb. Part of speech. Part of a man. Tailor. Measurer. Theodolite. Theophilus. Billus. Fillmore. More fuel. The flame. Flambeau. Bow. Arrow. Pierce. Hurt. Feeling. Wound. Soldier. Cannon. Buchanan. Rebuke. Official censor. To officiate. Wedding. Linked. Lincoln. Civil service. Ward politician. Stop 'em. Stop procession. Tough boy. Little Ben. Harry. Harrison. Tippecanoe. Tariff 2. Knapsack. Warfield. The funnel. Windpipe. Throat. Quincy. Quincy Adams. Quince. Fine fruit. The fine boy. Sailor boy. Sailor. Jack Tar. Jackson. Stonewall. Indomitable. Tough make. Oaken furniture. Bureau. Van Buren. Rent. Link. Stroll. Seashore. Take. Give. Grant. Award. School premium. Examination. Cramming. Fagging. Laborer. Hayfield. Haze. Hazy. Clear. Vivid. Brightly lighted. Campfire. Warfield. Garfield. Guttow. Murderer. Prisoner. Prison fare. Half-fed. Well-fed. Well-read. Author. Arthur. Round table. Teacup. Half full. Divide. Cleave. Cleveland. City of Cleveland. Two. Twice. The heavy shell. Mollusk. Unfamiliar word. Dictionary. Johnson's. Johnson. Son. Bad son. Thievish bay. Dishonest boy. Back. Mac. McKinley. Kill. Salgaz. Z's. Seize. Ruffian. Rough Rider. Ruse. Roosevelt. Size. Heavy. Fat. Taft. It will be noted that some of the date words, as free will, only give 3 figures of the date, 845, but it is to be supposed that if the student knows that many figures in the date of Polk's inauguration, he can guess the other one. The curious thing about this system will now become apparent. If the reader has learned the series so that he can say it down from President to Taft, he can do with no effort, and without any further preparation, say it backwards from Taft up to the commencement. There could be no better proof that this is the natural mnemonic system. It proves itself by its works. The series should be repeated backward and forward every day for a month, and should be supplemented by a series of the reader's own making, and by this one which gives the numbers 0 to 100, and which must be chained together before they can be learned. 0. Hose. 1. Wheat. 2. Hen. 3. Home. 4. Hair. 5. Oil. 6. Shoe. 7. Hook. 8. Off. 9. Bee. 10. Daisy. 11. Tooth. 12. Dine. 13. Time. 14. Tower. 15. Dell. 16. Ditch. 17. Duck. 18. Dove. 21. Hand. 19. Tabby. 20. Hyenas. 22. None. 23. Name. 24. Owner. 25. Nail. 26. Hinge. 27. Ink. 28. Knife. 29. Knob. 30. Muse. 31. Mayday. 32. Hymen. 33. Mama. 34. Mare. 35. Mill. 36. Image. 37. Mug. 38. Muff. 39. Mob. 40. Race. 41. Heart. 42. Horn. 43. Army. 44. Warrior. 45. Royal. 46. Arch. 47. Rock. 48. Wharf. 49. Rope. 50 wheels, 51 lad, 52 lion, 53 lamb, 54 lair, 55 lily, 56 lodge, 57 lake, 58 leaf, 59 elbow, 60 chess, 61 cheat, 62 chain, 63 sham, 64 chair, 65 jail, 66 judge, 67 jockey, 68 shaves, 69 ship, 70 eggs, 71 gate, 72 gun, 73 comb, 74 hawker, 75 coal, 76 cage, 77 cake, 78 coffee, 79 cube, 80 vase, 81 feet, 82 vein, 83 fame, 84 fire, 85 vial, 86 fish, 87 fig, 88 fife, 89 fib, 90 piles, 91 putty, 92 pain, 93 bomb, 94 beer, 95 bell, 96 peach, 98 beef, 97 book, 99 pope, 100 diocese. By the use of this table, which should be committed as thoroughly as the President's series so that it can be repeated backward and forward, any date, figure, or number can be at once constructed and bound by the usual chain to the fact which you wish it to accompany. When the student wishes to go farther and attack larger problems than the simple binding of two facts together, there is little in Loisette's system that is new, although there is much that is good. If it is a book that is to be learned as one would prepare for an examination, each chapter is to be considered separately. Of each an epitome is to be written in which the writer must exercise all of his ingenuity to reduce the matter in hand to its final skeleton of fact. This he is to commit to memory both by the use of the chain and the old system of interrogation. Suppose after much labor through a wide space of language, one boils a chapter or an event down to the final irreducible sediment. Magna Carta was exacted by the barons from King John at Runnymede. You must now turn this statement this way and that way, asking yourself about it every possible and impossible question, gravely considering the answers, and if you find any part of it especially difficult to remember, chaining it to the question which will bring it about. Thus, what was exacted by the barons from King John at Runnymede? Magna Carta. By whom was Magna Carta extracted from King John at Runnymede? By the barons. From whom was, etc., etc., King John? From what king, etc., etc., King John? Where was Magna Carta, etc., etc., at Runnymede? And so on, as long as your ingenuity can suggest questions to ask or points of view from which to consider the statement, your mind will finally saturate with the information and prepare to spill it out at the first squeeze of the examiner. This, however, is not new. It was taught in the schools hundreds of years before Loisette was born. Old newspaper men will recall in connection with it Horace Greeley's statement that the test of a news item was the clear and satisfactory manner in which a report answers the interrogatories what, when, where, who, and why. In the same way, Loisette advises the learning of poetry. For example, the Assyrian came down like the wolf on the fold. Who came down? How did the Assyrian come down? Like what animal did, etc. And so on until the verses are exhausted of every scrap of information to be had out of them by the most assiduous cross-examination. Whatever the reader may think of the availability or value of this part of the system, there are so many easily applicable tests of the worth of much that Loisette has done that it may be taken with the rest. For example, to give an easy example, can remember the value of the ratio between the circumference and the diameter of the circle beyond 4 places of decimals, or at most 6, 3.141592. Here is the value to 108 decimal places. 3.14159265388.462643388.71693993750.10582099749, 0.10582099749, 0.44592307881, 0.64062862808, 0.25342117006, 0.798214886 plus. By a very simple application of the numerical letter values, these 108 decimal places can be carried in the mind and recalled about as fast as you can write them down. All that is to be done is to memorize these nonsense lines. Mother Day will buy any shawl. My love pick up my new muff. A Russian jeer may move a woman. Cable's enough for utopia. Get a cheap ham pie by my coolie. The slave knows a bigger ape. I rarely hop on my sick foot. Cheer a sage in a fashion safe. A baby fish now views my wharf. Annually Mary Ann did kiss a jay. A cabby found a rough savage. Now translate each significant into its proper value, and you have the task accomplished. Mother Day, M3, THL, R4, D1, and so on. Learn the lines one at a time by the method of interrogatories. Who will buy any shawl? Which Mrs. Day will buy a shawl? Is Mother Day particular about the sort of shawl she will buy? Has she bought a shawl, etc., etc.? Then submit the end of each line to the beginning of the next one. Thus shawl, warm garment, warmth, love, my love, and go on as before. Stupid as the work may seem to you, you can memorize the figures in 15 minutes this way so that you will not forget them in 15 years. Similarly, you can take Hayden's Dictionary of Dates and turn fact after fact into nonsense lines like these which you cannot lose. And this ought to be enough to show anybody the whole art. If you look back across the sands of time and find out that it is that ridiculous old 30 days hath September which comes to you when you are trying to think of the length of October, if you can quote your old prosody, Audator ambiguus, etc., with much more certainty than you can serve up your Horace, if in fine jingles and alliterations, wise and otherwise, have stayed with you, while solid and serviceable information has faded away, you may be certain that here is the key to the enigma of memory. You can apply it yourself in 100 ways. If you wish to clinch in your mind the fact that Mr. Love lives at 485 Dearborn Street, what is more easy than to turn 485 into the word rifle and chain the ideas together? Say thus: love, happiness, good time, picnic, forest, wood, rangers, range, rifle fine, weapon, costly weapon, dearly bought, Dearborn. Or if you wish to remember Mr. Bowman's name and you notice he has a mole on his face which is apt to attract your attention when you next see him, cement the ideas thus: mole, mark, target, archer, Bowman. End of section 21.
22. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Cho. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS, published in 1911. Section 22. Memory Rhymes. The Months. 30 days hath September, April, June, and November. All the rest have 31, but February, which has 28 alone, except in leap year, then's the time when February's days are 29. Birthdays. Monday for health, Tuesday for wealth, Wednesday best of all, Thursday for crosses, Friday for losses, Saturday no luck at all. The lines refer to the days of the week as birthdays. They are, in idea, the same as the more familiar lines. Monday's child is fair of face, Tuesday's child is full of grace, Wednesday's child is merry and glad, Thursday's child is sorry and sad, Friday's child is loving and giving, Saturday's child must work for its living, while the child that is born on the Sabbath day is blithe and bonny and good and gay. Short grammar. 3 little words you often see are articles a, an, and the. A noun's the name of anything, as school or garden, hoop or swing. Adjectives tell the kind of noun, as great, small, pretty, white, or brown. Instead of nouns, the pronouns stand: his head, her face, your arm, my hand. Verbs tell something to be done: to read, count, laugh, sing, jump, or run. How things are done the adverbs tell, as slowly, quickly, ill, or well. Conjunctions join the words together, as men and women, wind or weather. The preposition stands before the noun, as in or through the door. The interjection shows surprise, as oh, how pretty, ah, how wise. The whole are called 9 parts of speech, which reading, writing, speaking teach. To tell the age of horses. To tell the age of any horse, inspect the lower jaw, of course. The 6 front teeth the tail will tell, and every doubt and fear dispel. 2 middle nippers you behold before the colt is 2 weeks old. Before 8 weeks will 2 more come. 8 months the corners cut the gum. The outside grooves will disappear, from middle to in just 1 year. In 2 years from the second pair, in 3 the corners too are bare. At 2, the middle nippers drop. At 3, the second pair can't stop. When 4 years old, the third pair goes. At 5, a full new set he shows. The deep black spots will pass from view. At 6 years from the middle too. The second pair at 7 years. At 8, the spot each corner clears. From middle nippers upper jaw. At 9, the black spots will withdraw. The second pair at 10 are white. 11 finds the corners light. As time goes on, the horsemen know the oval teeth 3-sided grow. They longer get, project before, till 20, when we know no more. Bees. A swarm of bees in May is worth a load of hay. A swarm of bees in June is worth a silver spoon. A swarm of bees in July is not worth a fly. The cuckoo. May sings all the day. June changes his tune. July prepares to fly. August go he must. Rules for riding. Keep up your head and your heart. Your hands and your heels keep down. Press your knees close to your horse's side and your elbows close to your own. Happiness defined. Wanting nothing and knowing it. The mental sunshine of content. A will-o'-the-wisp which eludes us even where we grasp it. Excelsior, the ever-retreating summit on the hill of our ambition. The prize at the top of a greasy pole which is continually slipping from one's grasp. The only thing a man continues to search for after he has found it. The bullseye on the target at which all the human race are shooting. The goal erected for the human race, which few reach, being too heavily handicapped. A wayside flower growing only by the path of duty. A bright and beautiful butterfly, which many chase but few can take. The interest we receive from capital invested in good works. The birthright of contentment. A treasure which we search for far and wide, though oft-times it is lying at our feet. The summer weather of the mind. Appalling depths of space, distances that stun the mind and baffle comprehension. The stars, though appearing small to us because of their immense distance, are in reality great and shining suns. If we were to escape from the Earth into space, the Moon, Jupiter, Saturn, and eventually the Sun would become invisible. Mizar, the middle star in the tail of the Great Bear, is 40 times as heavy as the Sun. To the naked eye, there are 5,000 or 6,000 of these heavenly bodies visible. Cygni is the nearest star to us in this part of the sky. Alpha Centauri, in the constellation of Centaur in the southern hemisphere, is the nearest of all the stars. The Sun is off 93 million miles. Multiply this by 200,000, and the result is, roughly speaking, 20 trillion, and this is the distance we are from Alpha Centauri. At the speed of an electric current, 180,000 miles per second, a message to be sent from a point on the Earth's surface would go 7 times around the Earth in 1 second. Let it be supposed that messages were sent off to the different heavenly bodies. To reach the Moon at this rate, it would take about 1 second. In 8 minutes, a message would get to the Sun, and allowing for a couple of minutes delay, one could send a message to the Sun and get an answer all within 20 minutes. But to reach Alpha Centauri, it would take 3 years. And as this is the nearest of the stars, what time must it take to get to the others? If when Wellington won the Battle of Waterloo in 1815, the news had been telegraphed off immediately, there are some stars so remote that it would not yet have reached them. To go a step further, if in 1066 the result of the Norman conquest had been wired to some of these stars, the message would still be on its way. Senator Vest's eulogy on the dog. Gentlemen of the jury, the best friend a man has in this world may turn against him and become his enemy. His son and daughter that he has reared with loving care may become ungrateful. Those who are nearest and dearest to us, those whom we trust with our happiness and our good name, may become traitors to their faith. The money that a man has he may lose. It flies away from him when he may need it most. Man's reputation may be sacrificed in a moment of ill-considered action. The people who are prone to fall on their knees and do us honor when success is with us may be the first to throw the stone of malice when failure settles its cloud upon our head. The one absolutely unselfish friend a man may have in this selfish world, the one that never deserts him, the one that never proves ungrateful or treacherous, is the dog. Gentlemen of the jury, a man's dog stands by him in prosperity and poverty, in health and in sickness. He will sleep on the cold ground when the wintry winds blow and the snow drives fiercely, if only he may be near his master's side. He will kiss the hand that has no food to offer. He will lick the wounds and sores that come in encounter with the roughness of the world. He guards the sleep of his pauper master as if he were a prince. When all other friends desert, he remains. When riches take wings and reputation falls to pieces, he is as constant in his love as the sun in its journey through the heavens. If fortune drives the master forth an outcast into the world, friendless and homeless, the faithful dog asks no higher privilege than that of accompanying him, to guard him against danger, to fight against his enemies, and when the last scene of all comes, and death takes his master in its embrace, and his body is laid away in the cold ground, no matter if all other friends pursue their way, there by his graveside will the noble dog be found, his head between his paws, and his eyes sad, but open in alert watchfulness, faithful and true, even to death. End of section 22.
Of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caitlin Sticko, 2007. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS, published in 1911. Section 23. Health and Beauty. Would you be beautiful? In womanly beauty, the excellences expected and looked for are faultless symmetry of form and feature, and a complexion varying in hue as the mind is affected by internal emotion, but with an expression of purity, gentleness, sensibility, refinement, and intelligence. Moore, the poet, has given expression to his ideal of beauty in the following lines. This was not the beauty, oh, nothing like this, that to young Nourmahal gave such magic bliss, but that loveliness ever in motion which plays like light upon autumn's shadowy days. Now here and now there, giving warmth as it flies, from the lips to the cheek, from the cheek to the eyes, now melting in mist, now breaking in gleams, like the glimpses a saint has of heavenly dreams. Wordsworth expressed himself in the following lines. He was among the prime in worth, an object beauteous to behold, well born, well bred, I sent him forth, ingenuous, innocent, and bold. Perhaps you ask how you can attain beauty if you do not possess it, or, if you have some of its qualities, how you may get those you are lacking. If you practice the following rules, you will grow more and more beautiful in the eyes of others, even if age does bring gray hair and a wrinkled skin. First, cleanliness is next to godliness. Practice it in every feature of your daily life. Second, have some purpose to achieve and steadfastly work to attain it. Third, cultivate self-discipline. Be master of your passions under all circumstances. 4th, study to know the laws of life that yield harmony and good health, and obey them. Look on the bright side of life always. 5th, avoid intemperance in all things. 6th, cultivate every mental and bodily quality that will make you firm in goodness, strong and physically able to be useful to your kind, generous and broad-minded, self-sacrificing, and you will daily and hourly be lovely and grow into the beautiful. Care of the scalp and hair. Beautiful hair, beautiful skin, and a beautiful form are the 3 graces which are the birthright of every woman, but which, through lack of good judgment and common sense, or through thoughtlessness on the part of mothers of growing children, comparatively few possess. Beautiful hair is one of nature's greatest gifts, and yet we never seem to appreciate it until there is danger of losing it, or until it becomes faded and lusterless, because we have not used the right means for preserving it. The beauty and continuance of the hair depend upon its proper nourishment, gained by the circulation of blood through the scalp, and this must be maintained to keep hair in good condition. The structure of the hair is very beautiful, and each hair is contained in a delicate sheath, which fits into a slight depression in the skin called the follicle, and around the base of the hair nature has provided glands to secrete oily matter, the purpose of which is to keep the hair glossy. In early maturity the hair reaches the state of greatest beauty, and at this time the greatest care should be given it, feeding and nourishing it as we would a plant, giving it plenty of air and sunlight, carefully shampooing it at least once in 10 days. Massage the scalp to keep it loose and flexible. Use electricity, a good tonic, and occasionally singe the split ends. If this process is commenced at the right time, the result will be fewer cases of baldness in men and thin, poor hair in women. The hair should also be worn loosely, forming a soft frame for the face, which is always more becoming than tightly drawn hair. Many women drag their hair out by the roots by tying it back too firmly. Care of the skin. A beautiful skin is smooth, soft, and clear. The color varies in different individuals. In perfect health it is moist and with the delicate shading of a flower. Climate, hair, and eyes, of course, determining the color, and the continued beauty of it depending on pure blood, fresh air and sunlight, and also perfect cleanliness and care. The pores should always be kept free from obstruction, and extremes of heat and cold avoided as much as possible. In health, the care of the skin is a simple matter, massage being a great factor, assisted always by the use of pure creams. A good cleansing cream is a great necessity, as it enters the pores and frees them from dirt, leaving the skin soft and pliable, in which condition it is ready to absorb the skin food when the finger massage is given, making it possible for the gentle electric current to force the ointment into the deeper layers of the skin, thus effecting the removal of moth patches, tan, freckles, and other discolorations and imperfections. The vibratory massage should follow, the purpose of which is to stimulate the tissues, throwing off worn-out particles, and increasing the circulation of the blood by giving proper exercise to the facial muscles, thereby restoring and preserving the color and contour, making the skin beautiful, clear, eradicating and preventing wrinkles. The use of a pure face powder is absolutely necessary. Best results are obtained by using a blended powder, as the skin tint is thus assured. To develop the bust. A beautiful bust is the desire and admiration of every woman. If nature has not been kind in this respect, any woman can develop a beautiful bust by exercise, bathing, and gentle massage with a good bust ointment or skin food. Electric massage is very beneficial, and if properly given, brings quick and sure results. Swimming and deep breathing are great aids. Care of the hands. A study of the hand is very interesting, and if mothers understood more of its beautiful construction, many of the little accidents which result in deformed fingernails could be avoided. Mothers should attend most carefully to the early cultivation of their children's fingernails, as the habit of biting them is so easily formed and is sure to permanently destroy their beauty. A perfect hand is rounded and plump, soft, white and dimpled, with tapering fingertips and filbert-shaped nails, showing the little half-moon. It is possible for any woman to have such a hand, if she is willing to take time once a week to have the nails treated and to give them a little personal attention every day. Great care should be taken in washing the hands. A mild soap should be used, and particular attention paid to the thorough drying of them, after which a good cuticle cream should be applied and well rubbed in. The same cream may be used to loosen the cuticle at the base of the nail, when it can be gently pushed back, thus keeping the half-moon exposed. An orange-wood stick should always be used to clean the nails. Massaging the hands at least once a month aids wonderfully in making them symmetrical and keeping the joints flexible and the skin free from dark spots and wrinkles. Infant feeding and management. It is of prime importance in feeding an infant to do this at regular intervals, since during the first 3 months of its life the feeding habits of the child should be established, and if care be used in this regard, the child will wake of its own accord at the proper time. The last meal at night should be at 11 p.m., and if the child is healthy and will sleep, it need not be fed until 3 to 5 a.m. the following morning. In both breast and artificial feeding, the above applies, and the same method should be employed, namely, the child should be held in the arms during the meal, which should last from 10 to 15 minutes. Both in breast and artificial feeding, it is possible to overfeed the child. Many infants are systematically overfed. The young mother should understand how small an infant's stomach is. At birth it will hold a little more than an ounce of fluid, or 2 tablespoonfuls, and at the end of 2 months only 3 ounces. If, therefore, the mother persists in trying to give the child 4 ounces of food, the child will suffer from an excess. Many children during the first few months of life bring up their food, and the mother fears that there is some inherited tendency to weak digestion. It is wrong to feed a child simply because it cries, as very frequently it is not a cry of hunger, but one caused by indigestion from overfeeding. If the child is being fed with the bottle, it is important that the food be given at a temperature of 100 degrees Fahrenheit, or as nearly that as possible, never over. And if the child be fed out of doors in its carriage, it is well to have a flannel bag of some kind to slip over the bottle to keep it at the same temperature until the meal is finished. Many cases of colic are caused by inattention to this point. It is a common mistake that when a child cries it needs additional food. There are many cases where a little drink of water is the prime need of the child, and great care should be taken that this is heated to the proper temperature, and especially that no water be given to the child except that which has been boiled. A few teaspoonfuls should be given to the child, therefore, several times a day, but aside from that he should have nothing but his regular food until he is at least a year old. For the same reason, therefore, if a child be fed by the bottle, the water used in preparing the food should have been previously boiled, and care should be exercised not to expose the food to the air during or after its preparation. It should be remembered that the food of a child must be nutritious, and that in this food, especially when at the proper temperature for the infant, bacteria from the air will flourish wonderfully fast, and therefore the food should not be exposed to possible contamination. It is of very great importance that the feeding bottles be always clean and sweet. It is an advantage to have several bottles on hand, and also 2 or 3 brushes for cleaning. Keep a special vessel, with water in which there is a little bicarbonate of soda, so that the moment the bottle is used it may be thoroughly washed and kept in the water. Do not use a nipple with a rubber tube, but the short black rubber nipples which fit over the mouth of the bottle. Do not enlarge the hole in the nipple so as to make it too easy for the baby to rapidly draw its food. Otherwise, the food being taken so rapidly into the stomach will often cause pain or vomiting. In washing the nipples, turn them inside out and see that they are as thoroughly cleansed as possible, and keep them for use in a bottle filled with boiled water with a pinch of boric acid added. The first nursing. It is very important that the child should be put to the breast immediately after it is washed. This is very necessary, both for the mother and the child, and prevents subsequent troubles. The fluid contained in the breast is at this stage called colostrum, and is intended by nature to act upon the child as a laxative. This first nursing stimulates the secretion of the milk, and causes uterine contraction, which is very much needed at this time. It is well to wash the infant's mouth out with sterilized water every time it feeds. For this purpose, use clean water which has been boiled and allowed to cool, or a solution of boric acid in boiled water, 5 grains to the ounce of water. Infants, as a rule, should be bathed once a day, but never immediately after being nursed or fed. In very warm weather a child may be sponged in the evening as well as in the morning. The water for the bath of a young baby should be warm, and the temperature can be judged by testing it with the elbow, which is more sensitive than the hand. Lay a small blanket on the lap, cover the child with a flannel, and sponge it under the clothes. This prevents it from taking cold from exposure. The room should not be cooler than 68 degrees Fahrenheit, and the door must be kept closed to avoid drafts. Use only pure white soap, and a soft cloth is better than a sponge. The body should be carefully dried and lightly powdered to absorb any moisture that may remain. End of section 23.
24 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS. Published in 1911. Section 24. The names of the months. The derivations of the names of the months. January. The Roman god Janus presided over the beginning of everything, hence the first month of the year was called after him. February. The Roman festival Febris was held on the 15th day of this month, in honor of Lupercus, the god of fertility. March. Named from the Roman god of war, Mars. April. Latin. Aprilis, probably derived from aperire, to open, because spring generally begins, and the buds open in this month. May. Latin Maius, probably derived from Maia, a feminine divinity worshipped at Rome on the first day of this month. June. Juno, a Roman divinity worshipped as the Queen of Heaven. July. Julius. Julius Caesar was born in this month. August. Named by the Emperor Augustus Caesar, B.C. 30, after himself, as he regarded it as a fortunate month, being that in which he had gained several victories. September. Septem, or 7. September was the 7th month in the old Roman calendar. October, octo, or eight, eighth month of the old Roman year. November, novem, or 9. November was the 9th month of the old Roman year. December, decem, or 10. December was the 10th month of the early Roman year. About the 21st of this month, the sun enters the Tropic of Capricorn and forms the winter solstice. Days of the week. Sunday, Saxon. Sonnendag, day of the sun. Monday, German. Montag, day of the moon. Tuesday, Anglo-Saxon. Tuesdag, from Tu, the god of war. Wednesday, Anglo-Saxon. Wadnesdag, from Odin, the god of storms. Thursday, Danish. Thor, the god of thunder. Friday, Saxon. Fragadag, day of Freya, goddess of marriage. Saturday, the day of Saturn, the god of time. The names of the 7 days of the week originated with the Egyptian astronomers. They gave them the names of the sun, moon, and 5 planets, viz., Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, and Saturn. What housekeepers should remember: that cold rainwater and soap will remove machine grease from washable fabrics. That fish may be scaled much easier by first dipping them into boiling water for a minute. That fresh meat beginning to sour will sweeten if placed outdoors in the cool air overnight. That milk which has changed may be sweetened or rendered fit for use again by stirring in a little soda. That a tablespoonful of turpentine boiled with your white clothes will greatly aid the whitening process. That kerosene will soften boots and shoes that have been hardened by water, and will render them as pliable as new. That thoroughly wetting the hair once or twice with a solution of salt and water will keep it from falling out. That salt fish are quickest and best freshened by soaking in sour milk. That salt will curdle new milk, hence, in preparing porridge, gravies, etc., salt should not be added until the dish is prepared. That 1 teaspoon of ammonia to a teacup of water, applied with a rag, will clean silver or gold jewelry perfectly. That paint stains that are dry and old may be removed from cotton and woolen goods with chloroform. It is a good plan to first cover the spot with olive oil or butter. That clear boiling water will remove tea stains. Pour the water through the stain and thus prevent it spreading over the fabric. That charcoal is recommended as an absorbent of gases in the milk-room where foul gases are present. It should be freshly powdered and kept there continually, especially in hot weather, when unwholesome odors are most liable to infect the milk. That applying kerosene with a rag, when you are about to put your stoves away for the summer, will prevent them from rusting. Treat your farming implements in the same way before you lay them aside for the fall. That a teaspoonful of borax, put in the last water in which clothes are rinsed, will whiten them surprisingly. Pound the borax so it will dissolve easily. This is especially good to remove the yellow that time gives to white garments that have been laid aside for 2 or 3 years. That a good agency for keeping the air of the cellar sweet and wholesome is whitewash made of good white lime and water only. The addition of glue or size, or anything of that kind, only furnishes organic matter to speedily putrefy. The use of lime and whitewash is not only to give a white color, but it greatly promotes the complete oxidation of effluvia in the cellar air. Any vapors that contain combined nitrogen in the unoxidized form contribute powerfully to the development of disease germs. Character as seen in faces. Thick lips indicate genius and conservatism. Large, dilating nostrils are a sign of poetic temperament and a sensitive nature. A long forehead denotes liberality. Arched eyebrows, good ancestry and amiability. A bold projecting Roman nose indicates enterprise. Delicate nose, good nature. A large nose, strength of will and character. An eye that looks one cheerfully and frankly in the face shows honesty and faithfulness. Lips slightly curved upward at the ends indicate a fine sense of humor. Soft round cheeks denote gentleness and affection. Dimples in the cheeks, roguery. In the chin, one who falls easily in love. A broad chin denotes firmness. Straight lips, firmly closed, resolution. Large ears denote generosity. Bell time on shipboard. Time on shipboard is divided into periods of 4 hours, from midnight to midnight, and the lapse of every half hour is marked by one or more strokes of the bell, from 1 stroke for the end of the first half hour, to 8 strokes, or, in nautical language, 8 bells, for the end of the 4th hour. Thus, 12:30 a.m. is 1 bell, 1 o'clock a.m., 2 bells, 1:30 a.m., 3 bells, 2 o'clock a.m., 4 bells, 2:30 a.m., 5 bells, 3 o'clock a.m., 6 bells, 3:30 a.m., 7 bells, 4 o'clock a.m., 8 bells. Then 4:30 a.m. is indicated by 1 bell, 5 o'clock a.m., 2 bells, etc., 8 bells being sounded at 8 o'clock a.m., 12 o'clock m., 4 o'clock p.m., 8 o'clock p.m., and 12 o'clock p.m. 4 to 8 o'clock p.m. is divided into 2 dog watches, called first dog watch and last dog watch, so as to change the watches daily. Otherwise, starboard or port watch would be on deck the same hours day after day. Queer analogies in nature. The cocoanut is, in many respects, like the human skull, although it closely resembles the skull of the monkey. A sponge may be so held as to remind one of the unfleshed face of the skeleton, and the meat of an English walnut is almost the exact representation of the brain. Plums and black cherries resemble the human eyes. Almonds, and some other nuts, resemble the different varieties of the human nose, and an opened oyster and its shell are a perfect image of the human ear. The shape of almost any man's body may be found in the various kinds of mammoth pumpkins. The open hand may be discerned in the form assumed by scrub willows and growing celery. The German turnip and the eggplant resemble the human heart. There are other striking resemblances between human organs and certain vegetable forms. The forms of many mechanical contrivances in common use may be traced back to the patterns furnished by nature. Thus, the hog suggested the plough, the butterfly the ordinary hinge, the toadstool the umbrella, the duck the ship, the fungus growth on trees the bracket. Anyone desirous of proving the oneness of the earthly system will find the resemblances in nature a most amusing study. Scientific American. Modern Fables. Luxury. Of 2 cats, one, thinking to be very fine, hunted only hummingbirds, and the other hunted only mice. The first had to hunt much longer than the other, because hummingbirds were scarce, so that it spent nearly all its life in getting food, while the other had little trouble to get all it wanted. "How unfortunate it is," said the first cat, "that I have formed my liking for what is so hard to get and is so little when I have it." Fastidiousness. A fastidious ox would not drink while standing in the water with his head turned downstream, lest he should soil the water with his feet. But once, when drinking with his head turned upstream, he saw a whole drove of hogs washing in the water above him. Attracting attention. A flea, which saw many people trying to get the attention of a king and waiting long for that purpose, said, "Though I am but a little thing, I will get his attention." So he jumped up the throne until he got on the king's head. Here he received recognition from the king by a slap, and when he boasted to a dog of his success, the latter said, "Some get attention by their merit, others by their demerit. In making yourself a nuisance, you get recognition before the lords of the realm, but only as a flea." Gambling. A monkey playing with a steel trap got his tail cut off. He went back the next day to get his tail, when he got his foot cut off. "Now," he said, "I will go back and get both my foot and my tail." He went back, and the third time he got his head cut off, which ended his monkeying with the trap. Mugwumpery. A mule on one side of the fence was discontented because he was not on the other side. He finally jumped over, when he was equally discontented because he was not back again. "Which side of the fence do you want to be on?" asked a horse. "It does not matter," replied the mule, "provided I am on the other side." The non-partisan. A dog, running about in an irregular way, was asked where he was going. "I am not going anywhere," replied the dog, "but only running about to learn where to go." Partisanship. The swans, wishing to drive the peacocks from a park, procured a law against big feet. The peacocks retaliated by getting a counter-law against big necks. Soon one side could see nothing but ugly feet, and the other nothing but long necks. At last they came to think peacocks were all feet, and swans all neck. Number of miles by water from New York. To Amsterdam, 3,510. Bermudas, 660. Bombay, 11,574. Boston, 310. Buenos Aires, 7,110. Calcutta, 12,425. Canton, 13,900. Cape Horn, 8,115. Cape of Good Hope, 6,830. Charleston, 750. Columbia River, 15,965. Constantinople, 5,140. Dublin, 3,225. Gibraltar, 3,300. Halifax, 612. Hamburg, 3,775. Havana, 1,420. Havre, 3,210. Kingston, 1,640. Lima, 11,310. Liverpool, 3,210. London, 3,375. Madras, 11,850. Naples, 4,330. New Orleans, 2,045. Panama, 2,358. Pekin, 15,325. Philadelphia, 240. Quebec, 1,400. Rio Janeiro, 3,840. Sandwich Islands, 15,300. San Francisco, 15,858. St. Petersburg, 4,420. Valparaiso, 9,750. Washington, 400. Around the globe, 25,000. End of section 24.
5 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS, published in 1911. Section 25. Business law in brief. It is a fraud to conceal a fraud. Ignorance of the law excuses no one. A contract made on a Sunday is void. A contract made with a lunatic is void. The act of one partner binds all the others. An agreement without consideration is void. The law compels no one to do impossibilities. Agents are liable to their principals for errors. Principals are liable for their acts of the agents. A receipt for money paid is not legally conclusive. Signatures made with a lead pencil are good in law. The seal of a party to a written contract imports consideration. A contract made with a minor cannot be enforced against him. A note made by a minor is voidable. Each individual in a partnership is liable for the whole amount of the debts of the firm. A note which does not state on its face that it bears interest will bear interest only after due. A lease of land for a longer term than 1 year is void unless in writing. An endorser of a note is exempt from liability if notice of its dishonor is not mailed or served within 24 hours of its non-payment. In case of the death of the principal maker of a note, the holder is not required to notify a surety that the note is not paid before the settlement of the maker's estate. Notes obtained by fraud or made by an intoxicated person are not collectible. If no time of payment is specified in a note, it is payable on demand. An endorser can avoid liability by writing without recourse beneath his signature. A check endorsed by the payee is evidence of payment in the drawer's hands. An outlawed debt is revived should the debtor make a partial payment. If negotiable paper pledged to a bank as security for the payment of a loan or debt falls due, and the bank fails to demand payment and have it protested when dishonored, the bank is liable to the owner for the full amount of the paper. Want of consideration, a common defense interposed to the payment of negotiable paper, is a good defense between the original parties to the paper, but after it has been transferred before maturity to an innocent holder for value, it is not a defense. Sometimes the holder of paper has the right to demand payment before maturity. For instance, when a draft has been protested for non-acceptance and the proper notice is served, the holder may at once proceed against the drawer and endorsers. Negotiable paper payable to bearer or endorser in blank, which has been stolen or lost, cannot be collected by the thief or finder, but a holder who receives it in good faith before maturity for value can hold it against the owner's claim at the time it was lost. If a note or draft is to be paid in the state where it is made, the contract will be governed by the laws of that state. When negotiable paper is payable in a state other than that which it is made, the laws of that state will govern it. Marriage contracts, if valid where they are made, are valid everywhere. Contracts relating to personal property are governed by the laws of the place where made, except those relating to real estate, which are governed by the laws of the place where the land is situated. The right of dower. Dower is 1/3 of the husband's estate, and in general cannot be destroyed by the mere act of the husband. Hence, in the sale of real estate by the husband, his wife must, with the husband, sign the conveyance to make the title complete to the purchaser. In the absence of such signature, the widow can claim full dower rights after the husband's death. Creditors also seize the property subject to such dower rights. The husband in his will sometimes gives his wife property in lieu of dowry. In this case she may, after his death, elect to take either such property or her dower, but she cannot take both. While the husband lives, the wife's right of dower is only inchoate; it cannot be enforced. Should he sell the land to a stranger, she has no right of action or remedy until his death. In all cases, the law of the state in which the land is situated governs it, and as in case of heirship, full information must be sought for in statute which is applicable. Marriage and divorce. Marriage may be entered into by any two persons with the following exceptions: idiots, lunatics, persons of unsound mind, persons related by blood or affinity within certain degrees prohibited by law, infants under the age of consent, which varies in the different states, and all persons already married and not legally divorced. The causes for which divorce may be obtained vary greatly in the different states. In South Carolina, only fraud and force are recognized as invalidating the marriage tie, this state having no divorce law. In the District of Columbia and all the other states, with the exception of Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, and Virginia, cruelty is a statutory cause, and desertion in all but New York. In most of the states, neglect is also recognized as a valid cause. Imprisonment for crime is a cause in all except Florida, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey, and New York. Physical inability is a cause in all of the states except California, Connecticut, Idaho, North Dakota, and Texas. Intemperance in all but Massachusetts, New Jersey, North Carolina, North Dakota, Rhode Island, Vermont, Virginia, and West Virginia. The time of residence required to secure a divorce varies from 6 months in Idaho, Nebraska, Nevada, and Texas to 3 to 5 years in Massachusetts. In most states, it is 1 year. Rights of married women. Any and all property which a woman owns at her marriage, together with rents, issues, and profits thereof, and the property which comes to her by descent, devise, bequest, gift, or grant, or which she acquires by her trade, business, labor, or services performed on her separate account, shall, notwithstanding her marriage, remain her sole and separate property, and may be used, collected, and invested by her in her own name, and shall not be subject to the interference or control of her husband, or be liable for his debts, unless for such debts as may have been contracted for the support of herself or children by her as his agent. A married woman may likewise bargain, sell, assign, transfer, and convey such property, and enter into contracts regarding the same on her separate trade, labor, or business with the like effect as if she were unmarried. Her husband, however, is not liable for such contracts, and they do not render him or his property in any way liable thereof. She may also sue and be sued in all matters having relation to her sale and separate property in the same manner as if she were sole. In the following cases, a married woman's contract may be enforced against her and her separate estate. 1. When the contract is created in or respecting the carrying on of the trade or business of the wife. 2. When it relates to or is made for the sole benefit of her sole or separate estate. 3. When the intention to charge the separate estate is expressed in the contract creating the liability. When a husband receives a principal sum of money belonging to his wife, the law presumes he receives it for her use, and he must account for it, or expend it on her account by her authority or direction, or that she gave it to him as a gift. If he receives his interest or income and spends it with her knowledge and without objection, a gift will be presumed from acquiescence. Money received by a husband from his wife and expended by him under her direction on his land in improving the home of the family is a gift and cannot be recovered by the wife or reclaimed or an account demanded. An appropriation by a wife herself or of her separate property to the use and benefit of her husband, in the absence of all agreement to repay, or any circumstances from which such an agreement can be inferred, will not create the relation of debtor and creditor, nor render the husband liable to account. Though no gifts of word be spoken, a gift by a wife to her husband may be shown by the very nature of the transaction, or appear from the attending circumstances. A wife who causelessly deserts her husband is not entitled to the aid of a court of equity in getting possession of such chattels as she has contributed to the furnishing and adornment of her husband's home. Her legal title remains, and she could convey her interest to a third party by sale, and said party would have a good title unless her husband should prove a gift. Wife's property is not liable to a lien of a subcontractor for materials furnished to the husband for the erection of a building thereon, where it is not shown that the wife was notified of the intention to furnish the materials, or a settlement made with the contractor and given to the wife, her agent, or trustee. The common law of the United States has some curious provisions regarding the rights of married women, though in all the states there are statutory provisions essentially modifying this law. As it now stands, the husband is responsible for necessaries supplied to the wife, even should he not fail to supply them himself, and is held liable if he turn her from his house or otherwise separates himself from her without good cause. He is not held liable if the wife deserts him, or if he turns her away for good cause. If she leaves him through good cause, then he is liable. If a man lives with a woman as his wife, and so represents her, even though this representation is made to one who knows she is not, he is liable the same way as if she were his wife. The law of finding. The general rule is that the finder has a clear title against every one but the owner. The proprietor of a hotel or a shop has no right to demand property of others found on his premises. Such proprietors may make regulations in regard to lost property which will bind their employees, but they cannot bind the public. The finder has been held to stand in the place of the owner, so that he was permitted to prevail in all action against a person who found an article which the plaintiff had originally found but subsequently lost. The police have no special right in regard to articles lost unless those rights are conferred by statute. Receivers of articles found are trustees for the owner or finder. They have no power in the absence of special statute to keep an article against the finder any more than the finder has to retain an article against the owner. The law of copyright. The new copyright law, which went into effect July 1, 1909, differs in many respects from the law previously in force. Its main provisions are given below, but those desiring to avail themselves of its protection should write to the Register of Copyrights, Library of Congress, Washington, D.C., for full instructions and the necessary blanks, etc. The new law provides that the application for registration of any work shall specify to which of the following classes the work in which copyright is claimed belongs. A. Books including composite and cyclopedic works, directories, gazetteers, and other compilations. B. Periodicals including newspapers. C. Lectures, sermons, addresses prepared for oral delivery. D. Dramatic or dramatico-musical compositions. C. Musical compositions. F. Maps. G. Works of art, models, or designs for works of art. H. Reproductions of a work of art. I. Drawings or plastic works of a scientific or technical character. J. Photographs. K. Prints and pictorial illustrations. Necessary steps to secure copyright. For works reproduced in copies for sale, 1. Publish the work with the copyright notice. The notice may be in the form of copyright 19, year date of publication, by name of copyright proprietor. 2. Promptly after publication, send to the Copyright Office, Library of Congress, Washington, D.C., 2 copies of the best edition of the work with an application for registration and a money order payable to the Register of Copyrights for the statutory registration fee of $1. In the case of books by American authors or permanent residents of the United States, the copies deposited must be accompanied by an affidavit under the official seal of an officer authorizing to administer oaths, stating that the typesetting, printed, and binding of the book have been performed in the United States. Affidavit and application forms will be supplied upon request. Books of foreign origin in a language or languages other than English are not required to be manufactured in the United States. In the case of a book in the English language published abroad before publication in this country, an ad interim copyright for 30 days may be secured under certain conditions. Copyright may also be had of certain classes of works, see A, B, and C below, of which copies are not reproduced for sale by filing an application for registration with the statutory fee of $1, sending therewith. A. In the case of lectures or other oral addresses, or of dramatic or musical compositions, 1 complete manuscript or typewritten copy of the work. Registration, however, does not exempt the copyright proprietor from the deposit of printed copies. B. In the case of photographs not intended for general circulation, 1 photographic print. C. In the cases of works of art, paintings, drawings, sculpture, or of drawings or plastic works of a scientific or technical character, 1 photograph or other identifying reproduction of the work. In all these cases, if the work is later reproduced in copies for sale, such copies must be deposited. Duration of copyright. The original term of copyright runs for 28 years and may be renewed under certain conditions for a further term of 28 years, making 56 in all. Assignments. Copyrights are assignable by any instrument of writing. Every assignment of copyright must be recorded in the Copyright Office within 3 months after its execution in the United States or within 6 months after its execution without the limits of the United States. Legal holidays in various states. January 1st, New Year's Day. All the states including District of Columbia except Massachusetts, Mississippi, and New Hampshire. January 19th, Lee's birthday. In Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, Alabama, and Arkansas. February 12th, Lincoln's birthday. In Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Kansas, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Nevada, New Jersey, New York, North Dakota, Pennsylvania, Washington, and Wyoming. February 22nd, Washington's birthday. In all the states and District of Columbia, in Mississippi observed in the schools. April 14th, 1911, Good Friday. In Alabama, Delaware, Florida, Louisiana, Maryland, Minnesota, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Tennessee. April 19th, Patriots' Day. In Maine and Massachusetts. April 26th, Confederate Memorial Day. In Alabama, Florida, Georgia, and Mississippi. May, second Sunday, Mother's Day, recognized in 16 states. May 10th, Confederate Memorial Day. In North Carolina and South Carolina. In Tennessee, second Friday of May. May, last Friday, Pioneer Day, in Montana. May 30th, Decoration Day, in all states and territories and the District of Columbia except Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Louisiana, Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Texas. In Virginia, called Confederate Memorial Day. June 3rd, Jefferson Davis's birthday. In Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, Texas, and South Carolina. In Louisiana, called Confederate Memorial Day. July 4th, Independence Day, in all states, territories, and the District. September 4th, 1911, Labor Day, in all states, territories, and the District except North Dakota. October 12th, Columbus Day, in New York, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Connecticut, New Jersey, Michigan, Montana, California, Ohio, Maryland, Kentucky, and Rhode Island. November 1st, All Saints Day, in Louisiana. November, General Election Day, in Arizona, California, Colorado, Delaware, Florida, Idaho, Illinois, Chicago, Springfield, and East St. Louis only, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland, Michigan, Minnesota, Montana, Missouri, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, North Carolina, North Dakota, Ohio, 5:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. only, Oklahoma, Oregon, presidential only, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, West Virginia, Washington, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. By Act of March 3, 1875, elections of representatives in Congress take place on the Tuesday next after the first Monday in November 1876 and every second year thereafter. November 30th, 1911, Thanksgiving Day, observed in all the states, Arizona, New Mexico, and the District of Columbia. December 25th, Christmas Day, in all the states, territories, and the District. Arbor Day, in Arizona, Maine, Maryland, New Mexico, Wisconsin, Wyoming, and Pennsylvania, by appointment of the governor. Texas, February 22nd. Nebraska, April 22nd. Utah, April 15th. Rhode Island, second Friday in May. Montana, second Tuesday in May. Georgia, first Friday in December. Colorado, in the schools, third Friday in April. Oklahoma, Friday after second Monday in March. Arkansas, first Saturday in March. Half holidays. Every Saturday after 12 o'clock noon, in California, public offices, in Illinois, cities of 200,000 or more inhabitants, in Maryland, Michigan, New York, New Jersey, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Virginia, District of Columbia for banking, New Orleans, Charleston, Louisiana, and Missouri, cities of 100,000 or more inhabitants, in Tennessee, state and county offices, in Colorado for June, July, and August, in Indiana from first Saturday in June to last Saturday in October, for public offices in counties with a county seat of 100,000 or more of population. Principal points of constitutional law. Congress must meet at least once a year. One state cannot undo the acts of another. Congress may admit as many new states as desired. The Constitution guarantees every citizen a speedy trial by jury. A state cannot exercise a power which is vested in Congress alone. One state must respect the laws and legal decisions of another. Congress cannot pass a law to punish a crime already committed. U.S. Senators are chosen by the legislatures of the states by joint ballot. Bills for revenue can originate only in the House of Representatives. A person committing a felony in one state cannot find refuge in another. The Constitution of the United States forbids excessive bail or cruel punishment. Treaties with foreign countries are made by the President and ratified by the Senate. In the U.S. Senate, Rhode Island or Nevada has an equal voice with New York. When Congress passes a bankruptcy law, it annuls all the state laws on that subject. Writing alone does not constitute treason against the United States. There must be an overt act. Congress cannot lay any disabilities on the children of a person convicted of crime or misdemeanor. The territories each send a delegate to Congress who has the right of debate but not the right to vote. The Vice President, who ex officio presides over the Senate, has no vote in that body except on a tie ballot. An act of Congress cannot become a law over the President's veto except on a two-thirds vote of both houses. An officer of the government cannot accept title of nobility, order, or honor without the permission of Congress. Money lost in the mails cannot be recovered from the government. Registering a letter does not ensure its contents. It is the House of Representatives that may impeach the President for any crime, and the Senate hears the accusation. If the President holds a bill longer than 10 days while Congress is still in session, it becomes a law without his signature. Silver coin of denominations less than $1 is not a legal tender for more than $5. Copper and nickel coin is not legal tender. The term of a congressman is 2 years, but a congressman may be reelected to as many successive terms as his constituents may wish. Amendments to the Constitution require 2/3 vote of each House of Congress and must be ratified by at least 3/4 of the states. When the militia is called out in the service of general government, they pass out of the control of the various states under the command of the President. The President of the United States must be 35 years of age, a United States Senator 30, a Congressman 25. The President must have been a resident of the United States for 14 years. A grand jury is a secret tribunal and may hear only one side of a case. It simply decides whether there is a good reason to hold for trial. It consists of 24 men, 12 of whom may indict. A naturalized citizen cannot become President or Vice President of the United States. A male child born abroad of American parents has an equal chance to become President with one born on American soil. End of section 25.
Of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosalind Wills. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS, published in 1911. Section 26. Chamois skins. The animal from which the chamois skin derives its name inhabits the high mountains from the Pyrenees to the Caucasus. Chamois are most numerous in the Alps, where they dwell in small herds and feed on the herbage of the mountainsides. They are about the size of a small goat, dark chestnut brown in color, with the exception of the forehead, the sides of the lower jaws, and the muzzle, which are white. Its horns, rising above the eyes, are black, smooth, and straight for 2/3 of their length, when they suddenly curve backward. The chamois hunter, provided with a gun, a bag of provisions, an iron-shod staff to assist him in climbing and leaping, an axe to cut steps in the ice, and shoes studded with iron points, traverses the mountains and follows his prey not only during the day, but also at night. Nearly all the chamois skins now in the market are made from the skins of the lamb or sheep. This industry has been largely developed in England and France, and these countries have supplied the market of the United States almost exclusively until recent years, when the manufacture of these goods was commenced in the United States. What's in a name? Origin and meaning of names of men. A. Aaron, Hebrew, a mountain or lofty. Abel, Hebrew, vanity. Abraham, Hebrew, the father of many. Absalom, Hebrew, the father of peace. Adam, Hebrew, red earth. Adolphus, Saxon, happiness and help. Adrian, Latin, one who helps. Alan, Celtic, harmony, or Slavonic, a hound. Albert, Saxon, all bright. Alexander, Greek, a helper of men. Alfred, Saxon, all peace. Alonzo, form of Alfonso, QV. Alfonso, German, ready or willing. Ambrose, Greek, immortal. Amos, Hebrew, a burden. Andrew, Greek, courageous. Anthony, Latin, flourishing. Archibald, German, a bold observer. Arnold, German, a maintainer of honor. Arthur, British, a strong man. Augustus, Latin, venerable, grand. B. Baldwin, German, a bold winner. Barnaby, Hebrew, a prophet's son. Bartholomew, Hebrew, the son of him who made the waters to rise. Beaumont, French, a pretty mount. Benjamin, Hebrew, the son of a right hand. Bennett, Latin, blessed. Bertram, German, fair, illustrious. Bertrand, German, bright, raven. Boniface, Latin, a well-doer. Brian, French, having a thundering voice. C. Cadwallader, British, valiant in war. Caesar, Latin, adorned with hair. Caleb, Hebrew, a dog. Cecil, Latin, dim-sighted. Charles, German, noble-spirited. Christopher, Greek, bearing Christ. Clement, Latin, mild-tempered. Conrad, German, able counsel. Cornelius, Latin, meaning uncertain. Crispin, Latin, having curled locks. Cuthbert, Saxon, known famously. D. Daniel, Hebrew, God is judge. David, Hebrew, well beloved. Dennis, Greek, belonging to the god of wine. Douglas, Gaelic, dark gray. Duncan, Saxon, brown chief. Dunstan, Saxon, most high. E. Edgar, Saxon, happy honor. Edmund, Saxon, happy peace. Edward, Saxon, happy keeper. Edwin, Saxon, happy conqueror. Egbert, Saxon, ever bright. Elijah, Hebrew, God the Lord. Elisha, Hebrew, the salvation of God. Emmanuel, Hebrew, God with us. Enoch, Hebrew, dedicated. Ephraim, Hebrew, fruitful. Erasmus, Greek, lovely, worthy to be loved. Ernest, Greek, earnest, serious. Esau, Hebrew, hairy. Eugene, Greek, nobly descended. Eustace, Greek, standing firm. Evan or Ivan, British, the same as John. Evard, German, well reported. Ezekiel, Hebrew, the strength of God. F. Felix, Latin, happy. Ferdinand, German, pure peace. Fergus, Saxon, manly strength. Francis, German, free. Frederick, German, rich peace. G. Gabriel, Hebrew, the strength of God. Geoffrey, German, joyful. George, Greek, a husbandman. Gerald, Saxon, all towardliness. Gideon, Hebrew, a breaker. Gilbert, Saxon, bright as gold. Giles, Greek, a little goat. Godard, German, a godly disposition. Godfrey, German, God's peace. Godwin, German, victorious in God. Griffith, British, having great faith. Guy, French, a leader. H. Hannibal, Punic, a gracious lord. Harold, Saxon, a champion. Hector, Greek, a stout defender. Henry, German, a rich lord. Herbert, German, a bright lord. Hercules, Greek, the glory of Hera or Juno. Horace, Latin, meaning uncertain. Howl, British, sound or whole. Hubert, German, a bright color. Hugh, Dutch, high, lofty. Humphrey, German, domestic peace. I. Ignatius, Latin, fiery. Ingram, German, of angelic purity. Isaac, Hebrew, laughter. J. Jabez, Hebrew, one who causes pain. Jacob, Hebrew, a supplanter. James or Jacques, beguiling. Job, Hebrew, sorrowing. Joel, Hebrew, acquiescing. John, Hebrew, the grace of the Lord. Jonah, Hebrew, a dove. Jonathan, Hebrew, the gift of the Lord. Joseph, Hebrew, addition. Joshua, Hebrew, a savior. Josiah or Josias, Hebrew, the fire of the Lord. Julius, Latin, soft-haired. L. Lambert, Saxon, a fair lamb. Lancelot, Spanish, a little lance. Lawrence, Latin, crowned with laurels. Lazarus, Hebrew, destitute of help. Leonard, German, like a lion. Leopold, German, defending the people. Louis or Louis, French, the defender of the people. Lionel, Latin, a little lion. Llewellyn, British, like a lion. Llewellyn, Celtic, lightning. Lucius, Latin, shining. Luke, Greek, a wood or grove. M. Manfred, German, great peace. Mark, Latin, a hammer. Martin, Latin, marshal. Matthew, Hebrew, a gift or present. Maurice, Latin, sprung of a Moor. Meredith, British, the roaring of the sea. Michael, Hebrew, who is like God. Morgan, British, a mariner. Moses, Hebrew, drawn out. N. Nathaniel, Hebrew, the gift of God. Neil, French, somewhat black. Nicholas, Greek, victorious over the people. Noel, French, belonging to one's nativity. Norman, French, one born in Normandy. O. Oliver, Latin, an olive. Orlando, Italian, counsel for the land. Orson, Latin, a bear. Osmond, Saxon, house peace. Oswald, Saxon, ruler of a house. Owen, British, well descended. P. Patrick, Latin, a nobleman. Paul, Latin, small, little. Percival, French, a place in France. Percy, English, adaptation of pierce eye. Peter, Greek, a rock or stone. Philip, Greek, a lover of horses. Phineas, Hebrew, of bold countenance. R. Ralph, contracted from Randolph or Randall or Rudolph. Saxon, pure help. Raymond, German, quiet peace. Reuben, Hebrew, the son of vision. Reynold, German, a lover of purity. Richard, Saxon, powerful. Robert, German, famous in council. Roderick, German, rich in fame. Rollo, form of Roland, QV. Rufus, Latin, reddish. Roger, German, strong counsel. Roland, German, counsel for the land. S. Samson, Hebrew, a little son. Samuel, Hebrew, heard by God. Saul, Hebrew, desired. Seth, Hebrew, appointed. Silas, Latin, sylvan or living in the woods. Simeon, Hebrew, hearing. Simon, Hebrew, obedient. Solomon, Hebrew, peaceable. Stephen, Greek, a crown or garland. Swithin, Saxon, very high. T. Theobald, Saxon, bold over the people. Theodore, Greek, the gift of God. Thomas, Hebrew, a twin. Timothy, Greek, a fearer of God. Titus, Greek, meaning uncertain. Toby, Hebrew, goodness of the Lord. V. Valentine, Latin, powerful. Victor, Latin, conqueror. Vincent, Latin, conquering. Vivian, Latin, living. W. Walter, German, a conqueror. Wilfred, Saxon, bold and peaceful. William, German, defending many. Z. Zacchaeus, Syriac, innocent. Christian names of women. A. Adela, German, same as Adeline, QV. Adelaide, German, same as Adeline, QV. Adeline, German, a princess. Agatha, Greek, good. Agnes, German, chaste. Althea, Greek, hunting. Alice, Alicia, German, noble. Alma, Latin, benignant. Amabel, Latin, lovable. Amy, Amelia, French, beloved. Angelina, Greek, lovely, angelic. Anna or Anne, Hebrew, gracious. Arabella, Latin, a fair altar. Aurora, Latin, morning brightness. B. Barbara, Latin, foreign or strange. Bella, Italian, beautiful. Benedicta, Latin, blessed. Bernice, Greek, bringing victory. Bertha, Greek, bright or famous. Bessie, short form of Elizabeth, QV. Blanche, French, fair. Bona, Latin, good. Bridget, Irish, shining bright. C. Camilla, Latin, attendant at a sacrifice. Carlotta, Italian, same as Charlotte, QV. Caroline, Latin, noble spirited. Cassandra, Greek, a reformer of men. Catherine, Greek, pure or clean. Charity, Greek, love, bounty. Charlotte, French, all noble. Chloe, Greek, a green herb. Christina, Greek, belonging to Christ. Clara, Latin, clear or bright. Constance, Latin, constant. D. Dagmar, German, joy of the Danes. Deborah, Hebrew, a bee. Diana, Greek, Jupiter's daughter. Dorcas, Greek, a wild rose. Dorothy, Greek, gift of God. E. Edith, Saxon, happiness. Eleanor, Saxon, all fruitful. Eliza, Elizabeth, Hebrew, the oath of God. Emily, corrupted from Amelia. Emma, German, a nurse. Esther, Hester, Hebrew, secret. Eudora, Greek, good gift. Eugenia, French, well born. Eunice, Greek, fair victory. Eva or Eve, Hebrew, causing life. F. Fanny, diminutive of Frances, QV. Flora, Latin, flowers. Florence, Latin, blooming, flourishing. Francis, German, free. G. Gertrude, German, all truth. Grace, Latin, favor. H. Hannah, Hebrew, gracious. Harriet, German, head of the house. Helen or Helena, Greek, alluring. Henrietta, feminine and diminutive of Henry, QV. Hilda, German, warrior maiden. Honora, Latin, honorable. Huldah, Hebrew, a weasel. I. Irene, peaceful. Isabella, Spanish, fair Eliza. J. Jane or Jean, feminine of John, QV. Janet, Jeanette, little Jane. Jemima, Hebrew, a dove. Joan, Joanna, Hebrew, feminine of John, QV. Joyce, French, pleasant. Judith, Hebrew, praising. Julia, Juliana, feminine of Julius, QV. K. Catherine, form of Catherine, QV. Keturah, Hebrew, incense. L. Laura, Latin, a laurel. Lavinia, Latin, of Latium. Letitia, Latin, joy or gladness. Lillian, lily, Latin, a lily. Lois, Greek, better. Louisa, German, feminine of Louis, QV. Lucretia, Latin, a chaste Roman lady. Lucy, Latin, feminine of Lucius. Lydia, Greek, descended from Lud. M. Mabel, Latin, lovely or lovable. Madeline, form of Magdalene, QV. Margaret, Greek, a pearl. Martha, Hebrew, bitterness. Mary, Hebrew, bitter. Matilda, German, a lady of honor. Maud, German, form of Matilda, QV. May, Latin, month of May. Mercy, English, compassion. Mildred, Saxon, speaking mild. Minnie, diminutive of Margaret, QV. N. Naomi, Hebrew, alluring. O. Olive, Olivia, Latin, an olive. Ophelia, Greek, a serpent. P. Patience, Latin, bearing patiently. Penelope, Greek, a weaver. Persis, Greek, destroying. Philippa, Greek, feminine of Philip. Phoebe, Greek, the light of life. Phyllis, Greek, a green bough. Polly, variation of Molly, diminutive of Mary, QV. Priscilla, Latin, somewhat old. Prudence, Latin, discretion. R. Rachel, Hebrew, a lamp. Rebecca, Hebrew, fat or plump. Rhoda, Greek, a rose. Rose or rosa, Latin, a rose. Rosalind, Latin, beautiful as a rose. Roxana, Persian, dawn of day. Rosamund, Saxon, rose of peace. Ruth, Hebrew, trembling or beauty. S. Sabina, Latin, sprung from the Sabines. Salome, Hebrew, a princess. Selena, Greek, the moon. Sibylla, Greek, the counsel of God. Sophia, Greek, wisdom. Susan, Susanna, Hebrew, a lily. T. Tabitha, Syriac, a rose. Theodosia, Greek, given by God. U. Ursula, Latin, a she-bear. V. Victoria, Latin, victory. Vida, Urs, feminine of David. W. Walburga, Saxon, gracious. Winifred, Saxon, winning peace. Z. Zenobia, Greek, the life of Jupiter. End of section 26. Recording by Rosalind Wills of Silver Spring, Maryland.
Of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larissa Jaworski, Brisbane, Australia, March 2007. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS, published in 1911. Section 27. Principal American cities, with population of over 100,000 in 1910. The population for 1900 is given by way of comparison. New York, New York. Population in 1910, 4,766,883. In 1900, 3,437,202. Chicago, Illinois. Population in 1910, 2,185,283. In 1900, 1,698,572. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Population in 1910, 1,549,008. In 1900, 1,293,697. St. Louis, Missouri. Population in 1910, 687,029. In 1900, 575,238. Boston, Massachusetts. Population in 1910, 670,585. In 1900, 560,892. Cleveland, Ohio. Population in 1910, 560,663. In 1900, 381,867. Baltimore, Maryland. Population in 1910, 558,485. In 1900, 508,957. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Population in 1910, 533,905. In 1900, 451,512. Detroit, Michigan. Population in 1910, 465,766. In 1900, 285,704. Buffalo, New York. Population in 1910, 423,715. In 1900, 352,387. San Francisco, California. Population in 1910, 416,912. In 1900, 342,782. Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Population in 1910, 373,857. In 1900, 285,315. Cincinnati, Ohio. Population in 1910, 364,462. In 1900, 325,902. Newark, New Jersey. Population in 1910, 347,469. In 1900, 246,070. New Orleans, Louisiana. Population in 1910, 339,075. In 1900, 287,104. Washington, District of Columbia. Population in 1910, 331,069. In 1900, 278,817. Los Angeles, California. 319,198. In 1900, 102,479. Minneapolis, Minnesota. Population in 1910, 301,408. In 1900, 202,718. Jersey City, New Jersey. Population in 1910, 267,779. In 1900, 206,433. Kansas City, Missouri. Population in 1910, 248,331. In 1900, 163,752. Seattle, Washington. Population in 1910, 237,194. In 1900, 80,671. Indianapolis, Indiana. Population in 1910, 233,650. In 1900, 169,164. Providence, Rhode Island. Population in 1910, 224,326. In 1900, 175,597. Providence, Rhode Island. Population in 1910, 224,326. In 1900, 175,597. Louisville, Kentucky. Population in 1910, 223,928. In 1900, 204,731. Rochester, New York. Population in 1910, 218,149. In 1900, 162,608. St. Paul, Minnesota. Population in 1910, 214,744. In 1900, 163,065. Denver, Colorado. Population in 1910, 213,381. In 1900, 133,859. Portland, Oregon. Population in 1910, 207,214. In 1900, 90,426. Columbus, Ohio. Population in 1910, 181,548. In 1900, 125,560. Toledo, Ohio. Population in 1910, 168,497. In 1900, 131,822. Atlanta, Georgia. Population in 1910, 154,839. In 1900, 89,672. Oakland, California. Population in 1910, 150,174. In 1900, 66,960. Worcester, Massachusetts. Population in 1910, 145,986. In 1900, 118,421. Syracuse, New York. Population in 1910, 137,249. In 1900, 108,374. New Haven, Connecticut. Population in 1910, 133,605. In 1900, 108,027. Birmingham, Alabama. Population in 1910, 132,683. In 1900, 38,415. Memphis, Tennessee. Population in 1910, 131,105. In 1900, 102,320. Scranton, Pennsylvania. Population in 1910, 129,867. In 1900, 102,026. Richmond, Virginia. Population in 1910, 127,628. In 1900, 85,050. Paterson, New Jersey. Population in 1910, 125,600. In 1900, 105,171. Omaha, Nebraska. Population in 1910, 124,096. In 1900, 102,555. Fall River, Massachusetts. Population in 1910, 119,295. In 1900, 104,803. Dayton, Ohio. Population in 1910, 116,577. In 1900, 85,333. Grand Rapids, Michigan. Population in 1910, 112,571. In 1900, 87,565. Nashville, Tennessee. Population in 1910, 110,364. In 1900, 80,865. Lowell, Massachusetts. Population in 1910, 106,294. In 1900, 94,969. Cambridge, Massachusetts. Population in 1910, 104,839. In 1900, 91,886. Spokane, Washington. Population in 1910, 104,402. In 1900, 36,848. Bridgeport, Connecticut. Population in 1910, 102,054. In 1900, 70,996. Albany, New York. Population in 1910, 100,253. In 1900, 94,151. State flowers. The following list includes all the state flowers commonly accepted or officially adopted. Alabama, goldenrod. Arizona, sequoia cactus. Arkansas, apple blossom. California, poppy. Colorado, columbine. Delaware, peach blossom. Georgia, Cherokee rose. Idaho, syringa. Illinois, violet. Iowa, wild rose. Kansas, sunflower. Louisiana, magnolia. Maine, pine cone. Michigan, apple blossom. Minnesota, moccasin. Mississippi, magnolia. Montana, bitterroot. Missouri, goldenrod. Nebraska, goldenrod. New Jersey, sugar maple tree. New York, rose. North Dakota, goldenrod. Oklahoma, mistletoe. Oregon, Oregon grape. Rhode Island, violet. Texas, bluebonnet. Utah, Sego lily. Vermont, red clover. Washington, rhododendron. Height of noted structures. Following is the height in feet of some noted monuments and structures. Amiens Cathedral, 383 feet. Bunker Hill Monument, 221 feet. Capitol, Washington, 288 feet. City Hall, Philadelphia, 535 feet. Cologne Cathedral, 512 feet. Eiffel Tower, 984 feet. Florence Cathedral, 387 feet. Fribourg Cathedral, 386 feet. Masonic Temple, Chicago, 354 feet. Metropolitan Building, New York, 700 feet. Milan Cathedral, 360 feet. The Great Pyramid, 451 feet. Rouen Cathedral, 464 feet. St. Paul's, London, 404 feet. St. Peter's, Rome, 433 feet. The Singer Building, New York, 612 feet. Strasbourg Cathedral, 465 feet. St. Stephen's, Vienna, 470 feet. Ward Building, Chicago, 394 feet. Washington Monument, 556 feet. The maximum age of trees. Palm, 250 years. Elm, 355 years. Cypress, 388 years. Ivy, 448 years. Maple, 516 years. Larch, 576 years. Lemon, 640 years. Plane, 720 years. Cedar, 800 years. Chestnut, 860 years. Walnut, 900 years. Lime, 1,076 years. Spruce, 1,200 years. Oak, 1,600 years. Olive, 2,000 years. Yew, 2,880 years. Baobab, 5,100 years. And dragon, 5,900 years. Eucalyptus or Australian gum tree sometimes grows 24 feet in 3 months. Bamboo, 2 feet in 24 hours. Dictionary of Aeronautics. The new science of aeronautics has given rise to many new words, among them some of awkward derivation, and even those properly formed and worthy of preservation in the language are often erroneously used. The following compact lexicon is therefore both interesting and instructive. Aeroplane. A generic term applied in common use to all classes of sustaining surfaces, strictly applicable only to flat surfaces. Adjusting surfaces. Commonly a comparatively small surface, usually at the end of a wing tip, used to adjust lateral balance, preferably restricted to surfaces capable of variable adjustment but not of movement by controlling devices. See stabilizer and wing tip, and compare aileron. Advancing edge, the front edge of a sustaining or other surface. Advancing surface, a surface that precedes another through the air, as in a double monoplane. Aerocurve, a proposed substitute for aeroplane. Aerodrome, a substitute proposed by Langley for aeroplane, strictly applicable to a course rather than to a vehicle. Aileron, a small, hinged or separated wing tip or surface capable of independent manipulation for the purpose of maintaining lateral balance. Aviation, dynamic flight by means of heavier-than-air mechanisms. Aviator, the operator or pilot of a heavier-than-air machine. Aerofoil, term used to indicate lifting surface. Angle of incidence, the angle which a line drawn from the leading to trailing edge of the plane makes with the horizontal trailing angle between the tangent to the trailing edge of the plane and the chord, or a line drawn from the leading edge to the trailing edge. Arc, any portion of a circle or other curve. Aspect, the top or plan view of an aeroplane surface. Automatic stability, applied to lateral or longitudinal stability, maintained by the action of suitable elements on mechanisms independent of any control exercised by the operator. There is a tendency to restrict the term of such stability secured by an automatic manipulation of controlling devices, rather than to systems in which balance is maintained by the use of dihedral arrangements. Biplane, an aeroplane with two superposed main surfaces. Balance, to maintain equilibrium by hand or automatic movement of balancing surfaces, as opposed to equilibrium maintained by stabilizing. See stabilizer. Body, the center part of an aeroplane or other aerial vehicle, in which the motor, fuel tanks, passenger accommodation, etc. are placed. Camber. The camber of the ribs is the amount of curvature which is imparted to them in the same way that a motor car spring or a road has a camber or curvature. Chassis, that part of the main framework of a monoplane to which the main planes and tail planes are fitted, and which contains the engine and aviator's seat. Centre of pressure, really a line of pressure along the underside of a wing or aeroplane surface, on either side of which the pressures are equal. Centre of gravity, the centre of weight about which the vehicle balances in all directions. Chord, a straight line drawn between the ends of the arc of a circle or other curve. Dirigible, steerable or navigable applied to balloons. Derrick, a tower in which a falling weight is dropped in starting an aeroplane. Diagonal, a diagonal brace or stay in a framework. Dihedral, set of wings, pairs inclined at an upward angle to each other. Elevator, a principal supplementary surface, usually of a miniature form of the main planes, used for purpose of altering the vertical direction of machine. Gap, the distance between two main planes in a biplane. Gliding, flying down a slant of air without power. Gyroscopic effect, the property of any rotating mass whereby it tends to maintain its plane of rotation against disturbing forces. Gauchissement, or warping, applied to the main planes and produces the same ultimate effect as the use of ailerons. Hangar, a shed for housing balloons or aeroplanes, generally the latter. Horsepower, a rate of work equivalent to the lifting of 33,000 foot-pound a minute. Head resistance, the resistance of the surface to movement through the air, closely proportionate to its projected area. Heavier than air, applied to dynamic flying machines weighing more than the air they displace. Horizontal rudder, a horizontally placed rudder for steering in vertical directions. Lift, the sustaining effect, expressed in units of weight, of an aeroplane or wing surface. Monoplane, an aeroplane with one or more main surfaces in the same horizontal plane. Main plane, usually the largest or lowest supporting surface of a multi-surfaced aeroplane. Mast, a spar or strut used for the attachment of wire or other stays to stiffen the wings or other parts of a structure. Main spars, lateral spars upon which the main planes are built. Main landing wheels, in an alighting gear, the wheels that take the chief shock in landing. Ornithopter, a dynamic flying machine of the heavier-than-air type, in which sustension is provided by the effect of reciprocating wing surfaces. Pylon, a tower to mark the course in aerial racing contests. Ribs, supports for the fabric, made of ash or spruce and bent to the correct curves. Rudder, one or more steering planes are invariably fitted to practical machines to control the direction of flight. Superposed planes, arrangement of one plane over the other, as in the Wright, Voisin and Farman machines. Supplementary planes or surfaces, additional surfaces which are used for stabilization. Stabilizer, any surface for automatically maintaining lateral or longitudinal balance. Struts, fixtures used in biplane construction to maintain an equal distance between two planes. Skids, long skates on which the machine can land safely. Span, the distance from tip to tip of the main planes in a transverse direction of that flight. Soaring flight, the flight of certain large birds without wing flapping. Its solution and imitation constitute one of the problems of aerial navigation. Sustaining surface, any surface placed in a horizontal or approximately horizontal position, primarily for the purpose of affording sustension. Triplane, an aeroplane with three main surfaces. Webs, small blocks of wood placed between the ribs which act as distance pieces. Wind warping, a system of maintaining lateral balance by differential twisting of wing tips in such manner as to increase the sustension on one side and decrease it on the other. New York Tribune. College colours: Amherst, purple and white; Beloit, old gold; Bodin, white; Brown, brown and white; Columbia, light blue and white; Cornell, carnelian and white; Dartmouth, green; Harvard, crimson; Indiana, crimson and cream; Iowa, scarlet and black; Iowa State, cardinal and gold; Johns Hopkins, black and old gold. Lake Forest, red and black. Leland Stanford, cardinal. Northwestern, royal purple. Oberlin, crimson and gold. Princeton, orange and black. Purdue, old gold and black. University of Chicago, maroon. University of Illinois, orange and navy blue. University of Michigan, maize and blue. University of Minnesota, old gold and maroon. University of Notre Dame, gold and blue. University of Pennsylvania, red and blue. University of Rochester, dandelion yellow. University of Wisconsin, cardinal. Vassar, rose and grey. Williams, royal purple. And Yale, blue. The claims of osteopathy. Strictly construing the claims of osteopathic doctors, it is an anti-medicine system of practice for the cure of every disease to which the human body is liable. Dr. Andrew T. Still, who claims to have made the discoveries that led to the establishment of the School of Osteopathy, asserts that all diseases and lesions are the result of the luxation, dislocation, or breakage of some bone or bones. This, however, is not now maintained to any great extent by his followers. Osteopathists, though, do generally claim that all diseases arise from some maladjustment of the bones of the human body, and that treatment, therefore, must be to secure the normal adjustment of the bones and ligaments that form the skeleton. They claim that a dislocation is not always the result of external violence. It may be caused by the ulceration of bones, the elongation of ligaments, or excessive muscular action. The constriction of an important artery or vein, which may be caused by a very slightly displaced bone, an indurated muscle, or other organ, may produce an excess of blood in one part of the body, thereby causing a deficiency in some other part. A dislocated member will generally show alteration in the form of the joint and axis of the limb, loss of power and proper motion, increased length or shortening of the limb, prominence at one point and depression at another, greatly impaired circulation, and pain due to the obstruction of the nerve force in the parts involved. The osteopathist claims that pain and disease arise mainly from some maladjustment in some part of the body, and that a return to good health involves treatment for the normal adjustment of the skeleton. He asserts, though any laxation may only be partial, it may cause pressure at some point upon a blood vessel or a nerve of which the patient may be unconscious, and thus be a barrier to the restoration of good health. Osteopathy asserts that trying to heal the body of an ailment caused by a dislocated member, be it bone, ligament, or nerve, by which abnormal pressure is maintained upon a blood vessel or a nerve, would be like trying to operate a machine with an important cog out of gear. To cure it involves the reduction of a dislocation, the breaking up of adhesions, and the arousing of the innervated organ or organs partially or wholly failing in the performance of function. End of section 27.
Section 28 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caitlin Sticko, 2007. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS, published 1911. Section 28. The Law of Trademarks. Any person, firm, or corporation can obtain protection for any lawful trademark by complying with the following. 1. By causing to be recorded in the Patent Office the name, residence, and place of business of persons desiring the trademark. 2. The class of merchandise and description of the same. 3. A description of the trademark itself with facsimiles. 4. The length of time that the said mark has already been used. 5. by payment of the required fee, $6 for labels and $25 for trademarks. 6. By complying with such regulations as may be prescribed by the Commissioner of Patents. 7. A lawful trademark must consist of some arbitrary word, not the name of a person or place, indicating, or not, the use or nature of the thing to which it is applied, of some designating symbol, or of both said word and symbol. How to obtain a patent. Patents are issued in the name of the United States and under the seal of the Patent Office. A patent is a grant by the government to the inventor, his heirs or assigns, for a limited period, of the exclusive right to make, use, or sell any new and useful art, machine, manufacture, or composition of matter, or any new or useful improvement thereof, or any new, original, and ornamental design for any article of manufacture. Every patent contains a grant to the patentee, his heirs or assigns, for the term of 17 years, of the exclusive right to make, use, and vend the invention or discovery throughout the United States and the Territories, referring to the specification for the particulars thereof. If it appears that the inventor, at the time of making his application, believed himself to be the first inventor or discoverer, a patent will not be refused on account of the invention or discovery, or any part thereof having been known or used in any foreign country before his invention or discovery thereof, if it had not been patented or described in any printed publication. Joint inventors are entitled to a joint patent. Neither one can claim one separately. Independent inventors of distinct and independent improvements in the same machine cannot obtain a joint patent for their separate inventions, nor does the fact that one furnishes the capital and the other makes the invention entitle them to make application as joint inventors, but in such cases they may become joint patentees. Application for a patent must be made in writing to the Commissioner of Patents, from whom blanks and printed instructions can be obtained by mail. Reissues. A reissue is granted to the original patentee, his legal representatives, or the assignees of the entire interest when, by reason of a defective or insufficient specification, or by reason of the patentee claiming as his invention or discovery more than he had a right to claim as new, the original patent is inoperative or invalid, provided the error has arisen from inadvertence, accident, or mistake, and without any fraudulent or deceptive intention. Caveats. A caveat, under patent law, is a notice given to the office of the caveator's claim as inventor, in order to prevent the grant of a patent to another for the same alleged invention upon an application filed during the life of the caveat without notice to the caveator. Any citizen of the United States who has made a new invention or discovery and desires further time to mature the same may, on payment of a fee of $10, file in the Patent Office a caveat setting forth the object and the distinguishing characteristics of the invention, and praying protection of his right until he shall have matured his invention. Such caveat shall be filed in the confidential archives of the office and preserved in secrecy, and shall be operative for the term of 1 year from the filing thereof. An alien has the same privilege if he has resided in the United States 1 year next preceding the filing of his caveat, and has made oath of his intention to become a citizen. The caveat must comprise a specification, oath, and when the nature of the case admits it, a drawing, and, like the application, must be limited to a single invention or improvement. Fees. Fees must be paid in advance, and are as follows. On filing each original application for a patent, $15. On issuing each original patent, $20. In design cases, for 3 years and 6 months, $10. For 7 years, $15. For 14 years, $30. On filing each caveat, $10. On every application for the reissue of a patent, $30. Added to these are the usual charges of patent solicitors for preparing the application and for drawings, etc. Shakespeare's counsel. Polonius's advice to his son Laertes. And these few precepts in thy memory see thou character. Give thy thoughts no tongue. nor any unproportioned thought his act. Be thou familiar, but by no means vulgar. Those friends thou hast, and their adoption tried, grapple them to thy soul with hooks of steel. But do not dull thy palm with entertainment of each new-hatched, unfledged comrade. Beware of entrance to a quarrel, but being in, bear't that the opposed may beware of thee. Give every man thy ear, but few thy voice. Take each man's censure, but reserve thy judgment. Costly thy habit as thy purse can buy, but not expressed in fancy, rich, not gaudy, for the apparel oft proclaims the man. Neither a borrower nor a lender be, for loan oft loses both itself and friend, and borrowing dulls the edge of husbandry. This above all, to thine own self be true, and it must follow, as the night the day, thou canst not then be false to any man. Hamlet 1:3. Poor Richard's Sayings, Benjamin Franklin. Drive thy business, let not thy business drive thee. Diligence is the mother of good luck. Now I have a sheep and a cow, and everybody bids me good morrow. If you would know the value of money, go and try to borrow some. Great estates may venture more, but little boats should keep near shore. What maintains one vice would bring up 2 children. God helps them that help themselves. Poverty often deprives a man of all spirit and virtue. 'Tis hard for an empty bag to stand upright. Beware of little expenses. A small leak will sink a great ship. For age and want, save while you can. No morning sun lasts a whole day. How to make change quickly. Always consider the amount of purchase as if that much money were already counted out. Then add to amount of purchase enough small change to make an even dollar, counting out the even dollars last until full amount is made up. If the purchase amounts to 57 cents and you are handed $2 in payment, count out 43 cents first to make an even dollar, then lay out the other dollar. Should the purchase be $3.69 to be taken out of $20, begin with $3.69 as the basis and make up even $4 by laying out 31 cents. This 31 cents with the amount of the purchase you will consider as $4 and count out even dollars to make up to the 20 which the customer has handed in. Merchants' cost and price marks. All merchants use private cipher marks to note cost or selling price of goods. The cipher is usually made up of some short word or sentence of 9 or 10 letters, as Cornelius A. C1O2 R3 N4 E5 L6 I7 U8 S9 A0. $5 according to this key would be EAA. But generally, an extra letter is used to prevent the repeating of the mark for 00. If the sign for a second 0 in this case were Y, we would have EAY instead of EAA. Time in which money doubles. At 2%, simple interest, 50 years, compound interest, 35 years. At 2.5%, simple interest, 40 years, compound interest, 28 years, 26 days. At 3%, simple interest, 33 years, 4 months, compound interest, 23 years, 164 days. At 3.5%, simple interest, 28 years, 208 days, compound interest, 20 years, 54 days. At 4%, simple interest, 25 years, compound interest, 17 years, 246 days. At 4.5%, simple interest, 22 years, 81 days, compound interest, 15 years, 273 days. At 5%, simple interest, 20 years, compound interest, 14 years, 75 days. At 6%, simple interest, 16 years, 8 months, compound interest 11 years 327 days. At 7%, simple interest 14 years 104 days. Compound interest 10 years 89 days. At 8%, simple interest 12 1/2 years. Compound interest 9 years 2 days. At 9%, simple interest 11 years 40 days. Compound interest 8 years 16 days. At 10%, simple interest 10 years. Compound interest 7 years 100 days. A dollar saved, a dollar earned. The way to accumulate money is to save small sums with regularity. A small sum saved daily for 50 years will grow at the following rate. Daily savings of 1 cent, result $950. 10 cents, $9,504. 20 cents, $19,006. 30 cents, $28,512. 40 cents, $38,015. 50 cents, $47,520. 60 cents, $57,024. 70 cents, $66,528. 80 cents, $76,032. 90 cents, $85,537. $1, $475,208. Transcriber's note: the figures from 1 to 90 cents assume about 5.5% interest. The $1 amount assumes about 10% interest. Short interest rules. To find the interest on any given sum for a number of days, at any rate of interest, multiply the principal by the number of days and divide as follows. At 3%, by 120. At 4%, by 90. At 5%, by 72. At 6%, by 60. At 7%, by 52. At 8%, by 45. At 9%, by 40. At 10%, by 36. At 12%, by 30. At 15%, by 24. At 20%, by 18. Trade discounts. Wholesale houses usually invoice their goods to retailers at list prices. List prices were once upon a time supposed to be retail prices, but of late a system of long list prices has come into vogue in many lines of trade. That is, the list price is made exorbitantly high so that wholesalers can give enormous discounts. These discounts, whether large or small, are called trade discounts and are usually deducted at a certain rate % from the face of the invoice. The amount of discount generally depends upon size of bill or terms of settlement, or both. Sometimes 2 or more discounts are allowed. Thus, 30% and 5% is expressed 30 and 5, meaning first a discount of 30% and then 5% from the remainder. 30 and 5 is not 35%, but 33 and 1/3%. 10, 5, and 3 off means 3 successive discounts. A wholesale house allowing 10, 5, and 3 off gets more for its goods than it would at 18 off. How to detect counterfeit money. In the space at disposal here, it is impossible, of course, to give a complete illustrated counterfeit detector, but the following simple rules, laid down by banknote examiner G.O.R. Baker, will be found extremely valuable. Examine the form and features of all human figures. If graceful and features distinct, examine the drapery. Notice whether the folds lie naturally, and observe whether the fine strands of the hair are plain and distinct. Examine the lettering. In a genuine bill it is absolutely perfect. There has never been a counterfeit put out but was more or less defective in the lettering. Counterfeiters rarely, if ever, get the imprint or engraver's name perfect. The shading in the background of the vignette and over and around the letters forming the name of the bank on a good bill is even and perfect. On a counterfeit is uneven and imperfect. The die work around the figures of the denomination should be of the same character as the ornamental work surrounding it. Never take a bill deficient in any of these points. big trees. Of 92 redwood trees in Calaveras Grove, California, 10 are over 30 feet in diameter, and 82 have a diameter of from 15 to 30 feet. Their ages are estimated at from 1,000 to 3,500 years. Their height ranges from 150 to 237 feet. End of section 28.
Of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Cho. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS, published in 1911. Section 29. Big Trees. Of 92 redwood trees in Calaveras Grove, California, 10 are over 30 feet in diameter, and 82 have a diameter of from 15 to 30 feet. Their ages are estimated at from 1,000 to 3,500 years. Their height ranges from 150 to 237 feet. Facts of general interest. A hawk flies 150 miles per hour, an eider duck 90 miles, a pigeon 40 miles. A man's working life is divided into 4 decades: 20 to 30 bronze, 30 to 40 silver, 40 to 50 gold, 50 to 60 iron. Intellect and judgment are strongest between 40 and 50. Hair that is lightest in color is also lightest in weight. Light or blonde hair is generally the most luxuriant, and it has been calculated that the average number of hairs of this color on an average person's head is 140,000, while the number of brown hairs is 110,000, and black only 103,000. Goldsmith received $300 for The Vicar of Wakefield. Moore, $15,500 for Lalla Rookh. Victor Hugo, $12,000 for Hernani. Chateaubriand, $110,000 for his works. Lamartine, $16,000 for Travels in Palestine. Disraeli, $50,000 for Endymion. Anthony Trollope, $315,000 for 45 novels. Lingard, $21,000 for his History of England. Mrs. Grant received over $600,000 as royalty from the sale of the personal memoirs of U.S. Grant. 1 woman in 20, 1 man in 30 is barren, about 4%. It is found that 1 marriage in 20 is barren, 5%. Among the nobility of Great Britain, 21% have no children, owing partly to intermarriage of cousins, no less than 4.5% being married to cousins. The largest bells are the following, and their weight is given in tons. Moscow, 216. Burma, 117. Peking, 53. Novgorod, 31. Notre Dame, 18. Rouen, 18. Olmutz, 18. Vienna, 18. St. Paul's, 16. Westminster, 14. Montreal, 12. Cologne, 11. Oxford, 8. St. Peter's, 8. Bell metal should have 77 parts copper and 23 tin. American life averages for professions: Boston. Storekeepers, 41.8 years. Teamsters, 43.6 years. Laborers, 44.6 years. Seamen, 46.1 years. Mechanics, 47.3 years. Merchants, 48.4 years. Lawyers, 52.6 years. Farmers, 64.2 years. A camel has twice the carrying power of an ox. With an ordinary load of 400 pounds, he can travel 12 to 14 days without water, going 40 miles a day. Camels are fit to work at 5 years old, but their strength begins to decline at 25, although they live usually till 40. The checks paid in New York in 1 year aggregate $77,020,672,494, which is more than 9 times the value of all the gold and silver coin in existence. Pounds of water evaporated by 1 pound of fuel as follows: straw, 1.9, wood, 3.1, peat, 3.8, coke or charcoal, 6.4, coal, 7.9, petroleum, 14.6. The average elevation of continents above sea level is Europe, 670 feet, Asia, 1,140 feet, North America, 1,150 feet, South America, 1,100 feet. A body weighing 140 pounds produces 3 pounds ashes. Time for burning, 55 minutes. The 7 largest diamonds in the world weigh, respectively, as follows: Koh-i-Noor, 103 carats, Star of Brazil, 126 carats, Regent of France, 136 carats, Austrian Kaiser, 139 carats, Russian Tsar, 195 carats, Raja of Borneo, 367 carats, Braganza, 1,880 carats. The value of the above is not regulated by size, nor easy to estimate, but none of them is worth less than $500,000. According to Orfila, the proportion of nicotine in Havana tobacco is 2%, in French 6%, and Virginia tobacco 7%. That in Brazilian is still higher. 1 horsepower will raise 16.5 tons per minute, a height of 12 inches, working 8 hours a day. This is about 9,900 foot-tons daily, or 12 times a man's work. Good clear ice 2 inches thick will bear men to walk on. 4 inches thick will bear horses and riders. 6 inches thick will bear horses and teams with moderate loads. 1 pair of rabbits can become multiplied in 4 years into 1,250,000. Australia ships 6 million rabbit skins yearly to England. The largest of the pyramids, that of Cheops, is composed of 4 million tons of stone and occupied 100,000 men during 20 years, equal to an outlay of $200 million. It would now cost $20 million at a contract price of 36 cents per cubic foot. 1 tug on the Mississippi can take, in 6 days, from St. Louis to New Orleans, barges carrying 10,000 tons of grain, which would require 70 railway trains of 15 cars each. Comparative scale of strength: Ordinary man, 100. Byron's Gladiator, 173. Farney's Hercules, 362. Horse, 750. A man will die for want of air in 5 minutes, for want of sleep in 10 days, for want of water in a week, for want of food at varying intervals dependent on various circumstances. The average of human life is 33 years. 1 child out of every 4 dies before the age of 7 years, and only 1/2 of the world's population reach the age of 17. 1 out of 10,000 reaches 100 years. The average number of births per day is about 120,000, exceeding the deaths by about 15 per minute. There have been many alleged cases of longevity in all ages, but only a few are authentic. The various nations of Europe are represented in the list of popes as follows: English 1, Dutch 1, Swiss 1, Portuguese 1, African 2, Austrian 2, Spanish 5, German 6, Syrian 8, Greek 14, French 16, Italian 200. 11 popes reigned over 20 years, 69 from 10 to 20, 57 from 5 to 10, and the reign of 116 was less than 5 years. The reign of Pius IX was the longest of all, the only one exceeding 25 years. A knot in sailor phrase is a nautical mile, 6,080 feet, or 800 feet more than a land mile. The Garden of the Gods is near Colorado Springs and consists of a tract some 50 acres in area surrounded by mountains and ravines of red sandstone. A number of large upright rocks, some as high as 350 feet, have given the beautiful valley its name. It is entered by a very narrow pass called the Beautiful Gate. The Trans-Siberian Railway is 6,003 miles long and was built at a cost of $201,350,860. The longest reigns in English history were Victoria, 64 years, George III, 60, Henry III, 56, Edward III, 50, Elizabeth, 45, Henry VIII, 38. The highest mountain in North America is Mount McKinley, at the headwaters of the Suswhitna and Kuskokwim rivers, Alaska. Its height is 20,464 feet. The largest viaduct in the world was designed and built by American engineers for the English Railway in Burma. It crosses the Goktaik Gorge 80 miles from Mandalay. It is 2,260 feet long and 325 feet high, and was constructed in 1900. The degrees of alcohol in wines and liquors are beer, 4.0, porter, 4.5, ale, 7.4, cider, 8.6, Moselle, 9.6, Tokay, 10.2, Rhine, 11.0, Orange, 11.2, Bordeaux, 11.5, Hock, 11.6, Gooseberry, 11.8, Champagne, 12.2, Claret, 13.3, Burgundy, 13.6, Malaga, 17.3, Lisbon, 18.5, Canary, 18.8, Sherry, 19.0, Vermouth, 19.0, Cape, 19.2, Malmsey, 19.7, Marsala, 20.2, Madeira, 21.0, Port, 23.2, Curacao, 27.0, Aniseed, 33.0, Maraschino, 34.0, Chartreuse, 43.0, Gin, 51.6, Brandy, 53.4, Rum, 53.7, Irish Whiskey, 53.9, Scotch, 54.3. Spirits are said to be proof when they contain 57%. The maximum amount of alcohol, says Parks, that a man can take daily without injury to his health is that contained in 2 ounces of brandy, 1/4 a pint of sherry, 1/2 a pint of claret, or 1 pint of beer. The measurement of that part of the skull which holds the brain is stated in cubic inches thus: Anglo-Saxon, 105, German, 105, Negro, 96, Ancient Egyptian, 93, Hottentot, 58, Australian Native, 58. In all races, the male brain is about 10% heavier than the female. The highest class of apes has only 16 ounces of brain. A man's brain, it is estimated, consists of 300 million nerve cells, of which over 3,000 are disintegrated and destroyed every minute. Everyone, therefore, has a new brain once in 60 days. But excessive labor or lack of sleep prevents the repair of the tissues, and the brain gradually wastes away. Diversity of occupation, by calling upon different portions of the mind or body successively, affords in some measure the requisite repose to each. But in this age of overwork there is no safety except in that perfect rest which is the only natural restorative of exhausted power. The King James Version of the Bible contains 3,566,480 letters, 773,746 words, 31,173 verses, and 1,189 chapters and 66 books. The word "and" occurs 46,277 times. The word "Lord" occurs 1,855 times. The word "reverend" occurs but once, which is in the 9th verse of the 111th Psalm. The middle verse is the 8th verse of the 118th Psalm. The 21st verse of the 7th chapter of Ezra contains all the letters of the alphabet except the letter J. The 19th chapter of 2 Kings and the 37th chapter of Isaiah are alike. The longest verse is the 9th verse of the 8th chapter of Esther. The shortest verse is the 35th verse of the 11th chapter of St. John. There are no words or names of more than 6 syllables. Some of nature's wonders. The human body has 240 bones. Man's heart beats 92,160 times in a day. A salmon has been known to produce 10 million eggs. Some female spiders produce 2,000 eggs. A queen bee produces 100,000 eggs in a season. There are 9,000 cells in a square foot of honeycomb. It requires 2,300 silkworms to produce 1 pound of silk. It would take 27,600 spiders to produce 1 pound of web. The rule of the road. The rule of the road in the United States is turn to the right. In England, it is the reverse. The rule holds in this country in the case where 2 vehicles going in opposite directions meet. When one vehicle overtakes another, the foremost gives way to the left and the other passes by on the off side. And when a vehicle is crossing the direction of another, it keeps to the left and crosses in its rear. These 2 rules are the same in this country as in England, and why the rule concerning meeting vehicles should have been changed, it is impossible to say. Canary birds. How to keep them healthy and in good song. Place the cage so that no draught of air can strike the bird. Give nothing to healthy birds but rape, hemp, canary seed, water, cuttlefish bone, and gravel, paper, or sand on floor of cage. A bath 3 times a week. The room should not be overheated. When molting, keep warm and avoid all draughts of air. Give plenty of German summer rapeseed. A little hard-boiled egg mixed with cracker grated fine once or twice a week is excellent. Feed at a certain hour in the morning. Diseases and cures. Husk or asthma. The curatives are aperients, such as endive, watercresses, bread and milk, and red pepper. Pip. Mix red pepper, butter, and garlic and swab out the throat. Sweating. Wash the hen in salt and water and dry rapidly. Costiveness. Plenty of green food and fruit. Obstruction of the rump gland. Pierce with a needle. Press the inflamed matter out and drop fine sugar over the wound. Lice. Keep a saucer of fresh water in the cage and the bird will free itself. Overgrown claws or beak. Pare carefully with a sharp knife. Molting. Give plenty of good food and keep warm. Saffron and a rusty nail put in the drinking water is excellent. Loss of voice. Feed with paste of bread, lettuce, and rapeseed with yolk of egg. Whiskey and sugar is an excellent remedy. End of section 29.
Section 30 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Ann Dozier. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS, published in 1911, Section 30. Recipes, trade secrets, etc. Toothache cure. compound of tincture of benzoin is said to be one of the most certain and speedy cures for toothache. Pour a few drops on cotton and press at once into the diseased cavity, when the pain will almost instantly cease. Toothache tincture. Mix tannin 1 scruple, mastic 3 grains, ether 2 drachms. Apply on cotton wool to the tooth previously dried. Charcoal toothpaste. Chlorate of potash 1/2 dram. Mint water 1 ounce. Dissolve and add powdered charcoal 2 ounces. Honey 1 ounce. Excellent mouthwash. Powdered white Castile soap 2 drachms. Alcohol 3 ounces. Honey 1 ounce. Essence or extract of jasmine 2 drachms. Dissolve the soap in alcohol and add honey and extract. Removing tartar from the teeth. This preparation is used by dentists. Pure muriatic acid 1 ounce. Water 1 ounce. Honey 2 ounces. Mix thoroughly. Take a toothbrush and wet it freely with this preparation and briskly rub the black teeth, and in a moment's time they will be perfectly white. Then immediately wash out the mouth well with water, that the acid may not act on the enamel of the teeth. This should be done only occasionally. Test for glue. The following simple and easy test for glue is given. A weighed piece of glue, say 1/3 of an ounce, is suspended in water for 24 hours, the temperature of which is not above 50 degrees Fahrenheit. The coloring material sinks, and the glue swells from the absorption of the water. The glue is then taken out and weighed. The greater the increase in weight, the better the glue. If it then be dried perfectly and weighed again, the weight of the coloring matter can be learned from the difference between this and the original weight. Bad breath. Bad breath from catarrh, foul stomach, or bad teeth may be temporarily relieved by diluting a little bromochloralum with 8 or 10 parts of water, and using it as a gargle, and swallowing a few drops before going out. A pint of bromochloralum costs 50 cents, but a small vial will last a long time. Good tooth powder. Procure at a druggist's 1/2 ounce of powdered orris root, 1/2 ounce of prepared chalk finely pulverized, and 2 or 3 small lumps of Dutch pink. Let them all be mixed in a mortar and pounded together. The Dutch pink is to impart a pale reddish color. Keep it in a close box. Another tooth powder. Mix together in a mortar 1/2 ounce of red Peruvian bark finely powdered, 1/4 ounce of powdered myrrh, and 1/4 ounce of prepared chalk. A safe depilatory. Take a strong solution of sulphuret of barium, and add enough finely powdered starch to make a paste. Apply to the roots of the hair and allow it to remain on a few minutes. Then scrape off with the back edge of a knife blade and rub with sweet oil. Quick depilatory for removing hair. Best slaked lime 6 ounces. Orpiment fine powder 1 ounce. Mix with a covered sieve and preserve in a dry place in closely stoppered bottles. In using, mix the powder with enough water to form a paste and apply to the hair to be removed. In about 5 minutes, or as soon as the caustic action is felt on the skin, remove as in shaving with an ivory or bone paper knife. Wash with cold water freely and apply cold cream. Trichophorus for the hair. Castor oil, alcohol, each 1 pint. Tincture of cantharides, 1 ounce. Oil of bergamot, 1/2 ounce. Alkanet coloring, to color as wished. Mix and let it stand 48 hours with occasional shaking, and then filter. Liquid shampoo. Take bay rum 2 1/2 pints. Water 1/2 pint. Glycerin 1 ounce. Tincture of cantharides 2 drachms. Carbonate of ammonia 2 drachms. Borax 1/2 ounce, or take New England rum 1 1/2 pints. Bay rum 1 pint. Water 1/2 pint. Glycerin 1 ounce. Tincture of cantharides 2 drachms. Ammonium carbonate 2 drachms. Borax 1/2 ounce. the salts to be dissolved in water and the other ingredients to be added gradually. Cleaning hair brushes. Put a teaspoonful or dessertspoonful of aqua ammonia into a basin half full of water. Comb the loose hairs out of the brush, then agitate the water briskly with the brush and rinse it well with clear water. Hair invigorator. Bay rum 2 pints, alcohol 1 pint, castor oil 1 ounce, carbonate of ammonia half an ounce, tincture of cantharides 1 ounce. Mix them well. This compound will promote the growth of hair and prevent it from falling out. For dandruff, take glycerin 4 ounces, tincture of cantharides 5 ounces, bay rum 4 ounces, water 2 ounces. Mix and apply once a day and rub well into the scalp. Mustache grower. Simple cerate 1 ounce, oil of bergamot 10 minims, saturated tincture of cantharides 15 minims. Rub them together thoroughly, or melt the cerate and stir in the tincture while hot, and the oil as soon as it is nearly cold. Then run into molds or rolls, to be applied as a pomade, rubbing in at the roots of the hair. Care must be used not to inflame the skin by too frequent application. Razor strop paste. Wet the strop with a little sweet oil and apply a little flour of emery evenly over the surface. Shaving compound. Half a pound of plain white soap dissolved in a small quantity of alcohol, as little as can be used. Add a tablespoonful of pulverized borax. Shave the soap and put it in a small tin basin or cup. Place it on the fire in a dish of boiling water. When melted, add the alcohol and remove from the fire. Stir in oil of bergamot sufficient to perfume it. Cure for prickly heat. Mix a large portion of wheat bran with either cold or lukewarm water, and use it as a bath twice or thrice a day. Children who are covered with prickly heat in warm weather will be thus effectually relieved from that tormenting eruption. As soon as it begins to appear on the neck, face, or arms, commence using the bran water on these parts repeatedly through the day, and it may probably spread no farther. If it does, the bran water bath will certainly cure it, if persisted in. To remove corns from between the toes. These corns are generally more painful than any others, and are frequently situated as to be almost inaccessible to the usual remedies. Wetting them several times a day with hartshorn will in most cases cure them. Try it. Superior cologne water. Oil of lavender 2 drams. Oil of rosemary 1 dram and a half. Orange, lemon, and bergamot 1 dram each of the oil. Also 2 drams of the essence of musk, attar of rose 10 drops, and a pint of proof spirit. Shake all together thoroughly 3 times a day for a week. Inexhaustible smelling salts. Sal tartar 3 drams. Muriate ammonia granulated 6 drams. Oil of neroli 5 minims. Oil of lavender flowers 5 minims. Oil of rose 3 minims. Spirits of ammonia 15 minims. Put into the pungent a small piece of sponge filling about 1/4 the space, and pour on it a due portion of the oils. Then put in the mixed salts until the bottle is 3/4 full, and pour on the spirits of ammonia in proper proportion and close the bottle. Volatile salts for pungents. Liquor ammonia 1 pint. Oil of lavender flowers 1 dram. Oil of rosemary fine 1 dram. Oil of bergamot 1/2 dram. Oil of peppermint 10 minims. Mix thoroughly and fill pungents, or keep in well stoppered bottle. Another formula is sesquicarbonate of ammonia, small pieces 10 ounces, concentrated liquid ammonia 5 ounces. Put the sesquicarbonate in a wide-mouthed jar with air-tight stopper. Perfume the liquor ammonia to suit and pour over the carbonate. Close tightly the lid and place in a cool place. Stir with a stiff spatula every other day for a week, and then keep it closed for 2 weeks, or until it becomes hard, when it is ready to use. Paste for papering boxes. Boil water and stir in batter of wheat or rye flour. Let it boil 1 minute, take off, and strain through a colander. Add, while boiling, a little glue or powdered alum. Do plenty of stirring while the paste is cooking, and make of consistency that will spread nicely. Aromatic spirit of vinegar. Acetic acid No. 8, pure, 8 ounces. Camphor, 1/2 ounce. Dissolve and add oil of lemon, oil of lavender flowers, each 2 drachms. Oil of cassia, oil of cloves, 1/2 dram each. Thoroughly mix and keep in well-stoppered bottle. Rose water, preferable to the distilled for a perfume or for ordinary purposes. Attar of roses, 12 drops. Rub it up with 1/2 ounce of white sugar and 2 drachms carbonate magnesia. Then add gradually 1 quart of water and 2 ounces of proof spirit, and filter through paper. Bay rum. French proof spirit, 1 gallon. Extract of bay, 6 ounces. Mix and color with caramel. Needs no filtering. Fine lavender water. Mix together in a clean bottle a pint of inodorous spirit of wine, an ounce of oil of lavender, a teaspoon of oil of bergamot, and a tablespoonful of oil of ambergris. The virtues of turpentine. After a housekeeper fully realizes the worth of turpentine in the household, she is never willing to be without a supply of it. It gives quick relief to burns. It is an excellent application for corns. It is good for rheumatism and sore throat, and it is the quickest remedy for convulsions or fits. Then it is a sure preventive against moths. By just dropping a trifle in the bottom of drawers, chests, and cupboards, it will render the garments secure from injury during the summer. It will keep ants and bugs from closets and storerooms by putting a few drops in the corners and upon the shelves. It is sure destruction to bedbugs, and will effectually drive them away from their haunts if thoroughly applied to all joints of the bedstead in the spring cleaning time, and injures neither furniture nor clothing. A spoonful of it added to a pail of warm water is excellent for cleaning paint. A little in suds washing days lightens laundry labor. A perpetual paste. A perpetual paste is a paste that may be made by dissolving an ounce of alum in a quart of warm water. When cold, add as much flour as will make it the consistency of cream. Then stir into it a 1/2 teaspoonful of powdered resin and 2 or 3 cloves. Boil it to a consistency of mush, stirring all the time. It will keep for 12 months, and when dry may be softened with warm water. Paste for scrapbooks. Take 1/2 teaspoonful of starch, same of flour. Pour on a little boiling water, let it stand a minute, add more water, stir, and cook it until it is thick enough to starch a shirt bosom. It spreads smooth, sticks well, and will not mold or discolor paper. Starch alone will make a very good paste. A strong paste. A paste that will neither decay nor become moldy. Mix good clean flour with cold water into a thick paste well blended together. Then add boiling water, stirring well up until it is of a consistency that can be easily and smoothly spread with a brush. Add to this a teaspoon or 2 of brown sugar, a little corrosive sublimate, and about 1/2 dozen drops of oil of lavender, and you will have a paste that will hold with wonderful tenacity. A brilliant paste. A brilliant and adhesive paste, adapted to fancy articles, may be made by dissolving casein precipitated from milk by acetic acid and washed with pure water in a saturated solution of borax. A sugar paste. In order to prevent the gum from cracking, to 10 parts by weight of gum arabic and 3 parts of sugar, add water until the desired consistency is obtained. If a very strong paste is required, add a quantity of flour equal in weight to the gum, without boiling the mixture. The paste improves in strength when it begins to ferment. Tin box cement. To fix labels to tin boxes, either of the following will answer. 1. Soften good glue in water, Then boil it in strong vinegar, and thicken the liquid while boiling with fine wheat flour so that a paste results. 2. Starch paste, with which a little Venice turpentine has been incorporated while warm. Paper and leather paste. Cover 4 parts by weight of glue with 15 parts of cold water, and allow it to soak for several hours. Then warm moderately till the solution is perfectly clear, and dilute with 60 parts of boiling water, intimately stirred. Next, prepare a solution of 30 parts starch in 200 parts of cold water, so as to form a thin homogeneous liquid, free from lumps, and pour the boiling glue solution into it with thorough stirring, and at the same time keep the mass boiling. Commercial mucilage. The best quality of mucilage in the market is made by dissolving clear glue in equal volumes of water and strong vinegar, and adding 1/4 of an equal volume of alcohol, and a small quantity of a solution of alum in water. Some of the cheaper preparations offered for sale are merely boiled starch or flour mixed with nitric acid to prevent their gelatinizing. Acid-proof paste. A paste formed by mixing powdered glass with a concentrated solution of silicate of soda makes an excellent acid-proof cement. Paste to fasten cloth to wood. Take a plump pound of wheat flour, 1 tablespoon of powdered resin, 1 tablespoon of finely powdered alum, and rub the mixture in a suitable vessel with water to a uniform smooth paste. Transfer this to a small kettle over a fire, and stir until the paste is perfectly homogeneous without lumps. As soon as the mass has become so stiff that the stirrer remains upright in it, transfer it to another vessel, and cover it up so that no skin may form on its surface. This paste is applied in a very thin layer to the surface of the table. The cloth or leather is then laid and pressed upon it and smoothed with a roller. The ends are cut off after drying. If leather is to be fastened on, this must be moistened with water. The paste is then applied and the leather rubbed smooth with a cloth. Paste for printing office. Take 2 gallons of cold water and 1 quart wheat flour. Rub out all the lumps, then add 1/4 pound of finely pulverized alum and boil the mixture for 10 minutes, or until a thick consistency is reached. Now add 1 quart of hot water and boil again until the paste becomes a pale brown color and thick. The paste should be well stirred during both processes of cooking. Paste thus made will keep sweet for 2 weeks and prove very adhesive. End of section 30. Recording by Sue Ann Dozier, Kansas City, Kansas, April 19th, 2007. Section 31 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Ann Dozier. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS. Published in 1911. Section 31. Recipes, Trade Secrets continued. To take smoke stains from walls. An easy and sure way to remove smoke stains from common plain ceilings is to mix wood ashes with the whitewash just before applying. A pint of ashes to a small pail of whitewash is sufficient, but a little more or less will do no harm. To remove stains from broadcloth. Take an ounce of pipe clay, which has been ground fine, mix it with 12 drops of alcohol and the same quantity of spirits of turpentine. Whenever you wish to remove any stains from cloth, Moisten a little of this mixture with alcohol, and rub it on the spots. Let it remain till dry, then rub it off with a woolen cloth, and the spots will disappear. To remove red stains of fruit from linen. Moisten the cloth and hold it over a piece of burning sulphur, then wash thoroughly, or else the spots may reappear. To remove oil stains. Take 3 ounces of spirits of turpentine and 1 ounce of essence of lemon, mix well, and apply it as you would any other scouring drops. It will take out all the grease. Iron stains may be removed by the salt of lemons. Many stains may be removed by dipping the linen in some buttermilk, and then drying it in a hot sun. Wash it in cold water. Repeat this 3 or 4 times. To remove oil stains from wood. Mix together fuller's earth and soap lees, and rub it into the boards. Let it dry, and then scour it off with some strong soft soap and sand, or use lees to scour it with. It should be put on hot, which may easily be done by heating the lees. To remove tea stains. Mix thoroughly soft soap and salt. Say a tablespoon of salt to a teacupful of soap. Rub on the spots, and spread the cloth on the grass where the sun will shine on it. Let it lie 2 or 3 days, then wash. If the spots are wet occasionally while lying on the grass, it will hasten the bleaching. To remove stains from muslin. If you have stained your muslin or gingham dress or similar articles with berries, before wetting with anything else, pour boiling water through the stains and they will disappear. Before fruit juice dries, it can often be removed by cold water, using a sponge and towel if necessary. To remove acid stains. Stains caused by acid may be removed by tying some pearlash up in the stained part. Scrape some soap in cold soft water, and boil the linen until the stain is gone. To disinfect sinks and drains. Copperas dissolved in water, 1/4 pound to a gallon, and pour into a sink and water drain occasionally, will keep such places sweet and wholesome. A little chloride of lime, say a 1/2 pound to a gallon of water, will have the same effect, and either of these costs but a trifle. A preparation may be made at home which will answer about as well as the chloride of lime. Dissolve a bushel of salt in a barrel of water, and with the salt water slake a barrel of lime, which should be made wet enough to form a thin paste or wash. To disinfect a cellar. A damp, musty cellar may be sweetened by sprinkling upon the floor pulverized copperas, chloride of lime, or even common lime. The most effective means I have ever used to disinfect decaying vegetable matter is chloride of lime solution. 1 pound may be dissolved in 2 gallons of water. Plaster of Paris has also been found an excellent absorbent of noxious odors. If used 1 part with 3 parts of charcoal, it will be found still better. How to thaw out a water pipe. Water pipes usually freeze up when exposed, for inside the walls where they cannot be reached they are or should be packed to prevent freezing. To thaw out a frozen pipe, bundle a newspaper into a torch, light it, and pass it along the pipe slowly. The ice will yield to this much quicker than to hot water or wrappings or hot cloths, as is the common practice. To prevent mold. A small quantity of carbolic acid added to paste, mucilage, and ink will prevent mold. An ounce of the acid to a gallon of whitewash will keep cellars and dairies from the disagreeable odor which often taints milk and meat kept in such places. Thawing frozen gas pipe. Mr. F.H. Shelton says, I took off from over the pipe some 4 or 5 inches, just a crust of earth, and then put a couple of bushels of lime in the space, poured water over it, and slaked it, and then put canvas over that, and rocks on the canvas so as to keep the wind from getting underneath. Next morning, on returning there, I found that the frost had been drawn out from the ground for nearly 3 feet. You can appreciate what an advantage that was, for picking through frozen ground with the thermometer below 0 is no joke. Since then, we have tried it several times. It is an excellent plan if you have time enough to let the lime work. In the daytime you cannot afford to waste the time, but if you have a spare night in which to work, it is worth while to try it. How to test a thermometer. The common thermometer in a japanned iron case is usually inaccurate. To test the thermometer, bring water into the condition of active boiling. Warm the thermometer gradually in the steam and then plunge it into the water. If it indicates a fixed temperature of 212 degrees, the instrument is a good one. Indelible ink. An indelible ink that cannot be erased, even with acids, can be obtained from the following recipe. To good gall ink, add a strong solution of Prussian blue dissolved in distilled water. This will form a writing fluid which cannot be erased without destruction of the paper. The ink will write greenish blue, but afterward will turn black. To get a broken cork out of a bottle. If, in drawing a cork, it breaks, and the lower part falls into the liquid, tie a long loop in a bit of twine or small cord and put it in, holding the bottle so as to bring the piece of cork near to the lower part of the neck. Catch it in the loop so as to hold it stationary. You can then easily extract it with a corkscrew. A wash for cleaning silver. Mix together half an ounce of fine salt, half an ounce of powdered alum, and half an ounce of cream of tartar. Put them into a large whiteware pitcher and pour on 2 ounces of water and stir them frequently till entirely dissolved. Then transfer the mixture to clean bottles and cork them closely. Before using it, shake the bottles well. Pour some of the liquid into a bowl and wash the silver all over with it, using an old, soft, fine linen cloth. Let it stand about 10 minutes and then rub it dry with a buckskin. It will make the silver look like new. To remove the odor from a vial. The odor of its last contents may be removed from a vial by filling it with cold water and letting it stand in any airy place uncorked for 3 days, changing the water every day. To loosen a glass stopper. The manner in which apothecaries loosen glass stoppers when there is difficulty in getting them out is to press the thumb of the right hand very hard against the lower part of the stopper, and then give the stopper a twist the other way with the thumb and forefinger of the left hand, keeping the bottle stiff in a steady position. To soften boots and shoes. Kerosene will soften boots and shoes which have been hardened by water and render them as pliable as new. To remove stains, spots, and mildew from furniture. Take half a pint of 98% alcohol, a quarter of an ounce each of pulverized resin and gum shellac, add half a pint of linseed oil. Shake well and apply with a brush or sponge. Sweet oil will remove finger marks from the varnished furniture and kerosene from oiled furniture. To freshen gilt frames. Gilt frames may be revived by carefully dusting them and then washing with 1 ounce of soda beaten up with the whites of 3 eggs. Scraped patches should be touched up with gold paint. Castile soap and water with proper care may be used to clean oil paintings. Other methods should not be employed without some skill. To fill cracks in plaster. Use vinegar instead of water to mix your plaster of Paris. The resultant mass will be like putty and will not set for 20 or 30 minutes, whereas if you use water, the plaster will become hard almost immediately before you have time to use it. Push it into the cracks and smooth it off nicely with a table knife. To toughen lamp chimneys and glassware. Immerse the article in a pot filled with cold water, to which some common salt has been added. Boil the water well, then cool slowly. Glass treated this way will resist any sudden change of temperature. To remove paint from window glass. Rub it well with hot, sharp vinegar. To clean stovepipe. A piece of zinc put on the live coals in the stove will clean out the stovepipe. To brighten carpets. Carpets, after the dust has been beaten out, may be brightened by scattering upon them cornmeal mixed with salt then sweeping it off. Mix salt and meal in equal proportions. Carpets should be thoroughly beaten on the wrong side first and then on the right side, after which spots may be removed by the use of ox gall or ammonia and water. To keep flowers fresh, exclude them from the air. To do this, wet them thoroughly, put in a damp box, and cover with wet cotton or wet newspaper, then place in a cool spot. To preserve bouquets, put a little saltpeter in the water you use for your bouquets, and the flowers will live for a fortnight. To preserve brooms, dip them for a minute or two in a kettle of boiling suds once a week, and they will last much longer, making them tough and pliable. A carpet wears much longer swept with a broom cared for in this manner. To clean brassware, mix 1 ounce of oxalic acid, 6 ounces of rotten stone, all in powder, 1 ounce of sweet oil, and sufficient water to make a paste. Apply a small proportion and rub dry with a flannel or leather. The liquid dip most generally used consists of nitric and sulfuric acids, but this is more corrosive. To keep out mosquitoes, if a bottle of the oil of pennyroyal is left uncorked in a room at night, not a mosquito nor any other bloodsucker will be found there in the morning. To kill cockroaches, a teacup full of well bruised plaster of Paris, mixed with double the quantity of oatmeal, to which a little sugar may be added, although this last named ingredient is not essential. Strew it on the floor or into the chinks where they frequent. To destroy ants, drop some quicklime on the mouth of their nest, and wash it with boiling water, or dissolve some camphor in spirits of wine, then mix with water, and pour into their haunts, or tobacco water, which has been found effectual. They are averse to strong scents. Camphor, or a sponge saturated with creosote, will prevent their infesting a cupboard. To prevent their climbing up trees, place a ring of tar about the trunk, or a circle of rag moistened occasionally with creosote. To prevent moths, in the month of April or May, beat your fur garments well with a small cane or elastic stick, then wrap them up in linen, without pressing them too hard, and put betwixt the folds some camphor in small lumps. Then put your furs in this state in boxes well closed. When the furs are wanted for use, beat them well as before, and expose them for 24 hours to the air, which will take away the smell of the camphor. If the fur has long hair, as bear or fox, add to the camphor an equal quantity of black pepper in powder. To get rid of moths. 1. Procure shavings of cedar wood and enclose in muslin bags which can be distributed freely among the clothes. 2. Procure shavings of camphor wood and enclose in bags. 3. Sprinkle pimento, allspice berries, among the clothes. 4. Sprinkle the clothes with the seeds of the musk plant. 5. To destroy the eggs, when deposited on woolen clothes, etc., use a solution of acetate of potash in spirits of rosemary, 15 grains to the pint. Bed bugs. Spirits of naphtha rubbed with a small painter's brush into every part of the bedstead is a certain way of getting rid of bugs. The mattress and binding of the bed should be examined, and the same process attended to, as they generally harbor more in these parts than in the bedstead. 10 cents worth of naphtha is sufficient for one bed. Bug poison. Proof spirit 1 pint, camphor 2 ounces, oil of turpentine 4 ounces, corrosive sublimate 1 ounce. Mix. A correspondent says, I have been for a long time troubled with bugs, and never could get rid of them by any clean and expeditious method, until a friend told me to suspend a small bag of camphor to the bed, just in the center overhead. I did so, and the enemy was most effectually repulsed, and has not made his appearance since, not even for a reconnaissance. This is a simple method of getting rid of these pests, and is worth a trial to see if it be effectual in other cases. Mixture for destroying flies. Infusion of quassia, 1 pint, brown sugar 4 ounces, ground pepper 2 ounces, to be well mixed together and put in small shallow dishes when required. To destroy flies in a room, take half a teaspoon of black pepper in powder, 1 teaspoonful of brown sugar, and 1 tablespoon of cream. Mix them well together and place them in a room on a plate where the flies are troublesome, and they will soon disappear. To drive flies from the house. A good way to rid the house of flies is to saturate small cloths with oil of sassafras and lay them in windows and doors. The flies will soon leave. Aging oak. Strong ammonia fumes may be used for aging oak. Place the piece to be fumed with an evaporating dish containing concentrated ammonia in a box and close it airtight. Leave for 12 hours and finish with a wax polish, applying first a thin coat of paraffin oil and then rubbing with a pomade of prepared wax made as follows: 2 ounces each of yellow and white beeswax heated over a slow fire in a clean vessel, agate-ware is good, until melted. Add 4 ounces of turpentine and stir till entirely cool. Keep the turpentine away from the fire. This will give the oak a lustrous brown color, and nicking will not expose a different surface as the ammonia fumes penetrate to a considerable depth. End of section 31. Recording by Sue Ann Dozier, Kansas City, Kansas.
Section 32 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by M.L. Cohen, Cleveland, Ohio, February 2007. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS, published in 1911. Section 32. Opportunity. They do me wrong who say I come no more, when once I've knocked and failed to find you in. For every day I stand outside your door and bid you wake and ride to fight to win. Wait not for precious chances passed away. Weep not for golden ages on the wane. Each night I burn the records of the day. At sunrise every soul is born again. Laugh like a boy at splendors that have sped. To vanished hopes be blind and deaf and dumb. My judgment seal the dead past with its dead, but never bind a moment yet to come. Though deep in mire, wring not your hands and weep. I lend my arm to all who say I can. No shamefaced outcast ever sank so deep, but yet might rise and be again a man. Dost thou behold thy lost youth all aghast? Dost reel from righteous retribution's blow? Then turn from blotted archives of the past, and find the future's pages white as snow. Art thou a mourner? Rouse thee from thy spell. Art thou a sinner? Sins may be forgiven. Each morning gives thee wings to flee from hell, each night a star to guide to heaven. Weights and measures. Troy weight. 24 grains make 1 pennyweight. 20 pennyweights make 1 ounce. By this weight, gold, silver, and jewels only are weighed. The ounce and pound in this are the same as in apothecary's weight. Apothecary's weight. 20 grains make 1 scruple. 3 scruples make 1 dram. 8 drams make 1 ounce. 12 ounces make 1 pound. Avoirdupois weight. 6 drams make 1 ounce. 16 ounces make 1 pound. 25 pounds make 1 quarter. 4 quarters make 1 hundredweight. 2,000 pounds make 1 ton. Dry measure. 2 pints make 1 quart, 8 quarts make 1 peck, 4 pecks make 1 bushel, 36 bushels make 1 chaldron. Liquid or wine measure. 4 gills make 1 pint, 2 pints make 1 quart, 4 quarts make 1 gallon, 31 1/2 gallons make 1 barrel, 2 barrels makes 1 hogshead. Time measure. 60 seconds make 1 minute, 60 minutes make 1 hour, 24 hours make 1 day, 7 days make 1 week, 4 weeks make 1 lunar month, 28, 29, 30, or 31 days make 1 calendar month, parentheses, 30 days make 1 month in computing interest, close parentheses, 52 weeks and 1 day, or 12 calendar months make a year, 365 days, 5 hours, 48 minutes, and 49 seconds make 1 solar year. Circular measure. 60 seconds make 1 minute. 60 minutes make 1 degree. 30 degrees make 1 sine. 90 degrees make 1 quadrant. 4 quadrant, or 360 degrees make 1 circle. Long measure. Distance. 3 barleycorns equal 1 inch. 12 inches equal 1 foot. 3 feet equal 1 yard. 5½ yards equal 1 rod. 40 rods equal 1 furlong. 8 furlong equal 1 mile. Cloth measure. 2 1/2 inches equals 1 nail. 4 nails equal 1 quarter. 4 quarters equal 1 yard. Miscellaneous. 3 inches equal 1 palm. 4 inches equal 1 hand. 9 inches equal 1 span. 18 inches equals 1 cubit. 21.8 inches equals 1 Bible cubit. 2 1/2 feet equal 1 military pace. Square measure. 144 square inches equals 1 square foot. 9 square feet equal 1 square yard. 30 1/4 square yards equals 1 square rod. 40 square rods equals 1 rood. 4 roods equals 1 acre. Surveyor's measure. 7.92 inches equal 1 link. 25 links equals 1 rod. 4 rods equals 1 chain. 10 square chains or 160 square rods equals 1 acre. 640 acres equals 1 square mile. Cubic measure. 1,728 cubic inches equals 1 cubic foot. 27 cubic feet equals 1 cubic yard. 128 cubic feet equals 1 cord, parentheses wood, close parentheses. 40 cubic feet equals 1 ton, parentheses shipping, close parentheses. 2,150.42 cubic inches equals 1 standard bushel. 268.8 cubic inches equals 1 standard gallon. 1 cubic foot equals 4/5 of a bushel. Metric weights. 10 milligrams equals 1 centigram. 10 centigrams equals 1 decigram. 10 decigrams equals 1 gram. 10 grams equals 1 decagram. 10 decagrams equals 1 hectogram. 10 hectograms equals 1 kilogram. Metric measure. Parens, 1 milliliter equals 1 cubic centimeter, close parens. 10 milliliters equals 1 centiliter. 10 centiliters equals 1 deciliter. 10 deciliters equals 1 liter. 10 liters equals 1 decaliter. 10 decaliters equals 1 hectoliter. 10 hectoliters equals 1 kiloliter. Metric lengths. 10 millimeters equals 1 centimeter. 10 centimeters equals 1 decimeter, 10 decimeters equals 1 meter, 10 meters equals 1 decameter, 10 decameters equals 1 hectometer, 10 hectometers equals 1 kilometer. Relative value of apothecaries and imperial measure. 1 gallon equals 6 apothecaries pints, 13 apothecaries ounces, 2 imperial drams, or 23 imperial minims. 1 pint equals 16 apothecaries ounces, 5 imperial drams, or 18 imperial minims. 1 fluid ounce equals 1 apothecaries ounce, 0 imperial drams, or 20 imperial minims. 1 fluid dram equals 1 imperial dram, or 2 1/2 imperial minims. Handy metric table. The following table gives the equivalents of both the metric and common systems, and will be found convenient for reference. 1 inch length, approximately 2.5 centimeters, exactly 2.539 centimeters. 1 centimeter equals approximately 0.4 inches, or exactly 0.393 inches. 1 yard equals approximately a meter, or exactly 0.914 meters. 1 meter, 39.37 inches, equals 1 yard approximately, or exactly 1.093 yards. 1 foot is approximately 30 centimeters, exactly 30.479 centimeters. 1 kilometer, 1,000 meters, is approximately 5/8 of a mile, or exactly 0.621 miles. 1 mile equals approximately 1.5 kilometers, or exactly 1.6 kilometers. 1 gram weight equals approximately 15.5 grains, or exactly 15.432 grains. 1 grain equals approximately 0.064 grams, and exactly 0.064 grams. 1 kilogram, or 1,000 grams, is approximately 2.2 pounds avoirdupois, or exactly 2.204 pounds. 1 pound avoirdupois is approximately half a kilogram, or exactly 0.453 kilograms. 1 ounce avoirdupois, or 437 1/2 grains, equals approximately 28 1/3 grams, or exactly 28.349 grams. 1 ounce troy, or apothecary, parentheses 480 grains, end parentheses, equals approximately 31 grams, or exactly 31.103 grams. 1 cubic centimeter, bulk, is approximately 0.06 cubic inches, or exactly 0.6102 cubic inches. 1 cubic inch is approximately 16 1/3 cubic centimeters, or exactly 16.386 cubic centimeters. 1 liter, parentheses 1,000 cubic centimeters, is approximately 1 United States Standard Quart, or exactly 0.946 United States Standard Quarts. 1 United States quart equals approximately a liter, or exactly 1.057 liters. 1 fluid ounce is approximately 29.5 cubic centimeters, exactly 29.57 cubic centimeters. 1 hectare, 10,000 square meters, a measure of surface, is approximately 2.5 acres, or exactly 2.471 acres. 1 acre is approximately 0.4 hectares, and is exactly 0.40 hectares. Handy weights and measures. 1 quart of wheat flour is 1 pound. 1 quart of cornmeal weighs 18 ounces. 1 quart of butter, soft, weighs 14 to 16 ounces. 1 quart of brown sugar weighs from a pound to a pound and a quarter, according to dampness. 1 quart of white sugar weighs 2 pounds. 10 medium-sized eggs weigh 1 pound. A tablespoon of salt is 1 ounce. 8 tablespoons make 1 gill. 2 gills, or 16 tablespoonfuls are half a pint. 60 drops are 1 teaspoonful. 4 teaspoonfuls are 1 wineglassful. 12 tablespoonfuls are 1 teacupful. 16 tablespoonfuls or half a pint are 1 tumblerful. The meaning of measures. A square mile is equal to 640 acres. A square acre is 208.71 feet on one side. An acre is 43,560 square feet. A league, 3 miles. A span, 10 7/8 inches. A hand, 4 inches. A palm, 3 inches. A great cubit, 11 inches. A fathom, 6 feet. A mile, 5,280 feet. Domestic and drop measures approximated. A teaspoonful equals 1 fluid dram, or 4 grams. A dessert spoonful equals 2 fluid drams, or 3 grams. A tablespoonful, half fluid ounce, or 16 grams. A wineglassful, 2 fluid ounces, or 64 grams. A tumblerful, half pint, or 256 grams. To tell the age of any person. Hand this table to a young lady and request her to tell you in which column or columns her age is contained, and add together the figures at the top of the columns in which her age is found, and you will have the secret. Thus, suppose her age to be 17. You will find that number in the first and fifth columns. Add the first figures of these two columns. Table containing 6 columns. Column 1, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19, 21, 23, 25, 27, 29, 31, 33, 35, 37, 39, 41, 43, 45, 47, 49, 51, 53, 55, 57, 59, 61, 63. Column 2. 2, 3, 6, 7, 10, 11, 14, 15, 18, 19, 22, 23, 26, 27, 30, 31, 34, 35, 38, 39, 42, 43, 46, 47, 50, 51, 54, 55, 58, 59, 62, 63. Column 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 12, 13, 14, 15, 20, 21, 22, 23, 28, 29, 30, 31, 36, 37, 38, 39, 44, 45, 46, 47, 52, 53, 54, 55, 60, 61, 62, 63. Column 4. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63. Column 5. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63. And finally, column 6. 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 41, again, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63. Dr. Spurzheim's phrenology. The first claim put forth by the teachers and professional demonstrators of phrenology makes it a system of mental philosophy, besides at the same time presenting a much more popular aspect as a method whereby the disposition, character, and natural aptitude of the individual may be ascertained. These two features of the subject are quite distinct from each other, For while it can serve as a reliable guide for reading character only on the assumption of its truth as a philosophic system, yet the possibility of its practical application does not necessarily follow from the establishment of the truth of its theoretical side. Two of the earliest founders of the science of anatomy, Erasistratus and Herophilus, who lived in the age of Ptolemy Soter, taught that the brain was the seat of sensation and intellect, and that there was therein a certain degree of localization of function. Galen later taught that the brain is the seat of the soul and intellect. From these facts of history, the system of phrenology, though formulated by Dr. Gall, Dr. Spurzheim, and the Fowler brothers and others, rests upon deductions derived from the teachings of the demonstrators of anatomy and students of philosophy. The formulated system of phrenology is very generally believed to be a modern expansion of an old empirical philosophy, but, according to Dr. Gall's account, it arose with him as the result of independent observations. The popularity of phrenology has waned in the public mind, and cultivation of the system is confined to a few enthusiasts, such as pose as teachers of it as a vocation. These claim that phrenology is a practical and important science, and that it rests upon the following principles. First, that the human brain is the organ of the mind. Second, that the mental powers of man can be analyzed into a definite number of measurably independent faculties. Third, that these faculties are innate and each has its seat in a definite region of the brain. Fourth, that the size of each of these regions is the measure of the power of manifesting the faculty associated with it. The faculties and their locations, as originally constructed by Dr. Gall, were for the most part identified on slender grounds. His procedure was as follows. Having selected the place of a faculty, he examined the heads of his friends and casts of persons with that peculiarity in common, and in them sought for the distinctive feature of their characteristic trait. Some of his earlier studies were among low associates in jails and lunatic asylums, and some of the qualities located by him were such as tend to perversion to crime. These he named after their excessive manifestations, and thus mapped out organs of theft, murder, etc. This, however, caused the system to be discredited. Later, his pupil, Dr. Spurzheim, claimed that the moral and religious features belonging to it greatly modified these characteristics of Dr. Gall's work. The chart of the human head, as invented by Dr. Gall, represented 26 organs. The chart, as improved by Dr. Spurzheim, makes out 35 organs. This is the chart now generally used, and which is shown on a preceding page. The number specifies the location of each organ, which is followed by its phrenological name and classified as follows. Reader's annotation. I will describe the figures referred to. Areas 1 through 5 occupy the occipital region of the skull in the back. Sections 6 through 9, the temporal region around the ear. Return to text. Propensities. 1. Amativeness. 2. Philoprogenitiveness. 3. Concentrativeness. 4. Adhesiveness. 5. Combativeness. 6. Destructiveness. 6a. Elementiveness. 7. Secretiveness. 8. Acquisitiveness. 9. Constructiveness. Reader's annotation. 10 through 12 occur on the parietal region of the skull. Return to text. Lower sentiments. 10. Self-esteem. 11. Love of approbation. 12. Cautiousness. Reader's annotation. The following regions, 13 through 21, occur over the vertex of the skull along the midline. Return to text. Superior sentiments. 13. Benevolence. 14. Veneration. 15. Conscientiousness. 16. Firmness. 17. Hope. 18. Wonder. 19. Ideality. 20. Wit. 21. Imitation. Reader's annotation. The next regions described, 22 through 33, occur in the orbital frontal region, over the eyebrows and the lower forehead. Return to text. Perceptive faculties, 22. Individuality, 23. Form, 24. Size, 25. Weight, 26. Color, 27. Locality, 28. Number, 29. Order, 30. Eventuality, 31. Time, 32. Tune, 33. Language. Reader's annotation. The final two areas occur in the upper frontal region or upper forehead. End annotation. Return to text. Reflective faculties. 34. Comparison. 35. Causality. The judgment of the phrenologist is determined by the size of the brain in general and by the size of the organs that have been formulated, and these are estimated by certain arbitrary rules that render the boundaries of the regions indefinite. The controversy over phrenology has served undoubtedly the very useful purpose of stimulating research into the anatomy of the brain. It is generally conceded that any psychological theory which correlates brain action and mental phenomena requires a correspondence between the size of the brain and mental power, and generally observation shows that the brains of those whose capacities are above the average are larger than those of the general run of their fellow men. A study of the cuts in comparison of the sizes of different heads and their shape will prove very entertaining with most any group of persons intellectually inclined, and it will be found that persons who are naturally good readers by instinct of human nature can, with its help, make remarkable readings in the delineation of character. Principles of Parliamentary Law. List of motions arranged according to their purpose and effect. Parentheses, letters refer to the rules below. Reader's annotation. I will read those rules immediately following each motion. Modifying or amending. 8. To amend or to substitute or to divide the question. Rule. A motion to amend an amendment cannot be amended. To refer to committee. 7. To commit or recommit. Rule. Opens the main question to debate. Motions not so marked do not allow of reference to main question. End rule. Deferring action. 6. To postpone to a fixed time. Rule. Limited debate allowed on propriety of postponement only. End rule. 4. To lay on the table. Rules. A. Undebatable, but remarks may be tacitly allowed. E. Cannot be amended. Motion to adjourn can be amended when there is no other business before the House. And, Rule. G. An affirmative vote cannot be reconsidered. End rules. To limit or close debate. Rules. A. Undebatable, but remarks may be tacitly allowed, or M. Requires a 2/3 vote unless special rules have been enacted. To extend limits of debate. Rule. Undebatable, but remarks may be tacitly allowed. End rules. Suppressing the question. Objections to consideration of question. Rules. undebatable, but remarks may be tacitly allowed, in order when another has the floor, requires a 2/3 vote unless special rules have been enacted, and does not require to be seconded. To postpone indefinitely, rules, opens the main question to debate. Motions not so marked do not allow of reference to main question, and cannot be amended. Motion to adjourn can be amended when there is no other business before the House. End rules. 4. To lay upon the table. Rules, undebatable, but remarks may be tacitly allowed, and cannot be amended. Motion to adjourn can be amended when there is no other business before the House, and an affirmative vote cannot be reconsidered. To bring up a question the second time. To reconsider a debatable question, rules, opens the main question to debate. Motions not so marked do not allow of reference to main question. Cannot be amended. Motion to adjourn can be amended when there is no other business before the House. Cannot be reconsidered. And a motion to reconsider may be moved and entered when another has the floor, but the business then before the House may not be set aside. This motion can only be entertained when made by one who voted originally with the prevailing side. When called up, it takes precedence of all others which may come up, excepting only motions relating to adjournment. End of rules. To reconsider undebatable question, rule, undebatable, but remarks may be tacitly allowed. E. Cannot be amended. Motion to adjourn can be amended when there is no other business before the House. Cannot be reconsidered. And a motion to reconsider may be moved and entered when another has the floor, but the business then before the House may not be set aside. This motion can only be entertained when made by the one who voted originally with the prevailing side. When called upon, it takes precedence of all the others which may come up, excepting only motions related to adjournment. End rules. Concerning orders, rules, etc. 3. For the orders of the day. Rules. Undebatable, but remarks may be tacitly allowed. Cannot be amended. Motion to adjourn can be amended when there is no other business before the House. In order when another has the floor, and does not require to be seconded. To make a subject a special order. Rule. Requires a 2/3 vote unless special rules have been enacted. To amend rules. Requires a 2/3 vote unless special rules have been amended. To suspend the rules. Undebatable, but remarks may be tacitly allowed. Cannot be amended. Motion to adjourn can be amended when there is no other business before the House. Cannot be reconsidered, and requires a 2/3 vote unless special rules have been enacted. To take up a question out of its proper order. Undebatable, but remarks may be tacitly allowed, and cannot be amended. Motion to adjourn can be amended when there is no other business before the House. To take from the table. To take from the table. Undebatable, but remarks may be tacitly allowed. Cannot be amended. Motion to adjourn can be amended when there is no other business before the House, and an affirmative vote cannot be reconsidered. Questions touching priority of business. Undebatable, but remarks may be tacitly allowed. Questions of privilege. Asking leave to continue speaking after indecorum. Undebatable, but remarks may be tacitly allowed. Appeal from chair's decision touching indecorum. Undebatable, but tacit remarks allowed. Cannot be amended. Motion to adjourn can be amended when there's no other business before the House. In order when another has the floor. And when an appeal from the chair's decision results in a tie vote, the chair is sustained. Appeal from chair's decision generally. Cannot be amended. Motion to adjourn can be amended when there's no other business before the House. In order when another has the floor. And when an appeal from the chair's decision results in a tie vote, the chair is sustained. Question upon reading of papers. Undebatable, but remarks may be tacitly allowed. Cannot be amended. Motion to adjourn can be amended when there's no other business before the House. Withdrawal of a motion, undebatable, but remarks may be tacitly allowed, cannot be amended. Motion to adjourn can be amended when there's no other business before the House. Closing a meeting. 2. To adjourn, open parens, in committees to rise, or to take a recess without limitation. Undebatable, but remarks may be tacitly allowed, cannot be amended. Motion to adjourn can be amended when there's no other business before the House, and cannot be reconsidered. 1. To fix the time to which to adjourn. Rule undebatable if another question is before the Assembly. Order of precedence. The motions above, numbered 1 to 9, take precedence over all other in the order of numbers, and any one of them, except to amend or substitute, is in order while a motion of a lower rank is pending. General rules. No motion is open for discussion until it has been stated by the chair. The maker of a motion cannot modify it or withdraw it after it has been stated by the chair, except by general consent. Only one reconsideration of a question is permitted. A motion to adjourn, to lay on the table, or to take from the table cannot be renewed unless some other motion has been made in the interval. On motion to strike out the words, "Shall the words stand part of the motion?" Unless a majority sustains the words, they are struck out. On motion for previous question, the form to be observed is, "Shall the main question now be put?" This, if carried, ends debate. On appeal from the chair's decision, "Shall the decision be sustained as the ruling of the House?" The chair is generally sustained. On motion for orders of the day, "Will the House now proceed to the orders of the day?" This, if carried, supersedes intervening motions. When an objection is raised to considering questions, "Shall the question be considered?" Objections may be made by any member before debate has commenced, but not subsequently. End of Section 32. Recording by M.L. Cohen, Cleveland, Ohio, February 2007.
Section 33 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Claire Gauger. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS. Published in 1911. Section 33. Letter combinations. When King Stanislaus of Poland, then a young man, came back from a journey, the whole Lescinskian house gathered together at Lysa to receive him. The schoolmaster Jablowski prepared a festival in commemoration of the event, and had it end with a ballet performed by 13 students dressed as cavaliers. Each had a shield, upon which one of the letters of the words Domus Lescinia, the Lescinskian house, was written in gold. After the first dance, they stood in such a manner that their shields read, Domus Lescinia. After the second dance, they changed order, making it read, Ades incolumnis, unharmed art thou here. After the third, Mane Sidius Loci, continue the star of this place. After the fourth, Siscumna Dei, be a pillar of God. And finally, I, Scade Solium, go, ascend the throne. Indeed, these two words allow of 1,556,755,200 transpositions, yet that 5 of them convey independent and appropriate meanings is certainly very curious. Points of criminal law. You cannot lawfully condone an offense by receiving back stolen property.
The exemption of females from arrest implies only in civil, not in criminal matters. Every man is bound to obey the call of a sheriff for assistance in making an arrest. The rule, every man's house is his castle, does not hold good when a man is accused of crime. Embezzlement can be charged only against a clerk or servant, or the officer or agent of a corporation. Bigamy cannot be proven in law if one party to a marriage has been absent and not heard from for 5 years. Grand larceny is when the value of property stolen exceeds $25. When less than that, the offense is petite larceny. Arson to be in the first degree must have been committed at night, and the buildings fired must have been inhabited. Drunkenness is not a legal excuse for crime, but delirium tremens is considered by the law as a species of insanity. In a case of assault, it is only necessary to prove an offer or attempt at assault. Battery presumes physical violence. Mayhem, although popularly supposed to refer to injury to the face, lip, tongue, eye, or ear, applies to any injury done a limb. A felony is a crime punishable by imprisonment in a state prison. An infamous crime is one punishable with death or state prison. A police officer is not authorized to make an arrest without a warrant unless he has personal knowledge of the offense for which the arrest is made. An accident is not a crime unless criminal carelessness can be proven. A man shooting at a burglar and killing a member of his family is not a murderer. Burglary in the first degree can be committed only in the nighttime. Twilight, if dark enough to prevent distinguishing a man's face, is the same as night in law. Murder to be in the first degree must be willful, premeditated, and malicious, or committed while the murderer is engaged in a felonious act. The killing of a man in a duel is murder, and it is misdemeanor to accept or give a challenge. False swearing is perjury in law only when willfully done, and when the oath has been legally administered. Such qualifying expressions as, "to the best of my belief," "as I am informed," may save an avertment from being perjured. The law is that the false statement sworn to must be absolute. Subordination of perjury is a felony. To tell pure water. The color, odor, taste, and purity of water can be ascertained as follows. Fill a large bottle made of colorless glass with water. Look through the water at some black object. Pour out some of the water and leave the bottle half full. Cork the bottle and place it for a few hours in a warm place. Shake up the water, remove the cork, and critically smell the air contained in the bottle. If it has any smell, particularly if the odor is repulsive, the water should not be used for domestic purposes. By heating the water, an odor is evolved that would not otherwise appear. Water fresh from the well is usually tasteless, even if it contains a large amount of putrescible organic matter. All water for domestic purposes should be perfectly tasteless, and remain so even after it has been warmed, since warming often develops a taste in water which is tasteless when cold. Hand grenades. Take chloride of calcium crude, 20 parts, common salt, 5 parts, and water, 75 parts. Mix and put in thin bottles. In case of fire, a bottle so thrown that will break in or very near the fire will put it out. This mixture is better and cheaper than many of the high-priced grenades sold for the purpose of fire protection. How to get rid of rats. Get a piece of lead pipe and use it as a funnel to introduce about 1½ ounces of sulfite of potassium into any outside holes tenanted by rats. Not to be used in dwellings. To get rid of mice, use tartar emetic mingled with any favorite food. They will eat, sicken, and take their leave. Friendly advice on many subjects. Tomato and Bright's disease. When Thomas Jefferson brought the tomato from France to America, thinking that if it could be induced to grow bountifully it might make good feed for hogs, he little dreamed of the benefit he was conferring upon posterity. A constant diet of raw tomatoes and skim milk is said to be a certain cure for Bright's disease. General Schenck, who, when minister to England, became a victim to that complaint, was restored to health by 2 years of this regimen. Relief for asthma.
An old friend of the editor of this book writes, "I have been a sufferer from asthma for 25 years, and for more than a dozen years have used the following recipe with great benefit. It is not a cure, but in my case gives almost instant relief. Take equal parts of powdered stramonium leaves and powdered belladonna leaves, and mix thoroughly. To each 10 ounces of the mixture add 1 ounce of powdered saltpeter, nitrate of potash. Mix all thoroughly. I always keep some of this in a small tin box. When I wish to use it, I pour a little of the powder into the cover of the box, light it with a match, cover the whole with a little paper cone with the points cut off. I place the point of the cone in my mouth and breathe the smoke into my lungs with the air. The first trial is very hard, it almost strangles, but if persevered in will give great relief. This is much better than stramonium alone. The saltpeter makes it burn freely and also helps to give relief. When my home was in northern Indiana, I used to buy the leaves in Chicago already powdered. Now I send to New York. I find it cheaper to do this than to gather and dry the leaves. It is also almost impossible to dry and pulverize the leaves at home. By using a paper cone and breathing through it, little or no smoke is wasted, and the box and paper can be carried in the pocket and used as occasion requires. For swollen feet. Policemen, mail carriers, and others whose occupation keeps them on their feet a great deal, often are troubled with chafed, sore, and blistered feet, especially in extremely hot weather, no matter how comfortably their shoes may lit. A powder is used in the German army for sifting into the shoes and stockings of the foot soldiers called Verstrupelure, and consists of 3 parts salicylic acid, 10 parts starch, and 87 parts pulverized soapstone. Rules for fat people and for lean. To increase the weight, eat to the extent of satisfying. A natural appetite of fat meats, butter, cream milk, cocoa, chocolate, bread, potatoes, peas, parsnips, carrots, beets, farinaceous foods, as Indian corn, rice, tapioca, sago, cornstarch, pastry, custards, oatmeal, sugar, sweet wines, and ale. Avoid acids. Exercise as little as possible and sleep all you can. To reduce the weight, eat to the extent of satisfying a natural appetite of lean meat, poultry, game, eggs, milk moderately, green vegetables, turnips, succulent fruits, tea, or coffee. Drink lime juice, lemonade, and acid drinks. Avoid fat, butter, cream, sugar, pastry, rice, sago, tapioca, cornstarch, potatoes, carrots, beets, parsnips, and sweet wine. When quinine will break up a cold. It is surprising, says a family physician, how certainly a cold may be broken up by a timely dose of quinine. When first symptoms make their appearance, when a little languor, slight hoarseness, and ominous tightening of the nasal membranes follow exposures to draughts or sudden chill by wet, 5 grains of this useful alkaloid are sufficient in many cases to end the trouble. But it must be done promptly. If the golden moment passes, nothing suffices to stop the weary sneezing, handkerchief using, red nose, and woebegone-looking periods that certainly follow. A mistaken idea. The old adage, "feed a cold and starve a fever," is characterized by the Journal of Health as very silly advice. If anything, the reverse would be nearer right. When a person has a severe cold, it is best for him to eat very lightly, especially during the first few days of the attack. Hints on bathing. There has been a great deal written about bathing. The surface of the skin is punctured with millions of little holes called pores. The duty of these pores is to carry the waste matter off. For instance, perspiration. Now, if these pores are stopped up, they are of no use, and the body has to find some other way to get rid of its impurities. Then the liver has more than it can do. Then we take a liver pill when we ought to clean out the pores instead. The housewife is very particular to keep her sieves in good order. After she has strained a substance through them, they are washed out carefully with water, because water is the best thing known. That is the reason water is used to bathe in. But the skin is a little different from a sieve, because it is willing to help along the process itself. All it needs is a little encouragement, and it will accomplish wonders. What the skin wants is rubbing. If you should quietly sit down in a tub of water, and as quietly get up and dry off without rubbing, your skin wouldn't be much benefited. The water would make it a little soft, especially if it is warm. But rubbing is the great thing. Stand where the sunlight strikes as part of your body, then take a dry brush and rub it, and you will notice that countless little flakes of cuticle fly off. Every time one of these flakes is removed from the skin, your body breathes a sigh of relief. An eminent German authority contends that too much bathing is a bad thing. There is much truth in this. Soap and water are good things to soften up the skin, but rubbing is what the skin wants. Every morning or every evening, or when it is most convenient, wash the body all over with water and a little ammonia, or anything which tends to make the water soft. Then rub dry with a towel, and after that go over the body from top to toe with a dry brush. Try this for 2 or 3 weeks, and your skin will be like velvet. Tea and coffee. Tea is a nerve stimulant, pure and simple, acting like alcohol in this respect, without any value that the latter may possess as a retarder of waste. It has a special influence upon those nerve centers that supply willpower, exalting their sensibility beyond normal activity, and may even produce hysterical symptoms if carried far enough. Its active principle, theine, is an exceedingly powerful drug chiefly employed by nerve specialists as a pain destroyer, possessing the singular quality of working towards the surface. That is to say, when a dose is administered hypodermically for sciatica, for example, the narcotic influence proceeds outward from the point of injection instead of inward towards the center, as that of morphia, atropia, etc. Tea is totally devoid of nutritive value, and the habit of drinking it to excess, which so many American women indulge in, particularly in the country, is to be deplored as a cause of our American nervousness. Coffee, on the contrary, is a nerve food. Like other concentrated foods of its class, it operates as a stimulant also, but upon a different set of nerves from tea. Taken strong in the morning, it often produces dizziness and that peculiar visual symptoms of overstimulus, which is called muscae volilantes, dancing flies. But this is an improper way to take it, and rightly used it is perhaps the most valuable liquid addition to the morning meal. Its active principle, caffeine, differs in all physiological respects from theine, while it is chemically very closely allied, and its limited consumption makes it impotent for harm. To straighten round shoulders. A stooping figure and a halting gait, accompanied by the unavoidable weakness of lungs incidental to a narrow chest, may be entirely cured by the very simple and easily performed exercise of raising one's self upon the toes leisurely in a perpendicular position several times daily. To take this exercise properly, one must take a perfectly upright position, with the heels together and the toes at an angle of 45 degrees, then drop the arms lifelessly by the sides, animating and raising the chest to its full capacity and muscularity, the chin well drawn in, and the crown of the head feeling as if attached to a string suspended from the ceiling above. Slowly rise upon the balls of both feet to the greatest possible height, thereby exercising all the muscles of the legs and body. Come again into standing position without swaying the body backward out of the perfect line. Repeat the same exercise first on one foot, then on the other. It is wonderful what a straightening out power this exercise has upon round shoulders and crooked backs, and one will be surprised to note how soon the lungs begin to show the effect of such expansive development. Care of the eyes. In consequence of the increase of the affections of the eye, a specialist has recently formulated the following rules to be observed in the care of the eyes for schoolwork. A comfortable temperature, dry and warm feet, good ventilation, clothing at the neck and on other parts of the body loose, posture erect, and never read lying down or stooping. Little study before breakfast or directly after a heavy meal, not at all at twilight or late at night. Use great caution about studying after recovery from fevers. Have light abundant, but not dazzling, not allowing the sun to shine on desks or on objects in front of the scholars, and letting the light come from the left hand or left and rear. Hold book at right angles to the line of sight or nearly so. Give eyes frequent rest by looking up. The distance of the book from the eye should be about 15 inches. The usual indication of strain is redness on the rim of the eyelid, betokening a congested state of the inner surface, which may be accompanied with some pain. When the eye tires easily, rest is not the proper remedy, but the use of glasses of sufficient power to aid in accommodating the eye to vision. How and when to drink water. According to Dr. Luff, when water is taken into the full or partly full stomach, It does not mingle with the food, as we are taught, but passes along quickly between the food and lesser curvature toward the pylorus, through which it passes into the intestines. The secretion of mucus by the lining membrane is constant, and during the night a considerable amount accumulates in the stomach. Some of its liquid portion is absorbed, and that which remains is thick and tenacious. If food is taken into the stomach when in this condition, it becomes coated with this mucus, and the secretion of the gastric juice and its action are delayed. These facts show the value of a goblet of water before breakfast. This washes out the tenacious mucus and stimulates the gastric glands to secretion. In old and feeble persons, water should not be taken cold, but it may be with great advantage taken warm or hot. This removal of the accumulated mucus from the stomach is probably one of the reasons why taking soup at the beginning of a meal has been found so beneficial. What causes coughs? Cold and coughs are prevalent throughout the country, but throat affections are by far more common among businessmen. Every unfortunate one mutters something about the abominable weather and curses the piercing wind. Much of the trouble, however, is caused by overheated rooms, and a little more attention to proper ventilation would remove the cause of suffering. Dr. G. Ewing Mears, who was thus afflicted, said to an inquirer, "The huskiness and loss of power of articulation so common among us are largely due to the use of steam for heating. The steam cannot be properly regulated, and the temperature becomes too high. A person living in this atmosphere has all the cells of the lungs open, and when he passes into the open air he is unduly exposed. The affliction is quite common among the men who occupy offices in the new buildings which are fitted up with all modern improvements. The substitution of electric light for gas has wrought a change to which people have not yet adapted themselves. The heat arising from a number of gas jets will quickly raise the temperature of a room, and unconsciously people rely upon that means of heating to some extent. Very little warmth, however, is produced by the electric light, and when a man reads by an incandescent light, he, at times, finds himself becoming chilly, and wonders why it is. Too hot during the day and too cold at night are conditions which should be avoided. Physical exercise. The principal methods of developing the physique now prescribed by trainers are exercise with dumbbells, the barbell, and the chest weight. The rings and horizontal and parallel bars are also used, but not nearly to the extent that they formerly were. The movement has been all in the direction of the simplification of apparatus. In fact, one well-known teacher of the Boston Gymnasium, when asked his opinion, said, "4 bare walls and a floor with a well-posted instructor is all that is really required for a gymnasium." Probably the most important as well as the simplest appliance for gymnasium work is the wooden dumbbell, which has displaced the ponderous iron bell of former days. Its weight is from 3/4 of a pound to 1.5 pounds, and with one in each hand a variety of motions can be gone through, which are of immense benefit in building up or toning down every muscle in all vital parts of the body. The first object of an instructor in taking a beginner in hand is to increase the circulation. This is done by exercising the extremities, the first movement being one of the hands, after which comes the wrists, then the arms, and next the head and feet. As the circulation is increased, the necessity for a larger supply of oxygen, technically called oxygen hunger, is created, which is only satisfied by breathing exercises, which develop the lungs. After the circulation is in a satisfactory condition, the dumbbell instructor turns his attention to exercising the great muscles of the body, beginning with those of the back, strengthening which holds the body erect, thus increasing the chest capacity, invigorating the digestive organs, and, in fact, all the vital functions. By the use of very light weights, an equal and symmetrical development of all parts of the body is obtained, and then there are no sudden demands on the hearts. After the dumbbell comes exercise with the round or barbell. This is like the dumbbell, with the exception that the bar connecting the balls is 4 or 5 feet instead of a few inches in length. Barbells weigh from 1 to 2 pounds each and are found most useful in building up the respiratory and digestive systems, their especially province being the strengthening of the erector muscles and increasing the flexibility of the chest. Of all fixed apparatus in use, the pulley weight stands easily first in importance. These weights are available for a greater variety of objects than any other gymnastic appliance, and can be used either for general exercise or for strengthening such muscles as require it. With them a greater localization is possible than with the dumbbell, and for this reason they are recommended as a kind of supplement to the latter. As chest developers and correctors of round shoulders they are most effective. As the name implies, they are simply weights attached to ropes which pass over pulleys and are provided with handles. The common pulley is placed at about the height of the shoulder of an average man, but recently those which can be adjusted to any desired height have been very generally introduced. When more special localization is desired that can be obtained by means of the ordinary apparatus, what is known as the double-action chest weight is used. This differs from the ordinary kind in being provided with several pulleys so that the strain may come at different angles. Double-action weights may be divided into three classes: high, low, and side pulleys, each with its particular use. The highest of all, known as the giant pulleys, are made especially for developing the muscles of the back and chest, and by stretching or elongating movements to increase the interior capacity of the chest. If the front of the chest is full and the back or side chest deficient, the pupil is set to work on the giant pulley. To build up the side walls he stands with the back to the pulley box and the left heel resting against it. The handle is grasped in the right hand if the right side of the chest is lacking in development, and then drawn straight down by the side. A step forward with the right foot as long as possible is taken, the line brought as far to the front and near the floor as can be done, and then the arm, held stiff, allowed to be drawn solely up by the weight. To exercise the left side, the same process is gone through with the handle grasped in the left hand. Another kind of giant pulley is that which allows the operator to stand directly under it, and is used for increasing the lateral diameter of the chest. The handles are drawn straight down by the sides. The arms are then spread and drawn back by the weights. Generally speaking, high pulleys are most used for correcting height, round shoulders; low pulleys for low, round shoulders; side pulleys for individual high or low shoulders; and giant pulleys for the development of the walls of the chest and to correct spinal curvature. The traveling rings, a line of iron rings covered with rubber and attached to long ropes fastened to the ceiling some 10 feet apart, are also valuable in developing the muscles of the back, arms, and sides. The first ring is grasped in one hand and a spring taken from an elevated platform. The momentum carries the gymnast to the next ring, which is seized with the free hand, and so the entire length of the line is traversed. The parallel bars, low and high, the flying rings, the horizontal bars, and the trapeze all have their uses, but of late years they have been regulated to a position of distinct inferiority to that now occupied by the dumbbells and pulley weights. End of section 33. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 34 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS, published in 1911. Section 34. All information in this section is intended for entertainment and educational purposes only, and should not be construed as medical advice. Accidents and emergencies. What to do. If an artery is cut, red blood spurts. Compress it above the wound. If a vein is cut, dark blood flows. Compress it below and above. If choked, go upon all fours and cough. For slight burns, dip the part in cold water. If the skin is destroyed, cover with varnish or linseed oil. For apoplexy, raise the head and body. For fainting, lay the person flat. Send for a physician when a serious accident of any kind occurs, but treat as directed until he arrives. Scalds and burns. The following facts cannot be too firmly impressed on the mind of the reader, that in either of these accidents the first, best, and often the only remedies required are sheets of wadding, fine wool, or carded cotton, and, in the default of these, violet powder, flour, magnesia, or chalk. The object for which these several articles are employed is the same in each instance, namely, to exclude the air from the injured part, For if the air can be effectually shut out from the raw surface, and care is taken not to expose the tender part till the new cuticle is formed, the cure may be safely left to nature. The moment a person is called to a case of a scald or burn, he should cover the part with a sheet, or portion of a sheet, of wadding, taking care not to break any blister that may have formed, or stay to remove any burnt clothes that may adhere to the surface, but as quickly as possible envelop every part of the injury from all access of the air, laying 1 or 2 more pieces of wadding on the first, so as effectually to guard the burn or scald from the irritation of the atmosphere, and if the article used is wool or cotton, the same precaution, of adding more material where the surface is thinly covered, must be adopted, a light bandage finally securing all in their places. Any of the popular remedies recommended below may be employed when neither wool, cotton, nor wadding are to be procured, it being always remembered that that article which will best exclude the air from a burn or scald is the best, quickest, and least painful mode of treatment. And in this respect nothing has surpassed cotton loose or attached to paper, as in wadding. If the skin is much injured in burns, spread some linen pretty thickly with chalk ointment, and lay over the part, and give the patient some brandy and water if much exhausted. Then send for a medical man. If not much injured and very painful, use the same ointment, or apply carded cotton dipped in lime water and linseed oil. If you please, you may lay cloths dipped in ether over the parts, or cold lotions. Treat scalds in the same manner, or cover with scraped raw potato, but the chalk ointment is the best. In the absence of all of these, cover the injured part with treacle, and dust over it plenty of flour. Body in flames. Lay the person down on the floor of the room, and throw the tablecloth, rug, or other large cloth over him, and roll him on the floor. Dirt in the eye. Place your forefinger upon the cheekbone, having the patient before you. Then slightly bend the finger. This will draw down the lower lid of the eye, and you will probably be able to remove the dirt. But if this will not enable you to get at it, repeat this operation while you have a knitting needle or bodkin placed over the eyelid. This will turn it inside out, and enable you to remove the sand, or eyelash, etc., with the corner of a fine silk handkerchief. As soon as the substance is removed, bathe the eye with cold water, and exclude the light for a day. If the inflammation is severe, let the patient use a refrigerant lotion. Lime in the eye. Syringe it well with warm vinegar and water in the proportion of 1 ounce of vinegar to 8 ounces of water. Exclude light. Iron or steel spiculae in the eye. These occur while turning iron or steel in a lathe, and are best remedied by doubling back the upper or lower eyelid, according to the situation of the substance, and with a flat edge of a silver probe, taking up the metallic particle, using a lotion made by dissolving 6 grains of sugar of lead, and the same of white vitriol, in 6 ounces of water, and bathing the eye 3 times a day till the inflammation subsides. Another plan is, drop a solution of sulfate of copper, from 1 to 3 grains of salt to 1 ounce of water, into the eye, or keep the eye open in a wineglassful of the solution. Bathe with cold lotion, and exclude light to keep down inflammation. Dislocated thumb. This is frequently produced by a fall. Make a clove hitch by passing 2 loops of cord over the thumb, placing a piece of rag under the cord to prevent it cutting the thumb. Then pull in the same line as the thumb. Afterwards apply a cold lotion. Cuts and wounds. Clean cut wounds, whether deep or superficial, and likely to heal by the first intention, should always be washed or cleaned, and at once evenly and smoothly closed by bringing both edges close together, and securing them in that position by adhesive plaster. Cut thin strips of sticking plaster, and bring the parts together. Or, if large and deep, cut 2 broad pieces, so as to look like the teeth of a comb, and place 1 on each side of the wound, which must be cleaned previously. These pieces must be arranged so that they shall interlace one another. Then, by laying hold of the pieces on the right side with one hand, and those on the other side with the other hand, and pulling them from one another, the edges of the wounds are brought together without any difficulty. Ordinary cuts are dressed by thin strips, applied by pressing down the plaster on one side of the wound, and keeping it there, and pulling in the opposite direction, then suddenly depressing the hand when the edges of the wound are brought together. Contusions are best healed by laying a piece of folded lint, well wetted with extract of lead or boracic acid, on the part, and, if there is much pain, placing a hot bran poultice over the dressing, repeating both if necessary every 2 hours. When the injuries are very severe, lay a cloth over the part, and suspend a basin over it, filled with cold lotion. Put a piece of cotton into the basin, so that it shall allow the lotion to drop on the cloth, and thus keep it always wet. Hemorrhage, when caused by an artery being divided or torn, may be known by the blood issuing out of the wound in leaps or jerks, and being of a bright scarlet color. If a vein is injured, the blood is darker and flows continuously. To arrest the latter, apply pressure by means of a compress and bandage. To arrest arterial bleeding, get a piece of wood, part of a broom handle will do, and tie a piece of tape to one end of it. Then tie a piece of tape loosely over the arm, and pass the other end of the wood under it. Twist the stick around and around until the tape compresses the arm sufficiently to arrest the bleeding, and then confine the other end by tying the string around the arm. A compress made by enfolding a penny piece in several folds of lint or linen should, however, be first placed under the tape and over the artery. If the bleeding is very obstinate, and it occurs in the arm, place a cork underneath the string, on the inside of the fleshy part, where the artery may be felt beating by anyone. If in the leg, place a cork in the direction of a line drawn from the inner part of the knee toward the outer part of the groin. It is an excellent thing to accustom yourself to find out the position of these arteries, or, indeed, any that are superficial, and to explain to every person in your house where they are, and how to stop bleeding. If a stick cannot be got, take a handkerchief, make a cord bandage of it, and tie a knot in the middle. The knot acts as a compress, and should be placed over the artery, while the 2 ends are coiled around the thumb. Observe always to place the ligature between the wound and the heart. Putting your finger into a bleeding wound, and making pressure until a surgeon arrives, will generally stop violent bleeding. Bleeding from the nose, from whatever cause, may generally be stopped by putting a plug of lint into the nostrils. If this does not do, apply a cold lotion to the forehead, raise the head, and place over it both arms, so that it will rest on the hands. Dip the lint plug, slightly moistened, into some powdered gum arabic, and plug the nostrils again, or dip the plug into equal parts of powdered gum arabic and alum, and plug the nose. Or the plug may be dipped in friar's balsam, or tincture of kino. Heat should be applied to the feet, and in obstinate cases, the sudden shock of a cold key, or cold water poured down the spine, will often instantly stop the bleeding. If the bowels are confined, take a purgative. Injections of alum solution from a small syringe into the nose will often stop hemorrhage. Violent shocks will sometimes stun a person, and he will remain unconscious. Untie strings, collars, etc. Loosen anything that is tight and interferes with the breathing. Raise the head, see if there is bleeding from any part. Apply smelling salts to the nose, and hot bottles to the feet. In concussion, the surface of the body is cold and pale, and the pulse weak and small, the breathing slow and gentle, and the pupil of the eye generally contracted or small. You can get an answer by speaking loud, so as to arouse the patient. Give a little brandy and water. Keep the place quiet. Apply warmth, and do not raise the head too high. If you tickle the feet, the patient feels it. In compression of the brain from any cause, such as apoplexy, or a piece of fractured bone pressing on it, there is loss of sensation. If you tickle the feet of the injured person, he does not feel it. You cannot arouse him so as to get an answer. The pulse is slow and labored, the breathing deep, labored and snorting, the pupil enlarged. Raise the head, loosen strings or tight things, and send for a surgeon. If one cannot be got at once, apply mustard poultices to the feet and thighs, leeches to the temples, and hot water to the feet. Choking. When a person has a fishbone in the throat, insert the forefinger, press upon the root of the tongue so as to induce vomiting. If this does not do, let him swallow a large piece of potato or soft bread, and if these fail, give a mustard emetic. Fainting, hysterics, etc. Loosen the garments, bathe the temples with water or eau de cologne, open the window, admit plenty of fresh air, dash cold water on the face, apply hot bricks to the feet, and avoid bustle and excessive sympathy. Drowning. Attend to the following essential rules. 1. Lose no time. 2. Handle the body gently. 3. Carry the body face downward, with the head gently raised, and never hold it up by the feet. 4. Send for medical assistance immediately, and in the meantime act as follows. 5. Strip the body, rub it dry, then wrap it in hot blankets, and place it in a warm bed in a warm room. 6. Cleanse away the froth and mucus from the nose and mouth. 7. Apply warm bricks, bottles, bags of sand, etc. to the armpits, between the thighs, and to the soles of the feet. 8. Rub the surface of the body with the hands enclosed in warm, dry, worsted socks. 9. If possible, put the body into a warm bath. 10. To restore breathing, put the pipe of a common bellows into one nostril, carefully closing the other, and the mouth, at the same time drawing downward, and pushing gently backward, the upper part of the windpipe, to allow a more free admission of air. Blow the bellows gently, in order to inflate the lungs, till the breast be raised a little. Then set the mouth and nostrils free, and press gently on the chest. Repeat this until signs of life appear. The body should be covered the moment it is placed on the table, except the face, and all the rubbing carried on under the sheet or blanket. When they can be obtained, a number of tiles or bricks should be made tolerably hot in the fire, laid in a row on the table, covered with a blanket, and the body placed in such a manner on them that their heat may enter the spine. When the patient revives, apply smelling salts to the nose, give warm wine or brandy and water. Cautions. 1. Never rub the body with salt or spirits. 2. Never roll the body on casks. 3. Continue the remedies for 12 hours without ceasing. Hanging. Loosen the cord, or whatever it may be by which the person has been suspended. Open the temporal artery or jugular vein, or bleed from the arm. Employ electricity if at hand, and proceed as for drowning. Apparent death from drunkenness. Raise the head, loosen the clothes, maintain warmth of surface, and give a mustard emetic as soon as the person can swallow. Apoplexy and fits generally. Raise the head, loosen all tight clothes, strings, etc., apply cold lotions to the head, and send for a surgeon. Suffocation from noxious gases, etc. Remove to the fresh air, dash cold vinegar and water in the face, neck, and breast, keep up the warmth of the body. If necessary, apply mustard poultices to the soles of the feet and to the spine, and try artificial respirations as in drowning, with electricity. Lightning and sunstroke. Treat the same as apoplexy. Poisons and their antidotes. General rules. Always send immediately for a medical man. Save all fluids vomited, and articles of food, cups, glasses, etc., used by the patient before taken ill, and lock them up. As a rule, give emetics after poisons that cause sleepiness and raving, chalk, milk, eggs, butter, and warm water, or oil after poisons that cause vomiting and pain in the stomach and bowels, with purging, and when there is no inflammation about the throat, tickle it with a feather to excite vomiting. Vomiting may be caused by giving warm water, with a teaspoonful of mustard to the tumblerful, well stirred up. Sulphate of zinc, white vitriol, may be used in place of the mustard, or powdered alum. Powder of ipecacuanha, a teaspoonful rubbed up with molasses, may be employed for children. Tartar emetic should never be given, as it is excessively depressing and uncontrollable in its effects. The stomach pump can only be used by skilful hands, and even then with caution. Opium and other narcotics. After vomiting has occurred, cold water should be dashed over the face and head. The patient must be kept awake, walked about between two strong persons, made to grasp the handles of a galvanic battery, dosed with strong coffee, and vigorously slapped. Belladonna is an antidote for opium and for morphia, etc. Its active principles, and, on the other hand, the latter counteract the effects of belladonna, but a knowledge of medicine is necessary for dealing with these articles. Strychnia. After emetics have been freely and successfully given, the patient should be allowed to breathe the vapor of sulphuric ether, poured on a handkerchief and held to the face, in such quantities as to keep down the tendency to convulsions. Bromide of potassium, 20 grains at a dose, dissolved in syrup, may be given every hour. Alcoholic poisoning should be combated by emetics, of which the sulphate of zinc, given as above directed, is the best. After that, strong coffee internally, and stimulation by heat externally, should be used. Acids are sometimes swallowed by mistake. Alkalis, lime water, magnesia, or common chalk mixed with water may be freely given, and afterward mucilaginous drinks, such as thick gum water or flaxseed tea. Alkalis are less frequently taken in injurious strength or quantity, but sometimes children swallow lye by mistake. Common vinegar may be given freely, and then castor oil or sweet oil in full doses, a tablespoonful at a time, repeated every half hour or two. Nitrate of silver when swallowed is neutralized by common table salt, freely given in solution in water. The salts of mercury or arsenic, often kept as bedbug poison, which are powerful irritants, are apt to be very quickly fatal. Milk or the whites of eggs may be freely given, and afterward a very thin paste of flour and water. In these cases an emetic is to be given after the poison is neutralized. Phosphorus paste, kept for roach poison or in parlor matches, is sometimes eaten by children and has been wilfully taken for the purpose of suicide. It is a powerful irritant. The first thing to be done is to give freely of magnesia and water, then to give mucilaginous drinks as flaxseed tea, gum water, or sassafras pith and water, and lastly to administer finely powdered bone charcoal, either in pill or in mixture with water. In no case of poisoning should there be any avoidable delay in obtaining the advice of a physician, and meanwhile the friends or bystanders should endeavor to find out exactly what has been taken, so that the treatment adopted may be as prompt and effective as possible. Keep still. Keep still. When trouble is brewing, keep still. Even when slander is getting on its legs, keep still. When your feelings are hurt, keep still till you recover from your excitement at any rate. Things look differently through an unagitated eye. A doctor relates how once in a commotion he wrote a letter, and sent it, and wished he had not. I had another commotion and wrote a long letter, but life had rubbed a little sense into me. I kept that letter in my pocket against the day when I could look it over without agitation and without tears. I was glad I did. Less and less it seemed necessary to send it. I was not sure it would do any hurt, but in my doubt I leaned to reticence, and eventually it was destroyed. Philosophical facts. The greatest height at which visible clouds ever exist does not exceed 10 miles. Air is about 815 times lighter than water. The pressure of the atmosphere upon every square foot of the earth amounts to 2,160 pounds. The violence of the expansion of water when freezing is sufficient to cleave a globe of copper of such thickness as to require a force of 27,000 pounds to produce the same effect. During the conversion of ice into water 140 degrees of heat are absorbed. Water, when converted into steam, increases in bulk 1800 times. In 1 second of time, in 1 beat of the pendulum of a clock, light travels 200,000 miles. Were a cannon ball shot toward the sun, and were it to maintain full speed, it would be 20 years in reaching it, yet light travels through this same space in 7 or 8 minutes. Strange as it may appear, a ball of ton weight, and another of the same material of an ounce weight, falling from any height, will reach the ground at the same time. The heat does not increase as we rise above the earth nearer to the sun, but decreases rapidly until, beyond the regions of the atmosphere, in void, it is estimated that the cold is about 70 degrees below zero. The line of perpetual frost at the equator is 15,000 feet altitude, 13,000 feet between the tropics, and 9,000 to 4,000 between the latitudes of 40 degrees and 49 degrees. At a depth of 45 feet under the ground, the temperature of the earth is uniform throughout the year. The human ear is so extremely sensitive that it can hear a sound that lasts only the 24,000th part of a second. Sound travels at the rate of 1,142 feet per second, about 13 miles in a minute, so that if we hear a clap of thunder half a minute after the flash, we may calculate that the discharge of electricity is 6½ miles off. End of section 34.
Section 35 of The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Kara Schallenberg. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS, published in 1911. Section 35. Advertisements. Part 1. Things worth knowing about Dr. Graves' tooth powder are too many and too well known to print on this small page, but here are a few. 3,360,000 cans sold in 1910. 5 girls can make 75 gross in one day. 42,000 druggists in the USA carry Graves. 200 tons of tooth powder made in 1910. If so many people use Graves, why can't you? Illustration. Preceding text with image of container. Perfect Form Health Brace. Develop your chest from 3 to 6 inches. Compels deep breathing and ensures long life. Consumption claims thousands whose stooped shoulders and cramped lungs prevent them from inhaling the health-giving, revitalizing air. Special price, $1.50 for a $2 quality. For sale where you got this book. Illustration. Pictures of a man and woman modeling the brace. Products worth knowing. Now my mouth and teeth really do feel clean. Isn't it a godsend we had it in the house when the youngster cut his hand? Remarks frequently made by users of Hydrox, peroxide of hydrogen, the always reliable antiseptic. You cannot depend on cheap peroxides in an emergency. They're dear at any price. For ideal cleanliness, comfort, and hygiene, use Hydrox peroxide. Cream, tooth powder, dental paste, soap, talc, face powder. The aristocrats of toilet preparations. All drugstores sell them. Hydrox Chemical Company, New York, San Francisco, Chicago. Illustration. Image of package. This is a reproduction of the handsome new style package of St. Jacob's Oil, which has a worldwide reputation as the great remedy for pain. No other oil or liniment has ever received the cordial approval of the medical and nursing professions the world over. St. Jacob's Oil is the safest, surest, and best pain-relieving agent. Highest prize medals awarded at international expositions for being the best pain cure. Good for rheumatism, neuralgia, sore throat, chest colds, etc. Just rub it on the affected parts. The pain may resist a dozen treatments, but it can't resist St. Jacob's Oil. Send for illustrated booklet containing free music offer. Price 25 cents, 50 cents. The 50-cent bottle contains 3 times as much as the 25-cent size. St. Jacob's Oil Limited, Baltimore, Maryland. Illustration. Image of package. Stiefel's Medicinal Soaps. For more than a quarter of a century, Stiefel's Medicinal Soaps, the pioneer products in the field, have been the standby of physicians everywhere, and many of the varieties have, originally through the recommendation of the skin specialist or the family physician, become household remedies and toilet accessories in the homes of the refined and particular. The ideal, logical, and scientifically approved care of the scalp calls for the use of Stiefel's superlative boracic acid shampoo soap. A most effective remover of dandruff. Cleanses the scalp and opens the pores, leaves the hair loose and fluffy so that you can do a thing with it next day. Price 25 cents per cake. Tear out the coupon printed on page 381 and get a free sample. Sole agents for the U.S., Schering and Glotz, 150 to 152 Maiden Lane, New York. The oldest, yet most up-to-date. Listen to these men. There's no use talking. Your appearance has much to do with your success. Yes, any man's success in business. A small investment with us will give you the right appearance, the appearance of real prosperity. Many men are wearing clothes made by us because they're stylish, reliable, and may be had at very reasonable prices. We import many of our own goods, and always display a large line of exclusive novelties at very attractive prices. The proprietors of this publication are our customers. Our work pleases them, and they think it will please you. We know it will. We would very much appreciate a call, and if you will mention this advertisement, we will allow you an extra cash discount of 5%. Our household accounts are subject to premiums and make buying clothes easy. Drop us a card, and we will mail you a pamphlet giving full information, also samples. Misselhorn and Nelson, tailors. Telephone Maine 3906, 19 South 5th Avenue, Chicago. Our specialty, orthopedic apparatus. For all deformities, including spinal curvature, hip joint disease, weak legs, bow legs, knock knees, club feet, flat feet, etc. Shoes for the lame. All apparatus made in our own factory by skilled mechanics on short notice. Estimates cheerfully given. Send for Catalog D. Sharp and Smith, manufacturers of orthopedic apparatus, shoes for the lame, artificial limbs, trusses, crutches, abdominal supporters, elastic stockings. 103 North Wabash Avenue, Chicago, 2 doors north of Washington Street. Illustration. Image of person modeling a corset. Image of shoe. Are you too fat? Downs Obesity Reducer will reduce your fat. Downs Obesity Reducer is unlike other reducing remedies in that it does not require other medicines to strengthen up the system after it has performed its function of relieving the patient of superfluous fat. On the contrary, Downs Obesity Reducer not only does away with obesity, but it strengthens the entire system, discharges all impurities, and tones up the blood. It is easy to take, being put up in pill and capsule form. Downs Obesity Reducer contains no injurious drugs. A child might take it in any quantity without harmful effects. It is not one of the so-called new discoveries. It has been used successfully for over 30 years and has never produced an evil effect. Scores of people have been reduced by it from 20 to 80 pounds and never felt better than while taking and after taking. Guaranteed by the Downs Chemical Company, Chicago, under the Pure Food and Drugs Act of June 30, 1906. Serial number 17092. Regular price for a full month's treatment is $2.50. Illustration. Silhouette of obese man and woman. Finest razors in the world. Hand-forged. Largest factory in the U.S. Satisfaction guaranteed. Ask for the Geneva Standard brand, made by Geneva Cutlery Company, Geneva, New York, USA. Illustration. Image of razor. Illustration. Picture of blacksmith pounding iron on an anvil. Pure olive oil is a health-building food. It builds firm, solid flesh, aids digestion, and clears the complexion. Dress your food with Sherris, pronounced Sherris, olive oil. It is the first pressing of the choicest French olives. Every package put up and sealed at the factory at Grasse, France. American agents, Antoine Sherris Company, 18 to 20 Platt Street, New York. Don't be cut open. Don't suffer. Promptly use Maize Poultice, hygroscopine. For pains, wounds, swellings, burns, bites, stings, and all inflammations. Maize Poultice is in air-tight glass jars. 12 ounces net, 20 ounces net, 2 pounds net, and 5 pounds. Maize Poultice is a safe, clean, soothing dressing, is antiseptic and anesthetic, does not soil or stain. It dissolves in water, lasts 24 hours as a dressing. Maize Poultice is endorsed by physicians everywhere. It has no equal as a treatment in pneumonia, pleurisy, bronchitis, croup, rheumatic joints, carbuncles, old ulcers, infections, pelvic pains, ovaritis, erysipelas, orchitis, tonsillitis, enlarged glands, and appendicitis. Maize Chemical Manufacturing Company, Chicago, Illinois. Prevent disease. Australian Eucalyptus Globulus Oil, Kangaroo brand. Recommended by the highest medical authorities for sickroom and household use as a general antiseptic, disinfectant, and deodorant. It is non-poisonous and non-irritating. Used the world over. Take no substitute, but see that you get our Kangaroo brand. Eucocentol, a fragrant but powerful antiseptic and inhalant, invaluable to those exposed to infection and contagion, to travelers, and for use in crowded cars, theaters, etc. Mosquitoes and other insects shun it. Use it when on the water or at summer resorts. Either of the above sold by or obtained through any druggist, in original bottles only. Australian Eucalyptus Chemical Company, 305 North Michigan Avenue, Chicago, Illinois. Colds, catarrh, colds in head, hay fever, Condon's Catarrhal Jelly. Sample free for relief to prove why it cures. Please try Condons with our compliments for catarrhal sore throat or colds or any catarrhal trouble. Pleasant, pure, quick to stop distress and speedily cures. Don't delay. Sold by over 35,000 druggists. Or write us for free sample. Condons, in sanitary tubes, gives quick relief. Snuff a bit of this aromatic, soothing, healing jelly well into the nasal passages. Take a small portion internally, leaving in the throat as long as possible. Rub the throat well with the jelly. You'll find almost instant relief. Get a 25-cent or 50-cent tube today of your druggist, or send penny postal to us for free sample. Condon Manufacturing Company, Minneapolis, Minnesota. 25-cent or 50-cent sanitary tubes at all druggists. Sample free. Illustration. Image of woman rubbing her throat. Image of package. End of section 35. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, on January 6, 2007, in Oceanside, California.
Section 36 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caitlin Sticko. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS, published in 1911. Section 36. Springhouse, Poland, Maine, can boast of two things that are unsurpassed, if equaled, in the United States. Poland Spring Hotel, which is the most delightful summer resort in the state of Maine, and the famous Poland Spring water, known all over the civilized world for its purity and sweetness and beneficial effects, has not its equal for kidney trouble, diabetes, gallstones, and various other ailments of a similar nature. The spring house is the most magnificent of any spring house in the world, having cost more than $100,000. Poland water is the purest, most efficacious, and lightest of all natural mineral waters. Hiram Ricker & Sons, South Poland, Maine. Proprietors. Sprague, Warner & Company, Chicago. Western agents. Ad features an idyllic photograph of the spring house, a long clapboard building with a tall belfry surrounded by slender young trees. Return to text. A hygienic cleanser. A youthful complexion. A protection from sun and wind. Brown's Wonder Face Cream. Wonder Face Cream is recognized by both users and dealers to be the best face cream on the market. It is the best looking package and the most goods for the money. For oily skin. Wonder Face Cream will prevent an oily skin, whether this is caused by the use of a grease cream or by oil extruding from the skin itself. No other face cream is equal to Wonder Cream for this purpose. As a cleanser, it is superior to soap. It penetrates the skin and removes the secretions, which if allowed to remain will cause blackheads and pimples. Wonder Face Cream contains no grease and will not grow hair. It will remove tan and sunburn, give users a fresh complexion, whiten the skin, will gradually remove freckles, and when used with massage, will remove wrinkles. One jar will convince you. If you do not think this is possible, give it a trial. Every person going out in the wind or sun, especially on automobile rides, requires a face dressing, and only a non-grease cream can be used. Wonder Face Cream is perfect for this purpose. An invisible dressing of Wonder Cream will protect the face, preventing sunburn, roughening of the skin, etc., No one will suffer from sunburn if they will put on a dressing of Wonder Face Cream before going out. Put up in 25-cent, 35-cent, 50-cent, 75-cent, $1, and $1.75 jars. Ad features an image of a jar and a box of the cream. An abstract flower-like design graces the label. Return to text. Brown's Wonder Salve, a household remedy. Perfectly harmless. Can be used on both adults and children. Wonder Salve cures sore throat and colds, inflammation of lungs or chest, frostbite, neuralgia, chilblain, tired or aching feet, rheumatism, burns, boils, sprains, bruises, croup, earaches, warts, appendicitis, eczema, sores at long standing, mumps, sore corns, cuts, piles and fistulas, deafness after scarlet fever is best cure for pneumonia. Brown's Wonder Salve cures first by removing inflammation or irritation of the parts. Second, by regulating the circulation when from any cause it has become impaired. With the cause of the inflammation removed and the circulation brought to its normal condition, nature does the healing. Put up in 25-cent, 50-cent, and $1 sizes, and hospital size of $1.75. If not obtainable at your druggist, goods will be sent by mail on receipt of price. Safe delivery guaranteed. R.H. Brown & Company, 2701 Menlo Avenue, Los Angeles, California. Cole's famous corset ankle supports with removable bones. The only real support for weak or sprained ankles. Men's, ladies, and misses' price per pair $1. Children's price per pair 50 cents. Made in tan or black leather. When ordering, state shoe size worn. Dr. Bull's elastic ankle supports. Mercanized silk. Men's, ladies, and misses' price per pair $1.50. The feature of our elastic support is they are made to fit and conform perfectly with the ankle, giving free instep movement recommended by leading physicians. When ordering, state size shoe worn. The Harvard Athletic Supports. Price each 75 cents. Made in 3 sizes, small, medium, and large. These are used for all classes of athletic sports, such as baseball, football, basketball, and all other indoor games. When ordering, enclose 5 cents extra for mailing goods. H.J. Colis Manufacturing Company, Taunton, Massachusetts. Strops all blades. Gillette, OVB, Durham, Duplex, Enders, Keen Cutter, Ward, and Clark safety razor blades. Old blades better than new. When you use Meehan's Razor Stropper. We guarantee every one of them to be in perfect condition. If a fair trial fails to convince you of its being the most economical stropping device on the market, come and get your money back. Double-edged blades sharpened without readjustment. Weighs only 5 ounces. Meehan's Razor Stropper. A sharp razor blade is the most essential point for the home shaver. No safety razor set is complete without Meehan's Razor Stropper. Only one insertion of blade in holder is necessary for sharpening both sides of both edges at the same time. No complicated parts, simple construction, easy to operate. No possible chance of an accidental cut when inserting blade or stropping. When you use Meehan's Razor Stropper. $2 for sale where you got this book. Ad features a drawing of a clean-shaven young man in a black coat with slick black hair, stropping a razor on a strop hung on a nail in the wall. Return to text. Woman's beauty is her power. Every woman can be beautiful if she uses G.O.W. Laird's Bloom of Youth. Woman's beauty rules the world. Kings, emperors, sultans, millionaires, statesmen, and men of influence all bow to women's beauty. Then it is not to be wondered at that women do all in their power to attain that wonderful charm. A clear, smooth, soft, white, beautiful skin is far more attractive than the most costly costume. Laird's Bloom of Youth will remove all imperfections of the skin, tan, freckles, and all other discolorations, leaving it clear and beautiful. Laird's Bloom of Youth has been in use the past 50 years and improved from time to time, until now it is simply a perfect toilet preparation. Woman's Duty. Woman should use every legitimate means in her power to make herself attractive, if nature has not been generous to her and blessed her with a clear, soft, beautiful skin. She should use some of the artificial means of attaining the desired effect. We would recommend the use of Laird's Bloom of Youth. It has been in use the past 50 years by millions of society ladies, actresses, and opera singers, both in this country and in Europe. Sold at all druggists and fancy goods stores. Price 75 cents a bottle. Manufactured by G.O.W. Laird, Cliffside, New Jersey. For sale where you got this book. Ad features a drawing of a lovely young woman with languid eyes and a pompadour, in a low-cut, skin-bearing evening gown of silk and lace, resting casually against a chair. She is surrounded by 4 intently admiring men in tailcoats and white vests, with shiny, slick hair and monocles. One holds a bouquet of flowers for her. In the background, more men have their heads turned her way as well. Return to text. I wish to state that we have been using your baby food for 1 year and have met with nothing but the best of results. It was only after trying, I think, all other kinds of foods, which only seem to make matters worse, that a trial was made of Dinos food, which we feel is a lifesaver. The photo and the boy's condition will best testify as to the merits of Dinos food. Yours very truly, signed Ralph Crows, 316 Union Street, Seattle. Photo labeled Ralph Crows Jr. features a cherubic, curly blonde baby boy, smiling contently and gazing off camera with his face resting in one of his chubby little hands. Return to text. 600,000 babies die every year, almost invariably from improper feeding. Doctors agree that the only substitute for mother's milk is fresh cow's milk, scientifically modified. That is why physicians and mothers alike are giving much heartfelt welcome to Dinos food, the wonderful new cereal preparation which adds to cow's milk all vital nutritional elements, flakes the indigestible curd completely, and saves babies' lives. I am using Dinos food in my practice and find it very satisfactory. Signed, W.C. Emery, M.D., Kenton, Ohio. I have tried several foods with very little success until we put our baby on Dinos. Dinos food is a godsend to mothers. Signed, Mrs. M. Lawrence, 1734 Sycamore Street, Cincinnati, Ohio. Sold by your druggist. Ask your doctor about Dinos. Write to Dinos Food Company, 911 Western Avenue, Seattle, for free sample and baby book. Sweet Ola, high-grade chocolates, made for a discerning public. Packed in packages containing either bittersweet chocolates, milk chocolates, chocolates and bonbons, assorted chocolates. Made by the Chicago Chocolate Company, 3233 West Lake Street. Phones Kedzie 2261 and 5888, Chicago. Things Worth Knowing. Dr. Lemke's Golden Electric Liniment is a powerful pain expeller and reliable house remedy. It alleviates and heals external and internal pain and inflammation, both for man and beast. It is an extraordinary and valuable liniment. Price $1.50. Dr. Lemke's St. Johannes Drops is a valuable medicine. In thousands of cases, these drops have alleviated pain and cured sickness. Yes, in a great many cases, saved lives in attacks of spasms, colic, cramps, and cholera. In case of excitement and anxious feelings in the head and nerves, these drops bring quick relief. A very important medicine. Price 50 cents and 25 cents. Dr. Lemke's Laxative Herb Tea has a salutary effect on the whole system in case of colds, biliousness, costiveness, and intermittent fevers. It thoroughly cleanses the blood, creates appetite, works on the liver, kidneys, bladder, and produces a regular stool. Price 50 cents and 25 cents. These remedies have been in use over 40 years and have enjoyed a gradual increase in sales through their good work. They are for sale by druggists and prepared by Dr. H. C. Lemke Medicine Company, 1538 Elburn Avenue, Chicago. Typewriters. Special prices for serviceable machines as low as $12, $15, and $20. I sell all makes, rebuilt, and some nearly new. Write me for special price on any make or model preferred. Telephones, Franklin 1737, automatic 32326. Walter H. Fox, 106 North LaSalle Street, Chicago, Illinois. Ad features a line drawing of a smiling woman in a pompadour, busy at a typewriter. Return to text. The perfect removable buffer with 3 extra chamois. The metal band being removable, the chamois may easily be replaced, making the polisher practically everlasting. In 4 sizes, 4 1/2, 5, 6, and 7 inches. 3 colors, ebony, cocoa bola, and olive wood. Manufactured by the Manicure Novelty Manufacturing Company, 140 Sullivan Street, New York. Inquire where you got this book. Sanford's Inks Mucilage Library Paste for permanent records. The only ink for a fountain pen, a necessity in every home and office. Ad features drawings in a row of a dark bottle capped with a pour spout, a squat bottle with a clear cap, and a jar of firm paste with a well built into the center where a small brush resides. Return to text. You must have an antiseptic always on hand to protect yourself from disease-breeding bacteria. Be absolutely sure that it is A. free from poison, B. reliable, C. easily applied, D. free from objectionable odor. How can you be sure of finding these 4 properties in an antiseptic? Read the official reports on salubrin from eminent authorities, professors of medicine in the Royal University of Lund, Sweden. Buy from your druggist a bottle of salubrin and read the circular containing such reports, or drop us a postal card giving your address, and we will mail you absolutely convincing proofs. There is no other antiseptic remedy equal to salubrin. The Salubrin Laboratory, Grand Crossing, Chicago, Illinois. Particular people demand Calder's Saponaceous Dentine, made for 60 years. It cleans and polishes the teeth, making them white and beautiful. It keeps the gums a natural red, the breath fragrant. Buy it anywhere. The material used in Calder's Dentine is made especially for it. Lune de Miel, Honeymoon, the new perfume. A charming new perfume of exquisite odor. Cut glass bottle in satin-lined case, beautifully put up. An unusually attractive package at a moderate price. Lune de Miel, the French for honeymoon, is probably the most delightful perfume on the market. Its fragrance is not alone pleasing, but lasting. Lune de Miel perfume is now enjoying the same large demand in America as it has in Europe. Lune de Miel toilet water, sachet, face powder, and soap. The Crown Perfumery Company of London, 30 East 20th Street, New York. Ad features a rectangular glass bottle capped with a cut glass stopper, standing next to an open box lined in satin. Return to text. Burnishine did it! For cleaning and polishing copper, brass, zinc, tin, nickel, silver, and all kinds of metals. Warranted not to contain anything injurious to the metal. Works quick and easy. Put up in cans 4 ounces, half pint, 1 pint, 1 quart, 2 quart, 1 gallon. For sale by all dealers. J.C. Paul & Company, Manufacturers, Chicago. Ad features a drawing of a smiling, pompadoured woman in a ruffled blouse and tidy dark skirt, triumphantly displaying in one hand a shining sugar bowl. On the surface before her, her other hand holds a crumpled shining cloth. Resting there are also a metal teapot, metal coffee pot, and of course a large open jar of Bernashine. Return to text. Mount Clemens Bitter Water, nature's great laxative and tonic, for biliousness and indigestion. Prepared from and containing all the remedial merit of the famous Mount Clemens mineral waters. The original, the long green bottle. Born in Mount Clemens, 1886. The dose is small, it's not bad to take. 100% satisfaction. Analysis and history for the asking. Mount Clemens Mineral Springs Water Company, Mount Clemens, Michigan. End of section 36.
The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason Oakley. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS, published in 1911, section 37. Ask your druggist. The Canton Seamless Hot Water Bottle, as the name implies, is seamless. It cannot possibly leak. The highest grade materials are used in its construction, making it the most durable seamless water bottle ever devised. Guaranteed 2 years. Made in all sizes. Ask your druggist. Dead stuck for bugs. Big bugs, little bugs, all sorts of bugs are exterminated by Dead Stuck. Price, 25 cents per can, all druggists. Manufactured by the Penn Chemical Company, Incorporated, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Sanitas, the best disinfectant. Powerful, fragrant, and non-poisonous. Sanitas disinfecting fluid, 20-ounce bottle, 40 cents. Sanitas crude disinfecting liquid, 8-ounce bottle, 25 cents. Sanitas oil, 4-ounce bottle, 40 cents. Sanitas jelly salve, 4-ounce jar, 40 cents. Sanitas disinfecting toilet soap, per cake, 15 cents. Remember, an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. Write for book, How to Disinfect. The Sanitas Company, USA, 636 to 642 West 55th Street, New York. For 90 years, Gray's Ointment has stood the test for burns, boils, carbuncles, sores of all kinds, frostbite, and all external inflammations. A box should be kept in every home. Immediate application to the wound has saved thousands of cases of blood poison. 25 cents from your druggist or W.F. Gray & Co., Nashville, Tennessee. Write for a booklet. Dr. Lindley's Golden Remedy for Epilepsy. 15 years of successful treatment. Golden Remedy has stood the test of time. It is no new thing, but a well-tried remedy which stands alone as the only medicine that will stop fits in 24 hours. Of course, to do away with them altogether, it must be taken from 1 to 3 years, although many cases have been cured in much less time than this, depending upon the severity of the case. Golden Remedy is also of great value in the treatment of the following troubles: nervous headache, great nervous excitability, insomnia or sleeplessness, hysteria, St. Vitus dance, spasms and convulsions of men, women and children. Those who seek the best get Borden's malted milk. Those who accept substitutes are losers. Malted Milk Department, Borden's Condensed Milk Co., New York. Every woman is interested and should know about the wonderful Marvel whirling spray syringe. The Marvel, by reason of its peculiar construction, dilates and flushes the vaginal passage with a volume of whirling fluid, which smooths out the folds and permits the injection to come in contact with its entire surface. instantly dissolving and washing out all secretions and discharges. Ask your druggist for it. If he cannot supply the marvel, accept no other, but send stamp for illustrated book sealed. It gives full particulars and directions invaluable to ladies. Address, Marvel Company, 44 East 23rd Street, New York. For sale, where you got this book, $3. Where there's life, there's hope. Reverend W. W. Brown's Asthma Remedy. All preventive of paroxysms or choking spells. All we ask for this wonderful remedy is a fair trial. Why not try it? Address, W. W. Brown, Sioux City, Iowa. Peckham's Croup Remedy is the children's safeguard for colds, cough, croup, whooping cough. Mothers, get a bottle today. You may need it tonight. Sold where you got this book, 35 cents. Chevette Diphtheria Preventive, 50 cents. A pleasant, fruity syrup used by thousands of families to safeguard children against diphtheria, scarlet fever, disease, tonsils, and all throat infections. It should always be kept on hand for immediate use. Its value is well worth knowing. Chevette Solus, 50 cents, a standard household remedy for all distressed conditions, neuralgic or rheumatic, a comforting insurance against loss of time due to pain, headache or la grippe. One bottle proves its value. Chevette Laboratory, 200 West 61st Street, Chicago. Lusterite, a brand on manicure goods which is recognized and stamped with the approval of thousands of users, standing for purity and quality of manufacture. Lusterite specialties are sold by the Central Drug Company, State and Washington Street, Chicago, the Floridine Manufacturing Company, New York. Shaving comfort found only in a tube of Bonheim's shaving cream. No soap, no cup, no trouble. Price per large tube, 25 cents. If your dealer cannot supply you, send 25 cents to us and a full-size tube will be mailed to your address. Savoy Drug and Chemical Co., Chicago. Physiological tonicum. This is what may be described as scientific iron tonic. In it, the ferric and ferrous oxides are combined in exactly the same proportions as they are found combined in the normal human blood. Hence, the psychological tonicum is a blood maker, or, if the term be preferred, blood purifier. It corrects the blood. Thus it is that this tonic, which may be used in connection with other medicine, is useful in nearly all diseases, save such as are characterized by plethoric states or full-bloodedness. In any instance where the physician wants to prescribe iron, which will cause no untoward effects such as disturbing the stomach, affecting the teeth, etc., this physiological tonicum is the best preparation of iron he can find on the market. Price 4-ounce bottle, 50 cents. Price 12-ounce bottle, $1.25. Prepared solely by Boric and Tafal, publishers of Hensel's scientific works in the United States and Germany, and sole authorized depositories for his physiological preparations. For sale by the store where you got this book. Everybody admires a beautiful complexion. Dr. T. Felix Gourod's Oriental Cream or Magical Beautifier. An indispensable and delightful toilet request for fashionable women. A daily necessity for the ladies' toilet, whether at home or while travelling. It protects the skin from injurious effects of the elements, gives a wonderfully effective beauty to the complexion. It's a perfect non-greasy toilet cream and positively will not cause or encourage the growth of hair, which all ladies should guard against when selecting a toilet preparation. When dancing, bowling or other exertions heat the skin, it prevents a greasy appearance. Gourod's Oriental Cream has been highly recommended by physicians, actresses, singers and women of fashion for over half a century and cannot be surpassed when preparing for daily or evening attire. Gourod's Oriental Cream cures skin diseases and relieves sunburn, removes tan, pimples, blackheads, moth patches, rash, freckles and vulgar redness, yellow and muddy skin, giving a delicately clear and refined complexion which every woman desires. Number 11 for sale by druggists and fancy goods dealers. Ferd T. Hopkins, proprietor, 37 Great Jones Street, New York. Oriental Cream or Magical Beautifier, trademark, the most elegant and delicate preparation for the skin ever invented, for tan, pimples, freckles, morphew, and all blemishes of the cuticle, prepared by Ferd T. Hopkins, successor to T. Felix Garrod, 37 Great Jones Street, New York, price $1.50 per bottle. Employed and prescribed by leading physicians everywhere, Simplex Steam Vaporizers Lead. Size 5x8 nickel plate, complete with croup kettles, warm vapor inhalers and nursery vaporizer. Number 1 with 8 ounce. Boiler and restricted alcohol flame complete. Price $1.50. Number 2 with 8 ounce boiler and copper boiler and jacket. Handsome instrument. Price $1. Number 3 with 16 ounce boiler. Hospital size with restricted alcohol lamp. Price $2. Number 4 with 20 ounce boiler with retaining chest. Works half hour with flame. Price 75 cents. Number 6 with 16 ounce boiler and kettle with improved vent tube, highly finished, price 25 cents. Simplex inhalers and benzoin kettles for whooping cough, grip, colds, lost voice bronchitis, singers, speakers and smokers' throats, delivered post-paid with direction and formulae. Simplex Lamp Manufacturing Company, Brooklyn, New York. G.O.H. Bell's patents, sold at all leading drugstores. Nardine, a name to be remembered by every housekeeper, as is the name of one of the best household remedies on earth. It is divided into a series of specifics. Each specific is intended to eliminate a certain group of disorders as follows. Number 1. Catarrh, cold in the head. Grip, neuralgia, hay fever, asthma. Number 2. Eczema, itching, salt rheum, sunburn, mosquito bites, boils, burns, bruises, chapped and cracked hands, and all forms of skin eruptions. Number 3. Sore throat, bronchitis, lung trouble, whooping cough, croup. Number 4. For indigestion, catarrh of the stomach, cause sour stomach and foul breath. Number 5. For piles and chafing. Number 6. For chilblains, tender feet, calluses, bunions and corns. Number 7. For complexion, blackheads, pimples, skin eruptions. Number 8. For toothache, headache, earache, deafness. Sold by all leading druggists everywhere. Price 25 cents or sent direct from this office on receipt of price. Trial box free. Nardine Medical Company, Schenectady, New York. We sell Alexander's Remedy for asthma and hay fever. Don't fail to give it a trial. The Sweet Baby Nursing Bottle, patented May 3, 1910. Has no neck, therefore is washed on the inside like a tumbler and filled without a funnel. Every mother is familiar with this style nipple. We have simply added the large bottom to fit the opening of the bottle. It is reversible and will not collapse. Endorsed by doctors and nurses as the most sanitary nursing bottle made. For sale by all druggists. Price complete 25 cents. The Yankee Company manufacturers, Utica, New York. End of section 37. Recording by Jason Oakley, Brisbane, Australia, www.bangrocks.com.
Section 38 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS, published in 1911. Section 38. Whitemore's Polishes, the oldest and largest manufacturers of shoe polish in the world. Finest in quality, largest in variety. Below we mention some of our special brands. Gilt Edge Oil Polish, blacks and polishes ladies' and children's boots and shoes, shines without rubbing, always ready for use. Price 25 cents. Dandy Combination for cleansing and polishing all kinds of russet or tan boots and shoes. Price 25 cents. Star Size 10 cents. Also oxblood and brown combinations in same sizes and at same prices. Elite Combination for those who take pride in having their shoes look A1. Restores color and luster to all black shoes. Polish with a brush or cloth. Price 25 cents. Baby Elite size 10 cents. French Gloss for blacking and polishing ladies' and children's boots and shoes. Shines without rubbing. Price 10 cents. Quick White makes dirty canvas shoes clean and white in liquid form so it can be quickly and easily applied. No white dust. Will not rub off. A sponge in every package, so always ready for use. 2 sizes, 25 cents and 10 cents. Bully Shine, a waterproof paste polish for all kinds of black shoes and old rubbers. Blacks, polishes, softens, and preserves. Contains oils and waxes to polish and preserve the leather. Large tin boxes, price 10 cents. Boxes open with a key. Ask for Whitmore shoe polishes if you want the best. Leslie Safety Razors and Spiral Stropper, Leslie Standard, the shaving outfit of the world. Contains Leslie Safety Razor and Spiral Stropper and 6 Leslie blades. Pronounced by its users to be far in advance of all other shaving and stropping devices. In handsome leather-lined and covered case. Number 1, Special Leslie Finish, $5. Number 2, Gold-plated, $7.50. Leslie Tourist, the Leslie Tourist Safety Razor with 12 Leslie blades, identical with the $5 outfit with the exception of the Leslie Stropper. The true test of any razor is the blade, and without reservation or qualification, we pronounce this the finest and most efficient, no-hone, no-strop safety razor ever produced. This outfit will outshave and outlast all other makes of safety razors, and in doing so will afford far greater comfort and satisfaction. In handsome leather-lined and covered case. Number 3, Specially Leslie Finish, $3.50. Number 4, Gold-plated, $5. Leslie Jr., the Vest Pocket Safety Razor. Realizing the enormous demand for a really first-class safety razor that will far excel all others now in use at the popular price of $1, we have brought out the Leslie Jr. Safety Razor, which consists of the unequaled Leslie holder and 6 regulation Leslie blades, in handsome leather-lined and covered case. Number 5, Special Leslie Finish, $1. Number 6, Gold-plated, $2. Made by Leslie Manufacturing Company, Boston, USA. Retain a bloom of youth by using Luxtone Beauty Secret. A dainty invisible cream powder with skin tonic combined, which freshens the complexion and tones down the hard lines as though by magic. It feeds the tissue, refines the texture, instantly beautifies, and permanently benefits. Only under the Luxtone label will you find the real Beauty Secret. Accept no other, for then you are safe. Price 75 cents, 50 cents, and 25 cents. Luxtone Rub-A-Tint, a delicate coloring for cheeks and lips, when combined with the Beauty Secret, produces an effect truly captivating. Price 50 cents and 25 cents. Luxtone Almond Olive Cream, the cream for making flesh and banishing wrinkles. Price $1. Luxtone Cold Cream, the cream that cleanses clear through. Price 50 cents, 25 cents. Luxtone Cucumber Cream, the only cream for sunburn. Price 50 cents. Manufactured only by Blanche W. Moe, 314 West 42nd Street, New York, New York. Look for our trademark, El Perfecto Veda Rose Rouge, a wonderful beautifier. Sold in the highest class stores in many places all over the world, it is famous for giving a perfectly natural tint to the cheeks. This article of great merit has been manufactured by the El Perfecto Veda Rose Company for over 14 years, is harmless, and never fails to give satisfaction. Any rouge bordering on the shade of El Perfecto Veda Rose is an imitation. Use the original, which is known to be the most perfectly natural shade ever before manufactured. El Perfecto Veda Rose Company, San Francisco, California. Sandhome Skin Lotion is a clear liquid used externally, eradicates all skin and scalp trouble by absorbing the germ, returns the skin to normal condition. It has no equal for salt room, eczema, rash, tetter, herpes, scald head, milk scald, plant poisoning, hives, mosquito bites, small burns or scratches, barber's itch, parasitic diseases, scaly or scabby eruptions of the skin, itching piles, acne, psoriasis, pimples, blackheads, cracked hands and lips, etc. A perfect antiseptic after shaving. What is more desirable than a clear, healthy skin? Remove the blotches, pimples, and hideous red marks by the free use of Sandhome's lotion. When used as a massage, Sandhome's lotion is the greatest skin beautifier ever discovered and produces that velvety softness of the skin which is so much admired. One trial will convince you of its merits. Manufactured by Sandhome Drug Company, Des Moines, Iowa. Abilena, America's truest and purest natural laxative, one of the most remarkable of all natural phenomena, is the famous wells of Abilena from which flows a perfect laxative water. Scientists of today, with the accumulated knowledge of 1,000 years to guide them, have not been able to manufacture a harmless, non-irritating laxative which relieves constipation and stimulates the liver as Abilena water does. You will never need laxative medicines of any kind, pills, tablets, capsules, salts, artificial waters, if you occasionally drink a wine glass of Abilena when conditions call for a laxative or cathartic. Abilena comes to you pure, just as it flows from the famous wells of Abilena, harmless as the water you drink, clear, sparkling, vitalizing. It flushes and cleanses the system thoroughly and in the gentlest way possible. Instead of irritating the delicate membranes of the stomach and bowels, as drugs and artificial waters are very apt to do, it relieves congestions and soothes these membranes, and it stimulates liver activities. There is no magic in the name Abilena, nor no special virtue simply because it happens to be America's only natural cathartic water, but its splendid clinical use and effect is due solely to the fact that Abilena is almost wholly pure and true sodium sulfate, the world's truest representative of this ideal laxative and reconstructive base. All the other waters on the markets are largely solutions of Epsom salts, consequently are nauseous, harsh, and irritating. The same thing is more or less true with pills, powders, and manufactured cathartics. Abilena is a safe, pure, inexpensive laxative and cathartic, convenient and pleasant to take, suited for old and young alike, a cure for constipation and biliousness, and truly the ideal family remedy. Abilena is America's only bottled natural cathartic water. We will mail free upon application the natural method, an interesting booklet on the importance of normal elimination and a study of the comparative values of the better known cathartics. The Abilena Company, Frank M. Gear, M.D., President, Abilene, Kansas. The sad story of my father's great suffering from cancer. Read the following and be convinced. There's hope for you. 45 years ago, my father, who was himself a doctor, had a vicious cancer that was eating away his life. The best physicians in America could do nothing for him. After 9 long years of awful suffering, and after the cancer had totally eaten away his nose and portions of his face, as shown in his picture here given, his palate was entirely destroyed together with portions of his throat. Father fortunately discovered the great remedy that cured him. He lived over 40 years and no return of the disease. The same discovery has now thousands who were threatened with operation and death, and to prove that this is the truth, we will give their sworn statement if you will write us. Doctors, lawyers, mechanics, ministers, laboring men, bankers, and all classes recommend this glorious life-saving discovery, and we want the whole world to benefit by it. Have you cancer, tumors, ulcers, abscesses, fever sores, goiter, catarrh, salt rheum, rheumatism, piles, eczema, scald head, or scrofula in any form? Ask your druggist for Mixer's Cancer and Scrofula Syrup. It will cost you nothing to learn the truth about this wonderful home treatment without the knife or caustic. And if you know anyone who is afflicted with any disease above mentioned, you can do them a Christian act of kindness by telling them of our great treatment and how to get it. 40 years experience guarantees success. Ask your druggist for illustrated booklet free showing halftones of many people cured with their testimonials. Manufactured by Mixer Medicine Company, 151 Jefferson Street, Hastings, Michigan. Your feet, as well as any part of your body, should be properly treated and taken care of. If you are in need of a positive and guaranteed remedy, something entirely different from the everyday so-called corn cures, an article for removing corns and calluses and for relief of painful bunions, buy a 25-cent tube of Goodwin's Chiropody Corn Salve. For tired, aching, swollen, bad-smelling, or burning feet, there is nothing to compare with Goodwin's Foot Powder. These articles are for sale and recommended by your druggist. Manufactured by Goodwin German Foot Remedy Company, Chicago, Illinois. Strong's Arnica Tooth Soap, cleanser and mouthwash in one. Polishes the teeth to dazzling whiteness while its fragrant antiseptic foam reaches every part of the mouth, neutralizing all tooth-destroying acids, preventing discoloration and decay. Strong's Arnica Tooth Soap comes in a handy metal box, nothing to break or spill, a convenient cake that ensures beautiful teeth, healthy gums, and sweet breath. At your druggist, 25 cents. Strong's Arnica Jelly keeps your skin smooth. No need to endure the discomfort of sunburn or winter chapping. Apply with fingertips, rub gently into pores. In collapsible metal tubes, 25 cents. Note, if your druggist does not have these goods, send price to us. We will forward them prepaid. Guaranteed under the Food and Drug Act, June 30th, 1906, serial number 1612. C.H. Strong & Company, Chicago, USA. Delays are dangerous. Unexpected changes are apt to bring on coughs and colds. Mare's Cough Balsam will not allow a cough or cold to run to the dangerous point. It checks the irritation and drives out the inflammation. If you have children, you ought to have a bottle of this medicine on the mantle. 25 cents a bottle at all drugstores. Mare's cathartic capsules tone the stomach, help the liver, and clean the bowels. For women, Orange Blossom. Dr. J. A. McGill's famous female suppositories are a famous remedy for all female diseases. The Orange Blossom is simple and harmless. Every lady can treat herself. Suffering women call and get a free sample and book telling how. At the store where you got this book, $1. Grube's Method. After 3 minutes, no pain. For complete eradication of toe corns, sole corns, bunions, calluses, soft corns, heel corns. Kills the seed, leaves smooth skin. 1 drop corn remover. Advise no cutting with knife. Use eraser to remove hard part. Rub well. Apply 1 drop covering corn completely to kill seed of the trouble. Cover it with tissue paper. Peel it off 3rd day. Result, a normal smooth skin. Put cotton between toes with soft corns. Price 25 cents. When properly applied, gives relief in 3 minutes. Excelsior Chemical Company, 3100 State Street, Chicago. For sale at the store where you got this book. Look out for the pennies and the dollars will take care of themselves. An old saying. Look out for the blood cells and the body will take care of itself. You can't expect to be well or to ever accomplish much in the world if the blood and nerve cells are lacking strength and vitality. As the blood races through your body, head and brain, every little cell should be brimful of life and power. Then you feel the vim and go that will make you a power among your fellow men. No nervousness, no indecision, no sign of the weakling if you use Dr. Hoag's Cell Tissue Tonic, the great nerve and tissue builder. This goes straight to the cells of the blood and enriches them and puts new strength into them so they can combat and throw off disease. This is undoubtedly the greatest and grandest rebuilder and strengthener that modern medicine has produced. Cell Tissue Tonic is particularly recommended for paleness and weakness, debilitation, stomach and bowel trouble of both infants and adults, hysteria, fainting spells, insomnia and sleeplessness, and poor assimilation of food. All druggists sell Dr. Hoag's Cell Tissue Tonic, price $1 per bottle, or it is sent direct upon receipt of price, address Dr. C.A. Hoag, Company, 25 West Kinsey Street, Chicago, Illinois. Dr. Hoag's Home Doctor book contains instructions on care of sick and sick room, as well as much other valuable information. Sent to everyone free upon request. Dr. C.A. Hoag Company, Chicago, Illinois. End of section 38. Section 39 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS, published in 1911. Wright's Rheumatic Remedy, Wright's Catarrhal Balm, 2 great medicines. These well-known Canadian medicines are of a high order of excellence and of the greatest value, prompt in action and relief. Try a bottle of Wright's Rheumatic Remedy for your rheumatism. It dissolves uric acid quickly, stops pain, takes out the grit in the joint, establishes a good circulation, very soon puts the patient on the road to ease and comfort. A truly wonderful medicine. 1 dose a day, usually 1 bottle sufficient, just $1. All singers, speakers, voice users, children, in fact everybody should use Wright's Antiseptic Catarrh Balm. It clears out the head, stops the ringing noises, heals the tender places, keeps the germ away, gives the clear voice, clean throat, and free air passages. Just a little on the fingertip, inserted in the nostril during the day, and upon retiring works wonders. Keep a box handy, it saves the doctor bill, 50 cents per box. The Wright Medicine Company, Peru, Indiana, or from the Central Drug Company, Core State and Washington States, Chicago, Illinois. One of the things worth knowing is that Dr. J.D. Kellogg's Asthma Remedy does relieve asthma and hay fever. 25 cents and $1, free sample on request, Northrop and Lyman Company, Buffalo, New York. One of the best external remedies known, the Dr. D.P. Ordway Plasters. A broad statement yet true. better than filling the system up with drugs. Rheumatism, weak lungs, asthma, backache, lumbago, strains, bronchitis, female weakness, and all other transient aches and pains. A strengthening support wherever applied. 25 cents each. We are headquarters for APW brand toilet paper, a light, soft tissue of the finest quality made from absolutely clean, pure stock. We will deliver anywhere in the city 10,000 sheets in a handsome nickel-plated holder for the sum of $1. Send us a trial order and be convinced that the APW brand is not only the best but also the most economical toilet paper on the market. Central Drug Company, Chicago or Detroit, Independent Drug Company, Chicago, Auditorium Pharmacy Company, Chicago, Ashland Drug Company, Chicago, Congress Drug Company, Chicago, and Standard Drug Company, Cleveland. Rat Nox destroys rats, mice, and roaches. They do not die in house. Most economical and effective remedy. In self-sealing boxes made with a view to convenience and handling. 15 and 25 cents. Omega Novelty Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Test it yourself free. A real hair restorative? Yes, that's just it. A real one at last. One that invigorates the roots and promotes the restoration of the hair to its original beauty, luxuriance, and color. Better than any argument is the restorative itself for you to try. We are only too glad to throw ourselves wholly on the merits of Golden Rule Hair Restorative, so we years ago set aside thousands of dollars to spend on big free sample bottles. If we didn't know that our preparation would do this would be reckless extravagance, but we do know and believe that the quickest way to help you to find it out is to place a bottle of it in your hands. We know the annoyance of having one's hair fall and turn gray, perhaps while you are still young. It is the result perhaps of some unusual worry or care, but that does not prevent friends and neighbors from the knowing nod that says growing old. Not so, it is only a rundown condition of the roots of the hair, just as the body gets run down. But you should not permit this. It is not necessary, and this needless look of age impairs your usefulness and popularity in society and business. Golden Rule Hair Restorative simply invigorates the roots, waking them up, toning them up, rejuvenating them until they are rendered lively and vigorous as in youth. The obvious result is that the growth of the hair is promoted. Hair can starve and wither like any plant that gets its life from its roots. If the roots are vigorous and healthy, the hair is bound to be natural. We want you to accept a large sample bottle with our compliments. We want you to know what a remarkable remedy this is. If you don't need it yourself, get it for some friend. The truth is, however, that everyone should use Golden Rule Hair Restorative as a dressing for the hair to keep it healthy, just as you use a dentifrice to keep the teeth dainty and healthy. Get this bottle and try it. Remember, its continued use tends to stop hair from falling by promoting a vigorous growth of healthy hair. Remember that it restores color to the hair. It is harmless, and a trial will convince you that it's just what we claim for it. Send to us today, enclosing 10 cents to pay postage and packaging, and the bottle will come by first mail in a plain wrapper with full explanations. The Citizens Wholesale Supply Company, Department C, Columbus, Ohio. Have you piles? Why suffer longer when Rossman's Pile Cure is at hand? 44.5 South Street, Glen Falls, New York, June 3, 1909. G.A. McKinstry, Hudson, New York. Dear Sir, by the advice of my druggist, Mr. Bert H. Bentley, I bought and used your Pile Cure and have found it a wonder. I have been around the world and have used all kinds of salves, but never found anything equal to yours. In the year 1900, I enlisted in the U.S. Regulars and went to the Philippines, was operated upon for hemorrhoids and was all right for 3 months. When itching developed, went to the hospital where I was told I had itching piles. I have been doctoring for 9 years for same and found no relief until I used a box of Rossman's Cure. I think it wonderful. With your further success, I remain, yours very truly, William F. Carter, subscribed and sworn before me this 3rd day of June, 1909. J. E. Potter, Notary Public. Mailed on receipt of price, 50 cents. Geo. A. McKinstry, successor to A. McKinstry & Son, Druggists. 609 Warren Street, Hudson, New York. Don't wait until tomorrow before you investigate our method of treating drug, liquor, and tobacco addictions with Hill's Chloride of Gold tablets. Do it now. We remove desire of patients we accept for treatment if directions are followed, and do it without pain or suffering. Can be given secretly without the knowledge of the patient. Testimonials sent free. Give it a trial. For sale by druggist or sent on receipt of $1. The Ohio Chemical Works, Toledo, Ohio. There may be other remedies nearly as good, but there are none better than Athleforos, Cyril's remedy for rheumatism and neuralgia. Write us for our booklets. Athlo ointment for stiff and sore joints. Athlo tablets for constipation. The Athleforos Company, New Haven, Connecticut. Scheffler's Instantaneous Hair Colorine. By the use Scheffler's Hair Colorine, the hair may be colored 8 natural shades. Number 1 black, number 2 dark brown, number 3 light brown, number 3A medium brown, number 4 dark drab, number 5 light drab, number 6 auburn, and number 7 blonde. This colorine has been recognized standard for 25 years and is easy to apply. Directions come with each box. The shades obtained by the use of Scheffler's Hair Colorine are natural looking, also leaves the hair soft and glossy. New York Hair Company, 737 Broadway, New York City. Sole agents and distributors. For sale where you got this book, price $1. New Kind Salted Peanuts. Did you ever try them? If not, you ought to ask your druggist, confectioner, or grocer for them at once and insist on having no other kind but Marple Brothers' New Kind Salted Peanuts. If you buy them once, you will never again buy any of the cheap kinds. Our peanuts are prepared so different from the old way, making them very nutritious and healthy. They are especially favored by the ladies to serve at all social functions. Once you try them, you will always buy them. Put up only by Marple Brothers, Toledo, Ohio. For sale where you got this book. Tangelute, the original flypaper. For more than 25 years, the standard of quality. All others are imitations. The best perfumes are made by Seguin et Chi, French perfumers. We carry a full line. The Hygiene Nursing Bottle with a wide-mouthed food cell and a breast is the safest, cleanest, most natural, and simple nursing bottle for the feeding of infants. Mothers will make no mistake if they buy Hygiea. It will save them much anxiety and trouble in feeding their babies. It is widely and generally known and stands at the head of all nursing devices. Be sure you get the Hygiea. The name is on the breast nipple, also on the food receptacle. Beware of imitations. Beware of infringements. On sale by all druggists, manufactured by the Hygiea Nursing Bottle Company, 1336 Main Street, Buffalo, New York. All of our stores sell the New Bachelor Cigar. It's one of the best sellers. W.P. Cabler's Root Juice. Tones, soothes, and heals the mucus linings of the stomach, bowels, and bladder. Invigorates the liver and kidneys. Unsurpassed for general debility, nervous weakness, stomach troubles, kidney affections, and general breakdown. The quick beneficial results obtained from the use of root juice is surprising thousands of people throughout the country. The compound is certainly a remarkable tonic stomach and seems to benefit from the very start all who take it. Manufactured by W.P. Cabler, Root Juice Medicine Company, Fort Wayne, Indiana. I Delight cleans, dusts, polishes all varnished or waxed woodwork, floors, pianos, furniture, white enamel, automobile bodies with ease and satisfaction. A spoonful on a dampened cheesecloth, wiped over the varnish and polished with a dry cheesecloth, will pick up all the dust, remove the grease, smoked or blued spots, cover scratches, and restore the original luster or finish. I Delight does not contain alcohol, ether, turpentine, benzine, vinegar, common paraffine, or coal oil, any one of which will in time ruin fine varnish. Easy to apply, a pleasant and purifying odor. Manufactured by Oscar S. Rhodes, Fort Wayne, Indiana. What is Saliodin? Quantitative and qualitative analyses. Saliodin Denstin. Manufactured by the Saliodin Chemical Company, Scranton, Pennsylvania. Saliodin doses grams 1 ounce. Formula. Each grams of Saliodin contains approximately salicylic acid, acetate salicylate, grams 15. Iodine iodate equivalent to iodine potassium, grams 15. Acetic acid, acetate equivalent to acetate potassium, grams 5. Aconite equivalent to TR aconite R GTTS 4. Bryonia equivalent to TR bryonia GTTS 5. Colchicum equivalent to vincolchicum R GTTS 15. Capsicum equivalent to TR capsicum GTTS 2. Oil Gaultheria M3. Saliodin is an iodide acetosalicylate with adjuvants and the specific treatment for every form of uric acid diatheses. Saliodin is a solvent and eliminant of uric acid and is a happy combination of salicylic acid, iodine, acetic acid, aconite, bryonia, colchicum, capsicum, and gaultheria, and chemically appears in the form of a pink grayish powder soluble in water, 1 to 3 doses, grams 10 to grams 30, for the exclusive use of physicians. Put up in 1 ounce bottles. Price per ounce $1.50. Is manufactured only by the Saliodin Chemical Company. Saliodin is specifically indicated in rheumatism, gout, neuralgia, malaria, and la grippe. Is analgesic, antipyrectic, an intestinal antiseptic, diaphoretic, diuretic, expectorant, deobstruent, sialagogue, choliagogue, emmenagogue, goicococidal, antisyphilitic, and alterative. Doctor, you may prescribe Saliodin with confidence wherever iodine or salicylate is indicated. Use both internally and externally. No iodism, no salicylism. Not less than 15 grains at a dose to adults, and in acute cases, repeat every 2 or 3 hours or oftener. In gonorrhea, Saliodin is a specific. Peter Van Schack & Sons, 138 Lake Street, Chicago, Illinois. Depositary and distributors for Chicago and Tributary District. London agents, Mrs. Thomas Christie and Company. Send for samples and literature to the Saliodin Chemical Company, Scranton, Pennsylvania, USA. Guaranteed under the Food and Drug Act of June 30th, 1906, number 383. The trained nurse of the emergency ward of your home. As a mouthwash, as a gargle, for the teeth, for cuts, for burns, for wounds, for boils or mosquitoes, for insects, for bee stings, for the complexion, prevents pimples and blotches, for the bath, relieves skin eruptions, for the toilet, destroys body odors, after shaving, gives instant relief to tender skins, in all cases of emergency, meeting anticipation at all times in 100 different ways. The genuine bears this signature, Consumers Company. Consumers Company, 35th and Butler Streets, Chicago. Don't forget to try Queen Bess perfume. One drop of Queen Bess has in it the fragrance of a garden in bloom, delicate, subtle, clinging, haunting, and elusive. It does not force itself upon the senses, it just seems as though it should be. If you are particularly critical in your choice of perfumes, let us convince you in the most forceful way possible that Queen Bess is what you have been looking for and could not find. That you may be able to see this matter of perfumes from our standpoint, we will give you a free sample upon your presenting coupon in the back of this book at the store where you got it. End of section 39.
40 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Corey Samuel. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS, published in 1911. Section 40. A good toilet water. But note what that adjective means, good. The good things of this life are none too many in number, and unfortunately we are forced in nearly every instance to prove at our own expense the superiority or inferiority of each article or commodity, whether it be an investment, a friend, or a household necessity. A true toilet water is not a luxury. It is an absolute necessity to those who appreciate the highest form of health and appearance. A true toilet water invigorates and adds to the general health of the skin tissues. A true toilet water relieves skin irritations. Unreliable imitations aggravate them. It is the imitation that is the most costly sort of luxury. The Toilet Water Deluxe is Baldwin's Vivian Violet. It is made of only the best material, and in its composition it is the triumph of the art of distillation. The odour of Vivian Violet toilet water is delicate though lasting, and delightful to the most refined taste. Baldwin's products have a reputation of 40 years behind them. When buying your face powder, perfumes, and toilet water, insist on Baldwin's. Guaranteed under the Food and Drug Act, June 30th, 1906, serial number 29077. The Baldwin Perfumery Company, Chicago. Perfume, 50 cents per ounce. Toilet water, 4-ounce bottle, 50 cents. Face powder, 50 cents a box. Its use is a fine habit. Drosis. The Snow White odorless powder does not check perspiration. Easy to use, and its effect lasts for hours. Takes all the odor out of perspiration without injuring the skin or the clothing. A pure antiseptic powder. Is highly recommended by physicians as the best antiseptic and deodorant powder for destroying offensive odors of the body. Its wonderful soothing qualities make it indispensable in the home. Relieves chafing, scalding, windburn, and nothing can equal it after shaving. For bad smelly feet it has no rival. Drosis destroys all odours from excessive perspiration, not by overpowering with another odour, but by its own process of elimination, effects an entire absence of any odour whatsoever. Drosis is not absorbed by the pores, and is a necessity positively indispensable on the toilet table of every lady. Drosis contains no alum. Use Drosis freely after the bath. Write us for a sample. The Drosis Company, 44 Lewis Block, Buffalo, New York. Reduce your weight by bathing. Use Louisenbad reduction salt for the bath. Removes superfluous fat and gives a slender, firm, stylish figure. Merely use a little twice a week in warm water when taking a bath. No need of taking drugs or starving yourself. No need of devoting hours to tiresome exercise, or of wearing uncomfortable reducing garments. Louisenbad reduction salt enters the pores in a natural way, prevents formation of superfluous fat, and reduces it where it exists by transforming the fat into strength-giving blood and muscle. It brings to your own tub the salts such as are found in the reducing bath springs of Europe, patronized by royalty, famous for centuries, endorsed by the medical profession, praised by those who have used it. Wash away your fat. Reduce it by a refreshing toning bath. Give Louisenbad reduction salt a fair trial. Price $1 per package, or 6 packages for $5. For sale at all first-class drugstores, or sent in plain sealed wrapper, express prepaid, on receipt of price by Carl Landshut, 127 Dickey Building, Chicago. Guild's Green Mountain, the tried and true asthma cure. Guaranteed under the Food and Drug Act, June 30, 1906, serial number 495. This unrivaled remedy is the result of many years' study and experience in the special treatment of diseases of the lungs and throat by Dr. J. H. Guild, graduate of New York Medical College and New York Chemical Laboratory, a practitioner in Bellevue, a New York charity hospital, and a physician of recognized ability and distinguished eminence. This article has been the standard remedy for asthma for a quarter of a century. It has found its way on its own merits to every civilized country on the globe. The growing demand, its great popularity, and general use stamp it as absolutely the most successful and satisfactory remedy that has ever been placed on the market. No other preparation has met with such great and uniform success as a permanent cure of acute or chronic asthma, especially spasmodic asthma, hay fever, etc. Absolutely harmless, can be used by the most delicate with perfect safety, whether young or old, and never fails to give immediate relief and perfect satisfaction. Thousands of testimonials from all over the world are reciting the most marvelous cures. The remedy is handled by all leading wholesale drug houses. Ask your drug house for it. Large size $1, small size 25 cents. Dr. J. H. Guild, Rupert, Vermont. Carmichael's Grey Hair Restorer positively restores grey or faded hair to its natural colour. Is not a dye, but a restorative. Clear as water, absolutely harmless, odourless and clean. Contains no sulphur, lead, or nothing of a sticky or greasy nature. Besides restoring it to its natural shade, it renders it soft and fluffy. No matter how long your hair has been grey, faded or bleached, Carmichael's Grey Hair Restorer will bring it back to its original colour. $1 per bottle, or 6 bottles for $5, money back guarantee. Carmichael's Quinine Hair Tonic makes the hair soft and fluffy, prevents the formation of dandruff and the falling out of the hair, invigorates the scalp and stimulates the growth of the hair. This tonic, when used in conjunction with Carmichael's Grey Hair Restorer, simply works in a marvellous manner, not only removing dandruff and stopping the falling out of the hair, but in some way the combination of the two gives the hair a most beautiful, glossy tint, which everybody so much desires. Price, 50 cents a bottle. Sorority Girl Toilet Requisites. Our purpose is to supply only the best and highest grade toilet preparations that can be made. These articles possess not only useful, but healthful properties, free from all deleterious and dangerous substances. Therefore, we can positively guarantee them. Sorority Girl Massage Cream, 25 and 50 cents. Sorority Girl Skin Tonic, 25 and 50 cents. Sorority Girl Vanishing Cream, 50 cents. Sorority Girl Hygienic Bath Oil, 50 cents. Sorority Girl Beauty Powder, 50 cents. Sorority Girl Rouge, paste and liquid, 25 cents. Sorority Girl Eyebrow Pencils, 10 cents. Sorority Girl Toilet Water, 50 cents and $1. Sorority Girl Non-Alcoholic Perfume, 75 cents. Sorority Girl Perfume per ounce, $1. Beware of imitations and so-called just as good preparations. Insist on having genuine Sorority Girl articles. R.A. Carmichael and Company, Detroit, Michigan. Without cost, we will prove to you that Young's Victoria Cream is a better cream for your complexion than you have ever used before, that there is simply nothing like it for keeping the skin in perfect condition. Being made from the sweetest absorbable oils, it is a perfect skin food. It is antiseptic and will remove pimples and eruptions. As a bleaching cream for freckles, tan and brown patches, there is nothing equal to it. All we ask of you is to try it. Please use the free coupon given in another part of this book. Young's Victoria Cream, powder and soap give the same good results that you get in a beauty parlour. Hundreds of parlours are using these goods in their work. Young's Victoria Cream, 25 and 50 cents per box. Powder, 35 cents per box. Soap, 15 cents per cake. Do try this splendid cream at our expense. Frederick H. Young and Company, Toledo, Ohio. Byrood's Sure Corn and Wart Cure stops the pain at once. Clean and easy. Not a plaster to slide all over your foot and make it sore. Not a greasy salve. No rags. Just paint it on. Price, 15 cents. Byrood's Instant Relief stops pain and promptly cures. Sprains, bruises, toothache, neuralgia, sciatica, pleurisy, pains in back, pains in chest, swellings, frostbites, bronchitis, chilblains, croup, cramps, lumbago, stiff joints, rheumatism, tonsillitis, hoarseness, sore throat, boils, all inflammations, ulcerated teeth. Byrood's Instant Relief is the safest and most powerful external remedy made. Byrood's Instant Relief is absorbed so readily and quickly that it penetrates to the seat of pain and gives immediate relief. Instant Relief does not contain any cocaine, morphine or other opiates. Price, 25 cents at all druggists. To break up a cold in 24 hours. Cure any cough that is curable. Get from the drugstore and mix together in a large bottle 2 ounces of glycerine, 8 ounces of pure whiskey, and 1/2 ounce of virgin oil of pine. Shake well and take a teaspoonful every 4 hours. It will quickly heal any irritation of the mucous surface in throat and bronchial organs. This formula was used and recommended for many years by the late Dr. W.A. Leach, who claimed it would break up a cold in 24 hours and cure any curable cough. The well-known healing properties of pine, in its action on the respiratory organs, are present in the genuine virgin oil of pine. This, combined with its absolute freedom from opiates and narcotic drugs of any description, makes it an invaluable remedy for the family medicine chest. In the case of young children, a drop of the pine on a little sugar provides a pleasant as well as effective remedy for coughs and colds. Oil of pine is also frequently used in this way by preachers and public speakers to relieve hoarseness and other affectations of the vocal organs. Its effect is almost instantaneous. The genuine virgin oil of pine is put up in half-ounce vials for dispensing through druggists and prepared only in the laboratories of the Leach Chemical Company, Cincinnati, Ohio, who guarantee its freshness and purity. Is your stomach wrong? Suffer with constipation, sluggish liver, dyspepsia, feel bad all over? You need a course of Hollister's Rocky Mountain Tea. It neutralizes the stomach, cleanses the mucous membranes, assimilates the food you eat, thus giving you all the good there is in your meals, regulating the bowels perfectly. For dyspepsia, sour and distressed stomach, do not take large doses, but prepare every morning 1 full dose by pouring boiling water over a heaping teaspoonful of the mixture, and let it draw out the strength. Take of the tea so prepared 1/4 of this amount after each meal, and at bedtime. Try it. You will be surprised at the result after a week's treatment. An unfailing remedy for sick headaches, rheumatism, blood diseases, and all stomach, kidney, liver, and bowel derangements. Write us, Care Department C, for special advice to meet the requirements of your case. If not sold by your dealer, send us 35 cents for a large package, double the size of any 25-cent package. 1 package contains more health and life-giving principles than $5 worth of any other remedy. The Genuine, by Hollister Drug Company, Madison, Wisconsin. Stomach and liver trouble quickly cured. Mayer's wonderful stomach remedy is a positive remedy for all stomach, liver, and intestinal trouble, gastritis, indigestion, dyspepsia, pressure of gas around the heart, sour stomach, distress after eating, nervousness, dizziness, fainting spells, constipation, congested and torpid liver, yellow jaundice, sick headache, and gallstones. The above ailments are caused by the clogging of the intestinal tract with mucoid and catarrhal accretions, backing up poisonous fluids into the stomach and otherwise deranging the digestive system. I want every sufferer of these diseases to test this wonderful treatment. You are not asked to take this treatment for a week or 2 before you will feel its great benefits. Only 1 dose is usually required. I say, emphatically, it's a positive, permanent remedy, and I will prove it to you if you will allow me to. The most eminent specialists declare that 75% of the people who suffer from stomach trouble are suffering from gallstones. I firmly believe that this remedy is the only one in the world that will cure this disease. Sufferers of stomach and liver troubles and gallstones should not hesitate a moment, but purchase this remedy at once. I would be pleased to send you the names of people who state they have been cured of various ailments and speaking the highest praise of this medicine. Don't suffer with agonizing pains. Don't permit a dangerous surgical operation which gives only temporary relief, when this medicine will permanently help you. You are not asked to take this treatment for a week or 2 before you feel its great benefits. 1 dose is all that is necessary to prove its wonderful powers to benefit. Absolutely harmless. Guaranteed by the Pure Food and Drug Act, serial number 25793. George H. Mayer, Manufacturing Chemist, Mayer Building, 154 to 156 Whiting Street, Chicago. For sale and recommended by Central Drug Store and others. Price $1 a bottle. Worth $100. Crown Headache Powders. A quick relief and a reliable remedy for sick headache, neuralgia, and nervous afflictions, headache caused by overeating or drinking, sudden change, or exposure, overwork or fatigue. An excellent remedy for a bad cold or la grippe. Directions: place 1 powder dry on the tongue and swallow with a draught of water, or if convenient, with warm tea or any other warm drink. Repeat in 20 minutes if necessary. For children in proportion to age. For a cold or la grippe, take 1 powder with 3 grains of quinine and a warm drink at bedtime. Trademark registered and guaranteed by the F.A. Weck Company under the Food and Drugs Act, June 30th, 1906, serial number 3101. These powders contain no morphine, opium, antipyrine, or chloral. Price: 10 cents a package of 4 powders, or 25 cents a box of 12 powders. If you are unable to obtain them from your druggist, send us the price in stamps, and we will forward them to you by return mail. The F.A. Weck Company, Manufacturing Pharmacists, 5210 Shattuck Avenue, Berkeley, California. Use in the privacy of your boudoir, and no one need know you are ever troubled with superfluous hair growths. You will find Mando for superfluous hair, not only a painless, inexpensive depilatory, but a harmless one as well, used successfully for 15 years. Don't experiment with dangerous depilatories. Any druggist will tell you that the market is now being flooded with preparations loudly claiming to permanently remove superfluous hair growths. Such depilatories often do more harm than good, leaving behind tiny scars or blemishes, or a telltale redness on the skin, ofttimes even injuring the delicate texture. Isn't it better and safer to buy a preparation like Mando that has been successfully used by thousands of women during the past 15 years, a depilatory of established reputation among druggists and department stores? Simply go to any of the Central Drug Company's stores and ask for convincing proof of Mando's power. A generous sample will be given free. Mando leaves no scars, blemishes, or red marks on the most delicate skin. If you would rather write us confidentially, do so. Josephine Lefebvre Company, Philadelphia. Worth its weight in gold, but it only costs a quarter. Dr. Jucket's compound salve is a boon and a blessing for all cuts, burns, bruises, sunburns, and sprains. It should always be on hand for emergencies. This wonderful curative salve is a specific for kidney disease, pleurisy, bronchitis, piles, sore back, and neuralgia. Its effect is immediate and soothing. Comes in compact form, sealed in foil, and always retains its strength. Full directions in each package. Price 25 cents at your druggist. End of section 40.
Section 41 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Robin Cotter, Toronto, Ontario, March 2007. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph Trienen, published in 1911. Section 41. Illustration, image of packages. Noblesse toilet preparations, the highest possible standard of purity. Guaranteed by Noblesse Laboratories, under the Pure Food and Drugs Act of June 30th, 1906. Serial number 21811. Skin Food and Form Builder. Feeds the tissue, strengthens the muscles, and obliterates wrinkles. Price 50 cents. Natural Blush Rouge. Gives a natural tint to pale cheeks and lips. Price 25 cents. Natural Blush Rouge Liquid. Gives natural tint to pale cheeks and lips. Price 25 cents. Noblesse Cleansing Cream. A substitute for soap and water. Keeps the skin smooth, clear, and healthy. Price 50 cents. Noblesse Cream Bouquet is the best greaseless antiseptic liquid face cream obtainable. It is excellent in cases of sunburn tan, chafed and chapped skin. Also used by gentlemen of discretion after shaving. Price 25 cents. Noblesse Fingernail Powder gives a brilliant and lasting polish and preserves the nail. Price 25 cents. Noblesse Tooth Powder for cleansing and preserving the teeth and purifying the breath. Price 25 cents. Noblesse Depilatory Powder removes superfluous hair without pain or injury. Price $1. Noblesse Delightful Face Powder is chemically pure and keeps the skin as smooth as satin. 3 shades: Natural, Brunette, and White. Price 50 cents. Skin Whitener and Flush Worm Eradicator cleanses the pores of blackheads, pimples, freckles, and moth patches, and bleaches the skin. Price 50 cents. For sale and recommended by Central Drug Company, Detroit and Chicago; Congress Drug Company, Chicago; Ashland Drug Company, Chicago; Independent Drug Company, Chicago; Auditorium Pharmacy Company, Chicago; Standard Drug Company, Cleveland. Illustration: Image of stern-looking man. Crane's celebrated lotion for the hair and head removes dandruff and scurf, prevents the hair from falling out, promotes its growth, and cures scale heads. 50 cents and 75 cents per bottle. It is not a dye, will not discolor the hair. Made in Newark for the last 61 years. Use no other. Send us 10 cents for sample free. Ray S.G. Manufacturing Company, Manufacturers, 44 Wakeman Avenue, Newark, New Jersey. Albany Chemical Company, Manufacturing Chemists, Albany, New York. A full line of medicinal, photographic, and technical chemicals. Call for A.C. Company brand. Bryan's Great Asthma Remedy. A faithful trial will convince anyone of the true merit and worth of Bryan's Asthma Remedy. Professor P.J. Delara of Detroit, Michigan says, "I cannot speak too highly of Bryan's Asthma Remedy, which has been so beneficial to me. For over 30 years I have suffered with asthma and have spent thousands of dollars for medicines from the best specialists in Europe and America, without any relief, and up to 3 months ago I had lost hope in any kind of treatment. Some reputable doctors told me I could never be cured. I then heard of Bryan's Asthma Remedy, and took on myself to try it. The result astonished me. After using 9 or 10 boxes, the disease abated and by degrees left me, and I am glad to say that I have no more of those severe spasmodic attacks, and consider myself permanently cured. Bryan's Asthma Remedy, 10, 25, and 50-cent metal boxes, made only by Bryan's Drug House, Rochester, New York. Strauss Brothers Company, established 1879. Distillers, importers. Telephone, Maine 2892 and automatic 8892. 203 to 205 East Madison Street, Chicago. Illustration, image of wine bottle. It is something worth knowing that Riker's antiseptic tooth powder cleanses without wearing, polishes without scratching, and keeps the mouth always in perfect condition. See coupon in the back part of this book, tear it out, and get a free sample. It will be worth the trouble. Also, ask to see other Riker requisites for the toilet. They will interest you. Illustration, image of packages. The Samurai Perfume Company, Yokohama, New York. Importers and manufacturers. Perfumes, powders, creams, soaps, rouges, sachets, oriental odors exclusively. Coreopsis, sandalwood, orange blossom, cherry blossom, flowery kingdom, geisha, lotus, raja, mikado, delhia. Ask your dealer for a sample of Samurai Greaseless Massage Cream and Coreopsis Talcum, or write us, Department C. Save money by buying our 1 pound size can Coreopsis Talcum. Price 25 cents. Illustration, image of packages. Wonderful mission of the internal bath by means of the JBL cascade. Have you read of the wonderful cures made by the internal bath? Do you know that it goes to the root of all disease and eradicates the cause? Do you know that many of the greatest physicians in the world endorse and prescribe this treatment, and also that among its patrons are some of the most distinguished people in all parts of the world, as well as hosts of others from whom we have grateful letters, which we should be pleased to furnish to those interested upon application? Do you know that an occasional internal bath is a better preventative of illness and preserver of health than any other single means? Do you know that it makes beautiful complexions? Do you know that it cures constipation and prevents and cures appendicitis? The record of its benefits reads like a revelation to those hitherto unacquainted with it. It is used by means of the JBL cascade, the only scientific appliance for this purpose, by hundreds of the best-known people in all parts of the world, by innumerable ministers, lawyers, and those persons whose intelligence gives unequivocal weight to their testimony. It is known that 7/10 of all disease arises from the retention of foreign matter in the human system, also that the greater part of this waste is held in the colon, which is nature's sewer, hence the flushing of this sewer removes the greatest cause of disease. While immeasurably the best treatment for constipation, indigestion, etc., there is scarcely any known disease for which the JBL cascade may not be confidently prescribed. This hygienic, drugless treatment saves hundreds of dollars yearly in doctors' and druggists' bills. We want to send every reader of this publication, sick or well, a simple statement setting forth this treatment. It contains matter which must interest every thinking person. Write for our pamphlet, The What, the Why, the Way, which we will send free on application. Tyrrell's Hygienic Institute, Department 160B, 134 West 65th Street, New York City, USA. Illustration, image of packages. The Old Reliable, Plantin's trademark. C&C or black capsules. Remedy for men, at druggists, or trial box by mail, 50 cents. From Plantin, 93 Henry Street, Brooklyn, New York. Beware of imitations. Rheumatism and gout, promptly relieved by the English remedy, Blair's Pills, safe and effective, 50 cents and $1. Druggists, or 93 Henry Street, Brooklyn, New York. Palmer's, New York, since 1847. Best perfumes made. guaranteed to please the most fastidious. Solon Palmer, Perfumer, New York. For sale by Central Drug Company, Detroit and Chicago. Independent Drug Company, Chicago. Auditorium Pharmacy Company, Chicago. Congress Drug Company, Chicago. Ashland Drug Company, Chicago. Standard Drug Company, Cleveland. Zell, transparent toothbrushes, exchanged if bristles come out. As clear and lustrous as crystal glass, each bunch of bristle fastened with an expanding anchor cannot loosen, made in a variety of patterns. For sale at all toilet counters. Holton and Adams, Incorporated. Sole agents for the United States and Canada. 29 to 31 East 22nd Street, Success Magazine Building, New York City. Great bath invention. Hundreds of rubber fingers massage impurities out. Water flowing through washes impurities away. Knickerbocker spray brush. Purifies pores. Combines shower, shampoo, massage. You won't bathe in water full of body impurities after using a Knickerbocker spray brush. Slips over any faucet, bathes you in fresh flowing water, any temperature desired, without waiting for tub to fill. Gives shower, needle spray, and frictional bath. Saves time, labor, and water. Absolutely sanitary and self-cleaning. Ideal for scalp massage and shampoo for men and women. No home should be without one. Absolutely guaranteed for 1 year. Prices $3 to $5 according to size and style. Mail orders promptly attended to. Illustration: image of woman seeing her reflection in the bottom of a cooking pan. The housekeeper that wants to keep the pans and other kitchen articles bright and clean, the bathroom, tile floors, painted walls and woodwork, and then take all the stains from the hands, must use Skidoo soap, a creamy paste in sanitary cans for only 10 cents, sold everywhere, made only by the Yzell Goldstein Corporation, Columbus, Ohio. Dyspepsia cured free. The Grover Graham Dyspepsia Remedy is sold under a positive guarantee that it will cure dyspepsia, heartburn, gastritis, or any form of stomach disorder, no matter how chronic or severe. Let us send you the names and addresses of thousands who have been cured by our preparation, when all else had failed. The very first dose removes all distress, tones the weak stomach, prevents fermentation, and restores digestion. When digestion ceases, a slow form of starvation begins, and the vital organs, deprived of their substance, become debilitated. Good digestion is essential to health. Proper assimilation of nourishment means pure, rich blood, strong nerves, sound sleep, and makes life worth living. The most chronic cases of stomach disorder are immediately corrected by our remedy. The Grover Graham Dyspepsia Remedy is prepared from the McDermott formula, the greatest European specialist. It is sold under a guarantee to cure. Instant relief insured. In evidence of good faith, we will send, absolutely free of charge, to any dyspeptic who has not already used our remedy, sufficient of our preparation to demonstrate its truly wonderful and remarkable properties. Write Grover Graham Company, Newburgh, New York, for full particulars. Or purchase a trial-size bottle at the store where you procured Things Worth Knowing. Sponges. We are headquarters for sponges of every variety. Our buyer makes sponge buying a specialty, and the selections are most carefully made so that our reputation for carrying the finest and largest assortment in this market is well known. Try our 40 and 60B. Genuine Mediterranean bath sponges, bleached. These goods, though not perfect shapes, are as strong and durable and just as fine quality as the most expensive grades. Great Western Champagne, half the cost of imported. Absence of duty reduces its cost 50%. Of the 6 American champagnes exhibited, Great Western was the only one awarded the gold medal at Paris Exposition, 1900. Your grocer or dealer can supply you. Sold everywhere. Pleasant Valley Wine Company, Reims, New York. Oldest and largest champagne house in America. Iron de Croix, port wine. If you are sick or run down, or feel the need of a stimulant, it will pay you to exercise care when making your selection. You need something that is both a food and a tonic. What could be better than a pure wine? For 78 years, Iron de Croix port has been sought for this purpose. It is pure, nourishing, and distinctive in body and flavor, due to a special grape, the Oporto, of which it is made and of which we are exclusive growers. For sale by all leading druggists. Iron de Croix Wine Company, Rochester, New York. Arend Adamic, Kumis, is a perfect food for consumptives, invalids, and convalescents, retained by the most delicate stomach. Avoid all imitations. Telephone and mail orders promptly filled. A. Arend Drug Company. G. H. Adamic, Manager. Phone, Main 3506, 5th Avenue and Madison Street, Chicago. To be had where you got this book. The 20th Century Wonder, Roisin, Pack Chemical Company, Incorporated, Waukegan, Illinois. Kills roaches and water bugs. A pleasant odored powder, not a food, not a poison, not a liquid, not a paste, not a cure-all. Sold on its merits. You will be a booster if you try it. Your druggist has it. Pack Chemical Company, Incorporated. Chicago and Waukegan, Illinois. Our goods guaranteed by us under the Food and Drugs Act of June 30th, 1906. Serial number 27905. Illustration: Image of woman admiring her own hair. Why not have beautiful hair? If Mother Nature has failed to do her duty by you, it's quite easy to take matters into your own hands. Empress Instantaneous Hair Color Restorer will change your faded or gray hair to any shade desired. No after washing. Just one single application with the Empress, that's all. Fully guaranteed under the Pure Food and Drug Act. 10 different shades. Empress Shampoo Soap, a combination of best vegetable oils, cochin, and coconut oil, makes best shampoo imaginable. Is the most thorough scalp cleaner, relieves scalp irritation, and leaves hair bright, soft, fluffy, and easy to make up. For sale where you got this book. Soft Spots, pneumatic cushions, are simply what the name implies, soft spots of light, new air-pumping pneumatic rubber attached to a shapely leather inner sole scientifically made to conform to all pressures of the foot. The hermetically sealed globules are air chambers and act as pneumatic cushions to the entire body, taking up the jar when walking, the weight of the body when standing, giving infinite relief to the entire nervous system. Worn inside the shoe, leather side up. Positively prevent and cure nervous headaches, flat feet and fallen insteps, calluses and foot troubles. If your dealer cannot supply you, we will on receipt of price and size of shoe. Arch cushions, $1 per pair. Heel cushions, 25 cents per pair. International Specialty Company, 509 Sansom Street, San Francisco, California. End of section 41. Section 42 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Robin Cotter, Toronto, Ontario, March 2007. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph Trienen, published in 1911. Section 42. 20 Mule Team Borax in packages. Nature's great cleansing agent, destroys the dirt and saves your clothes by not attacking the fabric or its colors, and is therefore economical. Not to be confounded with washing powders or so-called borax powders, most of which contain no borax, but are heavily adulterated with soda, a strong alkali which rots, ruins, and shrinks the clothes. Don't fail to ask your dealer for our valuable booklet, The Magic Crystal, illustration, images of women hanging out laundry. You will appreciate the delightful flavors and high quality of Blue Ribbon gum, made in 6 flavors: licorice, cinnamon, pepsin, spearmint, mint, blood orange. Made by Blue Ribbon Gum Company, 903 Wrightwood Avenue, Chicago. Illustration, image of package. Immediate relief for pain and congestion. An ointment containing mustard, menthol, and other curative remedies which act quickly and powerfully. For coughs, colds in chest, pneumonia, asthma, bronchitis, croup, sprains. For rheumatism, pleurisy, headache, neuralgia, chilblains, sore muscles, stiff joints, lame back. Wherever there is inflammation, pain, or congestion, better than a mustard plaster, will not blister. 25 cents and 50 cents a jar at all druggists. The Musterol Company, Cleveland, Ohio. Astyptodyne, a natural remedy from nature's healing pine, antiseptic, styptic, anodyne. Heals all kinds of sores, wounds, and cuts, relieves pain, toothache, neuralgia, rheumatism. A splendid remedy for colds, sore throat, and bronchial affections. Astyptodyne healing oil, astyptodyne cough remedy, astyptodyne trochee, astyptodyne croup and pneumonia salve. These and others are prepared by Astyptodyne Chemical Company, Wilmington, North Carolina. Booklet mailed on application. A noted physician of much learning worked 12 years to get the Orangine formula just right. To relieve pain, he knew he must reach the cause. Orangine does this better than strong drugs. Each dose is a 5-grain powder combining 7 well-known remedies in perfect balance to relieve headache, neuralgia, colds, grip, fatigue. A remedy for general household use, full formula on every package. This store has supplied Orangine powders for years with excellent results. The 2 creams every woman needs. Plexo. Greaseless cream. A superb toilet cream of delicate fragrance made from the purest ingredients. Imparts the velvety softness so much desired by the well-groomed woman of today. Indispensable to motorists, golfers, and bathers. Protects against the sun and wind. Apply before going outdoors and massage until it vanishes. Cleansing cream will positively remove all impurities. Will impart a fresh complexion to all women striving to retain a fair skin. Plexo Cleansing Cream is absolutely pure and wholesome, having no irritating qualities. Exposure usually plays havoc with a delicate complexion, but the application of Plexo Cleansing Cream will keep a most sensitive skin in excellent condition. Try these 2 creams. They are exactly what you need for keeping your skin smooth, soft, and clear. Can be had at all the Central Drug Company's stores. Pizzo's Remedy, the best cough and cold medicine. 46 years on the market. A copy of Pizzo's nursery rhymes will be mailed free to any applicant. Address: The Pizzo Company, Warren, Pennsylvania. Illustration: Image of Mother Goose next to sign Piso's Nursery Rhymes. Illustration: Image of package. For half a century, Coe's Cough Balsam has been the leading remedy for whooping cough, croup, coughs, colds, asthma, and all throat and lung diseases. It is the best and cheapest cough remedy in the world, and will break up a cough quicker than anything else. Try it. Illustration: Image of package. Hedgemans Camphor Ice, with glycerin for chapped hands and face, sore lips, cold sores, sunburn, chilblains, etc. Hedgemans Camphor Ice is the original and oldest preparation of the kind in the world. All others are simply imitations. Manufactured by the C.G. Clark Company, New Haven, Connecticut. Illustration: Image of package. Daisy Fly Killer. The Daisy Fly Killer is a tightly sealed ornamental metal box provided with 5 holes into which are secured felt wicks, and contains a fly-killing material. When filled with water and the cork replaced and is thoroughly shaken, keeping it level, the fly-killing material inside mixes with the water and is absorbed through the wicks, which become moist and sweet from the inside contents. The flies, being attracted by the moisture and sweetness in the wicks, will get a taste of it and will soon die. The fly-killing material inside is sufficient to last through the season, for when the water evaporates, there is enough of the fly-killing material inside to stand many fillings with water and prove effectual as a fly-killer. After several fillings, it is better to sweeten the water with a teaspoonful of sugar before putting it in the daisy. Daisy Fly Killer placed anywhere attracts and kills all flies. Neat, clean, ornamental, convenient, cheap. Lasts all season. Made of metal, cannot spill or tip over, will not spoil or injure anything. Guaranteed effective. Harold Summers, manufacturer, 150 DeKalb Avenue, Brooklyn, New York. Most powerful purgative water known, 1/4 the quantity required by others. Absolutely harmless, as it contains almost exclusively sulfate of soda. No repulsive smell nor bitter taste. Villacabras, not followed by constipation. No gripes, no pains. Can be taken indefinitely as a laxative without ill effects. Invaluable in long-standing cases of stubborn constipation. Infants and adults. Henry E. Gourd, 35 South William Street, New York. Are you sore? Sore head, sore nose, sore throat? Sore lips, sore face, sore chest? Sore muscles, sore back, neuralgia? Colds in the head? Catarrh, fever blisters? Sore joints, sore feet? Frostbites, soft corns? Muscular rheumatism? Burns, cuts, sprains, bruises? Swellings and inflammations? Use Paracamp, first aid to the injured. It cools, it soothes, it cures. Unequaled for use after shaving. Satisfaction guaranteed or money refunded. 25 cents, 50 cents, and $1 bottles. All druggists. Illustration: Image of man with head bandaged, reading a newspaper. Hair on the face, arms, or neck can be easily removed quickly and without pain or irritating the skin. Delatone does the work best of all hair removers. For sale at all drugstores. Trademark: Celery Vess, granular effervescent. Sold at your druggist's 10 cents, 25 cents, 50 cents, and $1. For headache, neuralgia, sweetens the stomach, braces the nerves, clears the brain, pleasant as cream soda, speedy, efficient, harmless. Century Chemical Company, Indianapolis, Indiana. Address Department TWK 1911. The proof of the pudding is in the eating, and we want you to test Celery Vess for yourself. So when sending your own address, if you will send the addresses of a dozen friends who suffer of headaches or bad stomachs, we will send you by mail a quarter package of Celery Vess free of charge. Right now. The standard self-shining shoe polish, Cirage Français, or French dressing, for ladies' and children's boots and shoes, trunks, harness, carriage tops, etc., manufactured by B. F. Brown, Boston, Massachusetts. Illustration, image of package. Illustration, image of package. Trademark Regulation U.S. Patent Office, Alita Hair Tonic, for the cure of dandruff. Many who have tried for 5 and 10 years, and have spent hundreds of dollars for a cure without effect, have had the most pleasing results of a short time from the use of Alita. Hard crusts and scales, as well as the most simple cases of dandruff, yield to the applications of this remedy. Itching scalps and eczematic troubles are effectually treated. One of our most prominent physicians made this remark: "It is the first time for me to have any satisfaction from a dandruff cure." Alita is applied but once a week. It is as clean as water upon the head. It contains no oils or other substance to gum the hair or to make it sticky. It does the work. Hair grows faster and looks better when the scalp is clean and healthy, and there is no remedy which brings these good conditions so readily and perfectly as the Alita Hair Tonic. Alita Chemical Company, Des Moines, Iowa. Gowans Preparation, King of Externals. Prescribed by ethical physicians and recommended by druggists as being the best preparation on the market for all kinds of inflammation and congestion, pneumonia, croup, colds, pleurisy, and any and all ailments where inflammation appears. Gowans subdues and conquers it. Gowans is absorbent and antiseptic. It acts quickly, and with a bottle of Gowans preparation in the home, you feel absolutely secure. In the fall, in the winter, in the spring, you know that croup and pneumonia come. They must be combated at once, and with a bottle of Gowans preparation, you are master of the situation. Buy today. Could not say half enough. Anything we might say would not be half enough in behalf of the wonderful results our patrons have derived from the use of Gowans preparation. The proof of its efficacy being in the greatly increased sales, starting by buying 1/4 of a dozen. The demand has been so great we now purchase the $100 quantity several times a year. Tragle Drug Company, July 16, 1910, Richmond, Virginia. An excellent remedy, Claremont, North Carolina. Gowan Medical Company, Durham, North Carolina. Gentlemen, I have used Gowans preparation in pneumonia, and find it an excellent remedy. It acts promptly and surely. I recommend its use in cases of inflammation of any kind. D. M. Moser, M.D. All druggists, $1, 50 cents, 25 cents. Take no substitute. There is nothing just as good. Beware of imitations. Buy Gowans. Gowan Medical Company, Durham, North Carolina. Chicago, Illinois. Illustration: photograph of child painting hat. Jetum and Cleansum. Jetum dyes straw hats, all kinds of wood, metal, and leather goods. Cleansum cleans white straw hats. Jetum in black, blue, brown, green, red, and gray will dye your old or rusty hat and make it look like new. Jetum black will dye tan and white kid shoes, pocketbooks, belts, and all leather goods, also anything in wood or metal, such as picture frames, furniture of all kinds, brass or iron fixtures. In fact, anything you want black, use Jetum. A child can do it. The Jetum Company, Chicago. You'll try it, won't you? Illustration: image of hand holding package. Allen's Cough Balsam, for hoarseness, coughs, and throat irritations, has the endorsement of all who have used it for coughs and colds. A trifling, seemingly insignificant cough, if neglected, works down the throat to the bronchial tubes, and finally to the lungs, and unless checked, may result seriously. At the first sign of a cough, take Allen's Cough Balsam. Bronchitis. Barking, backing, rasping, and irritating the throat are the constant accompaniments of this disease. Don't delay a minute when you have this ailment. A few doses of Allen's cough balsam will usually bring relief and frequently break it up. Sore throat, quinsy, tonsillitis. These troubles are confined to the throat and breathing tubes and should be cured at once, or more serious ailments develop. Allen's cough balsam is prepared for just such cases and has been used for over 50 years. Its good effects can be noticed at once. Allen's cough balsam contains no opium in any form, perfectly harmless, large, medium, and trial-size bottles, all dealers. Image of camel carrying cases labeled painkiller. Painkiller is transported to all corners of the earth because nothing as good can be found to relieve cramps, colic, diarrhea, and similar bowel complaints. Also, it quickly reduces the swelling caused by bruises and promptly drives the pain away. Saves much suffering and many a doctor's bill. Read this tribute. R. H. Moore, Franklin, Kentucky, writes, I have been selling Perry Davis painkiller for 37 years, and have often wondered at the steady sale with so little advertising for same. This I consider as strong evidence that the remedy has merit, and in fact I feel assured that I sell but few remedies that would stand this test. Of all dealers in medicine, 25 cents, 35 cents, and 50-cent bottles. Beware of substitutes and imitations. There's only one painkiller, Perry Davis. Most widely known and endorsed by eminent specialists. Buffalo Lithia Springs Water. Guaranteed under the Food and Drug Act, June 30th, 1906. Serial number 15055. It is a natural spring water, bottled at the springs under directions of a competent bacteriologist. Corrects all disorders of the kidneys and bladder. Eliminates any excess of uric acid in the system. Especially effective in the treatment of Bright's disease, albuminuria, gout, rheumatism, pyelitis, cystitis, gravel, etc. Sold by leading druggists and mineral water dealers everywhere. Buffalo Lithia Springs Water Company, Buffalo Lithia Springs, Virginia. Turn the gray hair back, bring the lost hair back. Illustration, image of package. DuPont's Hair Restorative, the ideal hair preparation, restores gray hair to its natural color by giving health and activity to the glands which supply the coloring pigment from the blood to the hair. It brings back lost hair by giving life and vigor to the torpid or paralyzed scalp nerves. It is not a dye, does not stain the skin or scalp. One bottle will prove its worth. Sold by all druggists. Price $1. Manufactured by Kelly and Neffler, Chicago. Drink Rex Bitters for constipation. Don't forget Careth, the only perfect cleaner, for white kid, silks, satins, velvets, chiffons, feathers, furs. Cleans without injury, removes grease, grime, pitch, tar, paint. A household necessary. Ask for the little jug. 10 cents, 25 cents, 50 cents. End of section 42.
Of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS. Section 43. Advertisements continued. Guaranteed by the manufacturer under the Food and Drugs Act, serial number 1177. Lauber's Femaform Cones, Physician's Prescription, Woman's Greatest Remedy, Soothing and Healing. Illustration, image of package. Illustration text, Lauber's Femiform cones, germicide, antiseptic, astringent cones, non-irritating, soothing, healing cones, Femiform cones, always reliable. Trademark, Lauber and Lauber Company, Chicago, Illinois, USA. Preventive of disease. Non-irritating germicide, antiseptic, and astringent cones most useful remedy for all forms of womb complaints. Sold only in boxes, $1 per box at drugstores or direct from the manufacturers by mail. Made by Lauber and Lauber Company, Chicago, Illinois, USA. Anyone can enjoy this delightful Turkish bath at home. Cost 2 cents. Surface bathing is insufficient. The Turkish bath is the only effective method of purifying the pores. The Robinson makes all simple, delightful, and economical. Here's the rejuvenation cabinet for every home. Here's the producer and preserver of clear, clean skin, good spirits, great physical exuberance that puts a sharper edge on the enjoyment of living. The Robinson thermal bath cabinet is wonderfully simple. A bath in it costs only 2 cents and takes only 15 minutes. How much better this is than having to go to some hotel or public Turkish baths and pay out a lot of money for something not a whit better and not 1/10 as convenient. Have it in your own home and use it every time you feel like it. It will keep you from going stale. It will make you bright and carefree. The great physical luxury it affords will be a constant delight to you. Read below how you can get our great $2 book free. It tells everything. Look out for substitutes. Make sure you get the Robinson. It's the original thermal bath cabinet. It is made under the direction of Professor Charles M. Robinson, the originator of thermal bath cabinets. It is the one having the 4-curtain top, enabling you to heat up the cabinet before entering, and to use the cabinet as a cooling room before leaving by dropping the curtains one at a time. Transcriber's note: the 2 remaining paragraphs are missing. Illustration: image of a woman in bathrobe near product, a metal frame with a cloth cover and a small heater under a chair. You can depend on Digesto because it is the best malt extract on the market, only the choicest materials being used in its manufacture, making a highly concentrated liquid food. Physicians recommend Digesto because of its remedial value to the convalescent, tired housewife, anemic women, and people in a general run-down condition. Digesto builds wasted tissues, makes rich red blood, and aids digestion. For the nursing mother it is nigh indispensable as an aid to nature in supplying food for 2. Transcriber's note: the remaining text on the page is missing. Illustration: photograph of a woman. Helen Marlowe's Blush of Roses. Helen Marlowe's Blush of Roses is a scientifically prepared liquid rouge so perfectly natural in effect that its use defies detection on the closest scrutiny. It is easily applied. A delicate tint is obtained by one light application, a deeper tint by more than one. Unlike the majority of rouges now before the public, it does not give that blotched appearance to the face. Blush of Roses is an absolutely waterproof rouge. Surf bathing will not remove it. It remains a soft, beautiful pink until it is washed off with pure soap and water. Blush of Roses is not removed by perspiration. Blush of Roses is guaranteed to be perfectly harmless. Blush of Roses is used and highly recommended by the most refined ladies in private and public life. Prepared only by Helen Marlowe Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Sold by the Central Drug Company, Independent Drug Company, Auditorium Pharmacy Company, Ashland Drug Company, Congress Drug Company of Chicago, Illinois, all stores of Central Drug Company, Detroit, Michigan, and Standard Drug Company, Cleveland, Ohio. Dr. Martell's Female Pills. 18 years the standard. A scientifically prepared remedy for disturbances of the menstrual functions, sold only through the medical and drug profession, for medical purposes only. A few remarks of importance to womankind. Dr. Martell's Female Pills is a preparation of unequaled excellence, which acts as a positive tonic on the female reproductive organs, and imparts to them the proper functional action nature demands in normal, healthy women, without untoward action. Dr. Martell's Female Pills possess only virtues of the highest possible value. It reestablishes the proper action of the generative organs by restoring their vitality, and not by merely stimulating them excessively and temporarily, as do so many other agents of this class. In the treatment of all disturbances of the menstrual functions arising from debility, anemia, or nervousness, Dr. Martell's Female Pills are of unsurpassed value. This preparation is a uterine and ovarian sedative, and is of special service in treating congestive and inflammatory conditions of these organs which are accompanied with unusual pain. Amenorrhea. When the menstrual flow is scanty or suppressed, as a result of sudden exposure to cold, worry, fright, grief, or other violent mental shocks. Menorrhagia. Profuse menstruation is at once relieved by Dr. Martell's pills. The preparation instantly restores vigor to the uterus, which has been lost through the excessive flow of blood. It is advisable to begin the use of the preparation a few days in advance of the flow, in those cases which are disposed to menstruate profusely at each visitation. Menopause. The nervous and mental disturbances which frequently precede and succeed the final cessation of ovulation and menstruation respond readily to the antispasmodic and tranquilizing action of Dr. Martell's pills. Where hysteria, melancholia, moroseness, and despondency are conspicuous factors, the preparation can be used to great advantage. The improvement in the mental state of the patient after the administration of this product is always durable and pronounced. Dysmenorrhea. In the treatment of congestive, neuralgic, mechanical, or membranous types of dysmenorrhea, the action of Dr. Martell's pills is particularly gratifying. This preparation is of particular value in the treatment of menstrual irregularities from any cause, as above stated, which fail to respond to other and ordinary medical remedies. It is a well-known and scientifically proven fact that all women are not constitutionally or temperamentally alike. Where some respond readily to one mode of treatment, others do not. For this reason, we have prepared a preparation designed for such instances. This remedy is Dr. Martell's Special Female Pills. $5 box. Sold by all druggists. Nervous, suffer from indigestion, irregular kidneys, bowel trouble, appendicitis, gallstones? Here is relief. When your head aches, when your breath is bad, when your bowels or kidneys are irregular, when your appetite fails or the twinges of indigestion make you regret each meal, when your nervous system has gone to pieces, then is your stomach sending its wireless message for help. The trouble may be in the stomach itself, indigestion, dyspepsia, and their nightmare evils. The intestinal tract may be deranged, or the liver clogged, or it may be gallstones. Your case may not have reached the gallstone stage. It may be of a different nature, threatened appendicitis, for example. In any case, whether it be bad stomach, torpid liver, or weakened and inflamed bowels, the answer to that wireless should be Frutola and Traxo. These are two remarkable preparations used in combination, which for the past 20 years and more have released thousands from the pangs of dyspepsia, and have saved as many from operations for gallstones and appendicitis. Frutola cleanses, lubricates, and soothes all the channels of the digestive system without the least pain, griping, or resulting weakness. It is nutritive in effect. It revives the appetite, clears the way for perfect digestion and thorough assimilation, allows nature to make pure blood, firm flesh, strong muscles, healthy tissue, and store up vital energy. a whole bottle of fruitola is to be taken at once, this to be followed by small doses of Traxo to complete the strengthening and toning effect on the stomach, to ensure regular, natural action of bowels and kidneys, and to give permanence to all the benefits of the treatment. The gentle action of Traxo on the kidneys removes waste, and by keeping the liver active, it frees the general circulation of bile. It clears the eye and complexion, and brings the glow of health to the cheeks. Pinus, the great rheumatism remedy, has saved thousands of sufferers after long years of agonizing attacks. Joints swollen and misshapen by inflammatory rheumatism, nerves and muscles overpowered by the intense misery of chronic rheumatism and sciatica, have been restored to health and strength. Pain and swelling banished by the marvelous properties of Pinus, a product of California's wonderful soil and sun. Fruitola, Traxo, and Pinus are guaranteed under the Pure Food and Drugs Act. They are entirely vegetable, and there is not a single ingredient that can harm the most sensitive system when taken as directed. They are made from the natural products of California, the land of health and sunshine. Stop your suffering and suspense at once. Get the most wonderful remedies from your druggist today. If he doesn't have them, he can get them for you promptly. Every wholesale druggist keeps them. Get our booklet anyway and read the living testimony. If not at your druggist's, write us. Pinus Medicine Company, Los Angeles, California. Obesity Kavek Tablets. A reducing tonic. Successful, harmless, and positive when directions are followed. The way to do. There are just 3 ways of reducing fat: starvation, exercise, and medical treatment. Anyone can reduce by starvation methods. Let him eat nothing for 3 weeks, and the fat will drop from his bones, but the after effects are bad. Debilitated-looking wrinkles. Use Gavek tablets. Eat most anything. Keep young by not taking on flesh. That makes one look old and flabby. Gavek tablets are harmless, a reducing tonic to the system. Give them a fair trial. Beware of imitations. Do not diet. Gavek Company, Chicago. 4611 Kenmore Avenue. Price $1. Coupon for free samples. Present this coupon at any drugstore named on the back hereof and receive absolutely free a sample cake of Stifles Superlative Boracic Acid Shampoo Soap, one of a great many varieties of Stifles medicinal soaps which have for more than a quarter of a century been the standby of physicians everywhere. Name, city, state, address. Free coupon. This coupon is worth 25 cents. When signed, will entitle the holder to 1 trial box of Young's Victoria Cream at any drugstore named on the back. The coupon and 25 cents in cash for 1 large box of cream, or the coupon and 10 cents for a box of Victoria powder. Name, address. Must be written plainly. Transcriber's note: these addresses are on the back of the 2 coupons on the previous page. The Central Drug Company, 32 North State Street, Chicago. Independent Drug Company, 203 State Street, Chicago. Auditorium Pharmacy Company, 320 Wabash Avenue, Chicago. Ashland Drug Company, Clark and Randolph Streets, Chicago. Congress Drug Company, Wabash Avenue and Van Buren Street, Chicago. The Central Drug Company, 219 Woodward Avenue, Detroit. The Central Drug Company, 89 Woodward Avenue, Detroit. The Central Drug Company, 153 Grand River Avenue, Detroit. The Standard Drug Company, 10 stores, Cleveland. Illustration, image of package. J. A. Pizzoni's Complexion Powder, a luxurious toilet necessity, producing a smooth, velvety complexion. Its impalpable fineness and softness makes Pizzoni's cooling, refreshing, and beautifying to the most delicate skin. Things worth knowing about Pizzoni's, they are merits all its own. the only powder put up in a wooden box which retains all the delicate perfume and medication until entirely used up. Perfumed with genuine Tyroline rose geranium. On the market since 1874. A powder whose flesh color is an exact imitation of the skin. The only powder which really clings and won't rub off. Our special pink, a powder that is not a rouge. End of section 43, and end of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph TRIENENS.